Chapter 341 The Power of the Sun. Wang was obviously a connoisseur, and immediately recognized Su Yu's current state, because of the blueprint of the Sunshine Mecha, which is also known as the Sunshine Blueprint. Su Yu turned a deaf ear to Wang's exclamation, and lowered his head to admire his current body. It's not that he is narcissistic, but this current state is really powerful and majestic, which is very consistent with Su Yu's aesthetics. Well, Su Yu is narcissistic. I'm really a bit handsome now. Su Yu raised his hand, touched his light-cast face, and was in a very good mood. This is not wearing a mechanical armor, but a change of the real body. The blueprint of this Radiant Sun mech is really magical, and it is very suitable for Su Yu's profession, psychic power. Just think about the content of the blueprint, and you can immediately transform into a light-cast giant. Unlike the blueprint of the subspace analyzer, it needs to be quantized first, and then transformed. After the transformation, there is no direct combat power, and it can only be used for observation and analysis. The subspace analyzer, after all, is the technology of alien civilization, and has problems with its compatibility with psychic energy. The most important thing is that it is not a machine for combat. The Shining Sun blueprint is a real war weapon, a blueprint of a fifth-order planetary mechanical creation. With this blueprint, Su Yu transformed into a light-forged giant, and his strength naturally increased. Although Su Yu himself could not figure out his own strength, what is the current level? But it is estimated that it will not be weaker than the 4th level. It will definitely be able to fight Wang. At this time, Wang was still chattering. This blueprint was given to you by the Sunlight Mecha? How could it tell you such an important secret? I am obviously the strongest in the giant god army. Why don't you give it to me? Hateful. Hateful. Wang roared wildly, with endless jealousy and hatred in his tone. Obviously, it had coveted the blueprints of the Sunlight Mech for a long time, and had dreamed of getting it. Now that this treasure was easily obtained by Su Yu, how could it not be jealous and hateful? After listening to this, Su Yu was speechless. This king seemed to be a little mad, saying that it was the strongest in the giant god core. It had rebelled long ago, and it would be strange for the Sunlight Mech to recognize it. Su Yu is a captain of the giant god core, the highest commander, although he is a commander without troops. His status is there. If not him, who else should he give the blueprint to? However, Wang is now furious and can't listen to reason. Moreover, Su Yu is too lazy to reason with it, and laughed twice and said, "Haha. Didn't you just ask me? Why do I need you to complete the 4th level ritual? Now you see it? Just because of this. Don't worry. I won't let you die easily," Su Yu said with sarcasm, a little bit unserious. However, with his current size, the words he spoke were like the words of a god descending to the earth, with great majesty. Before, it was King who looked down on Su Yu. Now it was the other way around. It was Su Yu's turn to look down on King. Su Yu, you deserve to die. You really deserve to die. King heard Su Yu's words, and then looked up at Su Yu's tall figure, and suddenly became even more angry. But Su Yu laughed, clenched his fist, and there was light condensing in it, and then it suddenly burst out, and punched King. Die! Wang also roared and rushed towards Su Yu, and the black gas on the body surged wildly. Listening to its hoarse roar, it was probably trying its best at this time, and even in a state of self-destruction. Wang. The black gas outside the body kept expanding, and in a short time, it turned into a black giant of hundreds of meters. The shape of this black giant was very strange. The whole body was composed of evil black gas, and it kept wriggling. It could be on the surface of the skin, seeing faces of pain and wailing constantly appearing, seeing tortured mechanical lives, and even semi-mechanized humans. The interior of this black giant is a hell of pain, where various tortures are being carried out all the time, producing pain that exceeds the imagination of ordinary people. This kind of pain even overflows, wanting to assimilate all life. Ordinary people and mechanical creations only need to take a look at this dark demon. All consciousness will be sucked into it, endure eternal torture, and become part of the mechanical hell. Even a 3rd-level strongman will not be able to resist it, and a 4th-level strongman will also be affected by it. However, Su Yu did not feel anything at all, and was even a little excited. The power in his body suddenly became more violent. Boom! Su Yu's fist collided with Wang's fist. The two fists collided, but there was no earth-shattering energy explosion. There were only two colors, light and dark, continuously eroding and devouring each other. Su Yu and Wang actually reached a stalemate. Sure enough, my current strength is already able to fight Wang head-on and not lose. After this fist collision, Suyu felt relieved. Since they could hold their ground head-on, then they had the strength to fight. If they could fight, then they could win. But is this my own strength, or is it borrowed? Suyu raised his other huge arm again, he clenched his fist again, light gathered, and blasted towards Wang. Wang naturally would not show weakness, and also raised the strange arm of the Dark Devil, carrying infinite power of pain, and blasted towards Suyu. In a blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged fists thousands of times, and it was getting faster and faster. The power of light and dark pervaded around them, entangled, circulated, formed a chaotic shape like the Tai Chi diagram, which was dizzying. One person and one machine, neither of them paid attention to it, only the opponent is in their eyes. Two giants, who possess the most powerful strength on this planet, are fighting like ordinary people, and can only fight madly. At their level of strength, the surface moves are all boring tricks. What they are competing for is the control of energy, the advantages and disadvantages of algorithms, the frequency of spirit, the tenacity of will, and other hard indicators. In these aspects, Wang thinks he is definitely stronger than Suyu. Because Suyu is the essence of the third level after all, it has no experience of using the power of the fourth level. However, this is just Wang's wishful thinking. After Suyu and it fought thousands of times, he did not fall into the disadvantage at all, and even became stronger and stronger. Because when Suyu was fighting with Wang, he couldn't help but recall the energy flow in the body of the Yuri mecha when it removed the hell furnace, and the details of the algorithm optimization. Those details, Suyu didn't understand at all before, but now after transforming into a light forge giant, after fighting with Wang, I actually understood something. And the more we fought, the more I understood, the more I became more proficient. It turns out that those technical details can only be brought into play in a body like this. The Yuri mecha probably let me see those details clearly before. Some details I'm afraid Wang doesn't know. After all, it has not been truly recognized by the Yuri mecha. Suyu was overjoyed when he discovered this change. The mind flashed wildly, and the light power on the fist was getting stronger and stronger. Wang naturally noticed this detail, and became even more shocked and angry. It also roared wildly to increase its own strength. And it became stronger and stronger with the fight with Suyu. The fight became more and more intense. The essence of its power is that the more pain it suffers, the stronger it becomes. This pain is not just the pain of other lives. It seems that Wang's own pain will also increase its power. And the effect seems to be even better. However, under normal circumstances, Wang would not ask for trouble. It uses the power of pain, but that does not mean it likes pain. Normal life all likes happiness and hates pain. Although Wang is twisted, he is still normal in this respect, and will not rely on his own pain to gain power. Otherwise, even if he has power, but is immersed in endless pain, what is the point of living? But it is in too much pain now. It has never experienced such pain in 10,000 years, the pain of being unable to control oneself. This pain was not what it wanted, but was brought to it by Suyu. What it had been pursuing for 10,000 years was destroyed and taken away by Suyu in a few minutes. Now Suyu is still using this power to fight it, to beat it to death, and use it as material for the ritual. How could it endure it? How could it not be in pain? It was too bullying. At this moment, Wang even felt a little wronged. Thinking of this, the pain in its heart suddenly became stronger. It was the king of the mechanical family, and it almost became a fifth-order super life. But it was forced into this state by Suyu, a third-order human. When it thought of this fact, it wanted to go crazy. So its power of pain naturally increased, and it became stronger and stronger. Suyu naturally noticed the changes in King very quickly, and secretly said in his heart that it was not good. King was stimulated too much, and he was going crazy. If it continues to increase like this, will it directly break through to the fifth order? Wang. It was originally the top of the fourth level, and it is qualified to challenge the fifth level. But it is estimated that the promotion to the fifth level is too difficult. It has tried for 10,000 years, but failed, so it seeks the power of the Yuri mecha. Now Suyu has pushed it to the limit. Does it really want to break through itself, break the limitations by itself, and be promoted to the fifth level? Then Suyu will help it. That won't work. Want to be promoted? I'll kill you first. Suyu's heart was ruthless, and the power of light suddenly became stronger. At this moment, The entire materialized space was filled with light, suppressing the dark and painful power of King. The power of Suyu after his transformation seemed to be endless, constantly increasing, with no end. Roar! King roared wildly, but under Suyu's fierce attack, its signs of breaking through seemed to be suppressed. This made Suyu feel a little relieved, but also a little strange. Where did his power come from? Does it count as borrowing power? If I really kill King in this state, can I complete the ritual? Most importantly, what if this power is suddenly used up? Then, let alone completing the ritual, I'm afraid I'll be killed by King. Immediately. No one can answer this question. The mechanical god has long been silent, busy with all his strength to maintain the stability of the materialized space, unable to help Suyu. Even if the mechanical god is still there, with his insulated constitution against spiritual energy, I guess he can't explain it. Suyu did not count on the mechanical god, but tried his best to think about the principle. First of all, the power cannot come out of thin air. I did not feel any external power pouring into my body, nor did it come from the subspace. So, my current light power seems to be my own power? Suyu analyzed it, and found out that his terrifying power at this time was actually his own? This was a bit incredible. How could he not know that he could actually have such strength? If he had known that he could transform into a light-forged giant and defeat the top-level king of the 4th rank, why would he have put in so much effort? Could it be that I have the blood of some cosmic giant hidden in me, and it awakened at the critical moment? Or was I some ancient powerful being in my previous life, and I have really revived now? At this moment, Suyu even had such a strange thought in his mind, and he really doubted whether he was really some ancient powerful being who had revived. But Suyu quickly dismissed this unreliable idea. We are fighting now, what are you thinking about? Suyu changed his mind and quickly thought of another possibility, after excluding all possibilities, that is, the power of faith and will. Suyu knew that. He actually had a powerful power. The power of faith. This power has been with him since Suyu was promoted to 7 stars. Suyu saved millions of humans at the same time. A large number of radioactive beasts were subdued, and even demons from the depths of the subspace. These humans, radioactive beasts, and demons were providing Suyu with the power of faith and trust all the time. Although many people were not Suyu's believers, Suyu could always feel the idea of reverence and trust. However, Suyu had always been unable to use this power directly, and could not turn it into combat power. However, the professional panel could transform this power of faith into. It became professional experience, helping Suyu to level up quickly. After Suyu was promoted to 7 stars, he rarely practiced, and rarely killed monsters to level up. He basically relied on this free experience to level up. It was able to raise Suyu to the current level in a short period of time, which shows how powerful this power is. Moreover, it now seems that this power can not only be used to level up, but also to fight. After Suyu used the Shining Sun blueprint to become a light-forged giant, he finally dug out this power from deep inside his body. It became an endless light that filled his body. So that's it. This kind of power is not just faith, but also includes gratitude, joy, hope, reverence. These positive emotions make up who I am now. Its essence is very powerful. It has been hidden deep in my body. It is the Shining Sun blueprint. Dig it out. After Suyu figured it out, he was very excited. Because this kind of power is not external, it truly belongs to him. It is what he had accumulated through his previous struggles. It belongs to him, and no one can take it away. Using this power to defeat the king is definitely not borrowing power. The ritual can definitely be completed. After understanding all this, the light on Suyu's body suddenly became brighter. Speaking of which, this kind of power is really fair and just. In this world where evil gods are rampant, it is rare to have such a bright power. The Shining Sun Mecha, it really lives up to its name. It is really like the sun. This kind of power, let's call it the power of Shining Sun. Chapter 342 The Qualitative Change of King, the Power of Eternal Pain. Suyu named the light on his body, which was transformed from the power of faith and belief, the power of the Shining Sun. After all, it was the power obtained from the blueprint of the Shining Sun Mecha. And as Suyu understood the power of the Shining Sun, the light on his body became stronger and stronger. It was really like a scorching sun descending on the earth, to burn all the darkness to ashes. I remember that in the previous supernatural union, there was a member who was killed by the enemy demon. The occupation is Sister of Radiance. At that time, I was curious, Are there really righteous gods with light attributes in this world? Who is the god this nun serves? Now it seems that there may really be one. In a sense, I am one now. After Su Yu realized the essence of the power of the sun, he had an idea. That is, in this world, there may really be righteous gods. Not the evil gods of tyranny, but the real gods. If not, he, Su Yu, can also play a role now. At this time, Wang was burned by the light of the shining sun, and the dark power was suppressed tightly, weaker and weaker, and the previous sign of a breakthrough had completely disappeared. After realizing this fact, it felt even more painful in its heart. And this kind of pain, it seemed that it could no longer enhance its power, and could only make it suffer psychological torture. After realizing this fact, Wang was naturally in more pain. Finally, the light on Su Yu's body had forced the darkness of King into a small corner. The painful demon god that King incarnated was originally as tall as Su Yu's light-cast giant. But now, it has shrunk several times, and is extremely weak, completely unable to withstand Su Yu's attack. Su Yu was excited, and the light on his body became stronger and stronger. He was about to make another effort and attack with all his strength to kill King. At this moment, King, who was suppressed by Su Yu, it actually changed again. Outside its body, the black air that was constantly wriggling under the huge pressure actually condensed into substance, no longer illusory energy. These substances, in the blink of an eye, formed the body of King. A black giant god mecha over 200 meters high, condensed into it. The original King, the body was incomplete, only half of the head was left, and a large number of mechanical people were inlaid in the head, wailing in pain. It used to be, he had been fighting with the black gas covering his body. His body had not moved, and it was not easy to move. But now, the black gas had become real, allowing Wang, who had not recovered for 10,000 years, to recover his body. This is, Su Yu was shocked when he saw this, and did not rush to attack. He stared at Wang's new body, and he realized something in his heart. The greater the pressure, the more painful it is. This guy is under the pressure I give him. It actually broke through. Although it didn't really advance to the 5th level, it has restored its body's defects. This is troublesome. So you saw that, he had just fought fiercely, but he didn't kill Wang instead. He really helped it, allowing it to break through its limitations and restore its body. Wang's power of pain seems to be able to break through only under extreme despair and pressure. Su Yu's fierce attack just now, just met the conditions, helped Wang. This guy is really tenacious. However, Su Yu noticed that although Wang had recovered his body at this time, which was a great benefit, but something seemed to be wrong. Su Yu did not rush to attack, but decided to observe first. While Su Yu was surprised, then Wang was surprised. I recovered? I recovered. Ha ha ha. Wang looked at his complete body and laughed excitedly and crazily. It didn't know what serious injury it had suffered that year, and it had not recovered for 10,000 years, which also hindered its promotion. That's why it sought the power of the Yuri mecha, trying to occupy this 5th level mecha, bypassing the injury, and indirectly promoted to the 5th level. But now, it has finally recovered. It did not rely on the Yuri mecha, but directly restored its own body. The moment it recovered, it felt the signs of a breakthrough again. This naturally made it even more surprised. However, why, I should be surprised. Excited? Why am I still in so much pain? Wang, although he laughed, there was no smile on his face. Although in theory, he should be surprised. He thought so, but at this moment, his heart was still filled with extremely intense pain and despair. He tried his best to make himself happy, but he was completely unable to do so. The pain in his heart became even more intense. His heart sank. The surprise and excitement just now seemed to be an illusion. And Su Yu now understood it and laughed out loud. Congratulations, your power of pain finally broke through. Now you are pain, pain is you. This power completely merges with you, can never be separated again. In the future you will never feel any happy emotions again, no matter what surprises you face, what benefits you get, you can feel only endless pain. Haha. Since you are practicing the power of pain, if you are not in pain, what's the matter? You are finally practicing correctly now. I helped you. Why don't you thank me quickly? Su Yu's words were heartbreaking, and he told the real situation of Wang. Wang has now completely merged with the power of pain. It is pain, pain is it. So its body is recovered, and its strength has increased, but it can no longer feel any joy or excitement. This is eternal torture for a machine with rich emotions. Earlier, King said that he would torture Suyu forever, but it ended up enjoying it first. So Suyu laughed loudly without any hesitation. Anyway, all this is King's own fault. It tortured its own kind, oppressed humans, and gained strength by using the pain of these lives. Now let it taste this for itself. It can be considered a kind of retribution. Although theoretically this is a benefit, it is an increase in strength, and even a promising future. But psychologically, it is eternal torture. Hearing Suyu's ridicule, King's body trembled uncontrollably. It was deeply hurt by Suyu's words, and the pain in its heart intensified tenfold and 100-fold, making it almost collapse. But now in its current state, it is merged with the power of pain, and it is not even qualified to collapse. It can only endure this eternal pain while awake. After realizing this fact, it suddenly became more desperate and more painful. As its pain intensified, its strength also increased, increasing continuously. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. It was obviously already at the top of the 4th level, and its strength had almost reached the top. But now it could still keep getting stronger. Suyu immediately stopped smiling and looked serious. Boom! The next moment, Wang could no longer endure such endless pain. It suddenly burst out and rushed towards Suyu. The shocking fight began again. However, this time, the situation was completely reversed. It was Wang who was suppressing Suyu. Suyu? It's all because of you. I will kill you. I will torture you with the power of hell's pain. Wang attacked frantically while roaring frantically. It tried to vent its pain by attacking Suyu, its great enemy. But it seemed to be useless. On the contrary, it will increase its pain. Wang, relying on his own pain, he kept stacking and getting stronger, and it seemed that there would never be an end. This kind of power is incredible, like the legendary perpetual motion machine, which can output energy infinitely without external input. Suyu's sun power was accumulated bit by bit in the past. This Wang's power of pain, but it seemed to have no end. Suyu suddenly felt overwhelmed, and was beaten back step by step. The power of the sun in the body was rapidly consumed. If this continued, he would be beaten to death by Wang, sooner or later. No! Wang would definitely not let Suyu die so easily. It would use the power of pain to corrode Suyu, and let Suyu feel the same pain and torture as it did. Seeing Wang's miserable state, Suyu did not want to become like it, although the power was stronger. What was the point of living? At this time, with Wang's crazy attack, the power of pain, which has changed qualitatively, spread and began to invade Suyu's body and mind. Suyu began to feel the same pain as Wang, and as the erosion occurred, the pain continued to intensify. Suyu could still endure the physical pain, but it was not just physical pain. The strongest was mental pain. Suyu had lived so long. How could he not have pain in his heart? No regrets? Such painful memories were usually buried deep in his memory. Suyu would not think about it when he had nothing to do. He was not a sentimental person. He had a lot of things to do during normal times, so he had no time to think about the past. But now, the power of King had forcibly brought back the painful past that Suyu had almost forgotten, and had greatly strengthened it. The sadness and loneliness had been strengthened to the point that he wanted to die. As for the real despair, it was strengthened to the extreme. Haha, you feel it? This is how I feel. Do you want to die? Don't worry, you can't die. I won't let you die. Who will accompany me if you die? Haha. Wang let out a smile without any trace of laughter. It is now trapped in hell, cannot be freed, so it wants to drag its enemies with it, to suffer with it. Maybe this is the only pleasure it can feel, although it is only a little bit, and it is fleeting, but it was enough to make it pursue madly. Not only Suyu. King's power of pain has spread throughout the entire materialized space, invading every inch of space, to drag all lives into the hell of pain. In the Elders' Council space, those fused people are also affected at this time. Earlier, after Suyu moved these people to this Elders' Council space, he used his authority to open a virtual screen for them, so that they can see the live broadcast of the battlefield. As combatants, they must keep abreast of the battlefield situation at all times. It is normal for Suyu to arrange this. So before, these people were watching the live broadcast, and they were shocked by Suyu's amazing performance. Such a terrifying 1,000-meter mecha, a 5th-level creation. seemed to be inexplicably controlled by Suyu, and then disappeared. That terrible king was directly expelled from the mecha by Suyu, and could only curse in anger. Later, Suyu transformed into a light-forged giant through the Shining Sun blueprint, and fought against the dark demon god transformed by Wang. And he took advantage of the situation, which amazed them even more. This reversal of the situation made the fusion people, who were worried about Suyu, feel relieved, and they all exclaimed, "Mr. Suyu is so strong. He even defeated the legendary Shining Sun mecha." The mecha disappeared. So he must have been defeated. Right? Is this Mr. Suyu's true body? It's really. What level is Mr. Suyu? He is so strong. Does he need to hold a ceremony to become a giant god soldier mechanic? If you ask me about such a big boss, who else can I ask? These people were surprised and happy. Although they were descendants of the garrison mechanics, they did not have complete knowledge and could not figure out the source of Suyu's power. They only thought that the light-cast giant that Suyu transformed into was his true face and his hidden strength. Just when everyone was talking about it, Wang. Breakthrough. Then almost instantly, Wang. The power of pain has crossed many barriers and penetrated into the space of the Elders' Council. Ah! What is this? So painful, so painful. I want to die. These fusion people screamed immediately. They had previously fallen into the painful field created by the mechanical clan and tasted the pain of hell. But those pains, compared to the present, are simply child's play. Almost instantly, these fused people were about to collapse. But this qualitative change of pain power could keep them awake, preventing them from collapsing, and truly making life worse than death. Haha. Those humans will soon become pain puppets and become part of my power. Suyu. Don't worry. When I solve you, I will travel around the world and send any life related to you to hell to keep you company. Come on, don't resist anymore. The pain of hell is your eternal destination. Wang laughed wildly, although there was no smile. But his face was full of pain. Suyu's face was also distorted with pain. At this time, he had almost been completely dragged into hell by Wang. The light on his body had been suppressed to only a little bit, as if it would go out at any time. Suyu felt that the power of the sun in his body seemed to be almost used up. When it is completely used up, he will then recover his third-level strength, and can only let King kill him. At that time, he will definitely face endless torture. Such hellish pain, wonderful how long it will last, for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Or even longer. So long that it is unimaginable. Just thinking about this will make people shudder. But Suyu did not have the slightest fear, but was thinking about one thing. King. The power of pain can change qualitatively under great pressure. Where is my sun power? Sun power seems to be the opposite of the power of pain, or it may be two sides of the same coin, just like the power of loyalty and the power of betrayal. My sun power now is just the accumulation of the past. I should be like one, and be able to generate sun power on my own. That's the right way. Only then can I win. Come on. Give me a little more pain. Let me see where the limit of sun power is. Let me see where the limit of Suyu is. Suyu shouted in his heart, and suddenly gave up the resistance to the power of pain. The next moment, Suyu fell into hell completely. Chapter 343, Counterattack in Hell. The true power of the sun belongs to Suyu. The moment Suyu gave up resistance, he almost lost all perception of the outside world. Endless pain overwhelmed all his senses, thoughts, reason. In his consciousness, there was only endless pain at this time. This kind of pain is extremely intense. It is thousands of times more intense than the pain endured by those fused people. After all, those fused people, I just endured a little aftermath. Suyu was the real target of Wang, and the enemy that Wang hated the most. Even if those fused people were 100,000 people fused, and their perceptions overlapped, they were not half as painful as Suyu was enduring at this moment. In addition to the intense pain, Suyu was also shocked. The power of pain created by Wang was really strong. Suyu himself had not expected that it could be so painful. This kind of pain surpasses the physical and psychological limits. If you don't experience it yourself, you can't imagine it at all. And normal pain, when it reaches the limit, will make the mind dull, numb, and lose consciousness. That is the biological instinct of self-protection, to avoid dying of pain. But now, the more intense the pain Suyu endures, the more sober he is. So he can still think, and still be shocked. And because of this sobriety, the perception of pain, it is clearer and more difficult to endure. This kind of pain cannot kill people. It is pure torture. It will never end. Almost instantly, Su Yu regretted it. He regretted why he had to fight with Wang. Why he had to give up resistance. Fall into this hell. Why? Within 100,000th of a second, Su Yu's mind was filled with this strong regret. No matter how determined he was. Under such extreme pain, I can't control my thoughts. And I can't suppress this feeling of regret. But regret is useless, and can't change Su Yu's current situation. Its only effect is to make Su Yu more painful. The more regretful he is, the more painful he is. The more painful he is, the more regretful he is. They overlap and strengthen each other. Su Yu feels that under this extreme pain, time has stopped. In just 1 second, he can't see the end. This is no longer a day like a year. Instead, every second felt like 1,000 years. In less than 1/10,000th of a second, Su Yu felt that he had lived through 10 lifetimes. Another 10,000th of a second passed, and at this moment, Su Yu no longer regretted it. He just wanted to die quickly, to be free. He wanted to gather strength, to self-destruct, to give himself a quick death. But under the intense pain, he couldn't control himself at all, and couldn't even kill himself. This power of pain, went on King, can strengthen King's combat power, after all. This is the power that Wang cultivated himself. But on Su Yu, it made him numb and stiff all over. And it was difficult for him to control his actions. After realizing this fact, Su Yu was naturally more painful. Every moment, Su Yu would have new emotions. Regret, resentment, anger, despair. Every emotion would increase Su Yu's pain again. This is the real hell. Wang's hell power was originally cultivated with the pain of mechanical life. But after the power is fully developed, it is no longer limited to machines or humans. For flesh and blood creatures like Su Yu, it is also 100% effective. Su Yu endured the pain in hell. But Wang was extremely surprised, because although Su Yu was beaten by Wang just now, he could still resist for a long time. Although Wang's power of pain is endless, the stronger the power, the more intense its own pain. So Wang doesn't want to keep exploding. It was really unbearable. As a result, Su Yu suddenly gave up resistance and directly entered hell. Wang was naturally very surprised. It didn't have to endure more pain. Of course for it, the so-called surprise, in fact, was not joyful, it just suffered less pain. Ha ha. Su Yu, are you stupid? Give up resistance? Come on. Enjoy the pain of hell. Wang laughed loudly and blasted more hell power at Su Yu. Su Yu's body, actually, still maintained the form of a light-cast giant, and had extremely strong defense. King's energy and kinetic attacks could not penetrate into it, and could not kill Su Yu. However, Su Yu gave up his resistance to the power of hell, and this painful emotion could penetrate into it, and attack Su Yu mentally. So in a short period of time, the pain that Su Yu endured increased 10-fold, 100-fold. Normal energy attacks, to increase 10-fold or 100-fold, that is extremely difficult. But pain is a subjective feeling on the spiritual level. Not to mention 10 times or 100 times, it is possible to be 10,000 times or 1,000,000,000 times. In hell, the pain will never end. As Wang exerted his strength, Su Yu's pain increased again. Su Yu made a vague sound. Previously, Su Yu had been silently enduring the pain, without making a sound, but now, he seemed to be unable to bear it anymore. A strong impulse, it actually broke through the numbing effect of the power of pain, allowing him to speak. And Su Yu spoke. Not to scream, but to beg for mercy. That's right. The excessive pain made Su Yu actually want to beg for mercy. However, Su Yu still relied on his strong will, at the critical moment, to hold back, and only let out a light hum. How could he beg for mercy from the enemy? However, this light hum was still heard by King. With the wisdom of King, it immediately understood the meaning of Su Yu's hum. And it laughed again. Ha ha. Su Yu, do you want to beg for mercy? Speak up. Beg for mercy, and I will consider letting you go. You don't believe it? Ha ha. I don't believe it myself. However, although I won't let you go, I can consider alleviating your pain. How about it? Beg for mercy. Say something nice. I'll be happy to hear it. I'll let you be free for a while. How about 1,000th of a second? Wang said some tempting words to Su Yu. This is actually not a temptation at all, after all. Wang has said that he will never let Su Yu go. At most, it can only reduce Su Yu's pain a little, and it will only reduce 1,000th of a second. What good is this? But after Suyu heard it, he was immediately moved. Just asking for mercy, can you be free for 1,000th of a second? Let alone 1,000th of a second, even if it was 1/10,000th of a second. 100,000th of a second. As long as he could be freed for a moment. It would be the supreme happiness for Suyu at this moment. So his lips moved, as if he was about to open his mouth and beg for mercy from Wang. However, Suyu still did not make a sound. At the critical moment, Suyu's strong will told himself, "Don't bow your head. Don't beg for mercy. Don't even want to die." In Suyu's heart, there was a fierce struggle, and this struggle countless times aggravated Suyu's pain, making him want to beg for mercy more. And Suyu suppressed this impulse with his strong will. In a short period of time, he suppressed it countless times, and the pain became stronger and stronger. Wang naturally saw Suyu's struggle and pain, and laughed even more happily. At this time, its smile was really a bit of a smile. Not like before, when the laughter sounded like crying. The more Suyu suffered, Wang's own pain seemed to be relieved a little. It seems that Suyu shared the pain for it. So that's it. As long as I pull more lives into hell, and share the pain, I will feel more and more relaxed. Maybe I can be truly liberated in the end. And at the same time, my strength will be endlessly enhanced. Your pain is my strength. At this time, Wang had a new understanding of the power of pain. This kind of power, it turns out, is trained like this. Ha ha. Suyu, just wait. I will drag all the lives on the planet into hell. I will not let you die. I will let you watch your relatives and friends fall into hell with your own eyes. To accompany you. At that time, I may be promoted to the 5th level. I can set off to the galaxy. Drag the entire starry universe into hell. Ha 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 ha. The original king, after completely merging with the power of pain, has been completely desperate. It thought it would never be able to escape the pain of hell. But now, it finally saw hope. As long as it pulled more lives into hell, it would be able to be liberated, and even become stronger and stronger. So at this moment, its laughter was truly joyful, and even the pain in its body was suppressed for a short time. Although it was suppressed for only a moment, the next moment, the endless life of hell came again. And it was more intense than before. Wang's smile froze, and his face showed a twisted expression. It looked fierce, and once again blasted more painful power at Suyu, sharing the pain he suffered. And the pain Suyu suffered instantly increased many times. At this time, Suyu seemed to have been completely defeated by the pain. For the bombardment of Wang's painful power, Suyu's body just twitched a few times, and there was no other movement, and he did not do it like before, trying to beg for mercy. It seems that at this moment, Suyu does not even have the ability to beg for mercy. What's going on? Wang, bombarding the power of pain into Suyu's body, its own pain was greatly reduced. It looked at Suyu, who did not react, and was a little puzzled. It was a little overwhelmed by the pain just now. Why did Suyu react so calmly? There was not even a sign of begging for mercy. Is it because the pain is too intense, and it has completely lost its ability to move? Wang, guessing that its power of pain is too intense, Suyu was stunned. Actually, Suyu still had a strong urge to beg for mercy at this moment, and he still had a little self-control, so he could beg for mercy. But this urge had been completely suppressed by Suyu, and could not have any effect on Suyu's body. In fact, as Suyu suppressed the urge to beg for mercy, the power of the sun in his body was actually slowly increasing. Although it was only a trace, it was not visible from the outside, and Wang did not notice it. But Suyu knew that his sun power had indeed been enhanced. He was overjoyed. So that's it. This sun power is the power transformed from faith and will. The sun power I used before came from others. But now, under this extreme pain, I suppressed my own pain and weakness with my will and faith, and finally generated my own sun power. Suyu understood. As Suyu had thought before, the power of the sun and the power of pain seemed to be two sides of the same coin, both of which are spiritual powers. So when Suyu saw that he was at a disadvantage, he gave up resisting the pain and fell into hell. He tried to find his own power of the sun in hell and change it. At this time, Suyu was in extreme pain, but he refused to admit defeat. With his strong will and belief, he finally produced his own power of the sun. After realizing this, Suyu suddenly became energetic, and the regret, resentment, and other emotions caused by the pain were swept away. He tried his best to encourage his faith and strengthen the power of the sun. This new power of the sun was completely different from the power Suyu used before. Suyu could only use that kind of power before, but he had no deep connection with it. But now, this new power of the sun was generated by Suyu himself and was one with him. Although this new power of the sun is only a little bit, it brings Suyu endless courage, faith, hope, light, all kinds of beautiful emotions, which arise out of thin air, and even the pain of hell cannot cover it up. In fact, Suyu is still suffering from the pain of hell at this time, and this pain is increasing every moment. But the positive emotions brought by the power of the sun can suppress and ignore some pain. For people with strong will, it's not that I can't feel the pain, but that I'm not afraid of it. Pain, for Suyu, is no longer a problem, but a tool for him to temper his will. It makes his sun power, generated faster and faster, and more pure. At this moment, Suyu is just like Wang. Wang is the fusion of himself and the power of pain. Pain is it. It is pain. And Suyu is now also fused with the sun power. The sun power is him. He is the sun power. This fusion process is happening at a rapid speed. At the same time, his body is also undergoing drastic changes. The light-cast giant that Suyu has transformed into is originally designed to contain and use the power of the sun. Suyu didn't know how to use it before, but now that he is merged with the power of the sun, he has truly mastered this body. At this time, Suyu is no longer just relying on his will to generate the power of the sun, but is absorbing the power of the sun from other people in his body, constantly strengthening itself. And this kind of devouring is not balanced. Devour 1 energy, but it can make Suyu stronger by 2 points. It's like eating 1 pound of rice, but can make you gain 2 pounds. It simply violates the law of conservation of energy. It was Suyu who used his own will to process and purify these external sun power, making them stronger, even constantly self-proliferating. Haha. Wang, you can use the power of pain to become a perpetual motion machine, and now I can do it too. Suyu suddenly laughed, and the power of his whole body suddenly burst out, shining brilliantly. It's time to fight back. Chapter 344 The Evil Power of the Sun, Die with a Smile or Live in Pain. At this moment, Suyu's heart was filled with faith, courage, brightness and other positive emotions and will. These wills were constantly transformed into Suyu's power of the sun, making his power grow endlessly, seemingly never weakening. The light on his body, like the scorching sun, instantly dispelled the power of pain surrounding him, and blasted Wang away. How is it possible? The king, who was blown away, was not injured. After all, this was just the energy that burst out from Suyu, not a targeted attack. But it was actually very injured. King looked at the radiant light on Suyu with a look of disbelief. It didn't understand. Just now Suyu was clearly trapped in hell, unable to extricate himself. Why did he suddenly break free and burst out such power? But King, it was only a moment. He realized the truth. You actually realized the true power of the sunlight mech. Damn it, why? Why? I have studied it for 10,000 years, but I have not been able to master it. Why can you? Wang. He roared unwillingly. Unwillingness and resentment filled his consciousness. Since the war with Suyu, it has no idea how many times it has broken through the defense. It has studied the sunlight mech for 10,000 years, but it has never been able to master the core power of the sunlight mech. That's why it thought of another way, using the power of hell pain, to drive and control this mecha. However, if you want to drive the Yuri mecha, it is naturally most appropriate to use the original power of this mecha. As for the power of hell pain, the stronger the power, the more severe the pain. If there is a choice, Wang is not willing to use this self-abuse power. Now, Wang sees that the power of Yuri mecha that he has been seeking for 10,000 years has been truly mastered by Suyu in a short time. Naturally, he could not accept it and was very angry. What is impossible? With your temperament, this power of the shining sun is not something you can master. This power of hell pain is very suitable for you. Suyu did not rush to attack but smiled. Wang. Hearing this, he was silent, and his face showed a distorted look again. It has studied the power of the shining sun for 10,000 years, and naturally understands that this power, in addition to the relevant technology, the shining sun blueprint, also requires faith, light, courage, and other positive emotions and powers to be generated. And it, since the day when the restrictions were lifted, its heart was filled with darkness, and it was unlikely to generate the shining sun power. The hell pain power really suits it very well. But this means it is destined to fall into hell, and merge with hell, and endure endless pain. How can it accept it? No! This shining sun power, essentially just a kind of energy, as long as I have detailed technology and data, I will definitely be able to research a way to master it. As long as I defeat you, torture you with hell torture, and force you to tell me the secret of the shining sun blueprint, I will definitely be able to master the power of the shining sun. At that time, I will be with the shining sun in hell, and I will definitely be able to go further. Wang roared. It refused to admit that it was doomed to fail, and was doomed to endure the pain of hell. However, after hearing its words, Suyu did not refute, but nodded and said, "That's right, this shining sun power is essentially a kind of energy. But the way it is produced is a little special, and requires a special mental state. As long as there is relevant technology, it is indeed possible to develop alternative production methods." You reminded me of this. Suyu himself also felt that this shining sun power had some limitations. He was just in the pain of hell, constantly suppressing his negative emotions, and an immense courage and faith burst out in his heart, which allowed the shining sun power to be produced. Continuous. If Suyu's courage and faith weaken, then the power of the shining sun will naturally weaken. Suyu thinks he is a normal person, and his mental state will also fluctuate, and he cannot always stay at the peak. After all, he is not a machine. Even if he is a machine, after he has wisdom and emotions, his mental state will also fluctuate. In this way, the power of the shining sun seems a little unstable. After the war, Suyu will definitely study related technologies, study the details of this technology, so that you don't need to maintain your peak will all the time, and you can also produce powerful radiant sun power. Only then can you truly master this power. Suyu is actually a technology-oriented person, and believes that no matter what power it is, it can be mastered through the research and progress of technology. This radiant sun power needs to be maintained by the psychological state, which is a bit idealistic, and does not suit his preferences. So Suyu agreed with Wang's statement. Suyu's agreement, actually, made Wang stunned slightly, not knowing how to respond. At the same time, Wang felt a chill in his heart. It realized that Suyu, this enemy, was really scary. Not in terms of strength, but psychologically. Even at this time, even if Suyu had just experienced the torture of hell, and then broke out again in the blink of an eye, and mastered the powerful power of the sun, under such a drastic change between heaven and hell, Suyu also maintained his rationality as a researcher, and was not arrogant. He even listened to and agreed with the words of Wang. A powerful enemy. Such an enemy was really terrible. In comparison, Wang was always in pain and anger, and he didn't know how to break through the defense and roar. So he was far behind. Calm down. Calm down. Wang quickly warned himself not to lose control of his emotions. If he continued like this, I'm afraid that I will be defeated by Suyu. And then, there will be no recovery. Actually, it can't be blamed. It is always suffering from the pain of hell. It is really difficult to stay rational. But no matter how difficult it is, it has to do it. The pain and madness on King's face suddenly subsided, and the wisdom and majesty that originally belonged to it once again prevailed. Although Suyu is an enemy, it also feels that it should learn from Suyu. Stay rational in battle, and not be affected by pain. Under its control, the pain, despair and madness in his consciousness suddenly dissipated a lot. However, it was in this state before it could last for 1,000th of a second before Suyu broke it. Haha. Are you stupid? I can stay rational because rationality can enhance my strength. And the more crazy and painful your power of pain is, the stronger it is. Look at you. Are you weakening now? Hearing Suyu's words, Wang, the face suddenly changed, became distorted again. Because it really felt that, as it regained its sanity, its own strength was weakening. It turned out that, even if it wanted to learn from Suyu, it couldn't do it. Its fate was to endure the endless pain of hell. Realizing this fact, the pain in its heart came again, and the strength in its body also increased. Seeing this, Suyu smiled and said, "That's right. Very good, keep it up, I'm going to take action. Your power of pain will make me miserable and desperate. But now my power of the sun can make you comfortable and rational. This is a benefit. Enjoy it." Suyu laughed loudly, and the light all over his body exploded, condensing into a beam of energy, and blasted towards Wang. When he was talking to Wang just now, He was actually accumulating strength and clearing the power of hell that had just invaded his body. Now he feels that the accumulation is almost enough, so he launched an attack. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the explosion and the light merged into one, and the entire physical space was covered by the light of the explosion. Only the figures of Suyu and Wang could be vaguely seen. Behind Suyu, 9 balls of light rose. Each ball of light was condensed from the extremely concentrated power of the sun. Each ball of light was firing energy beams at Wang at a frequency of 100,000 times per second. Wang was shocked by this terrifying beam of light. Boom! And they were defeated. At this time, Suyu had too much power to use up, and he was no longer using his fists as before. Now Suyu was directly condensing his energy into beams, blasting wildly. Every beam Suyu fired at this time was extremely powerful, capable of killing a 7-star transcendent. And it was at a frequency of 70,000 times per second. Such power was simply incredible. If there was an army of 7-star transcendents, I'm afraid they will be killed by Suyu in a blink of an eye, leaving no one alive. At this moment, Suyu is really too strong. It's like a heavy machine gun facing the charge of an ordinary army. As long as there are bullets and gun barrels, it will be an endless massacre. Under absolute power, the number seems to have lost its meaning. After all, Suyu's current strength is close to the 5th level. Close to the planetary level. The higher the level of the extraordinary, the greater the gap. Even if there are a large number of 7-star extraordinary people facing the current Suyu, it is also extremely powerless, and can only be killed by the endless beams. Wang originally had the power of the top 4th level, and after merging with the power of pain, its power was further increased, approaching the 5th level. And Suyu can suppress it now, so it is naturally the top 4th level, approaching the 5th level. It is not surprising to have such a terrifying power. Of course, if there is really an army of 7-star strongmen, there will definitely not be thousands of mindless charges. Instead, they formed a formation like the fusion people, fuse their power, and would not allow Suyu to slaughter them at will. There must be more than one way to fuse the power of a large number of psychics. Even the previous mechanical clan could form a field of pain. If there were enough of them, even Suyu would feel troubled. However, there is only one king now, so it is naturally impossible to form any military formation. Under the bombardment of Suyu's terrifying power, in a short time, Wang's body was shattered by the bombardment. And the strangest thing is that Wang's face did not show any pain, but seemed to be very comfortable. This is because Suyu's shining sun power bombarded its body, although it injured it, but it did not feel any pain. Instead, it was like the spring sun shining on its body, making it feel comfortable and full of courage and faith. With these courage and faith, Wang suppressed the endless pain, and in a short time, freed himself from the pain of hell. So when facing Suyu's attack, it not only did not resist, but enjoyed it a little. This is similar to when Suyu was eroded by the power of pain before. At that time, Suyu's body was filled with pain, extremely numb, unable to move. Now Wang is not unable to move, but unwilling to move. It's so comfortable, so enjoyable. One is pain, one is to enjoy. Under such enjoyment, Wang had just maintained a moment of rationality, and it was thrown away to the sky. He felt that if he could continue like this, it would not matter if he was beaten to death by Suyu. This power of the sun is a bit weird. It can actually make it willing to be beaten. Look at the way it enjoys. It's a bargain for it. Suyu was speechless when he saw this. This power of the sun, seemingly fair and upright, is actually a bit of evil energy. It is not strange to let the enemy die with a smile. What else is strange? Because Wang enjoyed Suyu's attack. Its pain was weakened, and its strength also weakened. As a result, its injuries became more and more serious. In a short time, more than half of Wang's body was annihilated. However, Suyu felt that his radiant sun power was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that this radiant sun power could also erode the enemy, and from the enemy's enjoyment, get energy replenishment. This is similar to the power of hell, and at the same time the opposite. The power of hell is to pull other lives into hell, share the pain, and thus gain power. Suyu's power of the sun, however, pulls people into heaven, shares happiness, and can also gain power. In fact, the power of the sun that Suyu used at the beginning was also obtained from others. Suyu had helped many humans before, and those humans were sincerely grateful to Suyu. The power of these sincere beliefs became Suyu's initial reserve of the power of the sun. It was equivalent to a gift given to Suyu by others. And now, Suyu bombarded King with the power of the sun, gaining power from it, but it was a forced invasion, changing King's psychological state. This is much more overbearing, much more evil, not a gift, but a forced robbery. Is this the true use of the power of the sun? In this way, I don't need to keep a subversive psychological state all the time, just erode and control the enemy. Sure enough, it is the two sides of the same coin with the power of hell. Both are equally evil. Although Suyu's power is increasing, he feels a little cold in his heart. Because as the power of the sun increases, Suyu even has an impulse in his heart to pull more lives into the power of the sun, let them enjoy endlessly in the paradise constructed by the power of the sun, and provide Suyu with endless power at the same time. In this way, Suyu might really be able to obtain the 5th level power, directly break the blockade and head for the universe. However, soon, Suyu suppressed this impulse. This power of the sun is too evil. It can make powerful enemies willing to die and enjoy death. I thought there were righteous gods in this world. But now it seems that if there is a power of the sun, it is probably not normal. At this time, Wang had been blasted by Suyu, and only half of his head was left. If it continues like this, it will definitely die. But at this time, Wang seemed to sense the danger. Suddenly opened his eyes. No! I don't want to die. Pain? I need more pain. Wang woke up at the last moment and roared. In its consciousness, all kinds of painful memories flashed through it, and it forcibly suppressed the comfort it had just enjoyed. It let itself fall into hell again. Its strength began to recover and resisted Suyu's attack. Rather than dying with a smile, it chose to live in pain. Chapter 345: The Ultimate Competition of Wills. At this moment, King, it is the first time that he truly accepts hell, accepts pain. It merged with the power of hell before, it was somewhat reluctant. Now it actively accepts it. There is no other way. If it does not accept it, it will be killed by Suyu. At this moment, King, in order to get rid of the influence of the power of the sun, it actively fell into hell. It is almost the same as Suyu before. However, Suyu wanted to survive at the risk of his life, first enter hell, then awaken the power of the sun, break free, and thus increase its power. The current King is different. This time it took the initiative to fall into hell, which is eternal, and it will never be able to escape. Because this time, it took the initiative to accept and merge more deeply with the power of pain in hell. Even Suyu's power of the sun could not free it. With a complete fusion with the power of pain, King's incomplete body, he began to recover immediately. Because the body is the carrier of pain. With a body, more pain can be produced. Conversely, even if there is no body, as long as there is enough pain, a body can be condensed. This new body is specially designed to make Wang feel stronger pain. This new body is 10 times or 100 times more sensitive to any pain than the previous body. Correspondingly, such strong pain will naturally increase Wang's strength. TSK, that's really cruel. Suyu was also slightly impressed when he saw this. He could also see how miserable Wang's current state was. Then, boom! Behind Suyu, the 9 light balls formed by the power of the shining sun suddenly merged and blasted out a beam of light. This beam of light was slower than all the previous attacks. Suyu used the energy control technique with extreme efficiency to condense all the power of the shining sun and burst it out with all his strength in one attack. This attack requires charging, which will take about 1/100th of a second. Suyu's strength has increased dramatically, and his mastery of extreme efficiency is naturally far better than before. However, it still takes 1/100th of a second to charge. The previous battle rhythm was too fast, and there was no time for him to charge. But now Wang is condensing a new body and has no time to dodge. So Suyu can safely condense his strength and is determined to kill Wang with one blow. The next moment, Suyu's sunbeam had already hit Wang's body. This attack, because it used the ultimate efficiency, had almost no energy leakage, and all the energy hit Wang's body. There was no explosion, and one could only see Wang's body, which, under the sunbeam, melted and dissipated rapidly, like snow encountering a blazing flame. Its body had not yet been reconstructed, and was completely unable to resist Suyu's attack. Facing Suyu's attack, it let out a terrifying scream. It seemed that after completely accepting the power of pain, the power of the shining sun could no longer make it feel comfortable, only endless pain. After the scream, Wang's body, completely disappeared. Suyu looked at the empty space in front of him, a little confused. Is this the end? Wang. Has he killed him? But what about the remains of Wang's body? Is it dead so completely? The key to Suyu's ritual is that he needs to use the remaining body of Wang to build his own giant god soldier mecha. Now he has nothing. What to do? How can he complete the ritual? Just when Suyu was speechless, a trace of black gas suddenly appeared in the empty space in front of him. This is... Wang is not dead yet? Suyu was not surprised but happy. Sure enough, that trace of black gas grew rapidly. In a short time, it condensed into a black mist. The black mist quickly condensed, became a solid, became the body of King. Suyu? You can't kill me! I have truly merged with hell now. As long as there is pain in the world, I will never die, haha. The reborn king laughed loudly. You mean you can't even free yourself now? Suyu also smiled and said softly. The laughter of King. It froze instantly. This is true. The previous king, if he could not bear the torture of hell, he still had the choice of death. Now it seems that this choice is gone. It is actually immortal. Just now Suyu confirmed that all the breath of King has disappeared, but it can be reborn, and its memory is not lost. This means that it can never get rid of such hell torture, and it will never end. Faced with this situation, King can actually laugh. Suyu was in awe. However, after hearing Suyu's words, Wang apparently realized the sadness of the situation and could no longer laugh. Suyu? I am immortal. Don't worry, I will have enough time to slowly torture you. Wang was angered by Suyu's smile and gnashed his teeth. Boom! Before he finished speaking, a black beam of light had already penetrated Suyu. Suyu lowered his head, looking at the big hole in his chest. He was a little surprised. He was a little slow to react to the black beam just now. Wang has become stronger. Now every attack and every taunt of Suyu will give it greater pain. Stronger power. More reluctant life. In this way, it will be invincible. However, how can Suyu be afraid? Nothing is immortal. Even the universe will perish one day. Suyu said softly. Facing such a powerful king, Suyu's heart surged with endless fighting spirit. His shining sun power also increased endlessly. The big hole in his chest was repairing rapidly. Then, without waiting for the repair to be completed, Suyu suddenly rushed towards King. One man and one machine, fighting madly together. This time their battle was much more brutal than before. Fists and kicks and energy beams flew everywhere. Each attack, they can all blast the opponent's body into pieces, and then quickly recover. However, in comparison, King is still stronger. Its power of pain is really endless. Every time it is attacked, it will become more painful and stronger. In comparison, Suyu can only try his best to muster up courage and fighting spirit, so that the power of the sun can continue to flow, and he can barely compete with King. Although he is at a disadvantage, Suyu managed not to fall down, and seemed to be able to hold on like this. Boom! I don't know how long it took. In the entire materialized space, all the buildings, mountains and rivers were destroyed by the aftermath of the battle between Wang and Suyu. The entire materialized space was empty, with only paleness, because in this materialized space, almost all the buildings, mountains and rivers were the product of data materialization. And just now, these things had been smashed to pieces by the shocking battle between Suyu and Wang. Suyu and Wang both have the power of the top level of the fourth order at this time. After a great battle, what can withstand this? The materialized space at this time is like a game scene without overtime textures. It is empty. In this paleness, Suyu and Wang stand opposite each other. At this time, Wang, the body is close to 1,000 meters high, close to the previous Yuri mecha. Its entire body exudes an extremely majestic and terrifying aura, and the endless pain of hell. The light-cast giant that Suyu transformed into was much shorter than the king at this time, and from the outside, he was also much more tragic. Most of the flesh and blood on Suyu's body had disappeared, and he was beaten by the king, to the point where only the skeleton was left. This skeleton was also like light-cast, but it was already stained with a thick black. On the skeleton, a few strands of light-cast flesh and blood were slowly regenerating, but the speed was very slow, and it was unknown when it would be restored to its original state. Obviously, Suyu was seriously injured. His skeleton was shaky, and it seemed that he had difficulty even standing. Suyu, you are no match for me. Your shining sun power needs the support of faith. How long can you hold on? Wang looked down from above and gave a majestic voice. Suyu and Wang had fought until now, relying on the support of will. Every time he was about to be defeated by Wang, Suyu would mobilize his faith and fighting spirit, transforming it into shining sun power, recover from injuries, replenish strength. But faith and fighting spirit are not endless. Suyu is a human being after all. His spirit will get tired and his will weaken. Now Suyu has obviously begun to weaken, and he can't even recover from his injuries. However, King's power of pain is really endless. He gets stronger and stronger with each battle. He doesn't even have any injuries. Suyu heard this. He didn't have much flesh on his head, which was like a light-cast skull. He laughed, haha. What about you? Your power of pain, although it gets stronger with each battle, it also hurts more and more. How long can you hold on? Suyu could also see that, although the king was extremely powerful at this time, its body strength might even be close to the 5th level, but its body was trembling slightly. Because for the king, every bit of strength was gained with pain. The stronger it is, the more painful it is. It also relies on its will. Fight against this extreme pain. It will definitely last longer than you. After Suyu exposed the truth, Wang was immediately furious, and it might also be painful. Its figure moved. Suyu didn't even see where the attack came from, and was blown away. Suyu's body was directly blasted into the boundary of the materialized space. His light-cast skeleton was covered with cracks. Wang. This blow caused him great damage. And it was not just one blow. The next moment, Wang chased to the border and launched a violent attack on Suyu. The more he attacked, the stronger he became. At this moment, Suyu couldn't even keep up with Wang's speed, let alone fight back. But Suyu was still laughing. Good fight. Let's see how long you can hold out. At this moment, Suyu had only one belief in his heart, that he must hold out longer than Wang. He must not fall in front of Wang. With the support of this belief, Suyu's skeleton, every time it was about to be broken, it would recover a little, although only a little, but it could not be completely broken. On the other side, although Wang's strength was still increasing, he was shaking more violently. It was obviously too painful, and some of them could not bear it. Now the two of them were not competing in strength at all, but in willpower. Let's see who can't hold on first. After an unknown amount of time, Suyu suddenly felt that Wang's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. It actually began to weaken. Suyu laughed out loud. You can't hold on. But Wang didn't respond at all. It was in so much pain that it didn't even have the energy to speak. It could only attack Suyu mechanically. You've had enough. Now it's my turn. Suyu's skeleton-like body suddenly burst into a shocking light. That was Suyu, who had been secretly accumulating strength before, just waiting for this moment to make a shocking counterattack. Under this light, Wang screamed again. The whole body twitched suddenly. Suyu's charged attack, actually, had limited damage to it, but the pain brought by the power of the sun had a great deal of damage to it. It was already close to its limit, and now it was stimulated by Suyu's charged power of the sun. Under that kind of severe pain, it could no longer bear it. Its 1,000-meter-high body fell down with a bang, and fell heavily into the data turbulence outside the boundary of this materialized space. After falling, it was still shaking. It was obviously in great pain, and he almost rolled on the ground. I won. Suyu looked at the fallen king, and smiled happily. In this battle, he won after all. He relied on his willpower to defeat this 10,000-year-old mechanical clan. Willpower is related to age, and it has nothing to do with it. Although King has lived for 10,000 years, Suyu is young and energetic. In a competition of willpower, who is afraid of whom? After defeating such a strong enemy head-on, Suyu couldn't help but look up at the sky. After a long time, he felt the extreme joy of victory again. This kind of joy, Suyu had felt it when he defeated the tyrannical thoughts and the giant god Mecha in the trial. And now this feeling is even clearer. Because those were all memories, now it is real. It's so cool. Suyu sighed with satisfaction. In this joy of victory, he just felt that all the previous hardships, dangers, are worth it. A person lives a life. How many times can you fight with all your might like this? How many times can you feel the joy after victory like this? However, Just as Su Yu was enjoying the joy of victory, the fallen king, its body, was still getting stronger, because its pain did not stop. The stronger it got, the more painful it was, and the more painful it got, the stronger it got. Oh no! It's going to explode. Su Yu immediately noticed that the situation was not good. King had been defeated by the endless pain of hell, and could not control this power. And this power is still growing uncontrollably. If it continues like this, it will explode sooner or later. It is equivalent to a top-level, fourth-level strongman self-destructing with all his strength. The power. Su Yu did not dare to delay, and quickly waved his hand, releasing a large amount of various materials. Metals, minerals, and even formed parts. Su Yu, what do you want to do? No. Wang. Although it has lost its ability to move, it is still conscious. It noticed Su Yu's actions. He asked reluctantly. But how could Su Yu care about it? He casually shot another beam of sunlight, blocking its words. Then Su Yu activated his mechanic ability. All the materials, metals, minerals, parts, flew up automatically, swirled around Su Yu, each melted, and turned into complete parts, structures, systems. These parts and structures vaguely formed a tall machine. Giant God Soldier Mecha. Chapter 346, Researching the Hell Furnace, the prototype of Hell. This Giant God Soldier Mech looks different from the Giant God Soldier Mechs that Su Yu had come into contact with before. On the contrary, it looks very similar to the Shining Sun Mech that appeared before. In fact, this is what Su Yu built according to the Shining Sun Mech's blueprint, but in terms of details, some modifications were made. What do you want to do? Next to him, Wang, who was already suffering from severe pain, lying on the ground at this time. It was able to spare a trace of consciousness and notice Su Yu's actions. Of course, I will use you to complete the 4th level ritual, Su Yu replied casually, and then released a ray of radiant power to hit Wang's body. Wang screamed and could no longer speak. Then Su Yu continued to concentrate on building the mecha and completing the ritual. His ritual required defeating a 4th level extraordinary person head-on, and then using the enemy's wreckage to build a mecha. Now it is halfway done, the remaining half must hurry up, otherwise King may explode. Su Yu doesn't know whether King will die after the explosion, but in Su Yu's current state, I'm afraid he can't withstand the power of the self-explosion. So we have to hurry. Su Yu's plan is to use King as the energy core of the Giant God Soldier Mecha, just like the previous Hell Furnace. With the mecha absorbing and channeling King's painful energy, there should be no explosion. Instead, this huge amount of energy can be used to greatly enhance the combat power of the Giant God Soldier Mecha. You know, Wang is a top-level 4th order, close to the 5th order. And now the energy is so much that it is almost exploding. Using it as the energy core, how powerful will the new mecha be? For such a powerful mecha, the ordinary Giant God Soldier Mecha model can no longer meet the demand. So Su Yu directly used the Yuri blueprint he just obtained. This is the blueprint of the 5th order mecha. It can definitely withstand the full power of King. However, Su Yu made some modifications to the Shining Sun blueprint. Of course, it was not an improvement, as he did not have that ability yet. Instead, he simplified the Shining Sun blueprint, because many of the components in the Shining Sun blueprint had very high requirements for technology, energy, and materials. Su Yu could not meet them at all, and could not even understand them at all. So he could only simplify them as much as possible. And those that he could not understand, and could not meet the requirements, just skip it and replace it with the parts of the ordinary Giant God Soldier Mech. Although it may be a little inharmonious, it can be optimized slowly in the future. The key now is to quickly build the mech. Su Yu has exerted his thinking and ability to the limit. Various materials around him are flying at high speed, and quickly turning into various parts. In the past few days, he has been practicing casting mechs and is very skilled. At the same time, he also used the ability of the embodiment mechanic as an aid. First, use the data to materialize the framework, and then fill it with materials to turn it into parts. In this way, the speed is even faster. In just a few minutes, the prototype of a 500-meter giant mecha has been built. This speed is incredible. Su Yu is also desperate, with his thoughts and spiritual energy running at high speed. His whole body is as hot as the sun. This is running at the limit of his own, and the load is too heavy. In the battle with Wang, just now, he has not reached such strength. In the previous battle with Wang, the main competition was will and belief. But now it is relying on powerful thinking and calculation power, and psychic power, to fight against time. Even so, if Suyu is not still in the state of Light Forge Giant, with the strength of the 4th level, it is impossible to be so fast. The prototype of the mecha has just been built. Suyu immediately turned his head to look at Wang, and found that it still needs a few minutes to self-destruct. Suyu was slightly relieved. And then he waved his hand, and directly took something not far away, Hell Furnace. This thing is also a 5th level mechanical creation, and it was not destroyed by the aftermath of the previous battle. However, this thing was destroyed by the Yuri mecha a long time ago, and now it has lost its original function. Suyu took it and wanted to study its principle. After all, this thing can drive the Yuri mecha with the power of pain. Suyu wanted to use King to drive the giant god soldier mecha. Naturally, we need to refer to this Hell Furnace. This is another difficult task. In such a short time, it is not easy to study the principle of a 5th order mecha. But Suyu has a way. His mind changes, and the Yuri blueprint in his mind disappears, and becomes the structural information of the subspace analyzer. His figure suddenly appears vague, which is a sign of quantization. Suyu had previously obtained the complete blueprint of the subspace analyzer from the mechanical god. In addition, his strength and thinking capacity have increased dramatically, so he can enter the quantized state without going through the special environment in the subspace analyzer. There is a mechanical device in the subspace analyzer, which is specially used to construct a quantum environment. Suyu now has the blueprint of the device, and can use the data to materialize and construct a weakened version of the device, thereby generating a quantum environment and allowing himself to enter the quantized state. Suyu wants to use the quantized state, the ability of the subspace analyzer, the ultimate computing power and future vision, to analyze this Hell Furnace. The analysis ability in the quantum state is extremely strong, and it takes almost no time, which is just right for the current situation. In fact, it is easier to use the power of the mechanical god to watch fate. But the mechanical god has been stabilizing the materialized space since the beginning of the war, and it is estimated that it has reached its limit now. And Suyu is now completing the ritual. If he borrows the power of the mechanical god, I am afraid it will affect the effect of the ritual. So he can only rely on himself. His quantization relies on the knowledge in his mind, and his own energy, so it should not be considered as borrowing external forces. After Suyu completed the quantization, he did not rush to analyze the Hell Furnace, but looked at his body strangely, because he found that he still maintained the state of the Light Forge Giant, which was a bit strange. When he transformed into the Light Forge Giant, he relied on the blueprint of the Shining Sun mech in his mind, and successfully transformed with the help of the power of this blueprint. But now, Suyu's mind was filled with the blueprints of the subspace analyzer. Logically, Suyu should have transformed into a subspace analyzer. But he didn't. Suyu couldn't figure out what was going on. He could only guess that the principle of transforming into a light-ass titan and transforming into a subspace analyzer was not the same. Suyu could transform into a subspace analyzer because after quantization, he needed to maintain his own state through self-observation. In other words, in his subconscious, he thought that what he was, his probability cloud, would collapse into something, and his mind was filled with the data of the subspace analyzer, which made him subconsciously think that he was the subspace analyzer, and then he would become the subspace analyzer. He didn't know what would happen if he became this Light Forge Giant. In Suyu's mind, various analyses flashed quickly. And then he put this question behind him. Now let's analyze this Hell Furnace quickly. We will talk about the Light Forge Giant later. Suyu immediately turned his gaze to the Hell Furnace. After a glance, Suyu could not help but turn his head away. But the next moment, Suyu turned his head back again. His face showed a painful and twisted look. But he was still firm, and refused to look away. At this time, Suyu, although still a Light Forge Giant in appearance, was essentially a subspace analyzer. Therefore, his ability to analyze and observe was greatly increased. At this time, when he looked at the Hell Furnace, he could no longer only see the surface as before, but could see something deeper. The geology of hell. The essence of pain. Just by looking at it, he felt extremely intense pain, which was more intense than the pain he felt when he was invaded by the power of King before. After all, this Hell Furnace is a 5th level creation, and in terms of the strength of the power of pain, it is even higher than King. In just a moment, Suyu's mind seemed to be split into thousands of personalities. tasting all kinds of torture in hell. His body trembled, but his mind was still working fast, trying to analyze the principle of this hell furnace. Because he had the ability to foresee the future, his computing power was very terrible. In just a moment, he analyzed billions of times, and if he only analyzed the data, it would not cause the spread of the thought probability cloud, and turn him into a quantum madman. This allowed him to analyze and study as much as he wanted. However, the more he analyzed and calculated, Suyu felt more and more pain from hell. Fortunately, Suyu was still in a state of a Lightforged giant, and could use the power of the sun to resist the pain, otherwise he would have been unable to hold on. Huh? After just 1 minute, Suyu suddenly exhaled and looked away. The pain from hell was too strong, and the power of the sun could not resist it, so he had to stop. Fortunately, in this minute, Suyu had analyzed some of the superficial principles of the hell furnace through his ability to foresee the future. Now we can use this principle to build the energy core of the armor. These insights should be enough, Suyu said to himself. And then he lifted the quantization and looked at the king, lying next to him. First, we need to build a hell. Suyu's eyes darkened. And then he stretched out his big hand of light to the king. The power of the sun burst out and enveloped the king. Ah! The scream of the king sounded again. Wang's willpower was strong enough, but now he was tortured by the pain and had no ability to move. He could only rely on his willpower to hold on and barely keep from crying out. Suyu's power of the sun was too strong for him, making him unbearable. As Wang screamed, the power of pain in him grew faster and faster. He was afraid that he would explode in less than a minute. And Suyu, who was beside him, naturally could not resist the power of the explosion. However, Suyu ignored such risks and continued to use the power of the sun to stimulate King, making it more painful. At the same time, Suyu was also adjusting his mentality, filling his heart with a desire to abuse. He wanted to gain pleasure and joy from King's painful struggle. This was the theory that Suyu had obtained in Hell Furnace. If you want to use the power of pain and prevent it from erupting, you must first be able to control it. The key to controlling the power of pain is, it is necessary to awaken the heart of pain. First, the so-called heart of pain is a special kind of emotional desire. It requires a cruel mentality to torture other lives and obtain morbid pleasure from the pain and despair of other lives. In other words, Suyu must first cultivate the power of pain himself, before he can control it and use it. According to the information Suyu obtained from the Hell Furnace, the cultivation of this kind of power of pain does not seem to require any professional foundation. As long as you are a psychic, you have the opportunity to cultivate it. However, it seems that you need to look at some aptitude. If you don't have the aptitude, you can't awaken the heart of pain, and you will never be able to master this power. To be honest, this kind of cultivation is very perverted. If it is not necessary, Suyu will not try it. But there is no way. Now Wang is about to explode. It is better to be perverted than to be blown to death. Moreover, for a vicious guy like Wang, Suyu has no psychological pressure to torture it. Rather, Suyu is very happy to torture it. So in a short time, Suyu entered the state. Originally, Suyu thought that Wang's screams were a bit noisy. But now, he suddenly felt a little nice. Suyu instinctively wanted to increase his strength to make it scream louder. With this mentality, a strange force was condensed by Suyu. A black sphere appeared out of thin air in front of Suyu. This is the prototype of hell. Suyu looked at the black ball and knew that he had succeeded. This black ball was formed by the heart of pain, containing the power of pain, and forming the prototype of hell. With the help of this prototype of hell, it can contain the power of pain and will not be eroded by the power of pain. It only took a few seconds for Suyu to succeed. But he did not feel happy, but looked strange. It seems that his aptitude in the power of pain is very good. He can be said to be a peerless genius. Calm down. Calm down. Suyu used the power of nothingness to calm his sadistic desires, and then looked at the king. On the ground, he understood that the king, at this moment, was probably the prototype of hell, which was about to explode and could not contain so much pain. What Suyu had to do now was to use his own prototype of hell to contain the extra pain, so as to prevent the explosion. At the same time, he could not let the king be truly relieved, and he had to keep him at the critical point of being in pain. The difficulty is very high. It requires Suyu to practice the power of pain better than King, and it requires the prototype of hell condensed by Suyu to be larger and stronger than King. Only in this way can King be completely suppressed, and never be able to turn over. But King has studied the practice of the power of pain for 10,000 years. How can Suyu, who has just obtained the practice method, be stronger than it? But Suyu has a feeling that he can be stronger than King. Why? Why do I have this feeling? As long as I want, I can be stronger than King. In the way of pain? Am I really a genius in this area? This kind of weird power. I am a genius. This is not a good thing. Chapter 347. You have no talent. Giant God Soldier Mecha. Hell. So you knew that, no matter what field, there are actually geniuses. In the extraordinary field, there are naturally geniuses. Suyu had previously used the power of the mechanical god to accelerate his practice, allowing himself to be promoted from 8 stars to the peak of 9 stars in just a few days. This kind of accelerated practice, essentially, is to adjust fate and put oneself in a certain state of enlightenment. In this state of enlightenment, 1 hour of practice, it can be better than the previous month, or even a year, 10 years, 100 years. And some people may not need the assistance of any mechanical god power, and they can enter the state of enlightenment by themselves. This kind of people are the so-called peerless geniuses. Suyu originally thought that he did not have this kind of talent, but now he found that it was not that he did not have it, but that he did not find the right field. He seemed to be a genius in the field of hell's painful power. 1. In the field of painful power. So what if he studied for 10,000 years? Suyu had just started, and he was stronger than him. This kind of strength, not in terms of strength, but in essence. Although Suyu had not tried it yet, he had a strong feeling that, as long as he had a thought in his mind, within a minute, the prototype of hell that he had condensed could contain the power of the king. This kind of efficiency, if not genius, what else could it be? So, there is another reason for the prophecy that I will win. If I were really completely eroded by the power of pain of the king, I would probably immediately become the devil of pain in hell, and devour it in turn. At the same time, Suyu figured out another thing. In the prophecy that Suyu had obtained earlier, he would definitely win this battle. But in the battle just now, he needed to compete with his will. Use his will to condense the power of the sun, and fight against the king. And will is too uncontrollable. And there is a lot of room for fluctuation. If Suyu is weak, if you can't bear the pain, you might be completely sunk into the pain of hell. And there will be no chance of recovery. And human will is a very unstable thing. Although Suyu is very confident in his willpower, no one can predict such a thing. Maybe he will fail? This makes the prophecy seem a little unreliable. You can't say that even if Wang wins, he will let Suyu go. It's unlikely no matter how you think about it. Or, the prophecy may be changed. Suyu may not necessarily win. And now, Suyu finally understood. Even if he really sinks into hell, he will not lose, but will become stronger because of it. Because, Suyu is a genius in the way of hell pain. So he is bound to win, and it has nothing to do with willpower. But for having such a talent, Suyu is not happy at all, but a little speechless. It's like an ordinary person, who has been ordinary all his life, and suddenly one day finds out that he is a natural killer. In terms of becoming a murderer, he has a unique talent. This person's mood is probably not good. Before this, Suyu's talent in psychic power was actually very ordinary. He was able to quickly improve his strength, mainly relying on the career panel and various opportunities. If he relied entirely on his own meditation and practice, Suyu might not have broken through to 4 stars yet. So in terms of psychic talent, Suyu can be regarded as an ordinary person. In this perverted and twisted hell pain field, Suyu's talent is much better than Wang, who has studied for 10,000 years. Forget it. It's not my fault that I have talent. Suyu thought for a moment, shook his head slightly, and decided not to dwell on this matter. At this time, because of Suyu's thinking, his torture of Wang also slowed down slightly. Wang barely separated a little consciousness, and when he saw Suyu shaking his head, he suddenly laughed. Suyu, you are quite capable. You can actually get out of the hell furnace, gain the condensation aspect of the prototype of hell. But you want to condense the prototype of hell to contain my power of pain? It's just a dream. I have been on this path for 10,000 years. You have just entered the door. How can you compare with me? Haha. Wait. I will explode soon. I am immortal. And you? Can you stop it? Ha. Wang, although tortured by pain, he still saw Suyu's purpose. Seeing Suyu shaking his head, it naturally thought that Suyu had no other options. So it laughed loudly. in order to take revenge on Suyu and relieve its pain. Wang thought it could see Suyu's painful and desperate eyes. But he was disappointed. It was still itself that was in pain and despair. After a while, it could no longer laugh, because Suyu's expression darkened, and deep in his eyes, an extremely cruel and dark aura was revealed. The prototype of hell in front of Suyu, it grew rapidly, and in a short time, it became even larger than King. This prototype of hell was not essentially the power of pain, but the condensation of dark and cruel emotions. Only when this emotion was strong enough could it create and contain more and stronger pain. And Suyu had enough talent in this kind of emotion. With just a little condensation, the prototype of hell grew rapidly. Then this prototype of hell enveloped King. Seeing this scene, Wang, who was just laughing wildly, suddenly widened his eyes and froze. When Suyu's hell prototype was about to wrap it up, it finally reacted and shouted in panic, "Impossible! How is it possible? How can your hell prototype be so strong? It's even stronger than mine. You just got started. How could this happen?" Suyu heard this, and the cruelty in his eyes became even stronger. He smiled slightly. It looked a bit ferocious. "What's impossible about this? The reason is very simple. You don't have the talent." As soon as these words came out, the king, who was screaming wildly, immediately fell silent. In fact, with its wisdom, it should have thought of this possibility instantly. Suyu is a genius, so when he just got started, he was stronger than it. But it didn't dare to believe it at all, nor did it want to believe it. It has studied the way of hell for thousands of years, paid countless prices, and even took the initiative to accept the power of pain, completely merged with the pain of hell, can never get rid of it. After paying so much, the result is not as good as Suyu, who just got started for 1 or 2 minutes. How can it accept and believe it? But Suyu's words, "You have no talent," completely shattered Wang's struggle and pulled him back to reality. Yes, it has no talent, in the way of hell's pain, no talent, no matter how much it pays, abandons feelings, cruelly abuses its own people, and merges with hell. It's worse than death. But no talent means no talent, and he can't compare to Suyu. He is a big villain, but he doesn't have the talent to be a villain. This is really the saddest thing. After realizing this fact, the pain in Wang's heart suddenly increased. This fact seems to be more cruel than any torture. And Suyu looked at the painful Wang, and his eyes showed a look of satisfaction. But he immediately reached out and rubbed his face, hiding the twisted look of satisfaction. Suyu smiled bitterly in his heart. He was a decent man after all. But he mocked Wang, the villain, for not having the talent to be a villain. He succeeded in mocking him. What a big deal. Wang's pain increased dramatically. But Suyu's hell prototype also increased dramatically, and directly covered his head, completely enveloping him. Wang could no longer be seen at the spot. Only a black ball containing infinite hell pain power. This black ball, the ability to contain the power of pain, is extremely strong. After Wang was wrapped in it, he immediately stopped making any noise. The previous dangerous feeling of self-destruction at any time also disappeared. This means that Suyu's plan was successful, and the crisis was resolved. This black ball in the shape of hell, containing all the power of Wang, can become the energy core of the giant god soldier mecha, and truly complete the construction of this mecha. Suyu stared at the black ball, then the black ball shrank rapidly, and soon became only tens of meters in diameter. Then the black ball slowly flew to the chest of the giant god mecha frame built by Suyu, and embedded in it. Boom! As the black ball of hell was integrated into the giant god mecha, the newly built mecha immediately vibrated. The terrifying energy stream flowed on the entire mecha. A large number of parts were generated out of thin air to complete the mecha. Originally, Suyu was pressed for time. Only a frame was built for this mecha. Except for the main structure, most of it was not completed. There were many defects. Even the shell was leaking everywhere, and the parts inside could be seen. But now, with the energy core, it is actually completing itself. This is not that this mecha has self-awareness, but the essence of the power of pain, which is that it can condense a body out of thin air. Things like pain need a body as a carrier to achieve the greatest effect. So if there is no body, if the pain is strong enough, it will replenish the body by itself, thus allowing the pain to reach its limit. This is a different principle from data materialization, and seems to be more superior and advanced. Because this kind of replenishment, it consumes almost no energy, but consumes pain. And pain seems to be endless. In a blink of an eye, this new giant god mecha has been automatically replenished. the original silver-white metal body, because it was filled with a large amount of hell pain power, covered with black lines. The repaired giant god soldier mech shook again, and all the materialized space around it was shattered. This was the overflowing energy, causing the space to shatter. This momentum was even stronger than the previous peak king. After all, the top-level 4th-level king had been sealed in the mech and became part of the mech's power. At this time, this giant god soldier mech, just from the momentum, was even close to the 5th-level shining sun mech that appeared earlier. Finally succeeded. Suyu looked up at the 4th-tier mecha he had built himself, and his heart was filled with joy. You can name your first giant god mecha. At this time, a prompt popped up on the occupation panel. Hell, Suyu said casually. This mecha, which uses the energy of hell's pain, is justified by its name. Named Giant God Mecha Hell. Producer, Suyu. Grade, Planet Legend. Feature 1. Giant God. As a giant god mecha, it has the common performance of the giant god mech, has extremely strong defense and attack power, and because it uses the blueprint of the sun mech, its performance is better than that of the ordinary giant god mech, allowing it to exert defense and power far beyond the top level of the 4th level. Feature 2. Sun. Because it uses part of the blueprint of the sun mech, it has some of the capabilities of the sun mech, and can obtain the power of the sun from the will of other lives. It can double its strength at the same time. It has extremely strong extra lethality to any dark and twisted enemy. Feature 3. Hell. This mecha uses the power of hell pain as its core energy source. At the same time, it seals a 4th-level top-level mechanical life in the core, which gives it almost unlimited hell power, and never runs out of energy. And every attack has an extremely strong pain effect, which has extremely strong extra lethality to any rational enemy. It can gain power from the pain of other lives. At the same time, other lives can be sealed into the core to enhance the power of the mecha. Feature 4. Self-repair. This mecha has a self-repair function. If it is damaged, it will automatically collect surrounding materials to repair itself. Because of the existence of the power of hell pain, it can only consume very little material, or even no material, to achieve rapid repair. The body repaired by the power of pain will be stronger than the previous body. The stronger the power of pain, the faster the repair. The stronger the repaired machine will be. Feature 6. Light and dark. This mecha has two opposite properties: the power of the sun and the power of hell, which makes it somewhat self-conflicting. This conflict, as time goes by, will lead to some unknown changes, which may reduce its performance, or it may be a great enhancement. Feature 7. Legend. This mecha is already powerful enough, and its existence has already involved a certain essence. Its reputation will spread in the subspace and the material universe. Some powerful beings may be interested in it, and some weak beings may worship it as a god. Feature 8. Fusion. As a mecha, its main use is to be used by the driver. It can be integrated with the driver, and used as his second body, to be perfectly controlled. If the driver gives up his own body, he can completely merge with the mecha and become a top-level mechanical life of the 4th order. Feature 9. Astronomy. Although the giant god soldier mecha is a mecha, but because of its huge size, it also has the function of space navigation, and can be used as a spaceship. Note: if long-distance navigation at the light level is required, it is necessary to install a subspace jump engine and navigation function. Feature 10. Intelligence. This mecha has no intelligence at present, but a module has been reserved, and planetary intelligent life can be installed at any time. If the installation is successful, it can fight on its own without the need for a driver. Note: according to the Imperial Security Agreement, mechanical creations above level 4, when leading the battle on their own, need to strictly review their safety to prevent mechanical rebellion. Equipment. Melee weapons, none. Long-range weapons, none. Skills, none. Comprehensive lethality evaluation, top 12 stars. Comprehensive defense evaluation, top 12 stars. Chapter 348 Promotion. Level 4 Suyu. As Suyu successfully named this giant god mech, a large number of prompts popped up on the career panel again, which were the various attributes of this mech. This meant that Suyu had really completed the creation of this level 4 giant god mech, and it was recognized by the career panel. Not only level 4, but also level 4 top. Suyu looked at the various attributes of the hell mech on the career panel, and was very happy. Because this mech just built, it is already the top of the 4th level. 12-star top. Like the 3rd level. The fourth level is also divided into 3-star levels. 12 stars are the top of the fourth level. And the next level is the fifth level. And Suyu's Hell Mecha, just built, is already the top of the 12 stars, which can be said to be the strongest level in the fourth level. After all, this mecha was built by Suyu after he defeated the top 4th level king, and then sealed him. And it has all the power of king. What's more, this mecha not only has the power of king, but also some of the power of the Shining Sun blueprint, which makes it a combination of light and darkness, and has more changes. However, because of the hasty construction, Suyu did not have time to build weapons and other accessories for this mecha. He did not design skills for it, and did not even load intelligent life for it. As a result, this Hell Mecha is bare, with only basic features and functions. Although it only has basic features, but looking at this long list of 10 characteristics, Suyu was also very satisfied, even without skills and weapons. Relying on so many powerful characteristics and the 4th level top level attack and defense, Suyu was confident that he could use this mecha to fight any 4th level strong enemy. If he had such a powerful mecha during the previous battle with Wang, Suyu would not have to work so hard, and he would have killed Wang long ago. Moreover, Suyu could slowly optimize this mecha in the future, load it with more weapons and skills, to take its power to the next level. Of course, it's too late now because inauguration ceremony, defeat and kill a 4th level extraordinary life with your own hands, and use its body as material to build a 4th level giant god soldier mecha. Completed. Ceremony completed. Do you want to take office? The giant god soldier mecha is built. Suyu's ceremony, naturally completed, and the career panel popped up a prompt. Suyu did not hesitate, he immediately said in his heart, inauguration. Suddenly, Suyu's body shrank rapidly. From a light-cast giant hundreds of meters high, he turned back to his original human body. For his inauguration, he must turn back to his original body, so as not to cause any interference. As Suyu stopped controlling the power of the sun, he naturally could not maintain the state of the light-cast giant, and turned back to his original form. The light-cast giant that Suyu had transformed into before was eroded by the power of King, and only the skeleton remained. But now after changing back to the original body, the body is still intact. And I don't know what the principle is. In fact, Suyu now doesn't understand what the previous transformation was like, and whether it can be reproduced. But Suyu is too late to delve into it now, because he has already started to be promoted. At this time, Suyu's thinking capacity, computing power, spirit, and wisdom are all rapidly improving. In his consciousness, countless wonderful ideas about mechanical design and manufacturing have emerged. This is his essence as a mechanic, which is improving. Suyu felt that his mastery of machinery and related knowledge had become a life instinct. It seemed that he was no longer a human being, but a race called mechanics. The mastery of machinery-related knowledge had been engraved deep in his genes and deep in his subconscious. Just like eating and drinking. Naturally. At the same time, a lot of machinery-related knowledge appeared in Suyu's mind. Previously, he only improved his comprehension of the mechanical field. Now, he directly improved the relevant knowledge. In a short period of time, Suyu seemed to have conducted mechanical research for hundreds or thousands of years, and his knowledge accumulation was extremely rich. This knowledge did not appear out of thin air, but was obtained by Suyu from the subspace. There is already countless knowledge and information in the subspace. However, this knowledge is in a chaotic and distorted state, and it was difficult for Suyu to interpret it before. Now Suyu has been promoted to a 4th level mechanic. The essence is improved, and these knowledge will naturally be integrated into his mind along with his psychic power. Without interpretation, he can understand naturally, and even innovate. He does not need to study hard, and can accumulate a lot of knowledge in the field of mechanics. This is also the difference between psychic professions and ordinary professions. Ordinary professions need to learn knowledge first, and then take exams to be promoted and recognized. Psychic professions, however, are promoted first, and then gain knowledge. The magic of it is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. At the same time, Suyu's mark in the subspace domain is also rapidly increasing. When he just entered the 3rd level, Suyu's mark in the subspace had not yet taken shape. Later, as his strength increased, this mark became a subspace domain and became a city. And now, this city began to expand continuously, and the space around the city began to twist, curl close. It seems that this domain to be independent from the subspace, to become another small subspace. It is like an independent planet, slowly rotating in the universe of the subspace, absorbing cosmic energy and strengthening itself. So you felt that, at this moment, this realm was truly his, and it seemed no longer to be a part of the subspace, but a part of him. This realm does not seem to be completely in the subspace, but in Suyu's body. However, this change was only halfway done, and was not really completed. The edge space of the subspace domain was not completely closed, and it still maintained contact and energy exchange with the subspace. This change seemed to be just a prototype, a beginning. Although it was just a prototype, it also gave Suyu great feedback. Suyu felt that his subspace domain was already partially self-sufficient. It was able to generate a large amount of powerful psychic energy on its own, not dependent on the subspace itself. All the psychic energy that Suyu originally obtained was actually produced in the subspace. The emotions, will, knowledge, desires, and other abstract concepts of living beings are fused and changed in the subspace, and become subspace psychic energy that can affect real matter, and then absorbed and utilized by psychics like Suyu. But now, Suyu's domain can actually partially replace the original function of the subspace and generate psychic energy on its own. Supply Suyu with it. The significance of this is really huge. This means that even if Suyu falls into trouble in the future, is sealed, or even cut off from the subspace, he may not run out of energy. Just like the tyrannical evil god. So that's how it is. After the fourth stage, the subspace domain can be partially self-sufficient. It is estimated that after the promotion to the fifth stage, the subspace domain will be completely closed and independent from the subspace. Forming a small subspace, it can generate powerful psychic energy on its own. Even if it is truly separated from the subspace, it will never run out of energy. No wonder those evil gods and alien creatures have been sealed for thousands of years, and will not die, and can even produce a steady stream of evil energy. No wonder the previous king, when controlling the Shining Sun Mecha, was so powerful, it seemed that he could affect reality just by changing his emotions. At this time, Suyu had an epiphany in his heart. He recalled the ability that Wang displayed when he was controlling the Sunlight Mech. It seemed that he could directly use his emotions to affect the real matter without the transformation of the subspace. Wang was so angry that he directly changed the gravity and air pressure. It is estimated that after the fifth level, the subspace area is completely closed and self-sufficient. He can transform his emotions into psychic energy without the need for subspace transfer. So he can have such a supernatural power. Correspondingly, the endless energy of those evil gods has also been explained. Those great evil gods, such as tyranny, their subspace domains are probably completely closed long ago, and are separated from the subspace. In other words, they themselves are the domain itself, so those evil gods can also be self-sufficient and have endless energy. But those are powerful abilities that can only be possessed after the fifth level. So you cannot do it for the time being. His subspace domain is only half closed, it has not been completely separated from the subspace. His self-sufficiency still has limitations, and it is estimated that it will not last long. But even if it cannot last long, this kind of self-sufficiency has great benefits. And because the spiritual energy generated in the field is very compatible with Suyu, or in other words, it is the energy he secreted from. Almost as soon as it is generated, it is directly integrated into Suyu's body and mind, without any digestion and absorption process. And Suyu feels that his efficiency in using these spiritual energies is also far better than before. One energy can exert twice, or even more power than before. Suyu had learned how to use energy to its maximum efficiency before, and thought he had reached the limit of the efficiency of using spiritual energy. Now it seems that he is still far from it. Now this newly generated spiritual energy, when used, is the real limit of efficiency, and can actually be increased several times above 100% efficiency. This kind of utilization efficiency, it seems to be tapping into the potential of spiritual energy. It has doubled or even tripled, but it is still far from reaching the limit of this tapping. Previously, Suyu used spiritual energy as fuel, but even if it was burned 100%, there is actually a limit to the energy. And now, after Suyu was promoted to the fourth level, he seemed to have discovered that these spiritual energy fuels, in addition to burning, can actually perform nuclear reactions and naturally increase energy. These spiritual energies, just like blood, flow through Suyu's body. It makes him stronger all the time. Suyu can't help but look forward to it. If he really reaches the fifth level, All the energy will be self-sufficient. How powerful will he be? In fact, even if the subspace field is not closed, he can directly use emotional will to transform energy and be truly self-sufficient. For example, the power of the sun and the power of pain do not need to be transferred in the subspace. As long as there is enough will and pain, these two powers are endless. This is also the special feature of these two powers. Before reaching the 5th level, he already possessed some of the abilities of the 5th level. No wonder he was so powerful. However, these two powers still have many limitations and are not as versatile as psychic powers. In addition, Suyu also felt that through this prototype of the subspace, he could even faintly sense the flow of time and the ups and downs of his own destiny. Although he could only sense a little bit, it was enough to make Suyu extremely excited, because he did not borrow the power of the mechanical god. Nor did he quantize, he could even faintly sense the secrets of fate and time. This was because his domain was already half closed, and could almost be considered a semi-finished small subspace. As the master of this small subspace, Suyu naturally had a deep sense of the various changes in it. The subspace already contained the changes of time and fate, so Suyu could have a slight sense of time and fate. If he reached the 5th level, the subspace domain would be completely closed. It is estimated that he can directly and clearly sense his own destiny. No wonder one was able to counter Suyu's observation of destiny when he was controlling the Yuri mecha. It seems that after being promoted to the 4th level, developing a time-related profession is very promising. Suyu thought of the time-related profession he had been thinking about for a long time. With this semi-enclosed subspace field, he will be more confident in developing a new profession. At this time, Suyu's body was recovering rapidly from the injuries from the previous battle. At the same time, whether it is physical strength, energy strength, or spiritual strength, they are all expanding and becoming stronger. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. In a short period of time, his strength has increased 7 or 8 times. But it has not stopped yet. Originally, Suyu's strength was already very close to the 4th level. Now, on the basis of the original, it has increased 7 or 8 times, and has completely entered the 4th level. All of the above changes are the result of the promotion to the 4th level. Essence upgrade, self-contained enhancement. As a giant god soldier mechanic, Suyu also has additional enhancements that come with his profession. There is also a constant supply of powerful energy, which flows from the void, and is absorbed by his body, and keeps getting stronger. Suyu felt that these powerful energies did not come from the subspace and the domain, but from the 4th level top level Hell Mecha. It's not that Suyu directly absorbed the energy of the Hell Mecha, after all. The Hell Mecha uses the power of Hell's pain as its energy. If Suyu absorbs it directly, there will be problems. However, as an enhanced version of the giant god mechanic, Suyu can get feedback and power from the giant god mech he made himself. The stronger the mech, the stronger his body. Just like Suyu gained professional experience through the prayers of believers before. Although the Hell Giant God Mech can't pray, its existence itself can provide powerful power feedback to Suyu, its master. This is the main ability of Suyu's giant god mechanic. This Hell Mech is a top-level 4th order machine. Suyu is not sure how much feedback it can give him. Anyway, his strength is still increasing, and it seems to never stop. Will I be able to directly increase my strength to the same level as this mech? Directly reach the top level of the 4th order? Suyu felt his own explosive power, and couldn't help but come up with a bold idea. Chapter 349 After the promotion. Suyu's rank? Suyu's promotion to the 4th rank was such a huge improvement for himself that he could not help but think of reaching the top of the 4th rank in one step. However, we still need to wait for the promotion to end and the power to stabilize before we can see what will happen. After a while, Suyu's power finally stopped increasing, and Suyu felt that his own state had also stabilized. Name, Suyu. Occupation, War Mechanic LV Max, Ghost Hidden Blade LV Max, Mechanic LV Max, Giant God Soldier Mechanic LV1. Level, Level 4. Skills, Advanced Mechanical Manufacturing LV Max, Advanced Firearms Mastery LV Max, Advanced Sniper Skills LV Max, Legendary Mechanical Manufacturing LV Max. Core Ability, High-Level Psionic Mastery LV Max, Power of Domination LV Max, High-Level Data Manifestation LV Max, Mechanical Descendant LV1. Extraordinary Level, Top 10 Stars. In the Occupation panel, Suyu's various attributes, skills, abilities, and levels were all displayed one by one. This included the new abilities he gained after becoming a giant god mechanic, legendary mechanical manufacturing, and the core ability of the giant god mechanic, mechanical deification. 10 stars? Suyu looked at his attributes on the career panel and did not rush to study his new abilities, but was slightly disappointed. Why is it only 10 stars? The real top level of the 4th level should be the peak of 12 stars. From this point of view, Suyu still has a long way to go. 10 stars is only the level of entering the 4th level. However, Suyu felt his own terrifying power and then reacted. His 10 stars are different from normal 10 stars. Before he was promoted to the 4th level, his strength was very close to 10 stars because of the superposition of various professions, evil god origin, mind expansion, etc. When he was promoted to the 4th level, his strength increased by more than 10 times. In addition to the powerful feedback of the Hell Mecha, at this point, his strength is probably incomparable to that of a normal 11-star or even 12-star. However, according to the standards of the occupation panel, no matter how strong Suyu is, he is still a 10-star and has just entered the 4th level. The determination of star rating should not only be based on strength, but also on the subspace field and other aspects, and a different set of standards. My subspace field has just begun to close, and it can initially be self-sufficient. According to the standards, I am a 10-star. Suyu thought in his heart. The determination of star rating is not only based on strength, but also on another set of standards. If the standard is not met, no matter how strong the strength is, the star rating will not be improved. Just like the age of ordinary people, age can basically be linked to physical strength. The physical strength of an 8-year-old child is definitely not comparable to that of an adult. However, some people with extraordinary talents can grow taller and stronger than ordinary adults at the age of 8. But no matter how tall and strong such people are, according to the standard, he is also a minor. Similarly, Suyu is now this gifted child. Although Suyu has just entered the 4th level, his strength is comparable to that of 11 stars, or even 12 stars. However, no matter how strong he is still a 10-star. However, compared with other 10 stars, he has a huge room for improvement. When he really reaches 12 stars, the top of the 4th level, I don't know how powerful he will be at that time. Maybe he can compete with the 5th level? Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but feel an impulse. He wanted to find a strong enemy to fight for 1,000 rounds, to test his newly increased strength. However, Suyu could only think about it in his mind. Where could he find a strong enemy now? The strongest enemy, Wang, was used as a part in his mecha, so Suyu could only put his mind at ease. If there are blind enemies coming in the future, he will test his strength again. Exactly 9.5 minutes. Not bad. No time limit. Suyu thought of this and suddenly chuckled. He remembered that he had made a bold statement when facing Wang before, that he would defeat Wang within 10 minutes. Now it seems that he has kept his promise and has done what he said. He really defeated Wang within 10 minutes. In fact, it took Suyu less than a minute to fight Wang. The battle between them was too fast. A second was enough for many things to happen, let alone a minute. It was as long as a year. For the rest of the time, Suyu was mainly busy building his giant god soldier mech and completing the ritual, which took so much time. Buzz? The Hell Mech suddenly made a buzzing sound, and the energy power seemed to increase a little. It seems that Wang is in good condition in the mech. Suyu knew that. This was the Wang in the mech who was stimulated by his words, so he burst out with more painful power. Just now, Suyu deliberately sent those words to the prototype of hell on the chest of the mecha, so that Wang could hear them. As expected, Wang was furious when he heard that Suyu really took care of it in 10 minutes. He was extremely angry and in pain. So Wang supplied more energy to the mecha. However, no matter how angry and in pain it was, its power could not break through the prototype of hell created by Suyu. If Suyu had not deliberately released the seal of the prototype of hell, Wang would not even be able to make such a sound. It has been completely suppressed by Suyu. It can only become the energy source of the Hell Mecha forever, and be tortured by pain forever. Wang. It has tortured other mechanical clans for 10,000 years. Now it is tortured by Suyu. It can be regarded as retribution. Although there may be no retribution in this world, there is subspace backlash, but it has nothing to do with retribution. If you want retribution, You can only rely on your own strength, defeat and kill the enemy, and even torture him. Revenge if there is revenge, revenge if there is resentment. After a while, the Hell Mech calmed down. It was not that the king had calmed down, but Suyu had strengthened the seal, and the king's power could no longer leak out. It seems that if we encounter a big battle in the future, we can stimulate the king more, make it more painful, and exert more power. Suyu chuckled. Suyu was very familiar with this application. The previous core of Suyu's tyranny was that the more tyrannical emotions he had, the stronger his power would be. For this hell armor, the more pain it causes, the stronger its power. As for where the pain comes from, it only needs to stimulate the king. With a thought, Suyu came up with more than 10 ideas to stimulate and torture the king, to produce more painful energy. He is indeed a genius in this field. With a little thought, he has all kinds of cruel and novel ideas. And inspiration is like a tide. When I was making the giant god soldier armor, my brain was not so good. My talent is really... Suyu shook his head, put away those cruel thoughts, and stopped thinking about it. He had no intention of really taking the path of the power of pain. This hell mech, there is no room for development for the time being, put it away. Suyu looked up at the tall hell mech again, tooted, then waved his hand, and put the mech into his materialization space. He was now promoted to the 4th level, and the materialization space constructed by the materialization mechanic also became many times larger. It was easy to install this mecha. Suyu planned to install any important things in the material space in the future. As for the void space, after all, its origin was unknown. Suyu thought it would be better to use it less in the future, lest there be any accidents and lose all the family assets, which would be a big loss. Speaking of which, my tyrannical armor. After putting away the hell mecha, Suyu thought of the tyrannical armor that had accompanied him for a long time. This armor has long been unable to keep up with Suyu's strength. After all the previous battles, it was not completely destroyed, but just a little broken. Now, the armor is slowly recovering from its damage, and it has almost recovered, Suyu thought, and released a stream of spiritual energy to help the armor recover quickly. Then he couldn't help but sigh. It was the armor that protected him before, but now it's the other way around. He is protecting the armor. At this moment, the armor seemed very fragile to Suyu. With a little force, you can tear it by hand. Of course, Suyu did not really tear it, otherwise he would have to run naked, or use data to materialize a set of clothes. Now this armor is no longer a combat equipment for Suyu, but a piece of clothing. This clothing also has the function of self-repair, which is not bad. Suyu took a look at the violent armor, and suddenly stretched out his hand, and grabbed a dark green mechanical sphere from the armor. This sphere was originally integrated into the armor. Now that it has been caught, it is quietly suspended in the air, motionless. This is the psychic Nono. It is a good helper who has always been with Suyu. However, Nono at this time, facing Suyu, its master, did not say a word and did not move at all. It fell into a deep sleep. It seems that it will also advance. Suyu nodded with satisfaction. As a mechanical apostle who coexists with Suyu, Nono's strength is closely related to Suyu's psychic level. Now that Suyu has advanced, Nono has also fallen into a deep sleep and started to advance. It is estimated that when Nono wakes up, it will be a 4th level Super Nono, and Suyu will have another 4th level helper. At the same time, the fear intelligence in the tyrannical armor seems to have also fallen asleep, and is estimated to have begun to evolve, and is about to advance. Moreover, Suyu can feel that the mechanical city and mechanical spirit in the distance have also changed, and are estimated to be advancing as well. When they are finished advancing, Suyu will have several more 4th level helpers. Although they may not have the real 4th level frontal combat power, they can provide Suyu with great assistance, and may be more helpful to Suyu than the real 4th level. This is also the terrifying thing about the mechanic. When one person advances, it will drive many mechanical apostles to advance together. One person forms an army, and the strength expands endlessly. Of course, only a few mechanical apostles who are highly symbiotic with Suyu can enjoy such treatment. Forget about ordinary mechanical creations, such as rangers, assault tanks and other consumables. Suyu looked at Nono carefully, and found that its state was very stable, and its advancement was progressing steadily. So he waved his hand, and put Nono into the materialization space to let it evolve slowly. As for the fear intelligence, it was better to leave it in the core of the tyrannical armor. It was just a piece of data anyway, so it didn't matter where it was. After collecting Nono, Suyu moved, came to the Elders' Council space. At this time, in the Elders' Council space, the 10 fused people were still lying on the ground. These people were rolling their eyes, breathing out but not breathing in. They were already seriously injured in the battle, and then they were eroded by the king's power of pain, which made them even more injured. It seems that if Suyu comes a little later, these people will still not die. As a 4th level strongman, it is not so easy to die, even if no one cares, if they are left alone for a few hundred years. They may not die. Of course, these fused people will separate from each other in a day and become 100,000 ordinary psychics. They will probably die at that time. However, it is still early before the one-day deadline, so there is no need to rush. You are seriously injured, but fortunately you won't die for the time being. Suyu saw this and waved his hand quickly, releasing pure psychic energy to heal these people. Although Suyu did not work in a healing profession, as a 4th level strongman, his pure spiritual energy has some recovery effects. So under the infusion of Suyu's spiritual energy, the status of the 10 fused people improved visibly. These 10 fused people are said to be 4th level, but in fact they are only the primary 4th level, ordinary 10-star level. Although Suyu is also a 10-star, his 10-star is different from these people. 10 people added together may not be as strong as Suyu alone. Suyu's energy can help all of them recover. That was more than enough. After a moment, Suyu withdrew his hand, and the 10 fusion people all turned over and jumped up. Mr. Suyu, what happened? As soon as they regained their ability to move, they immediately asked anxiously. Just now, they all lost their ability to move and proceed due to their injuries, and did not see the final result of the battle. However, they had actually gotten the answer as soon as they asked this question. Because just now Wang was fighting a life and death battle with Suyu, now Suyu has returned safely. But Wang is missing. Isn't the conclusion obvious? Moreover, they all felt the power in Suyu. They are all 4th level masters. But the 10 of them standing next to Suyu feel like a child standing next to a strong man. And they feel short. As 4th level masters, their perception is extremely sharp. They immediately judge that Suyu is very strong at this time. Very strong. Stronger than all of them combined. When Suyu transformed into a light caste giant before, his power was also extremely strong. But it was a strange change. Even the aura changed. The fusions were not sure whether the light caste giant was Suyu himself, or some kind of combat machine he released. And now, these fusions stood beside Suyu, clearly feeling that Suyu at this moment was the real body, that's strong. Suyu was going to hold a 4th level ceremony before. Now he suddenly became so strong. Could it be that the ritual was successful? He killed King, used King's body, built a battle armor, and became a giant god mechanic? However, even if the ritual was successful, how could he be so strong just after taking office? The fusion people were surprised and confused at this time. I have defeated King, and used it to build a giant god mechanic, thus completing the ritual and becoming a giant god mechanic. Suyu answered everyone's questions. Then he waved his hand and released a hell mecha hundreds of meters high. Chapter 350. Everyone recognized the master, the mechanical god, who was close to collapse. After the appearance of the hell mecha, it immediately exuded an overwhelming pressure. The mecha, which was hundreds of meters high, was already amazing, coupled with the terrifying psychic pressure of the 4th level top. The 10 fusion people, although they had the strength of the 4th level, could not help but hold their breath. In a trance, they almost thought that it was the king, who came to kill again. After all, the momentum and pressure of this hell mecha was too strong, and it was very similar to the king. In his heyday, this mecha has the aura of Mr. Suyu, and also the aura of Wang. Mr. Suyu has indeed defeated Wang, and used its wreckage to build this 4th level mecha. No wonder Mr. Suyu's aura is already 4th level. He has indeed completed the ceremony, and assumed the position of giant god soldier mechanic. The fusion people quickly reacted. The reason why the aura and pressure of this mecha are similar to Wang is because Suyu defeated Wang. This mecha was built with the remains of the king. The mecha contains the remains and power of the king, so it is normal that the aura is similar. Great! That cruel king is finally dead. The mechanical clan is now considered exterminated. Right? Haha. The great revenge is finally avenged. Thank you, Mr. Suyu. It's a pity that the king died too easily. After everyone confirmed that Suyu had built the king into a battle armor, all of them were ecstatic. and some even cried with joy. Juan was their greatest enemy 10,000 years ago. Now he was finally defeated by Su Yu and turned into a battle armor. How could they not be ecstatic? At this moment, their revenge was a complete success. Although it was not revenge by hand, it was a successful revenge after all. And all this was thanks to Su Yu. Mr. Su Yu. From now on, all of us descendants of mechanics will recognize Mr. Su Yu as our master. I will do whatever you want. I will never change. 10 fused people suddenly bowed down to Su Yu at the same time. This is to acknowledge the master. Because of their gratitude to Su Yu, they directly acknowledge Su Yu as their master, and would do whatever Su Yu wants. Su Yu's kindness to them is really too great, and they cannot repay him without doing this. Although they acknowledge the master, they would always be lower than Su Yu in the future, but Su Yu is obviously a good master, and they don't have to worry about being cruelly oppressed in the future. Get up, no need to be polite. Su Yu nodded, and said gently. He tacitly accepted these people's recognition of their master. These people are the descendants of the mechanics 10,000 years ago. Each of them is a transcendent, and they are all talents. Conquering them will be very useful for Su Yu's future plans. In the past, Su Yu basically built any machinery by himself and a few mechanical apostles, and did all kinds of work. Now that there are millions of mechanics, he will probably have more free time in the future. So Su Yu will not be hypocritical, and pretend to refuse or anything like that. If they acknowledged him as their master, Su Yu would accept it calmly. He deserved it. Yes, master, the 10 fusion people said in unison. Their expressions were all a little heavy. They had just escaped from oppression and acknowledged a new master. Although they acknowledged the master to repay their gratitude, they were willing to do so. But they still felt a little uncomfortable. These people had been enslaved and oppressed for thousands of years, and they actually had an instinctive rejection of the master-servant relationship. Fortunately, Su Yu, the new master, they will not be as brutal as the mechanical tribe, and their lives will be much better. Master? You are calling me wrong. Su Yu shook his head. His tone was a little cold. Huh? Everyone looked up in confusion, looking at Su Yu. What could be wrong with this? Did Su Yu just become the master, and he wanted to establish his authority? However, Su Yu suddenly smiled. You should call me the city lord. I have a mechanical city, which currently has millions of residents. However, there is still a big talent gap. From now on, you will all be members of the mechanical city, so you must call me the city lord. It turns out that Su Yu's recognition of the master is not about master and servant. He is not that feudal. He thinks of himself as the city lord. The city lord of the mechanical city. These people recognize the master, but they only recognize the city lord, not the master. Anyway, in Su Yu's view, the loyalty of his subordinates depends on their hearts, not the title of a master. Yes, city lord. Everyone immediately understood what Su Yu meant, and they were all delighted and hurriedly shouted. It seems that Su Yu, the city lord, is even more open-minded and gentle than they had expected. They recognized the lord, and they really did the right thing. They couldn't help but look forward to their future life in the mechanical city. After sighing for a while, they felt relieved, and couldn't help but raise their heads and look at the tall hell mech. This mech is really powerful. Compared to the fusion mecha we are wearing, it is much stronger. It is worthy of Mr. Su Yu's work. But it's not right. If it is only made of the remains of King, how can it be so powerful? It's like King's real body is standing in front of us. Even stronger. Is Mr. Su Yu's mechanical manufacturing ability so strong? These fusion people praised repeatedly, and there was some doubt in their tone. If this mecha is only made of the remains of King, although powerful, wreckage is wreckage after all. And the materials that Su Yu used to make this hell mecha, everyone had seen before, although precious, it was not too outrageous. Then the power of this giant god mecha is a bit hard to explain. Using those materials, plus the wreckage of King, can such a powerful mecha be created? How could they know that? Su Yu didn't use any wreckage at all, but directly used the complete and living King, sealed in the mecha, used as an energy core. Originally, they did not dare to guess. After all, they had already recognized the master, and should not explore the master's secrets. But now, they found that Su Yu considered himself to be the city lord and was very open-minded. So they all relaxed and spoke freely. You misunderstood. Juan is not dead, but was sealed in the mecha by me. Su Yu saw that everyone misunderstood, so he did not hide it. He told them the truth directly. What? Wang isn't dead yet? Mr. Suyu, this is not appropriate. Wang is too powerful and brutal. If he gets out of control, it will be dangerous. And when these fusion people heard this, they were all shocked. They had seen Wang's strength before, and knew that such a terrifying enemy, if not completely dead, could escape at any time and come back again. This is a big hidden danger. How could Suyu leave such a big hidden danger around him? Moreover, given the hatred these fusion people have for Wang, they don't want to hear that Wang is still alive. Suyu saw everyone panic, just smiled slightly, and then waved his hand directly, summoning the Hell prototype on the chest of the giant god soldier mecha. Then he controlled the Hell prototype, making it semi-transparent. Everyone immediately saw the king inside, and was immediately surprised again. Because the king in the prototype of Hell was wailing in agony, almost rolling on the ground, without any dignity. The prototype of Hell constructed by Suyu seemed to be getting stronger and stronger with the passage of time. And the torture on the king was getting more and more severe. The king, who could barely hold back his voice before, could not help wailing now. After a while, he might beg for mercy. Although no matter how he begged, Suyu would not let it go either. Although the fusion people could not empathize with the pain of King, but King's wailing was so tragic that they instantly understood what kind of horrible torture King was enduring. Seeing that the king, who was originally high and mighty and extremely cruel, was now being tortured like this, everyone felt extremely relieved. Previously, everyone felt a little regretful that King died too quickly. It was a bargain for it. Now this regret has finally been satisfied. However, they couldn't understand why Wang, who was originally the best at using the power of pain, was now being tortured by the power of pain? Moreover, it seemed that Suyu was the one who did it. They looked at Wang, and then at Suyu. They really couldn't figure out what happened in those few minutes just now. Most importantly, was Suyu's method reliable? Although it seemed to be a relief, but if one day Wang escapes, it will be a big trouble. Suyu knew that everyone was worried. So he explained, I learned the method of practicing the power of Hell from Wang. Suyu roughly told everyone about the things that happened before. What? Mr. Suyu is a genius who practices the power of Hell? He has just started for a few minutes. And he can be stronger than Wang, who has practiced for 10,000 years. This black ball, is it the prototype of Hell cultivated by Mr. Suyu, which can trap Wang forever? After hearing this, everyone was stunned. In a short period of time, they had been shocked by Suyu several times. And this time was the most shocking, because it sounded too incredible. The eyes they looked at Suyu suddenly became a little strange. There was curiosity, awe, fear, and worry. Just now they thought that Suyu, the city lord, had an open-minded attitude. They can relax a little when facing Suyu in the future. But now, they can't help but get nervous. Wang's painful wail made them even more nervous. After all, Suyu is a genius who practices the power of pain, and this doesn't sound good. Although Suyu uses this ability to seal Wang tightly, it seems to be a good thing. But if Suyu is going to go further on the path of the power of pain, the harm caused will be thousands of times stronger than Wang. After all, Suyu is more talented, and this is not a good thing. The power of pain is too cruel and too evil. Although Suyu is everyone's savior and their city lord, everyone should not think too much. But Suyu's talent on this evil road is too amazing. If Suyu really decides to take this road, he will soon be able to break through the 5th level, or even higher. This temptation is too great. And Suyu naturally knows what everyone is thinking. He just chuckled and said, Don't worry. I won't take this path. At the end of this path, you need to merge with the power of pain and let yourself be in the pain of Hell forever. I'm not stupid. Why should I suffer this kind of torture for no reason? Hearing Suyu's words, everyone felt relieved. Since Suyu said so, they chose to believe it. However, they all made up their minds that they must be respectful to Suyu in the future and not offend him. Otherwise, if Suyu casually released a little bit of painful power, it would be enough for them to suffer. Then Suyu waved his hand again, and sent the prototype of Hell back to the Hell mecha, and then took the mecha back to the material space. At the same time, Suyu released a large amount of food, drinks and other things. Then he looked at everyone. You should take a rest and eat first. I have something to do, and need to talk to a friend. After that, Suyu disappeared without a trace. Everyone looked at each other, and then grabbed the food left by Suyu. They started eating and drinking, although they didn't know who Suyu's so-called friend was. Suyu didn't want to say, and they didn't dare to ask more. So they just ate first. Now that the great revenge has been taken, it's time to eat and drink and celebrate. However, there are 1 million of them now. And after the fusion, there are only 10 mouths. It's a problem to eat enough. After Suyu left, he returned to the previous battlefield. This battlefield was blank. Those buildings that appeared, mountains and rivers, and even the sky, had been destroyed by the aftermath of the war. Only a pale white remained. In the pale white, there was one thing that stood out, and that was the hell furnace. Suyu had never put this thing away. Not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. The level of this thing was too high, and the material seemed to be extremely special. Suyu's materialized space couldn't fit it at all, and he didn't want to put this thing into the void space, fearing that it would cause some changes in that space. After all, Suyu had never put anything of the 5th level into the void space. After thinking for a while, Suyu said to the void, "How are you now?" There was no response, but Suyu was very patient and continued to wait. After a while, a familiar voice finally came. I am not feeling well now." It was the voice of the long-lost mechanical god. At the same time, something like a spiral drill appeared in front of Suyu. This spiral drill, the whole body is made of some alloy, but the surface is full of cracks, and the cracks are constantly increasing, and it seems that it will collapse into pieces at any time. Fortunately, while the cracks are increasing, they are also constantly repairing, forming a kind of dynamic balance. Suyu was relieved when he saw this, knowing that the mechanical god will not completely collapse for the time being. The body of the mechanical god has been collapsing, but he has been using the power of destiny to modify his own destiny of collapse, which is why he has persisted until now. Previously, because of the battle between Suyu and Wang, the mechanical god used a lot of power to stabilize this materialized space, which must have consumed a lot of energy. Previously, the mechanical god had been silent, and Suyu was still worried that the mechanical god had completely collapsed. Now it seems that it is okay, and can still speak. "What do you mean by not okay?" Suyu asked. "It means that after one day, I will not be able to maintain my balance, and will completely collapse and die." The mechanical god's voice was very calm. Suyu was silent after hearing this. After a while, he asked, "Is there a way to repair it? The material of this hell furnace seems to be very special. Can you use it?" Chapter 351 Mechanical God Blueprint, Mechanical God Descending. Suyu said, while pointing to the hell furnace next to him, indicating that the mechanical god should use this hell furnace to repair itself. This thing is the only 5th order creation that Suyu can find. If it doesn't work, Suyu is going to go back to the mechanical city, get the subspace analyzer, and see if the mechanical god can use it. The mechanical god has helped Suyu a lot, and Suyu also thinks of him as a good friend. Now seeing him about to collapse, naturally, I want to help him. Suyu has always been very kind to his friends. This hell furnace is actually very precious and has great research value. But if it can be used to save the mechanical god, there is nothing to regret. It should be possible. But I can't see it. The mechanical god was silent for a moment, and then spoke. The mechanical god cannot see high-level subspace creations. This hell furnace is a 5th level creation, and the level is high enough. Although it has been scrapped, its essence is still there, so the mechanical god can't see it at all, let alone use its materials to repair itself. Suyu was speechless. "Don't worry. I've lived long enough. It's time to take a break. Besides, I won't die that easily, even if I really collapse. The fragments may sink into the center of the earth, gather again after tens of thousands of years, and wake up again." Seeing Suyu silent, the mechanical god spoke to comfort him. "It seems that he will not die. Even if he breaks, he will sink into the center of the earth and wake up tens of thousands of years later, just like before. He slept in the center of the earth of that metal planet for an unknown period of time, and even enlightened the mechanical life of the entire planet, creating a mechanical civilization. Wake up again after tens of thousands of years?" Suyu shook his head. Tens of thousands of years is enough for many things to happen. Moreover, this mechanical god was obviously broken once before, and lost a lot of power and memory. If it is broken again this time, it may lose more power and memory. Will the mechanical god who wakes up again be the same mechanical god as now? Moreover, Suyu has only lived for a few decades in his 2 lives. If the mechanical god wakes up again after tens of thousands of years, it is no different from being dead to Suyu. Suyu thought for a while and asked, "If you want to use this hell furnace, what should you do? I have been promoted to the 4th level now, and I should be able to help you." Suyu decided that, since the mechanical god could not see the hell furnace, he would do it for him. Upon hearing this, the mechanical god was silent for a moment, as if he was thinking about the feasibility of the calculation. After a while, he sent a large piece of information to Suyu. The total amount of this information was extremely terrifying. Suyu's thinking capacity, after being promoted to the 4th level, was greatly expanded again. But receiving this piece of information from the mechanical god, he still felt like his head was about to burst. He was surprised. He hurriedly checked the information carefully to see what the mechanical god had sent him. Then Suyu found that the information was a set of mechanical blueprints. The various sophisticated and complex structures made Suyu dizzy. They were too complicated and almost incomprehensible. The various sophisticated and complex structures, when combined, turned out to be a spiral drill. This spiral drill looked exactly like the mechanical god. "Is this your structural blueprint?" With Suyu's mechanic ability, and such a distinct shape, Suyu immediately suspected that this blueprint was the blueprint of the mechanical god himself. The mechanical god is a 6th level mechanical god, and the importance of his blueprint can be imagined. Gain career experience. The career panel immediately popped up a prompt. It was because of this blueprint that Suyu gained a lot of mechanic experience. A few months ago, when Suyu was still a 1st level extraordinary person, the conditions were limited. He often studied mechanical blueprints to gain professional experience and skill experience. Later, Suyu found that killing monsters could upgrade faster. Later, Suyu gathered believers, and with the power of faith, he could upgrade even when lying down. So later Suyu rarely did mechanical research. After all, the efficiency was too slow. However, the blueprint he obtained at this time was different. This was the blueprint of the 6th level mechanical god. The mechanical god. He only obtained the blueprint information before he even started researching. His experience increased rapidly. In a short period of time, Suyu's newly appointed giant god soldier mechanic even rose 3 or 4 levels. If he studied carefully and produced some results, it would be conservative to say that he would rise by dozens of levels. Such a powerful effect made Suyu 100% sure that this blueprint was the blueprint of the mechanical god himself. The mechanical god actually gave Suyu such an important thing, which really surprised Suyu. After all, in this blueprint, it contains almost all the secrets of the mechanical god. Giving it to Suyu like this is like handing your life to Suyu. However, the mechanical god is about to collapse and die, and it is not strange that he is trying to survive. Although the mechanical god cannot die, he obviously does not want to sleep for tens of thousands of years and lose his power and memory. Yes, this is my blueprint, but I have simplified it a little. If it is a complete version, the amount of information is too much, and you can't bear it. Suyu, if possible, please use your mechanic ability, using this hell furnace as material, to build a new body for me, so that I can continue to exist. The mechanical god waited for Suyu to receive the blueprint information, and then he admitted, this is its way of saving itself. If the body collapses, then give Suyu the blueprint, and let him help build a new one. And the blueprint he gave Suyu was also a simplified version. The complete 6th order blueprint was not something Suyu could master at all. It was just a huge amount of information. It can burst Suyu's head and turn him into a fool. Not to mention, the 6th level blueprint may have some other strange and magical powers. The simplified version is much safer. So it's a simplified version. Suyu nodded. However, Suyu did not despise this blueprint just because it was a simplified version. If this blueprint is simplified, it may be the top of the 4th level, or even the 5th level. However, there is no psychic element in this blueprint, which makes Suyu unable to accurately judge its level. No matter what, this blueprint is extremely valuable. I will do my best. Suyu accepted the task and prepared to use the hell furnace to build a new body for the mechanical god. After Suyu finished speaking, he immediately sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the blueprint. When he said he would do his best, he really did his best, because the request from the mechanical god was extremely difficult. The mechanical god itself was already a 6th level mechanical god, and its blueprint, even if it was a simplified version, it is extremely difficult to study it. even if it is studied. It is another problem to use the hell furnace as the material. After all, this hell furnace is a 5th level creation. Although Suyu is powerful, it is difficult to melt this hell furnace. The most important thing is that the mechanical god will completely collapse in one day. Suyu must seize the time and race against time. After realizing this fact, Suyu did not dare to delay for a second and devoted himself to studying the blueprint of the mechanical god. When he was researching, he naturally entered the quantum state, and then used the method of foreseeing the future to accelerate thinking and improve research efficiency. You get 10,000 professional experience. As Suyu's research progressed, his professional experience continued to increase, and his level was also increasing step by step. However, Suyu had no time to pay attention to this, and he was completely focused on this blueprint. 5 hours later, finally, the blueprint has been analyzed. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. In the past 5 hours, he pushed the computing power to the limit and finally completed the analysis of the mechanical god blueprint. It took only a few minutes to defeat King before, and Suyu was still at the 3rd level at that time. Now studying this blueprint, Suyu, who is at the 4th level, used all his firepower for several hours before he succeeded in analyzing it, which shows how difficult it is. And Suyu's so-called successful analysis is actually just the tip of the iceberg. Suyu only figured out the structure of the mechanical god blueprint and could try to build it with materials. But Suyu didn't know about the various principles involved in the blueprint. He couldn't understand it at all. The technology in the mechanical god blueprint had nothing to do with the subspace. It was pure physical technology. It was very delicate. No matter how Suyu increased his computing power, he couldn't figure out the secrets in a short time. Although he didn't understand the principles, if he just wanted to help the mechanical god build the body, he didn't need to understand the principles. He just needed to understand how to build it. Just like the workers on the assembly line. They might not have been to school. I don't know how the product works, but I just need to know how to work. After Suyu finished the analysis, he stopped thinking immediately, and then looked at the hell furnace. The blueprint analysis was completed, and the next step was to arrange the hell furnace. Hell Mecha. Suyu directly summoned the hell mecha. The hell furnace was a big guy, and it was extremely hard. If Suyu wanted to smelt this thing, he had to do his best. So he summoned the mecha. However, this summoning was different from what he expected. Suyu originally wanted to summon the hell mech from the materialized space, then put on the mech, and then use the mech's power to deal with the hell furnace. This set of procedures was normal. But at this time, the first step was beyond Suyu's expectations. He had just summoned the hell mech, and found that the mech was actually worn directly on his body. However, the mech had become very small at this time. It was only a few meters high, and it was more like a battle armor than a mecha. Then the mecha expanded rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, it changed from a battle armor several meters high to a super mecha hundreds of meters high. A mechanical giant, standing on the pale ground, with a silver and black body shell, exuding endless majesty. Suyu's perspective also kept rising as the mecha expanded. In a short time, the transformation of the mecha was completed. Wearing a mecha hundreds of meters long, Suyu was in a trance, and almost thought that he had transformed into a light-forged giant again. He raised his hand with some doubt, looking at the mechanical palm of the hell mech just now, and couldn't understand what had just happened. When the hell mech was summoned just now, it didn't seem to come out from the materialized space, but was summoned from Suyu's body. And then it expanded rapidly, and became what it is now. To be honest, Suyu thought it was quite cool. Just like when Suyu transformed into a light-forged giant before. But Suyu, as the master of the hell mech, didn't know when he had designed such a function for the mech. The mech doesn't have such a function. So it's my own ability? Is this Deus Ex Machina? Suyu remembered the core ability of his profession that he unlocked after he was promoted to a mechanic of the giant god soldier. That ability is called Deus Ex Machina. This ability is a bit abstract, and Suyu didn't know what it was used for by feeling. Just looking at the name, you can't tell anything. The introduction of this ability on the occupation panel is also very brief. God's power descends from the sky. The machine is a god. It's almost the same as nothing. Suyu tried to activate this ability before, but there was no effect. So, Suyu could only wait until the matter was settled, and then study it carefully. But Suyu's action of summoning the hell mecha just now triggered this skill, and directly summoned the hell mecha from his body. This so-called mechanical deity turns out to be like this. It is a special ability to quickly summon the giant god soldier mecha. Using the mechanical deity to summon the mecha, you can wear it directly on your body, which is faster and more convenient. As soon as you think about it, the mecha will be on your body. You can also use your ability to adjust the size of the mecha, making it larger or smaller. Suyu carefully analyzed and found that this special ability, seemingly useless, just makes wearing the mecha a little faster. But it is actually very useful. The combat power of the giant god soldier mechanic depends largely on the mecha. But the mecha is too big, and it is not convenient to move around. You can't live in the mecha all your life. If you don't wear the mecha at ordinary times, you may be too late to wear the mecha when you encounter an emergency. The ability of the mechanical deity perfectly solves this defect. With just a thought, the mecha descends from the void and is directly worn on Suyu, omitting the process. Moreover, this ability can also compress the mecha to a certain extent, reducing its size. For example, when Suyu thought about it, the magnificent mecha that was originally hundreds of meters high suddenly shrunk by half, only about 200 meters. In fact, Suyu wanted to shrink it further, but he was not capable enough and could not continue. When the mecha just appeared, the several meters high size seemed to be just an illusion. But Suyu understood that it was not an illusion. If the ability of this mechanical deity is brought to its full potential, it should be possible to compress the mecha to that extent. After all, Suyu has not yet upgraded this ability. Once it is upgraded to the maximum level, it is estimated that it will have such an effect. Moreover, in addition to the ability of this mechanical deity to quickly put on the mecha and compress the mecha to adjust the body shape, Suyu has also discovered other uses. That is, why do I feel that I am connected to this mecha by flesh and blood? It seems that this is my body. This feeling is very familiar. When I transformed into a Lightforged giant before, it seemed to be the same. Suyu felt that the mecha summoned by this ability was simply integrated with him, very compatible, so compatible that he could hardly sense his original body. Most importantly, Suyu recalled the appearance of the Lightforged giant before, and how similar it was to the present. Suyu suspected that his transformation into a Lightforged giant before was actually a manifestation of this mechanical deification ability. But at that time, Suyu had not yet become a giant god soldier mechanic, and did not have this ability at all. How did he transform? And, could that Lightforged giant also be some kind of mecha, summoned by Suyu? Chapter 352 The Terrifying Hellfire. Suyu's talent is brought into play again. In fact, Suyu still hasn't figured out what happened when he transformed into a Lightcast giant. He can transform into a subspace analyzer. There is a saying that it is after quantization, relying on self-observation, making his quantum probability cloud collapse into the shape of a subspace analyzer. And the principle of transforming into a Lightcast giant is unknown. Suyu had always thought that the Lightforged giant may be a change that comes with the sunlight blueprint. But now it seems that there may also be the reason for the ability of Deus Ex Machina. There is no way, it feels too similar, so Suyu can't help but think about it. But Suyu had not yet been promoted to a giant god soldier mechanic. Where did this ability come from? Could it be that the sunlight mech did something before it disappeared? It gave Suyu the sunlight blueprint. Maybe there are other arrangements that are not yet determined. Fortunately, this arrangement, it did not affect Suyu's ceremony, allowing him to be promoted to the 4th level smoothly. Thinking of this, Suyu's spirit entered his materialized space and looked at the fragment of the Yuri mecha. The fragment still lay quietly in the materialized space without any changes. Suyu could not tell whether there were any other arrangements of the Yuri mecha left in the fragment. Suyu looked at it for a while, and then looked at a machine next to the fragment. It was the Galaxy Battle Armor. This guy was out of danger at this time, and fell into a deep sleep. Previously, the Galaxy Armor was eroded by the painful power of King, and was in danger. Fortunately, Suyu was quick enough to deal with King in a few minutes, freeing the Galaxy Armor from the pain of hell. But it was too tired, so it fell into a deep sleep. After the restriction of thinking was removed, the Galaxy Armor became more and more like a human. Looking at the sleeping Galaxy Armor, Suyu was slightly surprised. Because he was on the body of the Galaxy Armor, some unusual auras were discovered. Is this going to break through? Suyu discovered that the aura on the Galaxy Armor was constantly growing and getting stronger, as if it was going to break through the original level and be promoted to a higher level. But after thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem strange. The Galaxy Armor was a powerful 9-star armor 10,000 years ago, but later the body was broken and fell down. In this battle, it was tossed around a lot, but it seemed to have gained some benefits. Apart from other things, the mechanical creatures it ate at the banquet, the energy and precious metal materials contained in them, are enough for it to digest. Although the galaxy armor itself, it is probably not very willing to digest these energies and materials. But now it is in a deep sleep. Everything is based on instinct, and it has no choice. In addition to the things eaten by the galaxy armor, the power used by King to erode it now seems to be absorbed by it. It seems that it also needs to restore its strength 10,000 years ago to 9 stars. As for the 4th level, forget it. As a mechanical armor made by humans, it is not so easy to upgrade. To upgrade Suyu to the 4th level, he needs to complete the ceremony of the giant god soldier mechanic. As for the galaxy armor, if he wants to upgrade, he probably needs to obtain the armor technical data in the betrayal core. Then the dedicated mechanic of the core will recast and upgrade the galaxy armor. And now the betrayal chapter. Maybe only the galaxy armor is left. Where can I find technical information and professional mechanics? It is estimated that for a long time, galaxy armor will remain at 9 stars. 9 stars is not bad. Suyu shook his head slightly and exited the materialization space. Anyway, let the galaxy armor worry about it when it wakes up. Now Suyu still has to hurry up and deal with this hell furnace. Then let's get started. Suyu's eyes condensed, and he activated the power of the hell mech. This 4th level top level giant god mech, because of the power of the mechanical deity, was almost integrated with Suyu. As Suyu's mind moved, the hell prototype on the chest of the mech, or the pain engine, roared and started, and soon reached its maximum power. If you listen carefully, you can hear that the roar of the mech engine is actually some kind of screaming and wailing. As the engine roared, the powerful hellish power of pain, like an electric current, instantly penetrated the entire body of the mecha. It was the first time for Suyu to activate this powerful mecha. At this moment, he only felt the energy flowing through his body. With a slight movement of his mind, he could trigger a terrifying force. This is completely different from controlling his own power. When Suyu transformed into a light-forged giant before, he had to concentrate his mind and activate his willpower to mobilize energy if he wanted to use his power. However, this mecha does not require Suyu to worry too much. With a slight thought, it will explode with terrifying energy. If Suyu did not control it intentionally, it would shatter the materialized space in an instant. The current mechanical god does not have the spare energy to stabilize this space. The power of this mecha is really too strong. It seems to be even stronger than the lightcast giant that Suyu transformed into before. And the power of the lightcast giant has some problems. This mecha is completely built by Suyu himself. All the power belongs to him. After adapting to the power of the mecha, Suyu said to himself, I still need to quickly equip this mecha with intelligence. The power of this mecha is too strong. So the control and computing power required are also extremely strong. Although Suyu does not need to expend his will to condense energy, he needs to expend computing power to control the power. This is also the disadvantage of the mecha not being equipped with intelligence and relying entirely on Suyu's own control. If Suyu's computing power is not strong, this mecha is probably out of control. Without enough computing power to control it, it might become a terrifying attack if it raises its hand at random. I hope that after the fear intelligence is upgraded, it can meet the computing power requirements of this mecha. Suyu said to himself, and then suddenly reached out, grabbed the mountain-like hell furnace, and held it in front of his chest. Although this hell furnace is huge, it is nothing in front of the huge size of the mecha. In proportion, it is about the same as an ordinary person holding a watermelon. Suyu controlled the hell mech, holding the hell furnace, observed it for a moment, and then exerted force suddenly. Crack! Crack! Instantly, the arms of the hell mech were stretched to the limit. Unknown millions of tons of terrifying power condensed in the arms and crushed the hell furnace crazily. The hell mech can transform the energy in the pain engine into pure physical force, which is extremely terrifying. This pair of big hands is enough to crush almost any material on this planet, grind the hardest alloy into powder. After a while, Suyu reluctantly let go. With his full strength, even a fourth-order mechanical life form would probably be crushed. But the hell furnace didn't move at all. When he saw the Yuri mecha making a move, he easily crushed the hell furnace. And Suyu wanted to try it too. But now it seems that the hell furnace built by Suyu, although it is a top-level fourth-order mecha, is not as good as the fifth-order Yuri mecha. It's still far from enough. And this hell furnace is also level 5. Although it is damaged, It is not something that Su can destroy with brute force. However, if this hell furnace cannot be destroyed, how can it be transformed into a new machine that the mechanical god needs? It seems that only that method can be used. Su naturally did not really give up. As he mobilized his mind, the dark black energy of pain condensed crazily in the big hands of the hell mech. Boom! Suddenly, in the big hands of the mech, black flames ignited. This was the hellfire that Su had turned into by concentrating the power of pain to the extreme. In this flame, every jumping little flame contained endless pain. However, this hellfire had been adjusted by Su. This flame had no physical or energy aggression. What burned in it was only pure pain. In theory, the hell furnace was extremely hard, and was not afraid of physical attacks. It was a dead object, and was not afraid of mental attacks. But under the burning of the hell flames, Su soon discovered that this hell furnace actually began to wriggle and melt. No! It was not actually melting, but repairing. This hell furnace was extremely advanced, and naturally had the function of self-repair. Its repair did not seem to be some kind of intelligent process, but was like the repair instinct of biological cells. It did not require the guidance of will. As long as there were materials and energy, it could complete the repair. It is life. And the material and energy it needs to repair itself is pain. And Su's hellfire is the best tonic for it. However, Su will not let it repair completely. Su controls the hellfire, watering in the hell furnace, guiding the repair of the hell furnace. Under Su's deliberate guidance, the repair process of the hell furnace is intermittent, and it keeps changing the repair position. Sometimes east, and sometimes west. If one position is not repaired properly, it will be quickly replaced. Under this messy repair, the appearance of the hell furnace gradually becomes strange. It vaguely looks like a spiral drill? Yes, this is how Su transforms the hell furnace. Use the self-repair function of the hell furnace to transform itself. The hell furnace is like a potted plant at this time. Su's hellfire is like a pair of scissors, pruning the furnace, let it grow into the shape that Su wants. It sounds simple, but in fact, the process is extremely complex and delicate, even to the microscopic level. Su used the fire of hell to guide and forcibly transform a fifth-order mechanical creation into another shape and another function. The technical difficulty can be imagined. However, Su did not feel any difficulty, and everything was based on instinct and inspiration. He seemed to have a good understanding of the structure of this hell furnace. Know it like the back of your hand. Know it better than the hell furnace itself. Everything is easy, very smooth and natural. While Su was transforming the hell furnace, he sighed that his talent in this area seemed to be getting more and more terrifying. That's right. The reason why Su was able to transform the hell furnace was because of his peerless talent in the way of hell's pain. Since he defeated King and condensed the prototype of hell, his talent in this area seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Su had analyzed the hell furnace before, and at that time, he spent a lot of mental and computational effort to analyze the method of cultivating the power of pain from the furnace. But now, facing the hell furnace again, Su was just playing with it as if it were a toy. Relaxed and casual. This was definitely not caused by Su's promotion to the 4th level. But Su's talent was at work. After Su condensed the prototype of hell, he was truly introduced to the path of pain in hell. His talent, from then on, it was truly excavated. And it seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. This talent is not reflected in the strong control over the hell furnace, but mainly in this hell flame. Su just had a flash of inspiration, and condensed this flame into shape. At this time, after this period of time, Su finally figured out the nature of this flame. This flame is the condensation of extremely strong painful emotions. And then some changes similar to chemical reactions occurred, which revealed the shape of flames. This flame shape is not only beautiful, but also contains an extremely dangerous nature. If it is a life below 7 stars, it does not need to touch this flame. Just a glance, it will be ignited by this terrifying hellfire, fall into endless pain, and become the fuel of hellfire. As for life above 7 stars, as long as it has not reached Su's level, as long as it touches this flame, it will be ignited instantly. And this hellfire, it is also contagious. 1 person spreads to 10 people. 10 spreads to 100 people, the more it burns. The more it burns, and the poison spreads endlessly. And the lives that are ignited will become part of Su's prototype of hell, providing Su with endless power. This method was just developed by Su, even Wang can't do it. What did I do? Su looked at the flame in his hand, And then he reacted. He just accidentally developed a terrifying move. As long as he is willing, if this hellfire is released, it is estimated that it will soon ignite all life on the planet, drag all life into hell, and cover the entire surface of the planet with black flames. Moreover, the function of this flame is not just that. This flame can transform the hell furnace, which can actually transform other life. Under the stimulation of the hellfire, the self-repairability of life will be activated and amplified. And Tsuyu manipulated this flame. It can guide the self-repair process of life and affect the final result of the repair. This influence is deep enough to reach the cellular level. As long as Tsuyu is willing, he can transform a human being into a twisted monster with the painful flames of hell. Tsuyu can even set up a program to automate this painful transformation and complete the transformation automatically. In this way, Tsuyu's hell has truly taken shape, and the patterns of hell torture have increased by more than 100 times. All of this, Tsuyu thought of it instantly, without spending any computing power. To him, it was as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Tsuyu really deserves to be the genius of the way of hell. I really don't want to be a big devil. Thinking of this, Tsuyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. He created a planet-destroying level of terrifying moves. But Tsuyu was not happy at all. This kind of thing is not worth being happy about. Then, Tsuyu put away his smile and looked solemn. My talent is really a bit weird. What's going on? Chapter 353 The Source of Talent, Unknown Black Hand? And the idea of a new mecha. In a short time, Tsuyu created a move that could destroy planetary civilization, Hellfire. This made him wonder if his talent was too good to be true, and if there was something wrong with it. On the one hand, his talent was too strong. So strong that it was unreasonable. On the other hand, Tsuyu felt that although he was not very interested in killing, he didn't have any resistance. And he was decisive in killing. But he only killed the enemies who deserved to be killed. Unless the enemy was really guilty of a heinous crime and had offended Tsuyu badly, he would not torture him cruelly. Why did he have the talent for the painful path of hell? And was so strong? His nature was not that perverted. It was like luring him to the painful path of hell. Thinking of this, Tsuyu's eyes became alert. Could it be that he was being targeted by something? How come he hadn't discovered his talent before, and it suddenly appeared now? Could it be that this talent was not Tsuyu's at all, but something else had secretly done something to Tsuyu and imposed it on him? But if this suspicion was true, if something really had targeted Tsuyu and given him this talent, it would be a bit scary. With Tsuyu's current strength, he couldn't even find out what had happened to him. He couldn't even find it, let alone fight it. What level was the one who did something to him? But Tsuyu hadn't felt that he had been tampered with so far. This suspicion seemed to be just a search for the enemy in the void. And he was scaring himself. And then again, talent is really unreasonable. Innate talent. No one can predict it. Everything is possible. This is not a genetic problem. This world has psychic power and spiritual strength. There are even various alien life forms, which may not even have genes. In this world, the so-called talent is more on the spiritual and mental level. The variables on the spiritual and mental level are even more numerous and unpredictable. So everything is possible. Tsuyu is obviously a normal person, but he has a unique talent on the path of hell. It is still possible. Tsuyu had not discovered before, it was just because he hadn't encountered the right opportunity, and hadn't encountered a strong man like Wang, who was good at the way of hell's pain. Otherwise, he might have stimulated this talent long ago and mastered the power of pain. Moreover, Tsuyu had actually used some torture methods on the Lord of Tianfa City and his subordinates, because of their belief in the god of heavenly punishment. After death, the spirits and souls of those charlatans entered the god's kingdom of the evil god of heavenly punishment. And the so-called god's kingdom, actually, it was Tsuyu's spiritual space. Because Tsuyu had taken away the origin of the heavenly punishment evil god. And these guys fell into his trap. So Tsuyu would not be polite. He would burn and torture them with the flames of his spirit every day to punish them for their sins. Those charlatans were originally spiritual bodies, fanatics, and in the so-called God's kingdom, they almost never died. So they had been tortured to death by Tsuyu until now. Although this kind of torture, compared with the real painful hell, it's still far from it. But it's scary enough. Almost like a small hell. Tsuyu had almost forgotten about them. But now he remembered them. Tsuyu had always thought that these god-punishing charlatans were sending down heavenly punishment on human settlements everywhere, and their hands were stained with the blood of millions of humans. Their crimes were unforgivable, and no punishment was too much. Suyu had no psychological barriers to torturing them. But now thinking about it carefully, thinking about it this way, I am really a bit perverted. Could it be that I really have some talent? Suyu pondered this and found that he had a talent for cultivating the power of pain before. It was just that Suyu didn't have a way to cultivate it before, and couldn't condense the prototype of hell and master the power of pain. It was a bit of a waste of the pain of these charlatans. It may also be that my cruel method attracted the attention of something. Suyu had another guess in his mind. That is, his behavior of torturing the Lord of Tianfa City and others, maybe it satisfied some kind of ritual, which attracted the attention of something. Of course, all this was just Suyu's guess. He couldn't provide any evidence to prove it. Suyu didn't even know whether the thing really existed. Anyway, we must be vigilant about this matter and investigate it carefully. Suyu warned himself in his heart. He decided to wait until the matter of the mechanical god was settled, and then immediately start investigating it. This was no longer just an ordinary enemy. It is a huge threat to Suyu's origin. If there is something that can modify Suyu's talent and give him the peerless talent in the path of hell pain, will it have a deeper impact on Suyu? This is a serious matter, and Suyu has to pay attention to it. However, at least for evil people like the Lord of Tianfa City, it is a good thing to have a means to punish them. Suyu thought about it, and thought of the benefits of this power of pain. This kind of power, in addition to being used for fighting, the biggest use should be for punishment. Thinking of this, Suyu moved his mind, and moved the Lord of Tianfa City and his vicious charlatans to the prototype of hell. Originally, these guys, after such a long time, seemed to have adapted to Suyu's mental power and flame torture, and they didn't scream much. Some of them were determined and endured the pain, and their faces didn't seem to change much. There were also some particularly perverted ones. They seemed to be enjoying it. Others gave up thinking and entered a state similar to sleeping to fight the pain. If this continued, soon, Suyu's torture and punishment on them would be ineffective. At that time, Suyu's spiritual space would really become the kingdom of God they wanted. But now, everything is not a problem. If you have the ability, adapt to this. Suyu moved them to the real hell to let them broaden their horizons. Ah! It hurts. Let me die, let me die. As soon as those charlatans entered the prototype of hell, they burst into earth-shattering screams. The real pain of hell is not Suyu's previous little fight. What firm will, perverted enjoyment, giving up thinking, all are useless. Their spirits are forced to wake up, maintaining a high degree of sobriety, clearly feeling every bit of pain. And their pain, in turn, strengthens the power of the prototype of hell, make the pain more intense. With this group of fresh troops, the power of the pain engine has been greatly improved, and the power of the hell mecha has also been improved. At the same time, Suyu felt that his control over the power of hell pain has also been greatly improved. Hey, just enjoy it slowly. Suyu chuckled. Those charlatans screamed miserably, but Suyu did not have any sympathy. Instead, he felt very relieved. For these scums, this hell is their best destination. Then Suyu blocked the screams of these guys, and retracted his attention. Let's save the mechanical god first. Suyu put his mind away, and focused his attention on the hell furnace. At this time, the hell furnace was completely unrecognizable. It was completely different from its original appearance. It looked similar to the mechanical god, a broken spiral drill. It was Suyu who successfully turned the hell furnace into a helical shape through the stimulation of the painful black fire. It was transformed into what he wanted. Just one more step to finish it, and it would be done. The whole process took only a few hours, incredibly fast. The mechanical god next to him watched the whole process, and seemed a little surprised. Suyu's efficiency was too high. He actually completed the transformation of the hell furnace in such a short time. However, in the finishing stage, Suyu found something that surprised him. That is, these mechanical people, they are not dead yet. Suyu discovered that, in the depths of the hell furnace, some hidden microscopic structures, there were some strange mechanical structures. These mechanical structures seemed a little strange, and were not in harmony with the overall structure of the hell furnace, like something foreign. After a careful investigation, Suyu finally figured out what these mechanical structures were. They were the mechanical clans that were eroded by the power of pain at the previous banquet. They were under the control of King. They merged into the hell furnace. Of course, that was just an appearance. With the level of the mechanical bodies, it was impossible to fuse a 5th level hell furnace. The truth should be that the hell furnace devoured them. using their pain as fuel to start the furnace. Later, the hell furnace was destroyed by the sunlight mecha. Suyu thought these guys were dead, but he didn't expect that they were still alive. However, it is hard to say whether these mechanical people are really still alive. Their bodies have been completely absorbed and digested by the hell furnace, leaving only the most basic mechanical structures. These mechanical structures are extremely small, like cells, and have very few functions. The function of these mechanical structures is to preserve the consciousness of these mechanical races and then make them produce pain. Now, these miniature mechanical races are still continuously producing the power of pain, trying to repair the hell furnace. However, the Yuri mecha was too ruthless. These miniature mechanical clans were actually also severely damaged. So the repair effect was not very good. And it was far less useful than Suyu's hellfire. But the advantage was that it was continuous. If Suyu had left the furnace alone before, it would have been fully restored with the efforts of these miniature mechanical clans. How should we deal with these guys? Suyu looked at these mechanical clans and thought slightly in his heart. If he wanted to maximize the benefits, he should ignite all these mechanical clans with the hellfire of pain if it becomes fuel. Then the pain engine on Suyu's mecha will be more powerful. Forget it. Suyu pondered for a while and gave up the idea. The main reason is that these mechanical races are actually the unlucky ones who were harmed by the king. They are the ones that the king deliberately cultivated, and they are the more pure in kind. Just like that G7. These pure mechanical races can produce the strongest pain and activate the hell furnace. And it is precisely because of the purity of these mechanical races that, although they had oppressed humans before, it was not excessive. They were not as vicious and cruel as the pure humans, like the Lord of Tinfa City. Of course, these kind-hearted mechanical races still oppressed humans to a certain extent. After all, their kindness was the kindness within the mechanical race. For alien races like humans, they may not be so kind, and they would still oppress them when necessary. However, with this hatred, they would at most kill them directly. They would not be condemned to hell, and never be able to rise again. After making the decision, Suyu was inspired, and directly extracted those miniature mechanical races from the hell furnace, helped them relieve their pain, and then prepared to store them in the materialization space, waiting for later processing. Those mechanical races originally screamed in pain, but after being rescued by Suyu, they immediately fell into a happy coma. Previously, they had been suffering from the pain of being awake. As soon as he came out, he couldn't hold on. G7 seems to be among them? Galaxy Armor will be very happy to know that its friend is not dead. Suyu carefully distinguished the composition of these mechanical races, and found that G7 and his wife Phantom were among them. Suyu didn't have any bad feelings towards these two. Seeing that they were not completely dead, Suyu was quite happy. However, these guys have become so small now because of the power of the hell furnace. Is this the legendary nanomachine? Suyu looked at these miniature mechanical families, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Before Suyu traveled through time, he had seen many stories about nanomachines in movies and TV shows. In those stories, nanomachines are ever-changing, magical and powerful. But stories are just stories after all. Nanomachines sound powerful, but in fact, they have a lot of shortcomings and technical difficulties. Under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible to achieve that effect. However, in this world with psychic power in subspace, it can be made. But the technical difficulty required is still very high. Suyu, who was at the 3rd level before, had some difficulty in making such things. After all, it involves a microscopic scale, and the technical difficulty is too high. Suyu before did not have the relevant technical reserves, so he had never thought about it. But now, seeing these miniature mechanical families, it gave Suyu inspiration. He is now at the 4th level as a giant god soldier mechanic, with enough strength and technology. He could create the legendary nanomachine. Moreover, my second giant god mech, I will use nanotechnology. Suyu's giant god mechanic can get power feedback from different giant god mechs. The more mechs he has, the stronger his body will be. So it's not enough to create a hell mech. Before a day had passed, he had already thought about creating a second giant god mech. And for this second one, Suyu plans to use nanominiaturization technology. However, if this is the case, it is hard to say whether the created machine can be considered a giant divine weapon. Should it be called a micro-divine weapon? Just as Suyu was thinking about it, his transformation of the hell furnace had been completed. Suyu put away his thoughts, held up the transformed spiral drill in his hand, looked at the mechanical god, and prepared to let it start the consciousness transfer. However, Suyu found that the mechanical god seemed a little strange. Chapter 354: The new ability of the mechanical god. The thing behind the scenes appears. At this time, the mechanical god is emitting a strange wave. This kind of wave, Suyu has never seen it before, seems to be some kind of information data, and it seems to be a strange psychic power. Psychic power? Suyu was a little surprised. The mechanical god does not have any psychic power. All of his abilities are pure physical technology, without psychic power and subspace elements. At most, it uses its powerful computing power, controlling giant, the fifth-order intelligence, to perform the materialization space, indirectly using spiritual power. But he himself still has no spiritual power. So normally, it is impossible for him to emit spiritual energy fluctuations. But now, what is going on? What's wrong with you? Suyu asked hurriedly. The mechanical god did not answer, and still emitted that strange fluctuation. Suddenly, his body trembled. The next moment, the mechanical god's body, the cracked spiral drill head, completely shattered all over the ground. At the same time, in Suyu's hand, the hell furnace that he had just transformed, the voice of the mechanical god came out. I'm fine. Just when you finished transforming the hell furnace, my consciousness began to resonate and transfer, and now it's completed. Thank you for your help. I'm not in danger now. Although the strength may have decreased a little, it takes time to recover. It turned out that the mechanical god had just given up his original body, transferred to the remodeled hell furnace. It seems that his life was saved. Suyu successfully saved him. That's good. Losing strength is better than losing life. Feeling the strange vitality in the hell furnace, Suyu was also somewhat happy in his heart. Being able to save the friendly alien friend of the mechanical god, Suyu was in a good mood. However, Suyu still asked with some doubts. The fluctuations you just emitted are a bit strange. Some are similar to psychic fluctuations. What's going on? The mechanical god was silent for a moment, then said, When I was transferring my consciousness just now, I seemed to sense something strange. I seemed to see the subspace that you humans talk about. Just after the mechanical god finished speaking, a strong spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the hell furnace. The mechanical god really has spiritual energy. But the spiritual energy of the mechanical god felt extremely strange to Suyu. Suyu had never seen this form of spiritual energy before. It seems to be the opposite of all the psychic energies I have come into contact with before. Just like other psychic energies are hot, the psychic energy of the mechanical god is cold. This is an instinctive feeling that is difficult to describe. Can you really sense the subspace? And you have psychic energy? Is it because of this body forged by the hell furnace? Suyu asked while analyzing the nature of the psychic energy transmitted by the mechanical god. He suspected that the mechanical god, who was originally isolated from the subspace, he suddenly gained psychic power because he changed his body. He changed to the hell furnace, a psychic mechanical creation, so he could sense the subspace and gain psychic power. However, Suyu felt that it was not that simple. If he could just change his body, it would make the mechanical god have psychic power. This would be too simple. With the ability of the mechanical god, he would have done it a long time ago and would not have waited until now. Hearing this, the mechanical god thought for a moment and replied, It is indeed because of the hell furnace. This hell furnace, its material is a bit strange. It seems to have no real material components, but is a pure subspace creation. And the level of this subspace material is extremely high. And I am made of pure real matter, without any subspace components. When my consciousness resonated with this hell furnace and was transferred and uploaded, the two completely opposite materials came into contact, and a strange change occurred. Because of this change, I finally sensed the subspace, and I have the so-called psychic energy. The mechanical god spoke a little slowly. It seemed that he was analyzing what had just happened, and telling Suyu the results of the analysis. However, this result surprised Suyu a lot. This hell furnace is so special. Pure subspace matter. Subspace psychic energy can be condensed into various forms similar to matter. Suyu defeated the tyrannical split thought before. I got the evil god's bones, which is something similar. However, the evil god's bones are not pure, but mixed with a lot of real substances. To put it bluntly, the evil god's body at that time was formed by the sacrifices of the ghost tribe after their death. Isn't it mixed with a lot of real substances? There is also the ability of data materialization, which is actually the condensation of spiritual energy into a material form. However, This kind of data materialization also needs real substances as the base point and reference. Otherwise it cannot be materialized. Just like snowflakes condense, dust is needed as condensation nuclei. Although only a little bit is needed, it can be almost ignored. But it is indispensable. And now, the mechanical god told Suyu that this hell furnace is completely pure subspace matter, and has nothing to do with the real material universe. This is amazing. Pure. Absolute. Complete. Anything with these words is amazing. Such a strange thing. No wonder it can react with the equally pure mechanical god, giving the mechanical god spiritual power. I don't know how Wang got this thing, and then used it to forge the hell furnace. It seems that I have to find time to interrogate this guy. Suyu thought about interrogating Wang. In fact, according to Suyu's practice, if he captured the enemy alive, he must interrogate him, force out all the secrets of the other party, and obtain intelligence and benefits. The reason why Suyu hadn't taken action yet was that the king's bones were still strong. Although he was struggling and screaming in the prototype of hell, he hadn't collapsed and begged for mercy. For a while, it was estimated that nothing could be pried out of its mouth. However, Suyu was not in a hurry. He would wait until the king's will was worn away by the pain of hell. Then, whatever Suyu asked, it would answer, just to relieve the pain for a moment. The torture of hell was the best interrogation, which could make the strongest-willed warriors become an obedient prisoner who answers all questions. Unless there is a genius who can comprehend the true meaning of the power of hell's pain in the pain of hell, and use this pain to practice and break the seal and get out. But Suyu is already a peerless genius in the way of hell's pain, and his talent far exceeds that of King. So as long as he is taken into the prototype of hell by Suyu, it is basically impossible for him to get out on his own. All the secrets of King will be obtained by Suyu sooner or later. And just as Suyu was thinking, the mechanical god was curiously studying the psychic power he had just obtained. He manipulated this strange energy, trying to affect the surrounding matter, trying to use this energy to lift a piece of debris on the ground from a distance. Those fragments were left after his original body was shattered. These fragments had lost their original hard nature, and were just some ordinary metals, which had no value. The mechanical god tried to move them, to test psychic power, which was also a waste utilization. The essence of psychic power, it is the subspace energy that can affect real matter. Various strange spiritual powers and professions are just the extension of this ability. And the mechanical god is now trying the most basic function of spiritual power, affecting the state of motion of matter. As long as the most basic functions are mastered, with the powerful wisdom and computing power of the mechanical god, he will soon be able to develop his own powerful spiritual power. Even create a professional system for him. However, this most basic first step, he failed. No matter how hard the mechanical god tried, and how he focused his energy on those fragments, he could not move them at all. His spiritual energy seemed unable to touch those fragments at all. After trying for a while, the mechanical god could only give up helplessly and then said, "Suyu, can you take out a piece of real matter? My spiritual energy seems unable to affect my original body fragments. I want to try other substances." In this materialized space, all the materials in the original were destroyed in the previous war. If the mechanical god wanted to test other materials, he could only ask Suyu for them. Okay. Suyu heard this, and came back to his senses from his thoughts. He casually took out a 1 cubic meter alloy ingot from the materialized space, and threw it on the ground. Then he watched the mechanical god perform quietly. The mechanical god mobilized his spiritual energy to surround the metal ingot, and tried to move it. The spiritual energy mobilized by the mechanical god at this time, extremely powerful, in terms of strength, it is even stronger than Suyu's original body. After all, the mechanical god was originally a 6th order mechanical god. After obtaining spiritual energy, although it is not also 6th order, it is also powerful enough, at least the top of the 4th order, or even the 5th order. It's just that his spiritual energy is too strange, so you can't judge his specific level. And with the current spiritual energy strength of the mechanical god, under normal circumstances, as long as it is used well, not to mention moving an alloy ingot of more than 20 tons, I'm afraid it can pull up a mountain or a city. Suyu's mechanical city can fly in the sky, relying on psychic power. And the psychic power of the mechanical god is much stronger than the mechanical city. However, it didn't work. No matter how hard the mechanical god tried, the metal ingot didn't move at all. Suyu even reached out and tried to touch the psychic power of the mechanical god. Except for a strange feeling. There was no change in the touch. That strange feeling, it was still a feeling of opposite. But other than that, there was no other feeling. The psychic power of the mechanical god seemed to be unable to affect real matter at all. What's going on? Suyu, do you know? The mechanical god was helpless. He didn't know much about psychic power, so he could only ask Suyu for help. He wondered if he didn't know how to use it. Why did Suyu and the others use psychic power so easily? But he couldn't even move a piece of metal ingot. Suyu heard this and fell into deep thought, analyzing rapidly in his mind. He was also very interested in the strange spiritual power of the mechanical god and wanted to figure out what was going on. After thinking for a while, Suyu suddenly had an idea and thought of the strange opposite feeling just now. Mechanical god, you are a pure material life, but your current body is a pure subspace creation. Because of this strange nature, will the spiritual power you have now be completely opposite to normal spiritual power? Suyu suddenly spoke. Completely opposite? How opposite? The mechanical god asked hurriedly. The opposite means, ordinary spiritual energy can give energy to real matter and affect their state of motion. And your spiritual energy may be able to eliminate this influence. As he said this, Suyu's mind moved, and the 1 cubic meter, 26-ton alloy ingot floated up. This is Suyu using his spiritual energy to change the state of motion of this alloy ingot. Let it get rid of gravity. This is the most intuitive change of spiritual energy affecting real matter. Try again, Suyu said to the mechanical god. The mechanical god immediately understood what Suyu meant. He mobilized his spiritual energy again and gathered it towards the alloy ingot. Bang! As the spiritual energy of the mechanical god gathered, the alloy ingot fell instantly. It was not that the mechanical god took away the control of the alloy ingot. The spiritual energy of the mechanical god, in fact, still could not affect this piece of metal. It was another situation. Suyu felt that the influence of his psychic energy on the alloy ingot was eliminated by the strange psychic energy. Sure enough, this is the essence of your psychic energy. The essence is to eliminate the influence of other psychic energies. Suyu's eyes condensed, and he spoke slowly. Eliminating ability? This seems very good? The mechanical god was silent for a moment, and also spoke slowly, with some surprise in his tone. With his wisdom, he naturally understood the value of this ability. Although he does not like fighting, he is curious and eager to explore new powers. Gaining this new power is a very novel experience even for his long life. Just as the mechanical god was thinking about how to use this new ability to conduct more research. Mechanical god, Suyu suddenly said seriously. However, he did not speak directly, but used his ability to directly transmit this information to the mechanical god. What's the matter? The mechanical god heard something wrong, and also communicated with information. Although he changed his body and had psychic power, his original technological capabilities were still there, but much weaker. After all, this body now is not as good as before. Use your psychic power to scan the entire materialized space. Eliminate all abilities, Suyu said. Okay. The mechanical god did not ask any more questions, nor did he hesitate, and instantly activated its psychic power with all its strength, facing the entire materialized space, scanned. When the mechanical god tried before, it just gathered its spiritual energy and tried to move matter. Now it is like a radar, spreading rapidly, and in a blink of an eye it covers the entire materialized space. And as its spiritual energy is fully exerted, the entire materialized space is like ice and snow under the scorching sun, melting rapidly. The materialized space is also created by spiritual energy, and is now being eliminated by the mechanical god's ability. At the same time, a horrifying scene also exposed. Countless eyes, surrounding Suyu and the mechanical god, staring at them coldly. Sure enough, something is watching me. Suyu looked at these eyes, with a sneer on his face. He had suspected before, whether he had been manipulated otherwise. How could he suddenly awaken some peerless talent of the way of hell's pain? But it was just a suspicion, without any evidence. Now, with the elimination ability that the mechanical god had just obtained, the black hand behind the scenes was finally exposed. That was these eyes. Chapter 355 Painful Evil God. The source of Suyu's talent. Those eyes are extremely strange, not just eyeballs, but also flesh and blood around the corners of the eyes. The flesh and blood are rotting and pus-filled, looking both disgusting and terrifying. And these eyeballs, combined with the flesh and blood next to them, can faintly see some eye expressions. They are laughing. And it is a laugh with extreme cruelty and malice. At first glance, they are not good things. They are big and small. The small ones were only as big as human eyeballs, and the big ones were over 1,000 meters in diameter. They were densely packed and surrounded the whole space. The entire materialized space seemed to be filled with these rotten flesh eyes. Suyu looked at these eyes with a serious look. He could recognize that these rotten flesh eyes were exactly the same as the one in the energy storage at the giant god army's base. That thing had escaped at some point and had set its sights on Suyu. It had used some unknown means. It seemed to have been lurking beside Suyu, staring at him from all directions. Neither Suyu, nor Wang, nor even the previous Yaori mecha seemed to have noticed these eyes. This is terrible. Of course, it may also be that the Yaori mecha was in poor condition at the time. And it was not that these eyes were really that powerful. Even the 5th level Yaori mecha could not detect it. Suyu did not know whether the Yaori mecha in its heyday could detect these eyes. Anyway, he was at the 4th level. It is absolutely impossible to find. The strength of these eyes is at least the top level of the 4th level, and may even be the 5th level. Fortunately, just now, the mechanical god awakened his spiritual power, and possessed the ability to eliminate. Then, at Suyu's request, he directly purified the entire materialized space. This finally exposed these rotten flesh eyes. And there was nothing to hide. These are. The mechanical god looked at his own achievements, and was also a little surprised. If it was the previous him, he couldn't see these rotten flesh eyes. But now, he has spiritual power, and can finally see them. These eyes are strange and unique to him. These seem to be the rotten flesh eyes I saw in the energy storage before. I don't know when it got out of trouble, and stared at me. Suyu explained to the mechanical god. Then, he looked at those eyes and said, "What are you? What do you want to do?" These rotten flesh eyes did not attack. Instead, they stared at Suyu secretly. There must be a purpose. Suyu wanted to see if this thing could communicate. Buzz? Those rotten eyes heard the words, and sent out a message. The way they sent messages was very strange. They did not use language, but eye contact to convey information. This way of conveying information seemed to be more efficient than language. Suyu understood the message they conveyed instantly. Buzz, I am a believer of the great god of pain. Suyu, you have received the blessing of pain, and are destined to become an apostle of God. Come, pray to my God. You will be reborn, and become the vanguard of God's conquest of the material universe. No need to hesitate. Suyu, God is very optimistic about you. In God's eyes, your status is higher than mine. As long as you are willing, I will become your servant and help you serve my God better. These eyes are actually preaching to Suyu. What kind of god of pain is Suyu going to believe in? Pain. God. Is there really such a god? After receiving the information from these eyes, Suyu's heart sank even more. He had previously speculated whether there would be a subspace evil god who controlled the power of pain, just like the tyrannical evil god controlled the tyrannical emotions. If there really is such a person, then he would be the Lord of Hell, the King of Pain, and I wonder how powerful he would be. And now, this person really appeared. That painful evil god who can drive this weird rotten flesh eye must be much stronger than the rotten flesh eye. I don't know if it is 5th level or 6th level, or even stronger. If so, it is more terrifying than the tyrannical evil god. The tyrannical evil god can be sealed for 10,000 years by a 5th level strongman like Zhang Chenfeng, which is enough to prove his strength, which is actually only at the 5th level. At most, because of the immortal nature of the evil god, he is a little more difficult to deal with than an ordinary 5th level psychic, but it is still level 5 after all. Suyu is now level 4, and if he works harder, he still has a good chance of fighting the tyrannical body. But this painful evil god of unknown origin, Suyu has no way of guessing his strength. What's worse is that, this painful evil god seems to be quite optimistic about Suyu, and even invites Suyu to become his apostle. Being targeted by such a terrifying existence, Suyu is definitely not in a good mood. A tyrannical evil god, Suyu hasn't even dealt with it yet, now there is another painful evil god, which is even more troublesome. Moreover, the painful evil god secretly gave Suyu a blessing. This so-called blessing must be the source of Suyu's strange talent. Suyu's previous worry was right. His talent was not born, but was tampered with by another existence. And the one who tampered with it was the painful evil god. The blessing from the source of pain. No wonder Suyu's talent in the path of pain in hell, strong to the point of being invincible. Just after entering the realm, he defeated Wang, a veteran who had practiced for 10,000 years. At this moment, 1. In the pain engine, seemed to have received information from those eyeballs. The abilities of those eyeballs were extremely strange. Suyu's seal on Wang could obviously block external information, but it still couldn't stop it. So, Wang finally knew the truth. So, it went crazy instantly. Ah! Why? Why wasn't I blessed? Wang roared in pain. Only then did he understand where he had lost. It had worked hard for thousands of years. So what? Suyu's blessing from a god had made all its efforts in vain. This made it extremely unwilling and painful. Why? Why? How am I inferior to Suyu? Why can't it be me? Wang roared wildly in the engine of pain, and the sound even reached the outside. Boom! The energy intensity of the hell mech suddenly increased by more than 30%. It was the pain of the king that strengthened the mech's power again. Suyu was speechless when he heard this. He didn't want to do it himself. Who knows what that painful evil god was thinking? Why did he choose him? Thinking of this, Suyu's heart suddenly moved. Why did he choose him? What's so special about him? The special thing about Suyu is that he has a professional panel. Could it be that the painful evil god who is nowhere to be found has discovered my career panel? Suyu's heart suddenly tightened. This career panel is his biggest secret, his strongest trump card. If it is discovered and targeted by some painful evil god, it will be the end. Career panel. Will you be discovered by the painful evil god? Suyu asked the career panel in his heart. Suyu just asked casually. After all, the career panel is not as smart as Nono, generally. They will not answer questions like Suyu's. However, it does not mean that they will not answer Suyu's questions. If a certain mechanism preset by the panel is triggered, it will give a prompt and answer. For Suyu's question this time, the panel really answered. This panel has the function of information countermeasure. Anyone who knows the existence of this panel will be recorded. Current record, Suyu. This panel has no risk of leakage. Note, do not disclose the existence of this panel to anyone. Otherwise, it will lead to unpredictable dangers. Suyu looked at the prompt of the occupation panel in his field of vision, and felt relieved. This prompt means that anyone who knows the existence of the occupation panel will be discovered and recorded by the panel. In the current record, there is only Suyu, which means that the existence of this panel has not been discovered by the painful evil god. Of course, it may also be that the painful evil god is powerful enough to even hide the occupation panel. However, Suyu still chose to believe in the panel that has been with him for so long. The occupation panel says that it has not been discovered, which means it has not been discovered. You can't be suspicious and scare yourself, right? But this is a bit strange. Since the painful evil god did not find the occupation panel, why did he choose Suyu and bless him? Suyu has no idea about this question. After all, up to now, Suyu has not even come into contact with the painful evil god, and he can't understand why he was targeted. It can't be because he tortured the charlatans of the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City. The painful evil god has taken a fancy to him, right? Speaking of which, where is the painful evil god? Is he in the depths of the universe, deep in the subspace, or has he come to the Ruins planet? If he has come to the Ruins planet, then it will be a big trouble. The more Suyu thought about these questions, the more serious he felt. At this time, those eyes sent out a message again. What do you think? Suyu, have you considered it? Do you want to pray to my god? Suyu looked at them and said coldly, why choose me? Where is the painful evil god? Also, you hid before, what did you want to do? For Suyu, since he couldn't figure it out, he would just ask directly. If he couldn't get the answer, then he would beat him. And those eyes narrowed when they heard it, as if they were laughing. Then, it really answered Suyu's question. I hid before to observe whether you are really qualified to be a believer of God. After my observation, Suyu, you are very good, very qualified. It answered the questions. But it started from the last question, and told Suyu why it had been hiding before. It turned out that it was observing Suyu, but it was not known whether it was true or false. It seemed to admire Suyu very much, and it was not known what standard it used for observation. And Suyu did not feel any joy in praising it. As for where is my God? God is not in the present, nor in the past, but in the future. God is not yet born. When he is born, the entire real universe will become a hell of pain and become our paradise. The rotten flesh eyes answered Suyu's second question. This answer was beyond Suyu's expectation. The painful evil god has not really been born yet. It is in the future. But how can the painful evil god, who has not yet been born, bless Suyu? Suyu's mind raced, and he thought of many possibilities in an instant. The subspace was extremely chaotic. Time is also extremely chaotic. The future evil god, through the chaotic time, saw the present Suyu, and gave him a blessing, which seems not impossible. After all, Suyu himself is studying the power of time, and it is natural for the more powerful subspace evil god to master this power. There is another possibility, that is, the future Suyu, for some reason, came into contact with the painful evil god. Maybe at some point in the future, Suyu is fighting the painful evil god, then the will of the painful evil god traveled through time, blessed the past Suyu, tried to pull Suyu to his side. This also explains why the painful evil god is so optimistic about Suyu. Perhaps the future Suyu has become very strong, and beat up the painful evil god. Of course, these are purely Suyu's fantasies. As for the truth, it still needs to be investigated, and it depends on the answer of the Rotten Meat Eyes. At this time, Rotten Meat Eyes answered Suyu's first question again. As for why my god chose you, very simple, because prophecy. Suyu, you have obtained the prophecy, you should know that. At some point in the future, everyone around you will die. Except you. And at that time, in order to break the deadlock, you will pray to our God and become God's apostle. This is a destined fate. Hearing this answer, Suyu was silent. He remembered the prophecy picture that could be infinitely magnified. In the picture, millions of people in the mechanical city, and the millions of descendants of the mechanics, all died. Only Suyu was alone, facing the sky full of radiation beasts, mechanical creations, subspace demons, evil god tentacles, and other terrifying enemies. And judging from the meaning of these eyes, Suyu, at that time in the picture, because of despair, completely blackened, prayed to the god of pain, and became a believer of this evil god. This was destined. But how could it be possible? Suyu immediately sneered. Why? You don't believe it? The rotten eyes saw Suyu's smile and asked. Of course I don't believe it. Let's not talk about the prophecy. It may not come true. Even if the prophecy is destined, it only lasts for that moment. After that moment, what will happen depends on my own will. I'm sure I will never pray to the painful evil god. Suyu stared at the iron road, which was a clear rejection. Moreover, he directly said painful evil god, obviously. There was no respect for this powerful future god. Suddenly, the look in those rotten flesh eyes darkened. No longer smiling, but full of murderous intent. Suyu was on guard, and the Hell Mecha was fully activated, ready for a big fight. He did not completely believe what the eyes said, and it was safer to capture the eyes after the battle, torture and interrogate them severely. Just as Suyu was about to make a move, the rotten flesh eyes suddenly narrowed. It seemed that he had regained his smile. Suyu, you haven't understood the greatness of my god yet. It's okay. You will understand it in the future. You are destined to be my god's apostle. We will be companions in the future. There is no need to fight. After saying that, bang 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 bang. These rotten flesh eyeballs exploded in a series. Suddenly, blood and flesh flew all over the entire materialized space, and the pulp splashed everywhere, which was very disgusting. Boom! Outside Suyu's body, a huge psychic shield was opened to protect him inside. However, the explosion of these eyeballs, except for being disgusting, seemed to have no power. After a while, the explosion dissipated, and those eyeballs disappeared. The blood, flesh and pulp left after the explosion of these eyeballs formed a strange symbol on the ground. Chapter 356 Return to the Mechanical City. It seems that the rotten flesh eye was unwilling to fight Suyu, so it left by some means. But before it left this strange symbol. The symbol was not complicated, but the various lines and angles were natural, and it seemed to contain endless information. Suyu had never seen this symbol before, but he felt familiar with it. Suyu quickly recalled the source of the familiarity. He had actually seen something similar. It was the previous king, who, when imprinting the mechanical clan on the galaxy armor, revealed a symbol. However, that imprint symbol was far from being as simple as this one, and it was not as natural. It seemed to be mixed with many other things, and was not pure enough. This is, as soon as Suyu saw those symbols, countless inspirations suddenly emerged in his mind. These inspirations were all about pain, torture, interrogation, etc. In a short time, Suyu made a big step forward in the path of hell pain. It seems that he has been studying this for dozens or hundreds of years. He has rich experience, and is an old expert with many years of experience. Suyu quickly turned his head and stopped looking at the symbol. So the inspiration in his mind also disappeared. However, the accumulated experience is still there. Suyu was speechless. He didn't want to be an expert in this field. It seems that this symbol is the symbol of the evil god of pain. Really amazing. Suyu also understood the origin of this symbol. It must have come from the evil god of pain. This symbol hid the true meaning of the way of hell pain. For someone like Suyu who has been blessed with pain, this symbol is the peerless secret book which can help him practice quickly and master the power of pain. However, Suyu was unwilling to practice this thing. He moved his mind and directly destroyed the symbol. At the same time, Suyu also sealed the memory of this symbol in his mind and stopped thinking about it. Even those experiences were sealed. If these memories were not very deep, he would have wanted to delete them directly and forget them. After Suyu erased the symbol, he did not make any other moves, but stood there, thinking quietly. Suyu, how are you? After waiting for a while, the mechanical god saw that Suyu had not moved, and asked, I'm fine. But there is another terrible enemy. Suyu sighed and shook his head. It's okay. I will help you deal with the painful evil god. The mechanical god comforted him. Suyu heard this and smiled. Thank you for your help. The mechanical god is a friend who is trustworthy and very powerful. He is of great help to Suyu. Although the mechanical god is a god, he is not arrogant and is very friendly. By the way, how strong are you now? What level are you at? Suyu asked curiously. The mechanical god changed his body, awakened his psychic power, and now his strength. Suyu was a little confused. My current strength? Hearing this, the mechanical god was silent for a moment, and then said, I should be at the 4th level now. Although the material of this body is special, it is somewhat in conflict with my essence, and I need to slowly adapt. When I fully adapt, I will restore my strength to the 6th level, and then I will have both the power of technology and psychic power. Greatly increased strength. Suyu was delighted when he heard this, and hurriedly asked, How long will it take you to adapt? After the mechanical god adapted, he was able to reach the 6th level of strength. That was a pleasant surprise. If the mechanical god recovers the 6th level of strength, even if the painful evil god attacks, Suyu will not have to worry too much. It will probably take 30,000 years. The mechanical god replied. For him, this is not long. Suyu looked up at the sky, and was too happy. 30,000 years? Suyu thought 3 years was too slow. Forget it, it seems that I still have to rely on myself. But Suyu was not too disappointed. He has always been used to relying on his own strength to defeat strong enemies. It is good to have a strong helper, but it doesn't matter if there is none. And the mechanical god has the power of the 4th level, which is actually not bad, and he is a good helper. In addition, he also has the ability to eliminate spiritual energy, which can be used at critical moments, and it will have miraculous effects. Just like just now, relying on the power of the mechanical god, only then did he discover the spying of the rotten flesh eye. Otherwise Suyu would still be in the dark. Mechanical god, in the future, please use your power to scan my surroundings from time to time, to prevent that eye from coming again. Suyu said. No problem. Mechanical god said. At this time, the entire materialized space almost completely collapsed. It was because the mechanical god's power was fully activated before. Although it forced the rotten flesh eye out, it also destroyed the materialized space at the same time. As the materialized space collapsed, the scenery outside, it was also exposed. It was the site of the giant god army base that Suyu had visited before. Unlike the last time, this time, there was a huge silver-gray mechanical brain, quietly floating in the air. This brain was the giant god. A 5th-class super-intelligent brain. It was just that it had gone crazy, and was later controlled by the mechanical god, creating that materialized space. Now the materialized space collapsed, and the giant god was also revealed. Suyu, the giant god, has gone completely crazy, and in the past 10,000 years, in order to maintain the materialized space, it has burned many key chipsets, but it still has many useful parts. I have shut it down. You can put it away, and try to reconstruct and reuse it later, the mechanical god said to Suyu. Suyu nodded, and put the mechanical brain into the materialized space. The 5th level super intelligent brain. Although it has gone crazy, but its hardware part, it is also an absolute treasure. It was extremely difficult for Suyu to get an excellent chip before. Now he has a 5th level intelligent brain. Even if he can't repair it, he can disassemble it and find the parts and chips inside. It is also extremely precious to Suyu and worth collecting. After Suyu put away the giant god, his eyes moved and he looked at a place deep in the ruins, the energy depot. He is now at the 4th level, and wearing a giant god mecha, his strength is much stronger than before. So from a distance, he could see through the door of the energy depot at a glance. As expected, the rotten flesh eyes inside had disappeared. Such an existence of unknown strength, and no one knew where it had gone, nor what kind of damage and chaos it would cause. Suyu shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Then, he looked at his feet, those 10 figures, they were the fusion people. He was wearing a giant god soldier mecha at this time, hundreds of meters tall. Looking at those fused people, it's like looking at ants. The materialized space collapsed, and these fused people naturally fell out. They were just eating and drinking, celebrating the victory of the battle, and the revenge. But now, they all have nervous eyes, the whole body is tense, ready to go. Mr. Suyu, what happened? Where is the enemy? Obviously, they found something wrong. The materialized space collapsed, and Suyu was still wearing a mecha. Could it be that another powerful enemy is coming? Or did Wang escape? These people instantly went from happily eating to a tense fighting state. And their quality was excellent. It seemed that they did not slack off because of the victory. Suyu nodded to them slightly and said, "The enemy has left." Then Suyu told them about the rotten meat eyes he had just seen, and asked them to be careful. These people heard that Wang did not escape, but there was another more vicious rotten meat eye. Suddenly, he became more nervous. This kind of nervousness is also a good thing. Suyu needs them to stay in combat mode. Then he thought about it, and took back the giant god soldier mech. Such a large mech, wearing it all the time, is really a bit inconvenient. With the ability of Deus Ex Machina, he can put on and take off this mech very quickly and conveniently, just a thought. No need to worry about the battle coming, but not wearing the mech. At the same time, Suyu also put the huge mechanical god, it was also received in the materialized space. But he left a hole, so that the power of the mechanical god can come out at any time, scan the surroundings, and prevent the rotten flesh eye from coming again. With the wisdom of the mechanical god, in a short time, he has mastered his own spiritual power, and has become much more sophisticated. The current mechanical god can already preliminarily control the range of elimination, so as not to destroy Suyu's materialized space, and at the same time realize the scanning function. With the mechanical god, Suyu does not have to worry about something secretly spying on him. Of course, the power of the mechanical god also has its limits. There may be some powerful beings that even the mechanical god cannot find. There is nothing to do. There is nothing to say if you are not as skilled as others. There is no need to worry about it. There are so many powerful beings who have nothing to do every day and hide to stare at Suyu. Okay, let's go back to the mechanical city, Suyu said. Now everything is done, and he is ready to go back. Mechanical city? Those fusion people heard this. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. They had longed for the mechanical city that Suyu had mentioned. For them who had suffered so much, Suyu's mechanical city was like heaven. So everyone set off and flew towards the mechanical city. These fusion people all had 4th level armor, so they naturally had the ability to fly. Suyu led them, and flew quickly towards the direction of the mechanical city. The mechanical city was only a few thousand kilometers away from the base of the giant god army. At Suyu's speed, they will arrive soon. Suyu led the way, feeling slightly excited. This trip also yielded huge gains, far beyond Suyu's initial imagination. At first, he went to the giant god army base, just to get some materials and energy. At most, he could research 1 or 2 scrap giant god army mechas. Who would have thought that he would get so much? He himself had already broken through the 4th level, and became a giant god army mechanic. At the same time, he also created a 4th level top-level giant god soldier mecha, which increased his strength by many times. Not only strength, he also gained a lot of valuable knowledge. For example, the use of extreme efficiency, psychic fusion, mechanical fusion, the Shining Sun blueprint, the technological inheritance of the mechanical god, and even the method of practicing the power of pain. In addition, the 10 fusion people were also one of the gains of this trip. A full million descendants of mechanics made up for the talent gap under Suyu. He no longer has to do everything by himself in the future. With so many mechanics, Suyu's mechanical city is more worthy of its name. There is also the alien friend mechanical god, the giant god, the hell furnace. And, just as Suyu was counting his gains this time, along the way, the 10 fusion people were also excited. They were much more excited than Suyu. Their eyes were shining. And if they were not strong, they would have fallen halfway. There is no way. After 10,000 years, they finally walked out of the material space, finally breathed the air outside, and looked at the sky outside. How could they not be excited? Although the air outside didn't smell good, and the scenery wasn't very pretty, for them, anything from the outside world was good. When they came out earlier and saw the ruins of the giant god soldier, they were actually excited. But they didn't show it because of the tense state of the battle. Now there is no battle, they were just rushing to fly, and naturally they enjoyed the scenery outside to their heart's content. The more they looked, the more excited they became. They were even moved to tears. They were all 100,000 people, and their emotions were easily excited. While they were crying, they looked at Suyu's back with gratitude as he led the way. It was all thanks to Suyu that they escaped from the cage. Although Suyu did not look back, he also felt their eyes. He laughed a little, although he could understand the emotions of these people, but the outside world was covered by radiation clouds. It was not really a good view, and it was even far inferior to the beautiful mountains and rivers in the materialized space. But for these fusion people, the harsh environment of the outside world was the real paradise. After flying for a while, the mechanical city was already in sight. That is, when the fusion people saw the miracle city floating in the air, they all gasped. Although Suyu had shown them the image of the mechanical city before, but seeing it with their own eyes, they were still very shocked. The flowers and grass in the outside world could shock these fusion people who had been trapped in the materialized space for 10,000 years. Let alone a miracle city flying in the sky. Soon, Suyu led everyone to fly to the side of the mechanical city. The mechanical city at this time was still the same as before, and there was not much change. Next to the city, a large number of residents flew in and out, all busy with global development. During the few days when Suyu went to the materialized space, their development was very effective. They had collected a lot of resources, and exchanged them for a lot of energy coins to improve their strength. They were all working so hard that they didn't even notice Suyu and his team approaching. There were too many people flying up and down the entire mechanical city every day. When Suyu and his team approached, they slowed down and restrained their breath. So naturally no one noticed. Anyway, the city is intelligent and can identify enemies, so they don't need to worry about it. Are these the residents of the mechanical city? Sure enough, they live very freely, relying on their own labor, exchanging for resources, improving their strength. What an enviable life. The 10 fusion people, looking at those residents flying up and down, felt excited. In the future, they will also join this city and become one of them. And Suyu is about to take them in and make some arrangements for them. At the same time, the mechanical god's power of elimination also swept the entire city. Suyu ordered this. He was worried that after he left, some foreign enemy would sneak into the mechanical city. With the previous example of the enemy demon, it is better to be cautious. The mechanical god's control over the power of elimination was improved again after a short period of time. This kind of scanning will basically not affect the operation of the mechanical city. As the power of the mechanical god swept across the mechanical city, Suyu suddenly turned his head and looked at the center of the mechanical city. There, a shocking black gas suddenly rose. TSK. It really is there. Chapter 357 The Power of the Ghost Emperor. Transformed again. The Lightforged giant appeared in the mechanical city. Suyu had only asked the mechanical god to help scan it, but he did not expect that it would be scanned out. During the days when he went to the materialized space, someone had actually sneaked into the mechanical city. Maybe someone had already sneaked in before Suyu left. Suyu was a little uncertain. He could see that the rising black gas actually had the 4th level. Before Suyu was promoted to the 4th level, if a strongman of this level sneaks in, it really won't be discovered. However, if a strongman of the 4th level really wants to deal with Suyu, it seems that he doesn't need to sneak in. Right? Unless this 4th level strongman is in poor condition and has insufficient strength? Moreover, Suyu looked at the black gas and felt that it looked familiar. Suyu distinguished it a little and chuckled. Ghost Emperor? You are the emperor who once unified the planet. A 4th level strongman. Sneaking into my mechanical city, what do you want to do? Suyu recognized it. That black gas was very similar to the aura in the radiation land. Adding to the momentum of the 4th level, It seems that it is the Ghost Emperor. This emperor, who was able to unify the world in the past, must be an unparalleled strongman. It is normal for him to have a 4th level. If in the past, this emperor came to the mechanical city, Suyu would definitely treat it as a formidable enemy and fight to the death. But now, Suyu is no longer the same as before, promoted to the 4th level strong. So very calm. However, Suyu was not ready to fight immediately, but wanted to communicate with him first. After all, this is the mechanical city. If he really fights, it will destroy this place, and Suyu will suffer the loss. Suyu? At this time, a majestic voice sounded from the center of the city. It was the Ghost Emperor. At the same time, black air surged, and a dark king who was 100 meters tall and majestic rose from the center of the mechanical city. When Suyu and Tai Long were competing in the radiation land, Suyu used the ability of high-level psionic mastery to activate the psionic energy belonging to the Ghost Emperor in the radiation land and condensed a Dark King. However, the Dark King Suyu condensed at that time was only a fake. This one now is the real one. This emperor, his whole body is condensed by boiling black air. His face can't be seen clearly, only his deep and incomparable domineering and majesty. He originally sneaked into the mechanical city. I don't know what he wants to do. Now that he has been discovered by Suyu, he simply doesn't hide anymore and shows up. When he shows up, his deep majesty and domineering power are overwhelming. Any life below the 4th level instantly has the urge to bow down and worship. No, it's not an impulse. In the city, many people have weak knees under the power of the Ghost Emperor. In a moment, they will really kneel down. What? Ghost Emperor? There are still many residents in the city. In addition, there are Xie Tian, Tai Long and several other 7-star extraordinary people in the city. These people, hearing the conversation between Suyu and the Ghost Emperor, are all shocked. When the black air appeared just now, they also sensed the terrifying aura. Before they had time to distinguish the origin and level of this aura, they heard Suyu talk about the origin of the black air, Ghost Emperor. It turned out to be this great emperor? And the Ghost Emperor is actually the 4th level? No matter the title of the Ghost Emperor, even the 4th level strength made these people feel suffocated. The 4th level strength, coupled with the reputation of the Ghost Emperor, was really terrifying. The pressure alone made them feel irresistible, and almost fell to their knees, facing such a terrifying enemy. Although Mr. Suyu was back, was Mr. Suyu really a match for this great emperor? Tai Long, Xie Tian and others had another idea, which was, it turned out that Mr. Suyu was not the Ghost Emperor. When Suyu just joined the Supernatural Union, these people suspected that Suyu was the resurrection of the Ghost Emperor. Until now, some people still have some doubts in their hearts. Now that the real owner of the Ghost Emperor has appeared, these people's doubts can finally be eliminated. Then another doubt came to their minds. Who is Mr. Suyu? The ancient strongman is resurrected. Which ancient strongman? At this time, the Dark Emperor condensed by the Ghost Emperor looked at Suyu with a domineering look. Why would this emperor be sneaky? It's just that these rubbish are not strong enough. And they can't find me. The Ghost Emperor made a domineering speech. But he refuted Suyu's claim that he was sneaky. According to his logic, others couldn't find his infiltration. And it was others who were useless, not him who was sneaky. It seems that this emperor is quite proud of his face, and would never admit that he was sneaky. Suyu pondered his words, and was too lazy to refute his face, and said directly, well, Ghost Emperor, what are you doing in my mechanical city? Suyu's voice spread throughout the mechanical city, with the power of calming the mind. When the residents heard Suyu's voice, they immediately calmed down, and no longer had the urge to kneel down. They even had faith and courage in their hearts, as if even facing the domineering Ghost Emperor, they could muster up the courage and fight to the death. This calming power is not the power of nothingness that Suyu often uses, but the newly acquired power, the power of the shining sun. The power of nothingness can only calm people's hearts, although the effect is strong. If used too much, it will turn people into fools who can't think. The power of the sun can inspire people and turn them into warriors full of faith. Although there are side effects if used too much, it is still much safer than the power of nothingness. The power of the sun originally has a dazzling light, but the power of the sun contained in Suyu's words is very little, so it is difficult to see. Suyu is not transformed into a lightcast giant now, just thinking about the shining sun blueprint in his mind. He could barely exert a little of shining sun's power. Suyu could feel that he could still transform into a lightforged giant. But he only had 2 or 3 chances. and then some kind of power would be consumed. It was probably a gift from the Shining Sun mech, and he could only transform 2 or 3 more times. Suyu was ready to use this transformation opportunity at a critical moment. Now he was just talking, so he naturally didn't need to transform. Suyu was ready to transform at any time. And at the same time, the Hell mech he built himself, also ready to go, can be used at any time through Deus Ex Machina to penetrate him. At that time, transforming into a Lightforged giant and wearing the Hell mech is Suyu's strongest state, enough to fight against this ancient Ghost Emperor. In fact, the Ghost Emperor seemed to have no intention of attacking. The reason why Suyu was so nervous is because the confrontation between him and the Ghost Emperor has already begun. This confrontation is in the words. At this time, the Ghost Emperor heard Suyu's voice. He was also slightly surprised. He discovered the powerful power contained in Suyu's voice. This power looked familiar to him, but he was a little unsure whether it was that kind of power. Moreover, the Ghost Emperor carefully observed and found that Suyu's aura was obviously at the 4th level, the primary level, and the 10-star level. But the power contained in Suyu's words just now, although small, was far more than the 10-star level in essence. In addition, besides Suyu, there was also a mechanical god who could eliminate spiritual energy. As a result, even the Ghost Emperor could not accurately judge Suyu's strength. Suyu, the Ghost Emperor spoke again, and his tone softened slightly, no longer so overbearing, which made people want to kneel down and kowtow. However, although his tone softened, the content was not polite at all. You have repeatedly offended this emperor, and came to the radiation land to steal. And you even dared to ask why this emperor came? It seems that Suyu had messed around in the radiation land several times, and got a bunch of radiation beast believers. He even destroyed the Ghost Emperor's resurrection plan. He came to call for punishment. This emperor seemed to be quite reasonable. He did not take action directly, but chose to call for punishment with words. However, Suyu just thought he was talking nonsense, because the Ghost Emperor's call for punishment was just on the surface. In fact, he had already launched an attack. The Ghost Emperor's attack was in his words. Suyu had been to the depths of the radiation land before, and had a conversation with the Ghost Emperor. But it was a one-sided conversation between the Ghost Emperor and him. Suyu did not respond. At that time, the Ghost Emperor tried to communicate with Suyu, but Suyu used his ability to foresee the future and keenly discovered that, as long as he responded to the Ghost Emperor, he would be eroded by some kind of power. So Suyu ran away without saying a word. But now, Suyu has been promoted to the 4th level, and is very powerful. He will not run away like last time, but wants to test the quality of the Ghost Emperor. It was even Suyu who took the initiative to communicate with the Ghost Emperor just now. And the Ghost Emperor's response, naturally, it still carries that kind of corrosive power. However, it was all offset by the power of the sun contained in Suyu's words, and it did not cause any impact. So the Ghost Emperor increased his strength again, and in the words just now, the strange corrosive power became more than 10 times stronger. Suyu's eyes also condensed, and he mobilized the power of the sun with all his strength to resist. The power of the Ghost Emperor seems to be very overbearing. At this time, Suyu, while resisting the power of the Ghost Emperor, analyzed in his mind. I discovered that the power of the Ghost Emperor is very overbearing, and contains the will to make people submit. It can even be said that it is a kind of fate contract. As long as you have communication with the Ghost Emperor, it is equivalent to being signed a contract. You will be willing to submit and become his subordinate. Loyal. This kind of contract is not just brainwashing hypnosis, but at the level of destiny. It will transform a person from beginning to end. Let him become the loyal dog of the Ghost Emperor. This kind of power, it's really scary. If Suyu didn't have the power of the sun, I'm afraid that with just one word from the Ghost Emperor, the entire mechanical city would belong to him. If the Ghost Emperor had hummed a word before Suyu came back, the entire mechanical city would have changed hands long ago. Fortunately, that didn't happen. It seems that this guy lurked in the mechanical city, just to wait for Suyu, to subdue Suyu. Why don't you speak? Suyu, do you know your guilt? Seeing Suyu was silent, the Ghost Emperor spoke again at the same time. The overbearing power of the contract was strengthened tenfold again. The power of this Ghost Emperor seemed to have no limit, and it would be strengthened tenfold at any time. The pressure Suyu felt suddenly increased again. Even the aftermath spread out, and the residents of the entire mechanical city could not help but feel the power of submission. Fortunately, Suyu's previous power of the sun still remained. allowing them to barely resist the power of the Ghost Emperor. And the 10 fusion people around Suyu, at this time. They all showed signs of struggle. Although they did not communicate with the Ghost Emperor, they were also eroded by that power, and were struggling hard in their hearts. Suyu, kneel down for me. I think you are a talent, and I can forgive your sins, but I need you to make up for your mistakes, become my subject, and fight for me. The Ghost Emperor spoke again, and his domineering power increased again. He wanted to completely subdue Suyu and use him. At this time, Suyu suddenly laughed, hee hee. The Ghost Emperor's expression changed. What are you laughing at? Suyu raised his head. I am laughing. Who the hell are you? How dare you make me surrender? Boom! Suyu's body suddenly expanded, and in a blink of an eye, he became a light-cast giant hundreds of meters high, like a sun, rising over the mechanical city. There was no other way, the Ghost Emperor. This old thing would launch a powerful mental attack as soon as he spoke, so you could only go all out. It happened that after he was promoted to the 4th level, he had not had a serious battle once, just the right time to attack the old Ghost Emperor. Deus Ex Machina. After Suyu transformed, he immediately summoned the mecha. The next moment, the light-cast giant was wearing a silver-gray mechanical armor. The gaps in the armor shone with light. This armor seemed not to be used to protect the giant, but to restrain the giant's overpowering power. As the light-cast giant rose, the powerful force swept in all directions, but it did not cause any terrifying pressure. On the contrary, the entire mechanical city was shrouded in light. In everyone's heart, endless courage and faith surged. The strange power carried by the words of the Ghost Emperor no longer had any influence. At this time in the mechanical city, all residents looked up, looking at the light-cast giant in the sky, as if looking at the eternal sun. Is that Mr. Suyu? So this is Mr. Suyu's true body? He must be a true god, coming to the world just to save us. The great Mr. Suyu. These people sighed like praying. They no longer thought that Suyu was some ancient strongman who had resurrected, but regarded Suyu as a true god who had come to the world. Not the kind of evil god in the subspace, but the true god of light and justice who could save the world. Even some old friends, who had always regarded Suyu as a human, were shaken at this time. Suyu, could it be that he was really a god who had come to the world? Not only these residents, even the fusion people around Suyu couldn't help but look up at Suyu. This was the first time they had come into close contact with Suyu's light-cast giant form. They only felt noble, majestic, powerful, warm, and bright. The Ghost Emperor also looked up. There was no way. The Dark Emperor he condensed was huge, but only 200 meters high. Suyu was twice as tall as him at this time. The size difference was like that of an adult and a child. Suyu lowered his head, looking down at the Ghost Emperor. At this time, Suyu could already see through the Ghost Emperor's blurry face. He was a middle-aged man with a rather ordinary appearance. His face was pale, but his expression was majestic. However, at this time, there was not much of this majesty left, because the Ghost Emperor was looking at Suyu with horror. Impossible. This is Yaori. Chapter 358. 3 months. Agreement for a decisive battle. The Ghost Emperor actually recognized the origin of Suyu's power. He was originally an antique from 10,000 years ago, and he had even seen Zhang Chifeng with his own eyes, so it was normal for him to know the power of the sun. But it was precisely because of this that the Ghost Emperor was so shocked. He knew too well the horror of Zhang Chifeng's sun-shining mecha. That 5th-tier mecha looked fair and square, but in fact, it was stained with countless blood since it was built. Zhang Chifeng relied on it. I don't know how much killing has been done in the galaxy, even exterminating many alien civilizations, cleansing several life planets. The Empire's army conquered the galaxy, and did a lot of extermination. After all, alien civilizations are completely different from humans. If there is no communication, the only way is to kill. Later, the subspace tide broke out. Zhang Chifeng established the Second Empire, and brutally suppressed countless oppositions. The Ghost Emperor at that time, although ambitious, could only tremble under the power of Zhang Chifeng, dare not have the slightest disloyalty. It was many years after Zhang Chifeng's death that he dared to come forward and establish his own Ghost Empire. And now, the power of the sun that disappeared for 10,000 years reappeared. How could the Ghost Emperor not be shocked? That was the power of the 5th level. Just when the Ghost Emperor was shocked and lost consciousness, Suyu waved his hand and directly grabbed the Ghost Emperor. Then Suyu instantly activated the armor, spurted out 2 streams of light, and flew through the air. In a blink of an eye, at hundreds of times the speed of sound, flying without a trace. The tall figures of Suyu and the Ghost Emperor both disappeared at the same time. Suyu's loud voice still echoed over the mechanical city. Open the shield, don't go out for the time being, wait for me to come back. At the same time as Suyu's voice, there was also a terrifying explosion. Suyu's helmet just exploded instantly, directly exploding hundreds of times the speed of sound. Such a high speed can be used for short-distance interstellar travel, but it exploded in the atmosphere. Coupled with the huge size of the helmet, the shock wave it caused was extremely terrifying. It instantly heated the air above the mechanical city into a hot plasma, and even caused a small-scale nuclear reaction. The entire mechanical city was now enveloped by the hot plasma air, like a small star, emitting light and heat. The land below the mechanical city was illuminated, and it was the first sunny day in 10,000 years. If Suyu had not left energy before leaving, and activated a powerful shield for the mechanical city at this time, the entire mechanical city might have melted into a pile of molten slurry, or even metal vapor. And this was just the aftermath of Suyu's movement. This was the terrifying power that Suyu possessed at this moment. After a long time, the high-temperature plasma above the mechanical city slowly dissipated. But the temperature was still very high. Those people in the city, under the protection of the shield, were not injured. But they were still in shock and could not speak for a long time. Even Iron Dragon, Xietian and other third-level masters were all shocked and looked at each other. There was no way. The power Suyu had just shown was too strong and incredible. When facing the terrifying and domineering Ghost Emperor, everyone was worried that Suyu could not fight back, and they were all thinking about how to fight to the death. As a result, Suyu suddenly transformed into a light-cast giant hundreds of meters tall, wearing a magnificent mecha, twice as tall as the Ghost Emperor. He waved his hand and he caught the Ghost Emperor like a chicken, and the aftermath left behind almost destroyed the entire mechanical city. What level of power is this? Level 4? Level 5? What level is Suyu at now? He has only been away for 10 days. How could there be such a huge change? Could it be that Suyu finally found the power he lost 10,000 years ago and has returned to his peak state? Everyone in the mechanical city looked at each other, with endless shock and questions in their hearts. However, Suyu had already gone away with the Ghost Emperor, and it was impossible to answer their doubts for the time being. Then, these residents all looked at the 10 people that Suyu brought back. They only then discovered that the auras of these 10 people seemed incredibly strong. They seemed to be 4th level as well? What happened when Mr. Suyu went out this time? Where did these 10 strongmen come from? At this time, Suyu had already brought the Ghost Emperor to a place 10,000 kilometers away, over a barren mountain. Hundreds of times the speed of sound. 1 second is hundreds of kilometers. 10,000 kilometers took just over a minute. It was incredibly fast. And where Suyu passed by, he left a long glowing trail that was the high-temperature plasma heated by his high speed. In the time zone of this barren mountain, it was already evening. Looking from the ground, it looked like there was a thick Milky Way in the sky. TSK. Luckily I ran fast, otherwise the mechanical city would have been destroyed. Suyu looked at the horrific aftermath and sighed. The reason why he ran so fast with the Ghost Emperor was because he was worried that a battle would break out in the mechanical city and destroy the city. After all, he knew how terrifying it was when a 4th level warrior fought. Especially the top 4th level warriors. They were really overwhelming. Although they didn't have the star-destroying power of a 5th level warrior, it would be no problem to spend time destroying the entire surface civilization. The entire civilization could be destroyed. What about a city? Although Suyu has extreme efficiency, if he wants, he can control the aftermath, but the Ghost Emperor will not deliberately control it. That's why Suyu wants to fight in another place. When the mechanical city is also upgraded, there will be no need to worry. Suyu said to himself. The mechanical apostles made by Suyu coexist with him and have the ability to upgrade with him. But it is limited to a few people, and the mass-produced goods like the Rangers cannot have such treatment. At this time, Nono, the mechanical spirit, the fear intelligence, have all fallen into a deep sleep, and are obviously going to advance with Suyu, becoming a 4th-order mechanical apostle. However, the will of the mechanical city itself is not asleep. It is estimated that it is not so easy to advance with such a large size, and it seems that Suyu needs to study it carefully. However, when the mechanical city is advanced, it will be amazing. Such a 4th-order sky city will probably be able to collide with Zhang Qinfeng's creations in the planetary orbit. On the planetary orbit, most of Zhang Qinfeng's creations are probably only of the 4th level, but there are a lot of them, and Suyu doesn't have any now. The mechanical city is just the beginning. Thinking back to the time when Suyu first saw those magnificent Zhang Qinfeng's creations on the planetary orbit, he was so shocked. Now he can actually build a mechanical city of the same level. Realizing this fact, Suyu couldn't help but feel a little dazed. But he couldn't be dazed, because the Ghost Emperor was still being held by his big hand. Suyu, let me go! After being caught by Suyu, the Ghost Emperor strangely did not resist, but let Suyu bring him here. But after Suyu stopped, he was stunned for a moment. In fact, only 1,000th of a second. And the Ghost Emperor could not help it, and spoke majestically. At this time, the Ghost Emperor's voice did not carry that kind of strange and domineering power. It seems that he doesn't want to take action? Is he scared? Suyu was a little surprised. But since the Ghost Emperor didn't want to fight, and seemed to want to communicate, Suyu didn't need to be so anxious. He let go of the Ghost Emperor as he was told. After the Ghost Emperor was released, he floated in the air and looked at Suyu. He looked up and down at Suyu, and the hell mech on him. After a long time, he breathed a sigh of relief and sighed. It's not that one, it's just a replica. Suyu narrowed his eyes. He understood what the Ghost Emperor meant. The Ghost Emperor was talking about Suyu's hell mech, not the 5th level sun mech, but a replica. It seemed that the Ghost Emperor had seen the real one? So Suyu asked, you said it's not that one? Have you seen the real one? Suyu was trying to get a question. The Ghost Emperor heard this, and said coldly, of course I am. But he stopped halfway through, seemingly not wanting to reveal his identity in the Second Empire 10,000 years ago. After saying that, he looked Suyu up and down again, muttering, although it's not that machine. But the power of the sun is exactly the same. There is no falsehood. And this transformation form is just like obtaining the complete blueprint of the sun mecha. It seems that the Ghost Emperor knows a lot of secrets. Suddenly, his eyes were sharp, and he looked directly into the eyes of Suyu's mecha helmet. Suyu, who are you? Why do you have this mecha? Can possess the power of the sun? Speak. Suyu heard this and smiled. Who am I? Of course I am Suyu. After saying that, bang! Suyu's fist of light cast slammed down towards the Ghost Emperor. This punch, just the speed of the punch, exceeded 1,000 times the speed of sound. Not to mention the powerful sun power and spiritual energy contained in it. If it hits the ground, it might have the effect of an asteroid impact. It could even smash a mountain. Suyu originally wanted to get some information, but the Ghost Emperor is very tight-lipped. Since he can't be tricked, he'll just beat him first. It's a good time to test his power after his promotion. After defeating the Ghost Emperor, he'll be locked up in the prototype of hell, and he can ask whatever he wants. However, after a moment, Suyu raised his fist in boredom. He saw that the Ghost Emperor had been smashed into a ball of black air by his punch. But Suyu didn't feel any hit on the enemy. It seemed that before he hit him, the Ghost Emperor had already been dead. As a result, his punch had no real feeling. So Suyu retracted most of his strength halfway. The black gas that the Ghost Emperor incarnated was rapidly dissipating. And a voice came out of it. Suyu, you don't have to waste your energy. This body is just a projection of time. There is no point in you fighting with this body of the Emperor. This voice was a little vague, and no longer as domineering as before. Instead, it sounded like the voice of a ghost. It also seemed to be transmitted from the past or the future, and the corrosion of time had made it somewhat distorted. Suyu was thoughtful after hearing this. It turned out that the body of the Ghost Emperor was not the real body at all, but the so-called time projection. This ability was really extraordinary. In fact, Suyu had always felt that the body of the Ghost Emperor was a little illusory. But after all, the strength and momentum of this body were too strong. So Suyu did not think of it as a clone. I didn't expect it to be a fake body. It seems that Suyu had always dreamed of a time-related career, and Ghost Emperor had already taken up the job. It was amazing. At this time, Ghost Emperor spoke again. Suyu, you are very interesting. And your origin is also very interesting. You want to fight with me? I want to too. Let's set a time. 3 months later. I will be fully revived by then. You seem to have just gained this power, and you need time to adapt. After that, Ghost Emperor's body, he completely disappeared. Before he disappeared, he invited Suyu to a duel. Suyu looked at the place where he disappeared, nodded slightly, and said, then let's fight again in 3 months. Facing such a challenge, Suyu would naturally not back down. After he was promoted to the 4th level, He wanted to fight a battle to test his strength. The challenge from the Ghost Emperor was just what he wanted. Although Suyu was a little disappointed that he couldn't fight now, but waiting for 3 months and being more fully prepared, it's not a bad thing. Suyu has just broken through, and he is not very proficient in the application of the power of the 4th level. Even on the Hell Mech, there is not even a decent weapon, and the attack can only rely on fists, which is too simple. In this way, waiting for 3 months is necessary. And Suyu also wants to see, after the Ghost Emperor is fully revived, what kind of strength is it? Suyu has now been promoted to the 4th level, and has infinite self-confidence. Even if the Ghost Emperor is strong, he is not afraid. Only excited? Without this kind of spirit, how could he have come to this point? Speaking of which, this kind of challenge seems to be the first time. Suyu felt a little strange about the Ghost Emperor's invitation to a decisive battle. This kind of thing was the first time. The opponents Suyu had faced before were either cruel and evil, and would fight at any time, and would not have the leisure to make a challenge. Or they were gloomy and weird, lurking secretly, plotting cruelly. There was no talk of a decisive battle. Suyu had fought with Tai long before, but that was just a sparring match. And this time with the Ghost Emperor, it was a real life and death battle. Suyu was excited and looking forward to it. Suyu had a complicated feeling about the Ghost Emperor. According to Suyu's investigation, the Ghost Emperor pretended to surrender to the tyrannical evil god, and used the power bestowed by the evil god to establish the Ghost Empire. And the price was naturally to help the tyrannical evil god break the seal. But after using the tyrannical evil god, the Ghost Emperor seemed to turn against him, and instead betrayed the tyrannical evil god. In this sense, the Ghost Emperor should be considered a hero. However, the Ghost Emperor was extremely cruel at the time, and killed countless people. The Ghost Tribe High Priest that Suyu had contacted at the time, who also followed the path of phantom energy, was nothing compared to the Ghost Emperor. Moreover, the Ghost Emperor had expressed his ill will to Suyu many times. The Ghost Emperor is such a character who is both good and evil. So, when facing this kind of guy, you must be ruthless. There is no routine of turning enemies into friends after a big battle. He even dared to cheat the tyrannical evil god. Let alone me. Suyu pondered the character of the Ghost Emperor and made a decision. No matter whether he is good or evil, just kill him. At most, after defeating him, leave him with a whole body, and don't put him into the pain engine to torture. It can be regarded as worthy of the Ghost Emperor's contribution of cheating the tyrannical evil god. And this guy, did he cheat me out of my transformation opportunity? Suyu suddenly asked. In order to fight the Ghost Emperor, he directly transformed into a light-forged giant, but the Ghost Emperor was a time projection clone, and ran away. Suyu's precious transformation opportunity was wasted just like that. Wait! 3 months later, I'll beat you to death. Chapter 359 Return. Suyu chuckled, then turned and flew back to where he came from. He was going to return to the mechanical city, to prepare for the decisive battle 3 months later. Of course, Suyu did not use the same speed as before when he returned, otherwise the noise would be too loud. As he flew, he looked at the clouds. He found that in the clouds, the tentacles belonging to the tyrannical evil god were more active than before. And every moment, they were becoming more active. If some time passes, I'm afraid that ordinary people on the ground will be able to see these tentacles. Suyu's heart sank, knowing that he was getting closer and closer to escaping the tyrannical evil god. We must improve our strength as soon as possible, to prepare for the future war. Also, we must gather all the surviving humans in the world to the mechanical city. Otherwise, when they see the tyrannical evil god with their own eyes, they will probably go crazy. Suyu said secretly in his heart. Ordinary people don't have such ability as him. You can directly see the body of the tyrannical evil god. Ordinary people only need to take a look, or even don't need to look. As long as they are infected by the breath of the tyrannical evil god, they will undergo terrible mutations. Either die, or become a monster, a ghost. The ordinary people mentioned here are not just ordinary humans, but also extraordinary people below the 7 stars. That is to say, as long as the tyrannical evil god wakes up, shows his true body, all the lives below the 7 stars in the world will die instantly, or mutation. Even if a supernatural being above 7 stars is not strong enough, he will be eroded. The real great evil god is so terrible. Although Suyu does not know when the tyrannical evil god will wake up, he must be prepared. Otherwise, there will be no decisive battle. Once the tyrannical evil god wakes up, maybe Suyu will be the only one left dead. Suyu thought about these things and flew quickly towards the mechanical city. While flying, he was also trying his best to control his power. He tried to maintain the speed without causing any horrible aftermath. Finally, with his efforts, he was able to fly at 100 times the speed of sound without causing any violent fluctuations in the atmosphere. Maintaining such a high speed without causing any fluctuations shows how strong Suyu's control is. And this is not the limit. After Suyu conducts a careful study and creates a corresponding mechanical device, he may be able to improve it again. In the short few minutes of the return trip, Suyu's control over his power was improved. There is another improvement. This is Suyu, who is always thinking about how to improve his strength. Soon, Suyu is returned to the mechanical city. At this time, the mechanical city is still shrouded by a powerful psychic shield, and the residents inside are still a little frightened. Tai Long, Xie Qian, Xiao Shengyin and others are entertaining the 10 fusion people, but Tai Long and others look at these fusion people with a little wariness. Suyu brought these 10 powerful fusion people back, then he left after saying something casually. The task of entertaining these 10 people was naturally handed over to Tai Long and others. These 10 fusion people were too powerful. When they put on their armor, they had the combat power of the 4th level. Suyu did not introduce the origins of these 10 people. It was reasonable for Tai Long and others to be wary. After some awkward chat, Tai Long and others found that these 10 people were absent-minded and confused when they spoke. They seemed to be schizophrenic and had different tones every now and then. And their eyes are not right. Why do they keep looking into the mechanical city? What do they want to see? What are the origins of these 10 weirdos? Mr. Suyu has left. If these 10 fusion people make trouble, what should we do? The more Tai Long and his friends talked with the fusion people, the weirder they felt. They even broke out in a cold sweat. And those fusion people, their mental state is indeed a little bit wrong. They are greedy. The mechanical city has strong technological capabilities. They have no worries about food and clothing. In the entire mechanical city, there are many restaurants, canteens, hotels. Opening. As a large city with millions of people, these must be available. After these 10 fusion people came to the mechanical city, they immediately smelled the aroma of various wines and dishes, which drifted from time to time. These fusion people, who are already strong, have sharp 5 senses, and naturally could not help smelling the aroma of wines and dishes. They have eaten recycled synthetic food for 10,000 years, and after coming into contact with Suyu, they had just eaten a few good meals. But it was not enough to quench their craving for food. Moreover, they had just experienced a great war, both physically and mentally, and had consumed a lot. Now that they had stopped, their appetite suddenly became stronger. In fact, before returning to the mechanical city, these 10 fusion people had already eaten and rested under Suyu's arrangement. But now they were fusion people, with only 10 mouths, but 1,000,000 stomachs. And they would not be able to eat enough even if they ate for a year. The little food they had eaten before, it made them even more hungry. So under the aroma of wine and food, these 10 fusion people, their condition became worse and worse. Some of them even had red eyes and gasped. Now they just wanted to eat and drink a lot, to relieve their desire for food. As for Suyu, these fusion people had infinite confidence in Suyu at this time, and they were not worried about what would happen after Suyu left. Their great enemy king, for 10,000 years, was dealt with by Suyu. That ghost emperor, I haven't heard of it. Since he has been captured by Suyu, he is probably killed, so they won't worry. In fact, if the battle is tense, the strong will to fight and anger will offset this appetite. But now, the battle is over, these fusion people are relieved, so the terrible appetite has the upper hand. This appetite, with the superposition of 100,000 people's telepathy, is so strong that it almost overflows, forming some kind of energy similar to psionic energy. Even if there were some rational people among them, they couldn't hold on under such a tsunami-like appetite. However, these fusion people were still a little confused. They had just arrived here, and they were going to eat and drink a lot. Wasn't it a bit inappropriate? As descendants of ancient mechanics, they still had to save face. However, face is not something that can be eaten. They really couldn't help it. What should they do? Under the entanglement, the expressions of these people suddenly became more weird. Tai Long and the others were naturally more shocked, and had secretly prepared to attack. These 10 weirdos were too scary. The aura they exuded was like they wanted to eat people. Too cruel and evil. Tai Long and the others stood beside these 10 fused people, and they had a feeling that these 10 people would suddenly explode, turn into monsters, and eat them all. Without Mr. Suyu, Tai Long and the others had no confidence that they could face such terrifying enemies. And they could not defeat any of them. What about 10? It seems that we have to fight to the death. Just as Tai Long and the others were thinking, if they fight to the death, can they cause some damage to these fusion people? Su Yu's majestic and huge figure appeared in the sky. Mr. Su Yu is back. Tai Long and the others were relieved immediately. Su Yu is back, so there is no need to worry anymore. And Su Yu, at this time, is still in the transformation state of the Light Forged Giant. This kind of transformation is used once, and it is one less. Although he did not fight with the Ghost Emperor, but Su Yu still didn't want to waste time, and didn't cancel the transformation. He planned to study the secret of the transformation while there was no battle. As soon as Su Yu flew back, he found the atmosphere on the scene strange. Great Mr. Su Yu. How is the Ghost Emperor? Are you not injured? The voice of Tai Long sounded in Su Yu's heart. It was him praying. Tai Long didn't pray before because he was afraid of disturbing the battle between Su Yu and the Ghost Emperor. Now that Su Yu is back, of course, there is no need to worry. That Ghost Emperor is a clone. He has already run away, and asked me to have a decisive battle in 3 months. How are you? Su Yu answered briefly in his mind, and then asked. When Tai Long heard about the decisive battle, he was shocked, but he didn't have time to think about it, and quickly told what had just happened. He especially focused on describing the strange state of the 10 fused people. Let me see. Su Yu landed in front of the 10 fused people, and stared at them with his head down. Indeed, these 10 people were indeed strange. He had returned, and these 10 people just greeted him respectfully, then all turned their heads, staring at the direction of a large cafeteria in the mechanical city. Each of them had red eyes, and their saliva was almost flowing out. Su Yu looked at them with amusement, and immediately understood what was going on with these people. Tai Long, Xietian. Su Yu spoke majestically. He was now huge, and any words he spoke were like thunder from heaven, majestic. Yes. Mr. Su Yu. The 2 people who were called by Su Yu hurriedly said respectfully. They knew that Su Yu must have important arrangements. These people will be members of our mechanical city in the future. They are just tired from the journey, and a little hungry. Take these 10 people and find 10 large canteens in the city. Each canteen can accommodate tens of thousands of people. Each canteen, arrange 1 person. And each canteen, prepare food and wine that can supply 100,000 people. Su Yu spoke. It was about arranging meals for these 10 fusion people. These 10 fusion people, they will all be members of the mechanical city in the future, so Su Yu would naturally arrange for them. Ah? Tai Long and the others were a little confused. 10 people, each of them had a large dining hall, and they had to prepare food for 100,000 people. Can these 10 people eat that much? Could they really be some ancient beast? Would they really eat people? These people were full of doubts. He even used his imagination to come up with a bunch of random ideas. Go quickly. As soon as possible. This is an order, Su Yu urged. Su Yu's tone was a little serious, because he found that the strong appetite had affected the rationality of these fusion people. If they were not relieved, they might really eat people. Su Yu even keenly discovered the overflowing appetite emotions outside these fusion people. The intensity of this emotion surprised even Su Yu. When Su Yu brought food to these descendants of mechanics, they ate and drank a lot, and then worshipped Su Yu as the god of food in their drunken dreams. This spiritual power derived from appetite helped Su Yu quickly improve his strength to the top level of 9 stars. But the spiritual power of belief at that time was probably not even 1% of what it is now. However, Su Yu could not use the appetite emotions of these fusion people at this time. After all, Su Yu did not have a relevant god position or profession. Unless these fusion people pray to Su Yu again, he can use this power to a limited extent. But at this time, these fusion people have almost lost their minds. They are probably praying to wine and meat in their hearts. It is hard to say whether they still remember Su Yu. God of food? Maybe it's the god of gluttony? Or the god of hunger? Su Yu thought to himself. If there is such a god who controls appetite, according to the tone of this world, he is probably a great evil god. It may not be worse than tyranny and pain. Maybe this god of gluttony or hunger is even stronger. After all, hunger and appetite have always been a part of human civilization, and perhaps also a part of most cosmic life. Over the years, Su Yu did not dare to imagine how much appetite emotions have accumulated in the subspace. So if there is a god in charge of appetite, he must be extremely powerful. Su Yu was inexplicably targeted by the evil god of pain. I don't want to provoke another gluttonous evil god. Su Yu is already very powerful at this time, and therefore he understands the dangers of this world even more. Just some uncontrolled appetite emotions may attract the unknown gaze from the depths of the subspace. Yes, Mr. Suyu. When Tai Long and the others heard Suyu say it was an order, they were immediately shocked, knowing that this matter was no trivial matter, so they did not dare to neglect it, and quickly sent a message to their subordinates to make arrangements. At the same time, they carefully invited the 10 fusion people. Everyone has come from afar, join the mechanical city. And you will be a part of our mechanical city in the future. There must be a welcome banquet. Everyone, please follow us. The banquet will be soon. The 10 fusion people were originally smelling the aroma of food from afar. Their eyes were red and drooling, and there was not much rationality left in their brains. But after hearing what Tai Long and the others said, they suddenly woke up. Their eyes glowed. Banquet. Ahem. How can this be embarrassing? Let's go. When will the banquet start? These people instinctively became polite. But they were polite in words, but not in actions. Before Tai Long and the others led the way, the 10 fusion people started walking towards the direction where the aroma of food was coming from. Tai Long and the others were speechless. Where did these guys come from? They really didn't treat themselves as outsiders at all. They also hurriedly followed and arranged food for these people. In a short period of time, they prepared food that could supply a total of 1 million people. That's a lot. But fortunately, there are a lot of intelligent machines in the mechanical city, so cooking tens of millions of dishes is still easy. Xiao Shengyin, Suyu said again. It seems that there is another order. Yes, Mr. Suyu, Xiao Shengyin hurriedly said respectfully. His attitude towards Suyu at this time has changed subtly. Although Xiao Shengyin was respectful to Suyu before, he was more respectful to his savior and Suyu's strength. In fact, his attitude when getting along is still quite casual. After all, Xiao Shengyin is quite old, with white beard and eyebrows. Suyu is a young man, and he always feels like he is facing his junior. He can't be nervous. Although it is always said that Suyu is a resurrected ancient strongman, he has not yet fully revived. He is just a young man. Old people always have their own stubbornness. But now, Xiao Shengyin's attitude is gone. There is no way. Suyu is too huge now. Too majestic. And his aura is too strong. Chapter 360. You are so good. Mechanical City. Finally, you are not acting anymore. Right? Xiao Shengyin stood at Suyu's feet. His whole body was not even as high as Suyu's toes. He looked up at Suyu's face and felt that Suyu was like a god descending to the earth. Like the sun hanging in the sky. Every move, every word, was breathtaking. Under such power, Xiao Shengyin's heart, that little bit of old man stubbornness, disappeared without a trace, only infinite awe. At his age, even if he has lived for 1,000 years, compared to Suyu's majestic figure and great power. What does it mean? It seems that Mr. Suyu has completely recovered. Is this his prime appearance 10,000 years ago? It's really great. I have lived for nearly 1,000 years, and it is a great honor to follow such a godlike figure. Speaking of which, who was Mr. Suyu's identity 10,000 years ago? He was as if cast in light. I heard that Sister Guangya once said, in the past, in the supernatural union, there was a Sister Guangya who was quite mysterious and often gave Xiao Shengyin and his friends doctrines. And the legendary god that Sister Guangya served seemed to be. Xiao Shengyin sighed in his heart, thinking about some random things. At the same time, he quietly waited for Suyu to send down the oracle. Then, Suyu spoke. You go and arrange a residential area that can accommodate at least 1.3 million people. Remember, there must be enough food in it. Tai Long and the others arranged meals for the fusion people. Xiao Shengyin arranged accommodation for them. Yes, Mr. Suyu, Xiao Shengyin said respectfully, and then set off immediately to arrange it. Although Xiao Shengyin didn't understand why Suyu suddenly arranged accommodation for millions of people and required enough food. But since it was Mr. Suyu's request, he must do it. Suyu felt that Xiao Shengyin's attitude was a bit strange, and thought to himself, what's wrong with this old man? Suyu pondered it for a while, and then he was too lazy to care about it anymore. Suyu had long known that these guys from the Extraordinary Federation had rich imaginations, and there was no need to figure out their ideas, lest he be led astray by them. In fact, things like arranging accommodation. In the past, it was enough to let the mechanical spirit do it, and it was guaranteed that it would be arranged properly in a blink of an eye. But now the mechanical spirit is asleep, and can only maintain basic computing power to keep the city running. So Suyu could only leave this matter to Xiao Shengyin. This old man used to be the mayor of a city with millions of people. There is no problem in letting him make the arrangements. Speaking of which, although the mechanical spirit is asleep, the consciousness of the mechanical city is not asleep. The mechanical spirit and the mechanical city are two different mechanical apostles. The mechanical city is too large to advance with Suyu, so it is not asleep. However, the mechanical city is not very good at making detailed arrangements. It is good at eating. Maybe I have something in common with those fused people. Suyu thought for a moment, and then probed his spirit into his materialized space. In the materialized space, there are still about 300,000 humans, all of whom are old, weak, women and children, descendants of the mechanics. Almost all of them are extraordinary people. So 1,000,000 people can be fused into 10 people to participate in a decisive battle against the king. But no matter how many extraordinary people there are, there will still be some old and weak people who have no fighting power. Before the war, Suyu received these 300,000 old and weak people into the materialized space. At this time, the matter had been settled and they could be released. Suyu's voice rang out in the materialized space. We have returned to the mechanical city. We have arranged shelter and food for you. Come out. Those old and weak people, although they were old and weak, were able to survive under the rule of the mechanical clan. They were not disabled and were even stronger than ordinary people. Except for some babies, the rest of the people cheered when they heard Suyu's words. Before returning to the mechanical city, Suyu told them the result of the battle. The fact that King was defeated by him had already made them overjoyed. Now Suyu told them that he had brought them to the mechanical city, which was like the kingdom of God in the legend. They were naturally even happier. In the hearts of these people, the mechanical city was full of food and wine, and they would not be oppressed. Everyone could live freely. You can also exchange your labor for energy coins. Freely buy what you want. Even 7-star armor. If this isn't the kingdom of God, what is it? After Suyu and they finished cheering, he opened a hole in the materialized space and let them out. The exit of the materialized space is a light gate, which is 100 meters wide, and can accommodate hundreds of people entering and exiting at the same time. The light gate is majestic and tall, emitting a slightly dazzling white light, like the legendary gate of the kingdom of God. These people were just excited. Now looking at the light gate, I am a little afraid to go out, and I know what kind of psychological state it is. Finally, one person took a bold step and walked out of the light gate. After one, another, soon it became a crowd of people, 300,000 people, rushing towards the light gate, scrambling to be the first. Finally, all these people came out of the materialized space and came to the mechanical city. The white light of the light gate dissipated, and the scenery of the mechanical city came into view. Suyu was at an open square on the edge of the mechanical city. There were no buildings, and it was very spacious. It was big enough to accommodate 300,000 people, but it was a little crowded. After the 300,000 people came out, they did not look at the mechanical city, but looked up at the same time and saw the magnificent Suyu, who was hundreds of meters tall. Suyu was not standing at this time, but sitting on the ground. But he was still very tall, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. How did Mr. Suyu become so big? These people had been staying in an independent area in the materialized space before, and had never seen Suyu's combat state. Now seeing it, they were all shocked. Many people fell down because they looked up too much. After the shock, they looked at the mechanical city, the advanced city in the sky, and the residents who moved freely in the distance. So their eyes were shining. Suyu, who was as huge as a god, the advanced and convenient city, and the residents who lived freely. All of them satisfied their imaginations about the legendary kingdom of God. These people were not like those fusion people, who only had food in their minds. They all stood at Suyu's feet. They did not dare to run around, but their eyes were rolling around. Looking at the various scenes in the mechanical city, they were excited. Is this Mr. Suyu's city, our future home? These people were thinking this will be their home in the future. But they were still a little nervous, although it looked wonderful. But is it really as wonderful as Mr. Suyu described before? They were a little unsure. It's not that they don't believe Suyu, but they have never experienced any good days, and when happiness comes, it feels like a dream. After a while, Xiao Shengyin ran over with some people. They saw so many people suddenly appeared under Suyu's feet, and they were all surprised. But with Suyu's current strength, suddenly getting hundreds of thousands of people, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Xiao Shengyin also understood why Suyu asked him to arrange a place to live. It must be for these people. Fortunately, there are many empty houses in the city. Enough for these people to live in. Everyone, please follow me. I have arranged a place for you. Xiao Shengyin said to everyone. These people looked at each other. Some of them did not dare to move. Until Suyu's voice came from above, "Go!" These people followed Xiao Shengyin and others. Suyu held his chin with one hand. Looking at these ant-like humans under his feet, I felt a little strange in my heart. An idea came to Suyu's mind. At this moment, he, in terms of size, or strength, was enough to regard ordinary people as ants. This was not arrogance, but the fact. Even the gap between Suyu and ordinary people was much larger than the gap between ordinary people and ants. Is Suyu like this really still a human being? He has always insisted that he is a human being. Is this really correct? Moreover, these humans are so fragile. What's the point of protecting them? Even if they can make machines, produce geniuses, and merge. Even if everyone's power is added together, it won't be much help to Suyu. In this case, why not? Boom! Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed in Suyu's mind, destroying the thought just now. Suyu's face was gloomy, because he just had an idea, which was, it's better not to be a human being. Suppress all these people directly into the prototype of hell, and use their pain to improve your own strength. In this way, relying on Suyu's unique talent in the way of hell, he will soon be able to break through the 5th level. At that time, what will he be afraid of? He can even study how to safely use the power of pain without having to endure the pain of hell. At that time, this is the perfect power. He only needs to suppress all kinds of life. Humans, into hell. There will be endless power, lifespan, until the end of the universe. How wonderful. But a moment later, Suyu realized that this was some kind of psychological temptation and erosion. So Suyu immediately killed this thought. And there was no more ripples in his heart. Suyu guessed that it might be that the rotten flesh I came again, exerting some kind of influence on him in secret, which was really hard to guard against. Suyu's eyes turned cold, and he said, "Mechanical God, did you scan anything?" After hearing this, the mechanical god said after a moment, "There seemed to be a little strange fluctuation just now, but it disappeared in an instant and was not captured." Suyu nodded. "It seems that the rotten flesh eye has really been here. It has not given up yet, and wants to pull Suyu to become the apostle of the god of pain. But Suyu is not so easily corrupted. Mechanical god, please work harder recently." Suyu said, "I understand." The mechanical god replied, and then increased the power of the scan. For him, this is also a way to temper his spiritual power. With the mechanical god, Suyu felt relieved. Then Suyu's consciousness moved, and he contacted the sleeping mechanical spirit. Then, with the help of the mechanical spirit's clone, he issued orders to the residents of the mechanical city, which was being developed globally. Those residents all had mechanical spirits clones on them, which were used to maintain the temporary armor system. So no matter where they were, Suyu could contact them. However, because of the long distance in addition, the mechanical spirit was in a deep sleep. So Suyu could only release some brief messages. He could not do live video broadcasts or anything like that. The order Suyu issued was to ask these people to stop global development, return to the main city, and try to bring back people from all over the world. If necessary, violence can be used. Now on this planet, there are the Ghost Emperor, the Rotten Meat Eye, the tyrannical evil god in the clouds, and even unknown existences in the sea. Various enemies, they are all extremely terrifying. If these guys are allowed to run around outside, it will be a bit unsafe. So Suyu has to temporarily recall them, and gather the world's population at the same time, to guard against the awakening of the tyrannical evil god. As soon as this order came out, all over the world, the residents of the mechanical city who were mining everywhere, suddenly became excited. Mr. Suyu is summoned, there must be something big. Is it going to start the plan of the 7-star armor for all people? Or is there a big enemy coming? Mr. Suyu needs their strength? No matter which one, it can make them excited. These residents recently have been mining around the world to earn energy coins, and each of them has improved their strength a lot. It is time for their confidence to explode. So, people scattered all over the world all started to move. They activated their temporary armor and flew up one by one. These people flew into the sky in groups, and thousands of them flew together. People in some human settlements saw, they were all dumbfounded. On the entire planet, In addition to Suyu's mechanical city, there are many other human settlements, some with a population of thousands, and some with tens or millions. There are even some settlements, or cities, with 7-star masters in charge. But none of them can compare to Suyu's mechanical city. In the eyes of the people in those settlements, these flying weirdos suddenly flew nearby a few days ago and came to mine, which caused some conflicts. After all, those settlements think that the resources around them belong to them. Did they ask for their consent when these weirdos came to mine? But there were no conflicts soon. Because these people are too strong. They are too good at fighting. Each person is a transcendent. And they all have strange armors. And the number is ridiculous. How to fight? Where did these monsters come from? Moreover, these weirdos are digging high-end resources. The people in these settlements have been staring at them for decades. Resources that cannot be obtained. Anyway, they cannot mine, and even if they mine, they cannot use them, so just give them to these weirdos. I just hope that these dangerous weirdos will leave quickly after mining, and don't think about their settlements. However, while these weirdos are mining, they actually invite the people in their settlements. They say they come from a mechanical city flying in the air, the city of miracles, and the city lord Mr. Suyu said that the city lacks population, and welcomes people to join, no restrictions on gender, age or status, preferential treatment. Once you enter the city, everyone can become a superhuman, with superhuman armor and so on. However, almost no one in these settlements believes it. Do you think they are stupid? This mechanical city is an extremely powerful superhuman force at first glance. Such a big force will recruit people casually, and no restrictions on gender, age or status. I'm afraid they are recruiting them to do some evil sacrifice or something like that. Could it be that the guys in this mechanical city are so strong? Is this how power comes? So although the people in the mechanical city are very friendly, the people in other settlements are more wary of them. Living on this harsh ruined planet, the people in these settlements have long stopped believing in good things that fall from the sky. The idiots who believed in it have almost died a long time ago. Anyway, the mechanical cities recruitment results in the past few days are very bleak. The residents of the mechanical city, after various negotiations failed, they were all scratching their heads. Mr. Suyu didn't allow them to use force. What should they do? And at this moment, Suyu issued an order, letting these people bring back as many people as possible, and use force if necessary. The eyes of those members of the mechanical city were all shining. Now there was no scruple. After they flew up, they did not return to the mechanical city immediately, but flew towards those settlements. The people in the settlements, seeing the dark and aggressive figures in the sky, immediately showed despair and anger on their faces. You mechanical city, I knew you were not good people a long time ago, and now you finally stop acting. Right? Chapter 361 The story of the development team, a big misunderstanding. Facing the attack of the people from the mechanical city, most of the human settlements showed great courage. They directly summoned the combatants, took out all kinds of weapons, and fired at the people from the mechanical city flying over. There were also various extraordinary people, who used their abilities to attack the people. These human settlements were able to survive and grow in the harsh environment of the ruined planet. Apart from other things, at least they have a strong fighting spirit. However, no matter how strong the fighting spirit is, it is useless for everyone in the mechanical city. Everyone in the mechanical city has a temporary armor system. Although these temporary armors are just virtual armors materialized by the mechanical spirit using the data materialization ability, they are no worse than normal armors in use, provided that there are enough energy coins. These temporary armors start with a 4-star top level. There are also some rich people who exchange for 6-star temporary armor. For those settlements, a 4-star extraordinary person is already a master. 6 stars can be the leader of the settlement. And now, a group of 4-star, 5-star, and 6-star strongmen are flying over in an overwhelming manner. How can they fight? They are clearly at full firepower, but they can't even break the defense. Those people in the mechanical city just flew over with a speechless look on their faces and landed in front of them. Then they reached out and took away their weapons. They didn't even launch a proper attack during the whole process. When these mechanical cities landed, the battle was over. The difference in strength was too big. Although some people wanted to resist, they were immediately pressed to the ground, with no power to resist at all. There were also some automatic weapons, mechanical heavy artillery and the like, trying to aim at the people in the mechanical city, and then they casually fired a few energy beams at them, and turned them into scrap metal. Seeing the most powerful trump card weapon in the settlement, which was easily turned into trash by the opponent, the people in the settlement all looked heartbroken. That was their treasure at the bottom of the box, which could only be used in a critical moment, and it saved their lives countless times. And it was just wasted like this. You can't blame us. You actually pointed these weapons at your own residential area. We are not afraid, but you are afraid that there will be casualties. Why are you so sad? This kind of rubbish. When we get to the mechanical city, we can easily get something better. Take them all away. The people in the mechanical city said a few words of comfort, and then began to search the settlement. Of course, they were not searching for property, but searching for people. As long as they could breathe, no matter if they were children or the elderly, they would be taken away and brought back to the mechanical city. The information said by Mr. Suyu said that in a while, a global disaster would break out. If these people stayed here, just waiting to die. Moreover, Mr. Suyu's order also said that if these people were not taken away, when the great changes began in the future, many of them would be transformed into terrible monsters, and then they would become enemies of the mechanical city. They took these people away, which also saved their families' lives, and reduced the number of enemies for the mechanical city. So they were justified, and there was no need to be polite. And those people in the settlement, seeing these people in the mechanical city so brutal, even the elderly and children were not spared, which made them feel even more sad. It turns out that they had never used their full strength before, and they are far from it now. The people in these settlements only truly understood the strength of the people in the mechanical city at this time. Previously, because of mining, these settlements had a little conflict with the people in the mechanical city. However, Suyu had ordered that they could not use force, so the people in the mechanical city were holding back. Now with Suyu's instructions, they were naturally fully armed, completely beyond the imagination of the people in the settlement. What do you want to do? We launched the attack just now. It's none of other people's business. If you want to kill us, don't touch the old and weak. Some of the settlement warriors with backbone hurriedly spoke up, wanting to pray for the safety of the old and weak in the settlement. However, the people in the mechanical city didn't bother to pay attention to them. They were clearly told that going to the mechanical city was a great thing. As a result, everyone thought that they were being harmed. What else could they say? Only some good-tempered residents of the mechanical city explained a few words, but the explanation was not convincing, so there was nothing they could do, and they could only remain silent. And their silence, in the eyes of the people in the settlement, was even more terrifying. Soon, the people of the mechanical city had already taken a large number of people in the settlement, and flew into the sky. Of course, these residents of the mechanical city still did not return directly to the mechanical city. Instead, they went to the mining area far away. There were the fragmented islands of the mechanical city. In Suyu's order this time, these fragments must also be recalled. The residents of the mechanical city naturally took a ride. If they consumed the energy of the armor to fly back, and had to bring so many people with them, it would be too expensive and not cost-effective. The people of the mechanical city were always calculating how to save energy coins in their hearts. In the mechanical city, energy coins are everything, resources and strength. Especially as Suyu just said, the big change is about to begin. They have to be more careful, and try to improve themselves as much as possible before the big change. In fact, this time, capturing these settlement humans is also a task assigned by Suyu. Bringing back the population, you can get energy coins. So the residents of these mechanical cities are very careful when catching people, and there are basically no casualties. Otherwise, they will be fined. Only some of the stubborn ones had their limbs broken. Anyway, they can be cured easily when they return to the city. It seems that they really want to capture us and make some evil sacrifices. Woo! Mom! Mechanical city. You don't. The residents of these mechanical cities are calculating in their hearts, while those who were captured in the settlements are desperate, crying, and cursing. Faced with these, everyone in the mechanical city simply ignores them. Their expressions were serious, and they looked ruthless. Who would have thought that? Although they looked serious, they were actually counting their numbers in their hearts? Soon, the residents of the mechanical city had taken the captured people to the mechanical city fragments and settled them. These mechanical city fragments were separated for mining. Therefore, the environmental facilities on them were very rough, and even looked like the living environment. It's not as good as some settlements. Some of the people in the settlements who were captured were skeptical about the mechanical city and doubted whether such a paradise really existed. Now they saw this mechanical city full of dust, ore, metal, engineering machinery, radiated beast materials, and they completely gave up. Is this the mechanical city that those flying monsters talked about, which is as perfect as heaven? Is it a trick? Then, the fragments of the mechanical city started to move, with everyone and a large amount of mind resources. It flew into the sky. Those people in the settlement who were captured were naturally panicked again. They all thought that the evil sacrifice would soon begin. Are they going to fly to the sky and then throw us all down? By the way, today is the first time we fly to the sky. So, is this what it feels like to fly? Although there were some twists and turns, most of the captures went very smoothly. After all, with overwhelming strength, it is hard to think of any accidents. Of course, accidents still happen. In addition to ordinary human settlements, there are actually 2 cities in the world. These 2 cities actually have 7-star masters in charge. One of these 2 cities is called Yin Cave City, with a population of more than 600,000. The other is called Tianhai City, with a population of 1.3 million. As the name suggests, Yin Cave City is deep in the mountains, not even on the surface. Instead, they hollowed out the mountain and lived underground, avoiding the invasion of radioactive beasts and various dangers. Tianhai City is on an isolated island in the deep sea, 15,000 kilometers away from the nearest continent. Not only is this place sparsely populated, but even radioactive beasts are rare. It is unknown how the ancestors of these people found this place. These 2 cities are well hidden. Previously, neither Suyu nor the Supernatural Federation knew of their existence. However, in front of the all-pervasive mechanical city mining team, they were still found. Of course, the people in the mechanical city did not deliberately look for these 2 cities. They were just looking for resources and minerals, and wanted to explore and dig everywhere. And then they dug out 2 cities. Naturally, a little conflict broke out at that time, and the 7-star masters, who were in charge of the 2 cities, all took action. They had been in seclusion for many years, and suddenly a group of people came down from the sky and found them. How could they not be surprised? These people almost thought it was some aliens who were calling. The 2 7 stars were both hundreds of years old. When had they ever seen a person fly? It was too weird, too strange. The people in the 2 cities did not dare to believe a word of what the people in the mechanical city said. They just wanted to capture them and interrogate them. Originally, when the 7 stars took action, these mining teams in the mechanical city could not resist. But at that time, faced with the threat of the 7 stars, several residents of the mechanical city made up their minds and directly took out a loan to wear a temporary 7-star battle armor. The 7-star battle armor is extremely expensive, requiring 10,000 energy coins, and it can only be used for 1 month. The people of the mechanical city really can't afford it, and they are reluctant to buy it. If they have this money, wouldn't it be better to save it? 10,000 coins are enough for the down payment of a permanent 7-star battle armor. But facing a 7-star powerhouse, they have to buy it even if they don't want to. So they just take out a loan. Of course, even if it is a loan, not everyone can get one. At least one must be a 6-star transcendent, and must also pay a lot of energy coins as a deposit. When signing the loan contract, the hearts of those 6-star masters were bleeding. They wanted to tear up the 7 stars of Rock Cave City and Mountain and Sea City. Although wearing the 7-star armor is very cool, endless power surges from the armor. But it all costs money. And there is interest, money is being burned every minute. 10,000 coins, how long will it take to save them up? In anger, these extraordinary people wearing temporary 7-star armor, their auras were extremely terrifying, just like they were going to eat people. Then, Rock Cave City, the 2 7-star masters of Tianhai City, both became scared immediately. They had to be scared, these flying monsters are too weird, too scary. A few minutes ago, they were still 6-star strength, but suddenly a flash of spiritual energy appeared. 2 or 3 7-star masters suddenly appeared. How did they appear? Where did so many masters come from? How could the 2 7-star masters from Yinshua City and Tianhai City think of such a magical thing as a temporary armor system? They are not professionals in data, and they have no idea about it. What's more, even Xiaitian, who is also a data ghost, has never thought that data capabilities can be used in this way, let alone these laymen. After the 2 7-star masters admitted their mistakes and apologized, the people in the mechanical city, considering Suyu's order, could only give up and did not attack. Therefore, The guys who borrowed money were even more depressed. They wasted so much money. And they were in debt. But they didn't use it at all. Although it was really cool to put on the 7-star armor. Everyone around was envious. But there was only 1 month. And after 1 month, the armor would expire. They all became paupers. By then, let alone the 7-star armor. I'm afraid that even the most basic 4-star armor will be unaffordable. When these guys think of this, they are so angry that their teeth itch. And their eyes seem to be spitting fire. Suddenly, the 7 stars of the Rock Cave City and the Sky Sea City became more cautious. Fortunately, in the end, there was no fight. The people of the Mechanical City retreated honestly and went to mine. In the following days, the results of the mining of these two groups of people were very significant. A lot of precious resources were collected. There was no other way. Several of them were wearing temporary 7-star armor. 7-star masters were mining by themselves. How could this be inefficient? Especially these guys. In order to earn back the loan money, they worked even harder. They worked almost 24 hours a day. Their eyes were red. When Sui performed the 7-star ritual, he fought against the tyrannical evil god for a month. These guys were also 6-star masters. They had enough physical strength. They would probably have to work hard for a month to pay off their debts. However, they did not have the strength that Suyu had at the beginning. After working for many days in a row, they were all exhausted physically and mentally. But no one took a break. There was no other way. Every day that passed, the time limit of the temporary 7-star armor would be reduced by 1 day. If they did nothing in a day, they would burn more than 300 energy coins. Who could bear this? Several 7-star strong men, with dark circles under their eyes, working and mining for 24 hours a day, or fighting radiation beasts to obtain materials, were also a spectacle. The Indie and their companions' eyes had turned into sympathy. The companions were a little worried. Would these guys die suddenly? But they couldn't persuade them. They could find out if they were in their shoes. They would also become like this. And in the past few days, the two 7 stars from Rock Cave City and Tianhai City have been secretly monitoring the people in the Mechanical City. The more they monitored, the more frightened they were. These weird people who claim to be residents of the Mechanical City, it's really weird. They actually let the 7 stars work 24 hours a day, while ordinary extraordinary people sleep and rest on time every day. What's the reason? How could they know that the armor alone could crush people? Anyway, in the eyes of the two 7 stars in Rock Cave City and Tianhai City, something is abnormal, and there must be something strange. They wondered in their hearts whether these 7 stars who suddenly appeared were puppets controlled by some means? This misunderstanding is really big. Chapter 362, Trump Card versus Trump Card. Is this fair? Turning a 7-star warrior into a puppet, this kind of thing would have been unthinkable for these two 7-star warriors in the past. Who in the world today can have such a skill? But the Mechanical City fell from the sky, showing all kinds of magic and weirdness, so they couldn't help but think about it. And as time went on, as those guys wearing the temporary 7-star armor, their dark circles became heavier. Cave City, the two 7-star warriors in Tianhai City, I was getting more and more worried. These weirdos from the Mechanical City suddenly appeared. Have they targeted me? They want to capture me and turn me into a puppet to fight for them and mine? Not only that, they may have targeted other people in the city. Damn, these guys are going too far. What should I do? There are so many of them, and they are so powerful, I can't beat them. Should I run away? But there are so many people in the city. These two 7 stars, during these days, they didn't sleep much. Although they were physically strong, they had dark circles under their eyes because of worry and pressure. They wanted to fight with the people in the Mechanical City directly, but they were afraid of the opponent's strength and didn't dare to attack directly. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't leave so many citizens in the city behind. Finally, today, they don't have to worry anymore, because the people in the Mechanical City, led by those guys wearing 7-star armor, they came to the two cities again. The two 7 stars saw this group of people coming at them with a menacing momentum, but they were relieved. Finally, you can't help but take action? In that case, there is no need to worry about it, just fight. Then let's fight. When these two 7 stars were young, they also fought all the way, experienced various life and death crises, and finally succeeded in being promoted to 7 stars. However, after hundreds of years of comfortable life, it has smoothed their edges, cooled their passion, and made them worry about gains and losses. That's why they let the people of the mechanical city flash before their eyes for so many days. But they still haven't made up their minds whether to fight or flee. But now, the people of the mechanical city killed them, which helped them strengthen their beliefs and regain their passion. Kill these two 7-star masters. Although they were in cities thousands of kilometers apart, but almost at the same time, they launched a full-scale attack on the development team of the mechanical city. And just now, those guys wearing temporary 7-star armor were full of vigor. Because previously, in the message sent by Suyu, the debts of these guys had been waived. Suyu learned about the experiences of these guys from the information sent by the mechanical spirit clone, and felt a little funny. Moreover, these guys really worked hard, and it was a pity to let them bear such a heavy debt. It's not appropriate. So Suyu exempted them with just one sentence. According to Suyu's explanation, these guys borrowed the 7-star armor because of the unexpected dangers in the development process, which was force majeure. After Suyu's review, they can be reimbursed in full. The 4 words full reimbursement immediately made these guys who worked hard for so many days overjoyed. It was more exciting than any blessing from the gods. And without the pressure of debt, these guys were pleasantly surprised to find that these days, relying on the power of the 7-star armor, they have been working non-stop for 24 hours and have collected a large amount of resources, which can be exchanged for a lot of energy coins, which is more than 10 or 100 times more than others. Not only did they get rid of their debts, but they also made a lot of money. Faced with such a good thing, how could they not be happy? Because they were too excited, and had not rested for many days. If they were not strong, they would have almost fainted. They praised Mr. Suyu in their hearts. After a long time, they finally calmed down. When the others learned about this, they all showed envy and jealousy again. They had sympathized with these guys before, but now it seems that sympathy is useless. They have made a lot of money. Some people have already regretted why they didn't dare to fight back then. They also borrowed money for the 7-star armor, which can be reimbursed now. In that case, not only can they enjoy a month, but they can also earn a lot of energy coins. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. These guys who took out loans had made great determination and paid a great price. Now they have such benefits, which they deserve. However, although others are envious, they are not very strong. This incident tells them that, in the future, when facing danger, they don't have to worry about the money, just take out a loan, and it can be reimbursed. This is the life-saving trump card. And Mr. Suyu immediately issued another task, which is to kill all the people in those 2 cities, bring them all back to the mechanical city. The reward for this mission is very high. Each person brought back is worth 1 energy coin. This is for ordinary people. Extraordinary people are even more expensive. There are tens of millions of people in a city. Bringing them all back, how many energy coins will it cost? As long as the mission is completed, each member of the 2 development teams will get a large amount of energy coins. So 1 or 2 of them, their eyes were red, and they set off immediately, flying towards the 2 cities. The leader, naturally. They were the guys who had taken out loans for the 7-star battle armor. Although they still had dark circles under their eyes at this time, they were all in high spirits and were very proud of themselves. When this task was completed, they would have saved enough for the down payment and could buy the permanent version of the 7-star battle armor. However, just as they arrived at the city gate, before they could even open their mouths to speak, the 2 7-star city lords, who also had dark circles under their eyes, started to attack directly. Do you have any misunderstandings? We are not. Those guys who borrowed armor were caught off guard, and were immediately hit by the attacks of the 2 7-star masters. They tried to explain, but the 2 7-star masters didn't listen to them at all, and attacked with all their strength. The professions of these 2 7-star masters are both combat professions. The mayor of the cave city looks like a petite girl, but she is very violent, and good at controlling earth and rocks. With a wave of her hand, she smashed the sky with 10,000 tons of boulders, and even drew out hot magma from the ground. The mayor of Tianhai City was a middle-aged man, but his ability was a bit strange. He summoned a dark sea out of thin air, suspended in the air, and instantly put all the people in the mechanical city in it. The 2 7-star mayors fought with all their strength, and the battle became fierce in a blink of an eye. In fact, in theory, the mechanical city was stronger, because there were 3 guys who borrowed 7-star armor on the side of Rock Cave City. Tianhai City was short of 1 person. There were 2 of them. They were all 1 against many. However, these guys who had obtained the 7-star armor by loan had no experience in fighting with the 7-star level power. In the previous days, they were busy mining, and even had a pair of dark circles under their eyes. Now they were suddenly fighting with 2 experienced 7-star masters. Although they had more people and more power, they were still suppressed. Most importantly, they also needed to protect other companions, after all. The others did not have 7-star armor. So strong. Is this the true 7-star realm? We only rely on armor, and we are really no match. No! Our armor is very powerful, not inferior to theirs, but our experience is too poor, and we can't use it at all. Damn it! We need to distract ourselves to protect others. I should have known not to bring them here. These guys were fighting, while complaining in their hearts. In fact, today, it should be only the few of them wearing 7-star armor who came. The other guys, coming here is just to make up the numbers, and will only cause trouble. But there is no other way. Those guys want to make contributions, for the mission, for the energy coins, so how could they not come? It seems that we can only use our trump card. System, tactical support. These guys wearing 7-star armors, called the temporary armor system, and activated the tactical support. System. Tactical support has been activated. A cold voice rang in the ears of these people. The temporary armor system that Suyu created is not only able to buy armor, weapons, etc., but also can provide tactical analysis based on the battlefield situation. Although these people wore 7-star armor, they did not have 7-star armor experience, and only had power. Suyu had naturally thought of this situation a long time ago. So he added a tactical support function to the temporary armor system. This function can use the computing power of the mechanical spirit clone to analyze the battle situation. Provide powerful tactical support suggestions to the wearer of the armor. If you have no experience, then the temporary armor system will provide it. As the tactical support system is turned on, these guys wearing temporary armor suddenly changed. Originally, they were suppressed by the 2 7-star city lords and didn't know how to fight back. They could only passively defend. But at this time, they suddenly made a move and broke through the heavy defense of the 2 7-star city lords and directly repelled them. The temporary 7-star armor has all the moves, all a bit plain, just ordinary energy bombardment. But it is powerful, and it is also quite powerful. In fact, the 7-star temporary armor also has a matching advanced weapon system, but there is no way, these guys can't afford it, so they can only use the basic weapons they bring with them. It really works. But, it's so expensive. These guys wearing temporary armor all showed a relaxed smile, and then turned into a painful expression. Because, tactical support, it consumes computing power. So it costs money. Mr. Suyu is good in everything. But he is a bit too greedy. These people gritted their teeth and said this in their hearts, and then rushed towards the 2 7-star city lords. Boom, boom, boom. Shocking collisions occurred one after another. With the tactical support system, the situation was completely reversed. And it became these guys wearing temporary armor, suppressing the 2 7-star city lords. The powerful force with the tactical support. They were truly given the power of 7-star warriors. Awesome. These guys were almost shouting with joy while fighting. Originally, the 2 7-star city lords were high above them, and they could never reach them in their lifetime. Now they could suppress them and fight. This kind of joy was indescribable. As they suppressed the 2 7-star city lords, the residents of the other mechanical cities were freed. They looked at each other, and then rushed towards the 2 cities at the same time. The battle between the 7-star masters was too terrifying. In order to complete their mission, they had better deal with the ordinary people and extraordinary people in the city. Stop! Die! The 2 7-star city lords, seeing those weirdos from the mechanical city, actually rushing towards the city to deal with the residents in the city, their eyes suddenly turned red. Wake up! Don't be their puppets anymore. Remember who they are? The 2 7-star city lords, anxiously, faced those guys in temporary armor, he yelled. He tried to wake up these 7-star puppets. As you can imagine, it was impossible to have any effect. Those guys wearing 7-star armor felt that the 2 city lords were completely unreasonable. The 2 city lords had seen from afar that the people from the mechanical city had been arresting people in the city, regardless of whether they were old or young. You bunch of demons. We will never let you succeed even if we die. Kill! Let's die together. The 2 city lords were furious and activated their trump cards. The city lord of the cave city, with his full power, shook the entire city below, with thick smoke and magma pouring out. She seemed to be about to cause a volcanic eruption. Combining her spiritual power, she launched a shocking attack and directly killed everyone in the mechanical city. On the other hand, the middle-aged man in Tianhai City collected the summoned sea in the sky. His spiritual power kept fluctuating. It seemed to be calling for something. At the same time, in the real depths of the sea, something seemed to be awakened. Extremely terrifying, dead silence, dark aura, began to surge out. In a moment or two, no one knew what would come out. These two city lords, they were really not simple. They were able to sit in the two cities for hundreds of years. They all had abilities and trump cards. Sensing this extremely terrifying aura, everyone in the mechanical city all showed shock on their faces. Those guys wearing 7-star armor at this time. The tactical support prompts, a whole bunch of red. A series of dangers. Danger? Extremely dangerous. Tactical suggestions. There are 3. The first is to desperately self-destruct. The second is to desperately escape. The last one is to call for support from Mr. Su Yu. Seeing the first 2 tactical suggestions, these guys were speechless. Why do you have to fight desperately? I guess you have to die anyway. Right? But seeing the last option, they all widened their eyes. There is actually another option? Call Mr. Su Yu for support? They were immediately excited and wanted to choose it immediately. But then they saw that this third option actually required money. According to the current situation, calling Mr. Su Yu for support requires 10,000 energy coins, no discounts, no reimbursement. Seeing this line of prompts, these guys immediately lamented in their hearts. This also costs money? 10,000 energy coins, there is no discount. No reimbursement. This is going to kill them. In a flash, they struggled for thousands of times, and were about to make up their minds to call Mr. Su Yu. However, before they could make a choice, the other people in the mechanical city had already made the first choice. Of course, the other people in the mechanical city did not activate tactical support. They did not have the option of calling Mr. Su Yu. What they chose was a loan. Buy a temporary 7-star battle armor. The others had long been envious of those guys' 7-star armor. Now seeing an opportunity. No, it's a crisis. How could they resist? Anyway, the situation is so critical, it should be possible to get rid of it. Right? Instantly, powerful auras rose and fell. In the blink of an eye, the auras of more than a dozen 7-star masters emerged. And they were still emerging at the same time. At this time, the 2 7-star city lords saw this situation and were stunned. This mechanical city, what exactly is going on? How can 7-star masters emerge like cabbages? Is there any justice in this world? Chapter 363, The Phantom Emperor's Plan. Su Yu's research results, the secret of transformation. Boom! These guys who just borrowed the 7-star battle armor were extremely excited and immediately launched an attack on the 2 7-star city lords. Although they did not use the tactical support system, they relied on their numbers and power to suppress the 2 7-star city lords. The 2 cities quickly withdrew their abilities and defended with all their strength, but they could only hold on. They were not monsters like Su Yu. They can fight 10 or even 100 people at the same level. They have lived for hundreds of years and can fight 2 or 3 people with their experience. But now there are more than a dozen people rushing forward. And there are even others who are eager to try. After a while, the 2 city lords were injured by the people of the mechanical city and suppressed with psychic energy. The trump card they had previously made of mutual destruction, naturally, was not followed up. Finally got it done. Our armor, should it be reimbursed? I'm really rich this time. Not only can I bring back so many people, I can get energy coins as rewards, but I can also reimburse 1 month's worth of 7-star armor. It's really refreshing. Damn it! You guys got there first. Everyone was talking excitedly. Those who borrowed armor were naturally very excited. Some others were very regretful. They were too slow to act, and were beaten to it by these guys. These guys are really cunning. It was clearly a critical moment just now. But in their view, it was a good opportunity to get a 7-star armor for free for a month. Su Yu, who was far away, listened to the conversation of these people and felt angry and amused. He even had the urge to not reimburse these guys and see what they would do. However, Su Yu thought about it and decided to forget it. He was not so stingy. They borrowed armor to complete the task assigned by Su Yu. Moreover, these temporary armors could only be used for 1 month. When these guys have had enough of the sweetness of the 7-star armor, the armor has expired. How can they bear it? They may have to sell everything they have to make up for the down payment and get a permanent armor. The cost of the temporary armor for this month will be recovered sooner or later with interest. And to be honest, the energy cost of the temporary armor for this month is nothing to Suyu now. He has been promoted to the 4th level, and the mechanical spirit is also in the process of promotion. The energy and computing power required to maintain a temporary 7-star armor are more than 10 times lower than before. His energy reserves have also increased more than 10 times. The difference is hundreds of times. If not for this, the previous 7-star temporary armors would be too much to afford. Temporary armors are only temporary after all. When the real 7-star armors are cast, we can form a 7-star army, Suyu said to himself. Now he has returned after being promoted to the 4th level, and he has brought back 1 million descendants of mechanics. In addition to the resources brought by the global development in recent days, he will soon be able to start casting a 7-star armor army. Although temporary armor can also be used, data embodiment is ultimately an extraordinary ability. When encountering a powerful enemy, it may be restrained. Moreover, to maintain the existence of temporary armor, it requires a large amount of energy coins every moment. And there is an upper limit on the number. After all, it is not as practical as casting real armor. After the descendants of the mechanics settle down, we will start casting. Now, we should hurry up and study the secret of the transformation of the Lightcast Giant. After thinking for a while, Suyu refocused his attention on his body. He wanted to study the secret of this transformation before the transformation ended. In other words, Suyu himself didn't know how long this transformation would last if it was not lifted. This also needs to be studied. At this time, Rock Cave City, outside Tian'ai City. Although the 2 city lords were subdued, they did not lose consciousness. They heard the conversation of the people in the mechanical city, and were naturally even more shocked. It sounds like there are still many weirdos in the mechanical city who can burst out the combat power of 7 stars. But it seems that they need to pay loans as a price. The 2 7-star city lords naturally understand the word loan. It's just borrowing money. Why loan? Can a supernatural person possess the power of 7 stars out of thin air? Unless, change the term loan to sacrifice or divine gift. Thinking of this, it suddenly became clear. Where is the loan? It's just praying to the evil god for power. And what's the price of praying for power? When the 2 7-star city lords thought of this, they suddenly felt cold all over. They have lived long enough, and they have some understanding of the evil god. According to the legend, praying to the evil god for power must cost a huge price. The stronger the power, the greater the price. This price is basically blood, life, and soul. And these weirdos in the mechanical city took away the entire population of their city. Could it be that they did it to please the evil god? I have to say that the thinking of these people is really the same. They all thought that the mechanical city took them back to offer sacrifices to the evil god. What else? Do they have to believe that the mechanical city came with the purpose of peace and beauty? Invite them to join the mechanical city and live a good life? Only fools would believe it. But to be honest, some people actually believed it. Some people in the settlements did not resist the people in the mechanical city, but happily followed them and set off. These human settlements were relatively small in scale, and they had no idea about evil gods. And the radiation beasts around them were not high level and posed little threat, which made them somewhat naive. However, when they climbed onto the fragments of the mechanical city, they saw people from other settlements crying and cursing, and they immediately became skeptical. Soon, these fools also joined the ranks of crying and cursing. In short, the mechanical city's mass arrests captured millions of people. Most of them thought they were captured by the minions of the evil god and were going to perform some cruel sacrifice. So the crying and cursing shook the sky along the way. The people of the mechanical city, although helpless, there is no other way. To tell the truth, they don't believe it. They put themselves in their shoes and thought about it. If they were caught, and they were told to go to a miracle city floating in the sky to enjoy themselves, they would not believe it. They would just treat it as a lie by the evil god believers. Forget it. When they get to the mechanical city and see the situation there with their own eyes, they will believe it naturally. The people in the mechanical city were too lazy to care about the people's cursing and crying. Anyway, when they learn the truth, they will thank me for catching them. After everyone in the mechanical city left, some time later, some shadows suddenly appeared in the 2 cities of Rock Cave City and Sky Sea City. These shadows were all black, and seemed to be human, but they were covered with fog, and their faces could not be seen clearly. They looked around the city, and someone said, "We are too late. Everyone has been caught by the mechanical city. Damn, your majesty wants to rebuild the Ghost Empire. And he needs people. How dare Suyu? Stop talking nonsense. Let's go to other human settlements." Soon, these ghosts left. After they left, a smart chip in the city suddenly vibrated and transmitted the information of the previous scene to Suyu. That chip. When everyone was fighting in chaos just now, Suyu secretly ordered to let the mechanical spirit replicas in their personal information terminals invaded the city's smart devices and lurked. It was for this moment Suyu arrested people in such a high-profile manner, which made too much noise. He suspected that it would attract the attention of some things, so he kept a hand. Now it seems that keeping this hand is really useful. He actually saw the subordinates of the Ghost Emperor. Those black shadows just now were obviously the subordinates of the Ghost Emperor. Suyu was too familiar with the breath of ghost energy. From their conversation, we can know that the Ghost Emperor seemed to have similar ideas to Suyu, and also wanted to gather population and rebuild the empire. However, they were a step late. After all, the residents of the mechanical city under Suyu had already been mining all over the world. It was only a matter of an order for them to capture people, which was very convenient. So, the Ghost Emperor wanted to rebuild the Ghost Empire? He challenged me to a duel. Did he also have his eyes on the population of my mechanical city? Suyu thought to himself. The Ghost Emperor chose to challenge Suyu openly. He probably wanted to defeat Suyu fairly, and then accept the population of the mechanical city. He even wanted to subdue Suyu and rebuild his Ghost Empire. This Ghost Emperor tried to brainwash me with his ability when they met before. Isn't it too late to do this now? Suyu couldn't help but complain in his heart. Then he continued his research on the transformation of the Light Forge Giant. At this time, half a day had passed since he issued the order. He had been maintaining the transformation state, and had already made some research results. It turns out that the Shining Sun blueprint is not only a blueprint for mechas, but also contains a blueprint for human transformation. Through the Shining Sun blueprint, you can transform your own life form and transform it into a new life that uses the power of the Shining Sun as energy. My cells, in this transformation, have undergone drastic changes and have grown thousands of times larger. It's really amazing. Suyu studied his own state, and the more he studied, the more amazed he was. The secrets of the Shining Sun blueprint are more than he imagined. This is the fifth-order technological heritage that truly belongs to mankind. It is not just the blueprint of a mecha, but also contains the Empire's top human body transformation technology. Suyu's transformation is essentially a transformation of himself, turning him into a sunshine giant. Under this transformation, his genes first changed, and an extra section appeared out of thin air. This section of genes, condensed by the power of the sun, is in the shape of a triple helix, which records a large amount of biological and psychic information. Under the action of this new gene, all of Suyu's cells have expanded thousands of times, and are filled with a condensed and substantial sun power. The functions of his organs have also changed, and they can use the sun power as energy to operate. At the same time, his spirit, in this state, always maintains a firm, courageous, and bright state, which allows him to continuously generate sun power to maintain the operation of his body. In this state, it seems that Suyu does not need to eat at all. There is no need to draw psychic energy from the subspace to keep fighting. This is the secret that Suyu discovered from his own transformation. My transformation is limited in number. This is because my transformation is not controlled by myself, but given by the Yuri Mecha. But if we study the secret, we will definitely be able to develop a permanent transformation technology. Suyu was excited and aroused a strong desire for knowledge. He wants to develop permanent transformation technology. In fact, he himself does not lack the power of transformation, but he can see that this transformation technology has great potential. If it can be mastered, it is definitely a powerful technology for mass production of high-end combat power. Now Suyu has enough population, and is worried about how to arm them. Although there is a temporary armor system, armor casting plan, it is far from enough. After all, the mechanical city has millions of people, and this time they captured millions more, adding up. I'm afraid there are nearly 10 million of them. It's not easy to arm so many people. The transformation technology in the Yuri blueprint is exactly what Suyu needs. After the research is clear, maybe we can directly transform into a 7-star Yuri warrior. Then put on the 7-star armor, form a large army, and used the fusion technology. Su Yu fantasized in his heart, and studied more vigorously. Beside him, the mechanical god also helped Su Yu with his research with great interest. He finally mastered psychic power now, and was very curious about any psychic-related technology. Su Yu did not hide anything, and directly shared the data with him to study together. He was the only one who was qualified to do research with Su Yu. His powerful computing power and rich experience gave Su Yu a lot of help. He immersed himself in this research and did not stop for a long time. However, in the eyes of others, Su Yu was just sitting cross-legged there, motionless. Ordinary people who don't move are in a daze. But Su Yu is now hundreds of meters tall, and his whole body is made of light. Just sitting there like this makes him look like a great god, which makes people feel respect. In the distance, the people who quietly watch Su Yu. I don't know how many times they prayed to Su Yu in their hearts. While Su Yu was busy with his research, the 10 fusion people he brought back, arranged by Tai Long and others, ate and drank a lot all day. Although Tai Long and others were surprised at the appetite of these people, but after all, there were only 10 people. 10 mouths. How much could they eat? Why did Mr. Su Yu ask for food for 1,000,000 people? But after a day, these 10 fused people finally showed their peculiarities. They actually began to split up. From one person, they became 10. 10 became 100. 100 became 1,000. In a short period of time, each fused person became a full 100,000 people. The cafeteria was packed to the brim, and people were even stacked on top of each other. People trampled on each other. If they were not all extraordinary people, they would have trampled people to death. They did not care, but cheered and rushed towards the food. 100,000 people only had one mouth to feed, and they ate and drank all day, but actually the more they ate, the hungrier they became. Now they were finally free, and could fill their stomachs. Mr. Su Yu, where did you find these weirdos? Tai Long, Xie Tian and the others were all stunned. Chapter 364 New Giant God Soldier Mecha. Those 10 strong men are actually the fusion of these first and second level extraordinary people? Tai Long finally understood why these guys were so weird. It turned out that they were fused by 100,000 people through some kind of technology or ability. Where did Mr. Su Yu find these weirdos? And they actually have such technology. The first and second level extraordinary people can actually fuse into such a terrifying strong man? Then can we do it too? Tai Long, Xie Tian, Yang Lai and others looked at each other, all with excitement. Mr. Su Yu brought back too many surprises on this trip. They had never heard of this fusion strengthening technique. A group of superhumans with the highest 6 stars could actually fuse together to form a 4th level combat power. It was incredible. They also noticed that the armor worn by these fused people was also separated. And it was also fused. In addition to people being able to fuse, can armor also be fused? Tai Long and the others were immediately more excited. For them, it was too difficult to improve their strength level. This fusion technology let them see a new path. How could they not be excited? They walked forward cautiously and talked to the descendants of the mechanics, trying to find out what this fusion technology is about. However, the descendants of the mechanics were enjoying their food, and they had no time to respond to them. So the responses that Tai Long and his team got were basically, this fusion smells really good. Fusion. Delicious. Delicious. Water. Water. Tai Long and his team asked around, but they didn't get any useful information. They weren't disappointed. After all, such a magical technology, it's definitely impossible to just talk about it. But with so many people, they didn't reveal any information at all. The people that Mr. Su Yu brought back, they were really tight-lipped. Then, they watched these people eat, while thinking in his mind, these people eat like they are fighting a war. Is it possible that the defect of this fusion technology is that they are prone to starvation? After another half a day, these guys finally finished eating and drinking, and then fell asleep one by one. They were too tired. Tai Long and the others watched, and were helpless, and could only call on others to move these guys to the residential area arranged by Xiao Xiaomin. After a lot of work, these descendants of mechanics were finally arranged. Finally, Tai Long, Xie Tian, Xiao Xiaomin, Yang Lai, Tiexin and others went to Su Yu to report. In addition to reporting, they also had other thoughts, which was to ask Mr. Su Yu to help them improve their strength. There was no other way. The enemy that the mechanical city faced this time had a stronger combat power. A 4th level Ghost Emperor appeared. Su Yu himself was promoted to the 4th level, and even brought back 10 4th level fusion people. Tai Long and others, originally, they were the strongest fighters in the mechanical city. Except for Su Yu. But now, it seems that they have been left behind by those fusion people and cannot keep up with the development of the situation. If they continue like this, they will have to sit at the same table with ordinary residents. How could they accept this? So they all wanted to ask Su Yu for a solution. They have also collected a lot of resources these days. And they just happened to bring them here. And wanted to ask Su Yu if they were enough to build armor. In addition to armor, that fusion technology, can you teach them too? Soon, a group of people came to Su Yu's feet, looking up at Su Yu who was like a mountain, and they all wanted to say something but stopped. At this moment, Su Yu was too majestic and sacred, so they didn't dare to disturb him easily. But Su Yu didn't wait for them to speak, and directly opened his eyes. His eyes, like the sun and the moon, shine with brilliant light. Looking at the expectant eyes of Tai Long and the others, and the various materials they brought, Su Yu smiled slightly. I immediately understood their intention. It seems that they are all anxious to improve their strength. Su Yu did not say much. With a thought, the resources and materials brought by those people flew up out of thin air, melted in the air, slowly, combined into a human form. Thank you, Mr. Su Yu. Seeing this, Tai Long and the others were immediately excited, knowing that Su Yu was making armor for them. They did not dare to speak, for fear of disturbing Su Yu. Tai Long thought a little strangely in his heart, as a cyborg wearing armor again. Isn't it a bit strange? Tai Long originally planned to let Su Yu help him rebuild the body. But Su Yu had just started to build the armor, so he couldn't say much. Yan Lai and the others felt a little guilty. The materials they brought were actually far less precious than those of the 7-star masters like Tai Long. And the quantity was not enough. They originally just wanted to join in the fun. Maybe they could get a set of 6-star top-level armor. But now, looking at Su Yu's appearance, all the materials were melted together. Is this for unified distribution? Then, they are getting a great deal. As Su Yu was melting, a mecha in the air began to take shape. Wait, a mecha? Not a battle mecha, but a giant mecha? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what Su Yu was doing. They brought so many materials, but Su Yu only made one mecha? How can they divide it? 2 days later, finally, the mecha was completely formed. It was a giant god mecha over 200 meters high, silver gray in color, faintly emitting white light, and it looked a bit dazzling. As soon as the mecha was formed, a powerful aura rose to the sky. Tai Long and the others were all shocked, and they immediately confirmed that the combat power of this mecha was at least 9-star top. This mecha had used up all the materials that Tai Long and the others brought, and Su Yu also put in some. Named Giant God Mecha Glorious. Producer, Su Yu. Grade, Legend. Feature 1. Giant God. As a Giant God Mecha, it has the common performance of the Giant God Mech, has extremely strong defense and attack power, and because it uses the blueprint technology of the Sun Mech, its performance is better than that of the ordinary Giant God Mech, allowing it to exert defense and power far beyond the top level of the 3rd level. Feature 2. Radiance. Because it uses some of the blueprint technology of the Sun Mech, it has some of the capabilities of the Sun Mech, and can obtain the power of the Sun from the will of other lives. It can double its strength. And at the same time, it has extremely strong extra lethality against any dark and twisted enemy. Feature 3. Repair. This mecha adopts semi-mechanical and semi-biological technology, and is composed of shining cells throughout. If it is damaged, it will use the power of the sun to repair itself. Feature 4. Fusion transformation. The greatest use of this mecha is not in combat, but when driving it. It will be transformed by the sun blueprint technology contained in it, and become a shining physique, rapidly improve strength. Feature 5. Descendant. This mecha is attached with the mechanical descendant ability of the Giant God Soldier Mechanic. It can descend from thin air in a moment and attach itself to the driver. Equipment. Melee weapons, none. Long-range weapons, none. Skills, none. Comprehensive lethality evaluation, top 9 stars. Comprehensive defense evaluation, top 9 stars. This is the attribute of this mecha in Su Yu's career panel. Su Yu used his ability as a Giant God Soldier Mechanic, and the newly developed Sunlight Blueprint technology, to build a mecha. With his current strength, it is very easy to build a 3rd level mecha. As long as there are materials, it can be built in 10 hours at most. The reason why it took 2 more days was because he applied the newly developed Sunlight Blueprint technology. Su Yu imitated the structure of the Sunlight Cell to build this mecha. Its body is not made up of traditional mechanical parts. but of countless mechanical cells. There are even various mechanical organs inside, corresponding to human organs one by one. The greatest use of this structure is not for fighting, but for resonance and fusion with human nature, and for transforming the human body. That's right. This mecha is actually a human transformation instrument, which can transform the human who enters it into a sun-like physique. The so-called sun-brightening physique is the light-cast giant that Tsuyu transformed into. Of course, it is impossible to become as huge and strong as Tsuyu, but it can greatly improve strength. Moreover, another giant god soldier mecha was built, and Tsuyu also received feedback. His strength was improved a little, and the level of the giant god soldier mechanic was also upgraded. Not bad. Not bad. Tsuyu looked at the completed giant god soldier mecha and was very satisfied. He was satisfied. Tailong and the others were a little anxious to go. There were so many people, but only one mecha. What was going on? Were they asked to take turns to drive this one? How could they divide it? Mr. Tsuyu, this is. Although they were anxious, they did not dare to be anxious, and could only ask carefully. In this mecha, I used a technology called Yuri Blueprint. Tsuyu spoke slowly, and explained some of the principles to them. Mr. Tsuyu, you mean? This mecha can transform us into what you are now. After hearing this, everyone looked incredulous. Tsuyu's light-cast giant form was so majestic and powerful that they could hardly look directly at it. They could only guess whether it was Mr. Tsuyu's divine body from ancient times. They had never thought that this was some kind of magical biological transformation technology. And Mr. Tsuyu was willing to take it out and let them try it. Yes, of course. It's impossible to be as powerful as me, but it will definitely greatly improve the strength. Why you don't want to? To transform yourself, there will indeed be some psychological barriers. If you don't want to, then I will forge new armor for you. Tsuyu saw everyone like this and chuckled. Yes, we are willing. Everyone heard this and nodded quickly, for fear that Tsuyu would regret it. Only a fool would not want to have a divine body like Mr. Tsuyu. Then you guys go in and try. Everyone go in. This cockpit is very big, Tsuyu said to everyone. Then the cockpit of the giant god soldier mech was opened. Everyone heard this, and hurriedly thanked Tsuyu, and then ran towards the cockpit. The reason for running is that this mech is too high. Iron Dragon is okay, because he can fly, but the others can't, so they can only run. With their strength, running on the wall is not a difficult task. This giant mecha is so tall, and its surface is almost like a wall, which is enough for them to stand on. Soon, everyone entered the cockpit, and then the door slammed shut. And then, there was no movement. Tsuyu quietly sensed the situation in the cockpit, and nodded slightly. Those people have sensed the mechanical cells of this mecha, and started the fusion transformation. This kind of transformation is very safe. After all, Tsuyu himself has tried it, and is still maintaining the transformation. The mechanical god also used his ability to observe fate, and verify the safety of this technology. Otherwise, Tsuyu would not have conducted human experiments at random. Besides, even if something happened, Tsuyu would be right next to him, and could treat him at any time. However, the strength of the mechanical god has declined, and observing fate is not as clear as before. He can only confirm safety, but cannot see the changes in the strength of these people after the transformation. Tsuyu is looking forward to it. After these people are transformed, I can give him a surprise. The transformation takes a certain amount of time, and Tsuyu waited quietly. However, the transformation has not been completed yet, but those residents of the mechanical city who went out to mine have already returned. Although they are far away from all over the world, they are riding on the fragments of the mechanical city, and are returning at the same time. They are returning with the millions of people who were captured. Are you finally back? Tsuyu looked at the fragments of the mechanical city flying in the distance, and nodded slightly. Soon, the fragments were connected to the main body of the mechanical city, and merged into one again. These fragments have grown a lot in the past few days, and they have obviously eaten a lot of food all over the world. After connecting with these fragments, the size of the mechanical city doubled. In this way, even if there are millions more residents, there is no need to worry about having no place to live. At this time, the people who were captured on the fragments saw this sky city. They were all stunned. Originally, they saw these fragments of the mechanical city, which were gray, and thought that the people in the mechanical city were bragging, saying that the city in the sky, the city of miracles, was probably just a big rock flying in the sky. Although a big rock flying in the sky is indeed a miracle, it is not a place for people to live. Some people even had rich imaginations, and thought that the mechanical city was the lair of the evil god. A flesh and blood nest flying in the sky, made of human bones. These people were captured to be used as construction materials. In short, along the way, these people used their lifelong imagination to imagine all kinds of situations. But they never thought of such a situation. They saw a beautiful modern city, quietly floating in the sky. In the city, there were tall buildings, busy traffic, flashing neon lights, and various advanced mechanical facilities, which operated automatically to maintain the operation of the city. Residents, one by one, used these advanced and convenient mechanical equipment freely, coming and going, and their faces were all happy and free smiles. Is this the lair of the evil god? Isn't this right? Everyone couldn't help but murmur. How come this is different from what they thought before? Facing their shock, the residents of the mechanical city next to them smiled without saying a word. Are you dumbfounded? Today I will open your eyes. They were scolded by this group of people along the way, and now they can finally hold their heads high. Wait, what is that? Is that Mr. Suyu? The residents of the mechanical city were just feeling proud, and suddenly their eyes widened, because they saw, at the end of their sight, the huge figure sitting cross-legged. Chapter 365 Suyu's Gift. Unprecedented new ability. What are they looking at? The captured settlement residents, seeing these guys from the mechanical city suddenly froze, were full of wonder, and also looked in the direction of the people from the mechanical city. On the edge of the city in the distance, there was a tall figure sitting cross-legged hundreds of meters tall. The figure was wearing a silver and black mechanical armor, and the gaps in the armor shone with bright white light, like cast by light. A pair of eyes, like the sun and the moon, looked at them from afar. When the residents of the settlement saw this figure, they were all shocked. They instinctively thought, this mechanical city is really full of food, and it actually has the leisure to build such a large statue. However, being able to raise such a large city to the sky is already an incredible engineering miracle. It seems normal to have the leisure to build a large statue. I always thought that although this city was magnificent and advanced, but something is still missing. Now I understand. It turns out that it is missing such a statue. These residents of the settlement instinctively felt that the huge figure was a statue of a god. For these residents who had a hard time surviving, spending a lot of manpower and material resources to build such a statue that could not be eaten or drunk, to build the so-called wonder, was purely a waste of time. It was a meaningless act. However, combined with the scene in the mechanical city, the residents of these settlements, and they thought it was very reasonable to build such a statue in such an advanced sky city, a miracle city. Such a miracle city in the sky should have such a statue. This statue gives this miracle city an extra sense of divinity, just like the kingdom of God in heaven. Is this statue the god they worship? It looks upright, not like some evil god or demon. Could it be that what they said before was true? The crowd, who were still somewhat skeptical about the mechanical city, believed it 99% after seeing the statue. Because after seeing the light-cast statue, they unconsciously felt courage, brightness, warmth, and other positive emotions in their hearts, and they didn't know if it was an illusion. This feeling made them instinctively feel good about the mechanical city. Originally, these settlement residents, basically, they don't believe in any gods. They can survive until now, all by their own efforts, fighting with radioactive beasts every day. As for gods, they only exist in stories told to children, and adults with a little bit of brains won't believe in them. And it is said that gods are not good things. They are all evil gods and demons, and as long as they are targeted by them, they will die miserably. But now, after seeing the statue, an idea came to everyone's mind. Could it be that they were really lucky and were led to the kingdom of the true God? Even the two 7-star city lords of Rock Cave City and Tianhai City were confused when they saw the statue. They seemed to have discovered something, but they were not sure. It should be just a statue, right? Otherwise, it would be too scary. Just as these people were admiring the statue, suddenly, the statue stood up. Stood up? The residents of the settlement were just wondering how the statue was built. Suyu suddenly stood up, took a step, and instantly walked from where he was to the front of everyone. Everyone felt a flash before their eyes, and the statue in the distance came right in front of them. They looked up blankly, looking at the magnificent figure, and felt dizzy. It turns out that it's not a statue, but a real one? Is this the god they believe in? He actually came directly to the world, sitting in the city? The residents of these settlements, their brains were in a mess at this time. They thought that the residents of the mechanical city believed in some god, built the statue, and thought that the statue was really well built. It turned out to be true? According to legend, the gods are high above, wouldn't they appear easily? The two city lords of the Rock Cave City and Tianhai City finally confirmed at this time that the previous feeling, wasn't it an illusion, it was real. That was not a statue, but an incredibly powerful, extraordinary person. On this planet, there is such a strong person? Just when these people were confused, Su Yu's majestic voice came from the sky. Don't be afraid. It's me, Su Yu. This was said to the residents of the mechanical city. Upon hearing this, the residents of the mechanical city immediately recovered from their previous sluggishness and exclaimed, "It is indeed Mr. Su Yu." The reason why they were so shocked before was because they found that the giant in the distance, it seems to be very similar to Mr. Su Yu. But they are not sure. Mr. Su Yu went out of the city. How come he has grown so big? But now, Mr. Su Yu came to them in person and spoke. Feeling the powerful and familiar aura, they finally confirmed that this is Mr. Su Yu. This aura is completely different from the aura of the 7-star and 8-star masters we felt before. Could this be? Everyone also noticed that Su Yu's aura was completely different from before. He was not in the same level as the 3rd-level extraordinary people like Tai Long. The residents of the mechanical city had never seen the aura of a 4th-level strongman. And Su Yu was still restrained. So they were not sure. But they already had doubts in their hearts. After all, the change in this aura was too drastic. Could it be that Mr. Su Yu had broken through to the legendary 4th level? Surpassed 9 stars? The extraordinary level on the ruined star. 9 stars is the limit. Above 9 stars, basically no one has heard of it. But these people have been in the mechanical city for so long, and their knowledge has also improved. They know that above the 9 stars, there are stronger realms. So after discovering that Su Yu's aura has changed drastically, they all suspected that Su Yu had broken through to the legendary 4th level. But after breaking through the 4th level, how could it change so much? I heard that Mr. Su Yu was the resurrection of an ancient strongman. Could this be Mr. Su Yu's true body? Although they had many doubts in their hearts, no one dared to ask. After all, this is Mr. Su Yu's secret. This mission was completed very well. Thank you for your hard work. Let me handle these people. If you are tired, go back and rest. The reward for the mission will be paid soon. Su Yu spoke again. When the people in the mechanical city heard this, they were immediately excited. Mr. Su Yu is so nice. As soon as he came back, he didn't say anything, but talked about the reward first. Thinking of bringing back so many people, so many resources, how many energy coins can be exchanged, they were immediately overjoyed. All of them bowed down. Thank you, Mr. Su Yu. But they did not listen to Su Yu and go back to rest. They were so excited now. What was there to rest for? They all walked behind Su Yu's huge figure, wanting to see how Mr. Su Yu would deal with the captured residents of the settlement. These guys from the settlement had scolded them badly along the way. Now that they had Mr. Su Yu's support, it was time to be proud. The residents of the settlement, seeing this, suddenly became nervous. Most of them were so scared that they dared not even breathe. Previously, they thought Su Yu was a statue. Looking at it from a distance, they only felt that the statue was well made, magnificent, and spectacular. But now, they know that this so-called statue is actually alive, and has walked up to them to deal with them. This psychological pressure is completely different. Deal with it? How to deal with it? This Mr. Su Yu, would he want to eat people? Although this so-called Mr. Su Yu seems to be upright, who knows? If it weren't for the sun power on Su Yu, which continuously gave them courage, some of the timid ones might have been frightened out of their wits. You captured us. What do you want to do? In Rock Cave City, the 2 7-star masters of Tianhai City saw this, walked in front of the crowd, and asked. They were all 7-star masters, with extensive knowledge at this time. It has been confirmed that Su Yu is a legendary 4th-level strongman. Facing such an incredible strongman, although they were afraid and desperate, they still mustered up the courage to question him. Su Yu looked down at them. Millions of people were under his feet. Like ants, a large black mass. Most of these people will become his citizens and his warriors in the future. So they must be dealt with well. After all, he is not like the Ghost Emperor. What kind of brainwashing rule? Violent oppression. Su Yu pondered in his heart, and slowly said, I have a gift for you. After that, Su Yu suddenly burst into endless white light. This white light was very strong, but not dazzling. It was like a white mist, enveloping everyone. Not only enveloping the residents of these settlements, but also the residents of the mechanical city behind him. Then, almost everyone felt hot all over. Itchy. Those residents of the settlement were shocked, thinking that Suyu was using some vicious trick to kill them with this light. However, they soon discovered that this fever and itching were not caused by injuries, but because their wounds were recovering. When the people in these settlements lived in this harsh ruin, no matter men, women, old or young, who didn't have some injuries. But now, under the white light of Suyu, everyone was recovering. In a short time, everyone seemed to be 10 years younger. That was the change brought about by the recovery of the injuries that had troubled them for many years. The previous fever, numbness and itching had turned into comfort. They were enjoying it so much that they almost moaned. Not only the residents of these settlements, but also the people of the mechanical city, also enjoyed the benefits. However, these residents of the mechanical city usually live well, and do not have many injuries. Under this white light, it just recovered some fatigue. This light, which was bright and colorful, disappeared quickly. Everyone moved their hands and feet with incredible faces, and found that the feeling just now was not an illusion, but their bodies really recovered. Even some people with broken hands and feet, they began to grow granulation tissue at the broken ends. Some terminally ill patients all felt relaxed, as if the tumors in their bodies had completely disappeared. Looking at the people with surprised faces, Suyu breathed in imperceptibly. Such a large-scale recovery is really tiring, Suyu thought to himself. With his strength, killing these millions of people is just a thought. But helping them recover from their injuries, although it only took a short time, made Suyu feel more tired than the previous battle with Wang. Construction is often much more difficult than destruction. Although tired, with Suyu's current strength, he recovered with a slight breath. Of course. What he called a breath, of course. He was not breathing like an ordinary person, but exchanging energy with the semi-enclosed subspace to restore his own state. Recovery is really troublesome. You need to penetrate the psychic energy into other people's cells, control it carefully, and stimulate vitality. Suyu summarized his experience in his heart. Just now, he used the restorative power for the first time. In fact, before, when the 10 fusion people were injured, Suyu used psychic energy to heal them. But that was just the healing effect that came with Suyu's 4th level spiritual energy after his promotion. In essence, it was to replenish the energy of those fused people, similar to giving the injured a full meal, allowing them to recover on their own. And it could only be used on strong people like fused people. Ordinary people could not absorb Suyu's spiritual energy, and would only be blasted to pieces. But just now, Suyu really used his restorative ability to heal the injuries of millions of people at once. This was actually, it is also the result of Suyu's previous research on the transformation of the Sun blueprint. This transformation can transform every cell and gene in the human body, allowing Suyu, an ordinary human, to become a Sun giant, and then restore his original human body. The magic of it almost exhausts the mysteries of the human body. In the past few days, Suyu has studied the principle of this transformation and has gained a deep understanding of the microscopic structure of the human body, the composition of various cells, and the reaction of biological molecules. Through this research result, Suyu not only developed the giant mecha that can transform the human body, but also developed an unprecedented active healing ability. This healing ability is not like a white light shining. All diseases are cured, but it is much more complicated. The principle is that Suyu uses his extremely powerful computing power and control power to penetrate his spiritual energy into other people's cells and repair them at the cellular level. This kind of repair actually consumes not much energy, but the computing power consumed is incredible. Every person has tens of trillions of cells, plus the number of proteins, biological molecules, and genetic information in each cell. It is even more incalculable. If Suyu wants to treat other people at the cellular level, he will need to consume a lot of computing power to affect and operate so many cells and biological molecules. In addition, there are millions of people, and the difficulty of the operation is several orders of magnitude higher. The complexity of it was that even though Suyu was already at the 4th level, and his spirit was deeply in the microscopic realm, he still couldn't hold on. He even asked the mechanical god for help to share the computing power. And only then did he accomplish this feat. And he used the relatively gentle power of the sun. If he used the psychic power of the giant god soldier mechanic, it would be too aggressive, and ordinary people would probably not be able to bear it. However, no matter how difficult it was, Suyu still succeeded. And at the same time, he provided a great treatment to millions of people. It seems that my spirit has truly entered the microscopic realm. No matter how serious the injury is in the future, it can be self-repaired. Suyu knew that this treatment method could not only be used on other people, but also on himself. With such a strong control over cells, Suyu suspected that it would be difficult for him to die in the future. Even if he was beaten to a drop of blood, even a cell, or even all cells were annihilated, he could restore his complete body. Chapter 366. Look directly at the evil god. If the body is destroyed to the point where not a single cell is left, it is actually completely dead completely. And the ability that Suyu has developed now, even if there is not a single cell left in the body, can still recover. In fact, it is equivalent to being able to be reborn after death. The ability to resurrect. Suyu is now at the 4th level, with extremely powerful strength, and his spirit has long been able to exist for a long time without the body, making him almost immortal. When he was at the 3rd level, Suyu could separate part of his spirit and enter the subspace to attend the party. How much more so now? However, no matter how strong the spirit is, it still needs the support of the body. Just like intelligent life, it needs the support of hardware. When the spirit is exposed, it is easy to be affected by various emotions and energies filled by the outside world. A drop of water can remain pure in a container. But if it is poured into the sea, can it still remain pure? It will definitely be assimilated by the sea. It will never be restored to its original state. If Suyu's body is destroyed and cannot be restored for a long time, even if his spirit is immortal, he will be eroded by the endless extreme emotions in the subspace, slowly become extremely paranoid, and finally completely lose his humanity. In that case, it will be the same as death. Suyu will die completely, and the only one who survives is an evil god with Suyu's memory. In this world, simple immortality is actually not difficult. All evil gods claim to be immortal, even if the previous tyrannical consciousness was only at the 3rd level, and now has the ability to be immortal. Even the Lord of the Heavenly Punishment City, who has not yet completely ascended to the throne of God, cannot die, and is now suffering in Suyu's pain engine. Immortality is easy, but it is difficult to maintain humanity and personality under the premise of immortality. Even if the evil god is immortal, but reborn after death, he is not the original him. In that case, it is actually equivalent to death. So this recovery ability that Suyu just developed for him, it is of great significance. It ensures that he can restore his body's integrity and return to his original self even in the most dangerous situation. However, if Suyu is really killed by a powerful enemy and not even a cell is left in his body, it will be difficult for Suyu to recover. After all, although Suyu's spirit can penetrate into the microscopic level, it can only penetrate to the cell level. Even if it is exerted to the limit, it can only reach the level of protein macromolecules at most. It is still very difficult for him to use various microscopic molecules and atoms to create a body out of thin air. Moreover, his body has undergone many promotions and spiritual training, and is completely different from that of ordinary people. It is even more difficult to recover. If there is really no cell left, it will take at least hundreds or thousands of years to recover. But even with many restrictions, Suyu can develop this ability. It is also a great thing. He even had an idea, which is, the guys in the Supernatural Union always said that I was the resurrection of an ancient strongman. I know that I am not an ancient strongman. I am Suyu. But now that I have such ability, I am afraid that my spirit will be immortal after death, and then resurrect after 1,000 years. And when I develop a time machine in the future, maybe I can really go back to the past, witnessing the Great War 10,000 years ago. Even if he died, he could be revived 10,000 years later. Isn't that right? After Suyu finished thinking these things, he felt that he was a little fanciful. He actually wanted to build a time machine, go back to the past, and revive himself as a so-called ancient strongman, and make it real. However, this kind of thing, let alone, is it really possible? After all, Suyu had met the future god of pain before, and sent his men to want to subdue Suyu. Even across the distance of time and space, he gave Suyu a unique talent in the way of pain. This is essentially a kind of time travel. Since the god of pain can do this, Suyu thinks that, when he really studies the profession of time mechanic, builds a time machine, and goes back to the past 10,000 years ago, it is not a strange thing. But that is a matter for the future. Suyu, the time mechanic, just gave him a name. It is still unknown when he will develop it. Moreover, It is hard to say whether the strength of the fourth level can really build a time machine to go back to the past. After all, if traveling through time is so easy, then the god of pain who is so optimistic about Su, he would have traveled through time in his real body long ago. And it would not be so troublesome. And he would not need that rotten flesh eye to do it for him. By the way, I am now at the fourth level. And I can revive after death. Even the Ghost Emperor has revived. So where is Zhang Chifeng? So you remembered something again? His current strength can be said to be difficult to die. So what about Zhang Chifeng, who is much stronger than Su Yu? Is he really dead? If Zhang Chifeng is not completely dead, then where is he? What is he doing? Thinking of this, Su Yu's heart is heavy. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Zhang Chifeng is a cruel guy. If he survives, whether he is an enemy or a friend to Su Yu, it's hard to say. If there is any malicious intent, then it is another powerful enemy that is no less powerful than the tyrannical evil god. It took Su Yu less than 1/10,000th of a second to think about these things. His thinking speed was really too fast, so when he thought about all the ideas, the people under his feet had not yet recovered from their previous shock and joy. Then, Su Yu put these ideas in his heart and focused his attention on the people in front of him. He slowly said, "How is it, my gift? Are you satisfied with it?" His voice was majestic and powerful, waking everyone up from their joy and shock. The gift that Su Yu mentioned earlier was, of course, to help everyone with treatment, which was indeed a great gift for meeting people. Everyone looked up at Su Yu, and suddenly many people knelt down in ecstasy. Satisfied. Satisfied? Thank you for the gift from God. My child can finally live. Thank you. Many of these people, because of the bad environment, they all have serious diseases. Even terminal illnesses. However, terminal illnesses for them, for Su Yu, can be easily cured. So these people have already recovered. How can they not be ecstatic? These people no longer care about the purpose of Su Yu capturing them. Anyway, they were almost dead. And now Su Yu saved them. It was like the true God coming to the world. What else can be said? Worship. Others were not so excited, after all. Those with terminal illnesses are a minority. However, at this time, they have basically believed that Su Yu has no ill intentions. If he had any ill intentions, why would he treat their injuries? Moreover, what level is this ability to treat millions of people at the same time? Could he really be a god? They hesitated, wondering if they should worship him too. Su Yu's great treatment instantly reduced the dissatisfaction and resentment of the people who were forcibly captured to the extreme. Among these people, most of them thought that the healing ability that Su Yu had just displayed was a miracle. Only the two 7-star city lords of Rock Cave City and Tianhai City understood what had just happened. Su Yu was a powerful, extraordinary person who had surpassed the 9 stars. He had just used an incredible, extraordinary ability to heal everyone's injuries. Even these two city lords faintly sensed that Su Yu's spiritual power had penetrated into their cells, thereby adjusting their body functions. This terrifying control almost scared them silly. Although they were 7-star masters, when had they ever seen such peerless power? However, whether they were ordinary residents of the settlement or the two 7-star city lords, they still had doubts in their hearts. This Mr. Su Yu was so powerful. He was simply a god. Why did such a being want to capture them? Seeing this, Su Yu naturally understood everyone's doubts. So he raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Do you see those clouds? In the clouds, there is a powerful evil god. He was sleeping, but is now reviving and will wake up soon. At that time, all living things on this planet will be shrouded in the aura of this evil god. Without protection, you will die instantly or turn into a terrifying monster. So I issued a mission to capture all of you, because I am worried that the evil god in the clouds will wake up at any time, causing mass extinction. Time is running out. We have to take extraordinary measures. Please forgive me. Su Yu told them the reason for this action directly. Everyone heard it, followed Su Yu's finger, and looked up at the sky. The sky was full of dark clouds, and there seemed to be nothing unusual. Everyone was a little skeptical. They saw these dark clouds every day, and there were evil gods hiding in them. Is it true? Why haven't I seen it before? At this moment, suddenly, a twisted tentacle emerged from the clouds, and disappeared in a flash. This tentacle was extremely fast, and if it was on the ground, it would be almost invisible. But now, they were in the mechanical city high in the sky, very close to the clouds. So many people saw it. The next moment, Bang, 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 bang. A series of explosions sounded. People's eyes were exploding. Many people were low-level extraordinary people. Or even ordinary people. Seeing the body of the evil god at such a close distance, how could they possibly bear it? Their eyes exploded. Blood flew everywhere. At the same time, strange cracks appeared on the bodies of these people, as if their muscles were expanding, breaking their skin. In the cracks, eyeballs, tentacles, teeth, and other flesh organs were growing, and seemed to be growing out at any time. Their auras also became extremely violent, and they screamed crazily, as if they wanted to kill everyone around them, dismember them, and devour them. Even if the people around them were relatives, they were no exception. The scene was in chaos. But the next moment, the white light on Suyu enshrouded everyone again. After a while, the white light dissipated, and everyone's eyes had been restored to their original state, and the strange cracks also disappeared. It was Suyu who used his healing ability again to help them heal. At the same time, Suyu also used the power of nothingness and the power of the shining sun to help them get rid of the horrible pollution caused by looking directly at the evil god. After these people recovered, they all looked confused, as if they didn't know what had just happened. Those who didn't see the evil god's tentacles, and therefore mutated, all looked at these people with horror, as if they were looking at monsters. In fact, these people just now really turned into monsters. Just now you saw the evil god's body in the clouds, so you mutated instantly. Pay attention in the future. Don't look up at the sky again, Suyu said. When those people heard this, they suddenly woke up from their dreams, and the horrible memories came to their minds. They immediately bowed down to Suyu. Thank you, Mr. Suyu, for your protection. Thank you, Mr. Suyu, for your protection. They had completely believed Suyu's words. There really was an evil god hiding in the clouds. They had never thought that there was such a danger lurking above this planet. In fact, these people had thought about it before. There were countless radioactive beasts on the ground. If they could fly into the sky, that would be much safer. Who would have thought that? The things in the sky are even more ruthless. One look would kill you. Suyu asked his men to capture them, not to harm them, but to save them. However, Mr. Suyu's mechanical city, flying so high, is it a bit inappropriate. These people were in great confusion at this moment, and they didn't even know what they were thinking. The two 7-star city lords were also horrified at this moment. They just looked directly at the evil god's tentacles. It's just that they were strong and resisted the mutation. But they were also eroded by the tyrannical and cruel aura, and could hardly control themselves. If Suyu hadn't helped them get rid of the influence, they would probably have gone crazy after a long time. They didn't want to recall that horrible feeling for a moment. Although Suyu was powerful, he had no malice, so they didn't feel it deeply. However, the body of the tyrannical evil god made them feel their own weakness deeply. Like ants, they are 7-star masters. They are in charge of a city with millions of people, but under the terrifying evil god, they actually feel like ants. So, these two 7-star masters looked at each other, and actually their knees softened, and they bowed down to Suyu. Suyu was a little surprised when he saw this. These two 7-star masters are quite arrogant, but they were actually convinced like this. However, Suyu could see that these two seemed to have something to ask for. Mr. Suyu, excuse me. Are you a human? The two city lords asked with some stammering. Suyu nodded. Of course I am a human. The city lord of this mechanical city. My current state is essentially a supernatural ability, and I can actually turn back into a human. Suyu's attitude was gentle, and Suyu admitted that he was a human. So the pressure on the two city lords was relieved a lot. They then asked, excuse me, Mr. Suyu, have you surpassed the 9 stars? Became a godlike existence? Although these two city lords have lived for hundreds of years, they have been hiding all the time. So they know very little about the extraordinary knowledge above the 9 stars. They have always believed that the 9 stars are the limit of the extraordinary. And above that, it is the realm of the legendary gods. Now seeing the power revealed by Suyu, it has exceeded imagination. So they ask this question, because they want to know, after the 9 stars, is there any way? They have been trapped in the 7-star realm for hundreds of years, and it is difficult to even enter the 8-star realm. Now they suddenly see a 4th-level strongman showing incredible power. How can they not be excited? Suyu heard this and immediately understood what they meant. He nodded and said, yes, I have indeed surpassed the 9-star realm and am now a 10-star transcendent. As long as you have the opportunity and complete the ceremony, You can also reach the same realm as me. The two 7-star city lords heard this, looked at each other, and suddenly bowed to Suyu at the same time. Please teach me, Mr. Suyu. Their attitude was extremely respectful. They actually wanted to become his disciples. Chapter 367. It's great to join the mechanical city. Their bow surprised Suyu a little. After all, these two 7-star city lords are also arrogant people. When the people of the mechanical city captured them before, they would rather die than surrender, and even use powerful trump cards, trying to die together. Later, they were swarmed by the guys who loaned armor, and barely subdued the two and captured them. This should be considered a great shame for the 7-star strongman. As a 7-star strongman, ruling a city with a population of 1 million, and being high and mighty for a long time, how could he endure such humiliation? Suyu originally thought that it would take some effort to subdue them, but now they kneeled down to Suyu. You know, even among the strong men in the mechanical city, only a few people kneel down to Suyu because of life-saving grace or faith. Suyu never put on airs in front of those people, and forced them to kneel down and pay respects. Suyu still had some respect for these masters, even ordinary people in the city. Suyu never asked them to kneel down, and Suyu was not a feudal emperor. At this time, these two 7-star masters had just met, and they were so respectful. Suyu even suspected that they had evil intentions. It couldn't be that Suyu's domineering aura shocked the two city lords, right? However, Suyu soon discovered that he was the only one who was surprised. The others looked as if it was a matter of course. It seemed normal for these two 7-star city lords to bow respectfully to Suyu. Suyu thought carefully and understood that things were different now. The current Suyu was really qualified to make the two 7-star masters bow down as soon as they met. When Suyu first came into contact with the masters of the Extraordinary Union, he had just broken through to the 7-star level, and he was actually equal to those people in terms of strength and status. Later, Suyu's strength soared too fast, although he had far surpassed those people. But the relationship between the two sides, in fact, has not changed much, although everyone in the Extraordinary Federation has recognized Suyu as the leader at this time, and basically obeyed his arrangements. But between the two sides, the hierarchy is not strict. Compared with superiors and subordinates, it is more like friends. When there is nothing to do, everyone is free to come and go, and there are not too many restrictions. But now, in Cave City, the two people from Tianhai City, when they first met Suyu, he was at the 4th level, as powerful as a god. For the two city lords, such a strong man far exceeded their imagination and deserved their utmost respect. Most importantly, Suyu's displayed strength and realm revealed a future path for the two city lords. He told them that the 9-star transcendence was not the limit, and there was still a broad road ahead. At the same time, Suyu also revealed a terrifying crisis on this planet to the two city lords. The evil god in the clouds made the two 7-star masters feel like ants, and their hearts were filled with endless desire for power. So after a short period of thinking, they immediately decided to kneel down and ask Suyu to teach them power and knowledge to deal with future crises. Have I reached this point? After figuring it out, Suyu sighed slightly in his heart. In his mind, his impression of the 7-star experts was still a few months ago. At that time, Suyu had just broken through the 7-star level and joined the Supernatural Union. The members of the Union all possessed unique skills, were outstanding, and had extraordinary strength and status. But now, Suyu was shocked to find that as his strength increased, the 7-star experts, who were originally powerful, were no different from ordinary people in front of him. Two ordinary people, seeing Suyu's powerful strength, kneeling down to beg for a master. It seems that there is nothing to be surprised about. Suyu did not react for a while before. There was no way. Suyu's strength increased too fast. However, Suyu also understood that these two 7-star masters, who had resisted fiercely before, were kneeling down to beg for a master now. And they might not be sincere. After all, they had just met, and they did not know Suyu's temper, and did not know whether Suyu was good or bad. Suyu said that he was a good person. Do they have to believe it? They are seeking a master. If Suyu is really a good person, then everyone will be happy. If Suyu is not a good person, then it won't hurt to be a little respectful. Thinking this way, these two 7-star masters may not necessarily be as stubborn as they showed before, but are a bit cunning and have a lot of thoughts. But this is normal. The 7-star masters can live so long, even a fool can become shrewd. Suyu's thoughts turned. In a short time, I thought about all this clearly. Then he said, as long as you join the mechanical city and have the ability to earn enough energy coins, you can exchange for various resources, break through the realm, and improve your strength. Even if it is a 4th level ritual, materials, it may not be impossible to exchange. Okay, get up. Suyu did not directly agree to their request to become a disciple. He has never accepted an apprentice, and he has no such intention. Besides, if he really accepts an apprentice, how to teach them? Suyu's real skill is the professional panel. How to teach this? As for other skills, knowledge, technology, Suyu could open energy coins for exchange. All you need is energy coins. You don't need to become a disciple. Yes, Mr. Suyu. The 2 7-star masters, seeing that Suyu did not agree, felt slightly disappointed, but did not dare to say more, and quickly stood up. But they were also curious. What about energy coins? Can they really be exchanged for anything? Even the 4th level rituals and materials can be exchanged. In this way, it seems that becoming a disciple is not a big deal. Suyu looked at the 2 7-star city lords and the others, and asked, now, are you willing to join the mechanical city and become a member of it? Everyone heard this and said loudly, yes. No one was unwilling, even if some people really didn't want to. After seeing Suyu's strength just now, I dare not say it. Very good. But if you join the mechanical city, you must abide by the rules of the mechanical city. Leaders of each settlement, please come out. Suyu nodded with satisfaction, and then said, upon hearing this, hundreds of people quickly walked out and came behind the 2 7-star city lords. These people are the leaders of each settlement, and they are all powerful. Of course, their so-called power is relative to other ordinary people. These leaders, at least they all have 4-star strength, and some of them are even 6-star top strength, second only to the 2 7-star city lords. Please sort out the population data of your settlement and submit it. I want to make a statistics. Take this. Recall the data in your consciousness, and you can input the data. Suyu moved his mind, and used the data to materialize hundreds of disc-shaped mechanical devices, which flew into the hands of those people. These devices can read the overflowing thought fluctuations of humans, extracting thoughts and memories. For Suyu now, this kind of gadget can be made in large quantities with a thought, which is essentially an application of the ability of the embodied mechanic. In fact, the temporary armor system that Suyu made has such a function. With a thought, you can control the system, take out a loan to buy armor, and go bankrupt with a thought, which is very convenient. Suyu wants to take so many people into the mechanical city, the most basic population data statistics. Of course, it has to be done. These people were captured in a hurry. They didn't bring any information, so this method was the only way. In fact, Suyu could use data ability to forcibly invade their brains and extract memories, but that would be too violent. Suyu is not that domineering, and this time is not in the materialized space. Without the help of the long river of time, it is difficult for the mechanical god to observe the fate of so many people at the same time. Otherwise, there would be no need for any population data. Those leaders, the leaders of the settlement, including the 2 7-star city lords, were looking at the small mechanical device in their hands with some surprise. This little thing. Is it really so magical that it can retrieve memories with just a thought? They tried to recall the population data in the settlement. And sure enough, the next moment, all kinds of data emerged on those mechanical devices. They were immediately amazed. When had these people ever seen such high technology? They were immediately amazed by the magic of the mechanical city. A deeper understanding. Soon, a large amount of information was recorded in those mechanical devices. Without taking back the mechanical devices, Suyu had already obtained the information. Then, he looked at everyone. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Everyone's heart suddenly felt cold. The next moment, tens of thousands of people flew up out of thin air and were caught by Suyu. These people looked confused, not knowing what Suyu wanted to do. And Suyu moved his mind again, directly using his powerful ability, invaded these people's brains, watched their memories. The next moment, thousands of people flew back. Suyu looked at the remaining tens of thousands of people and said coldly, "You are all criminals in various settlements, committing various crimes. I refuse you to join the mechanical city. These people are similar to Suyu's former enemy Li. They are criminals in their respective settlements and have done a lot of bad things. There must be such people in every settlement. Among the millions of people, only a few tens of thousands of people were picked out, which was actually a small number. After all, On this ruined planet, the environment was harsh, and those who survived had done something dishonorable. Suyu ignored some minor criminals. These tens of thousands of people had killed many people, and they were all cruel and violent. Suyu would naturally not allow such people to join the mechanical city. When the tens of thousands of people heard this, their faces suddenly changed. Suyu would not allow them to join. Are they going to be killed? But Suyu continued, but the crimes you committed were all committed in your respective settlements. I have no control over them, and I don't want to control them. Now, I ask you to leave the mechanical city. When these criminals heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that they were just being driven out, not killed. Wait, that's not right. They had just witnessed the horror of the evil god in the clouds. If they were driven out of the mechanical city, when the evil god wakes up, aren't they dead yet? They were just begging for mercy. Suyu moved his mind, and some mechanical jet flight backpacks appeared on these people out of thin air. Then Suyu said coldly, "Go away. These backpacks can ensure that you fly to the ground. I will only give you 30 minutes. Leave immediately, or you will die." Suyu's words revealed a little murderous intent, and these criminals trembled all over, and dared not say any nonsense anymore. They quickly shut up and ran towards the edge of the city. As soon as these people ran to the edge of the city, the jet packs on their bodies immediately sprayed gas, allowing them to float. These people jumped down and flew towards the ground below. When the others saw the scene, they were all hesitant to speak, but they didn't dare to speak. Suyu glanced at them, and then said, "I know that many of you must have a life-and-death feud with these guys. I let them go. Are you dissatisfied?" Everyone shook their heads. The murderous aura on Suyu's body at this time was too terrifying. How could they dare to be dissatisfied with Suyu's current strength? If he revealed a little emotion, these people would not be able to resist. In fact, they were still dissatisfied. Those criminals, each of them was extremely evil, and it was not a pity to die. It would be fine if Suyu didn't kill them, but he actually gave them jet-flying backpacks. Let them leave safely. What's the logic? Suyu naturally knew the doubts of the crowd, smiled and said, "You have grudges against those guys, but I don't. In my mechanical city, each of you has the opportunity to become a strong man, and even a super strong man above 7 stars. If you want revenge, then find a way to improve your strength and take revenge yourself. Now, you are welcome to join the mechanical city." Suyu extended his hand to the crowd. After hearing Suyu's words and looking at the big hand descending from the sky, the dissatisfaction in the hearts of the crowd disappeared immediately, and instead a desire for power surged in their hearts. Yes, joining such a magical mechanical city. Are you still worried about not being able to take revenge in the future? I just hope that those enemies can live longer and not die too early. Yes, Mr. Suyu, these people said loudly. With their voices, millions of data terminals flying into the hands of everyone. These data terminals were prepared by Suyu in the past 2 days. They are not materialized with data, but made of real materials. These data terminals are no longer the backward gadgets of the past, but have undergone many upgrades. Each of them is equipped with a clone of the mechanical spirit, and has powerful functions, especially the temporary armor system, and the energy coin exchange system. This thing is the identity certificate of the residents of the mechanical city. These people got the data terminals, only then can they officially join the mechanical city. After those people got the data terminal, the neural signals were instantly connected, and various information, floating windows, immediately popped up in front of them. The first thing that popped up was the various laws and rules of the mechanical city. Then came the information on various exchanges and transactions. Among them, in addition to the exchange of various armors, abilities, knowledge, transformations, that Suyu personally opened, there were also various other messy things. Suyu had previously, the exchange system of this data terminal has been given some permissions to ordinary residents. So some residents can also sell goods and services on the exchange system. After all, such a big city must have transactions and economy. Seeing the dense exchange items, the guys who just joined the mechanical city were dazzled. What? You can exchange for 7-star armor? What? Full body mechanical transformation. But only these energy coins? Ah? You can also hire 7-star strong men as thugs and bodyguards? My god. What exactly is this energy coin? How can it buy everything? Everyone exclaimed. And at this time, they had only one thought in their minds. It's great to join the mechanical city. Chapter 368. Welcome to the new residents of the Mechanical City, Personal Space Function. For these settlement residents, the most advanced mechanical creations that many people have seen before are basically at the same level as the Rangers that Suyu had built before. A 4 or 5-star mechanical soldier can be regarded as a treasure of the clan in some small and medium-sized settlements. After all, in shelter number 73, where Suyu stayed, the strongest was only 4 stars. A 4 or 5-star mechanical soldier, as long as it is strong enough with energy, they can kill through the entire settlement. Now, these people have discovered that there are a lot of these 4 and 5-star mechanical creations in the exchange system of the Mechanical City Information Terminal. The more expensive ones cost more than 10 energy coins, and the cheaper ones only cost 1 or 2. There are also various other advanced technologies, high-end meditation methods, various precious resources, materials, all of which can be exchanged, which is simply dazzling. Even the 7-star armor, all can be exchanged. And even though they are thousands of miles away, they can be credited instantly. Although it is temporary, it is shocking enough. This is too incredible. The people of Rock Cave City and Tianhai City only knew at this time why there were suddenly more than 10 7-star warriors on the side of the Mechanical City, when the 2 city lords and the people of the Mechanical City fought. It turned out that they all bought temporary 7-star armor. Everyone couldn't believe it. These things really cost money. Can I buy it? According to their understanding, such precious things should be kept secret. Even if they want to trade, it should be barter. How come in the Mechanical City, it seems to be everywhere and can be bought at any time? The things in this information terminal, could they be fake? But they looked up at Suyu's majestic body and immediately put away the disrespectful thoughts in their hearts. With Mr. Suyu's strength and status, could he deceive them? Mr. Suyu just had a thought. Millions of information terminals were created. These information terminals are also extremely advanced technological creations. But Suyu could easily create so many. In addition, when the residents of the Mechanical City came to arrest people, they showed great strength. It can be seen that the strength of the Mechanical City is strong. These exchange items are definitely not fake. They are all real. They can really be bought with energy coins. As long as there are energy coins, everyone can become a superhuman. Everyone can have powerful strength. In everyone's heart, I am so excited. Most of them are ordinary people. They usually do some hard work such as farming and hunting in the settlement. They are so envious of those extraordinary people who can face the radiation beasts head-on. But if they don't have talent and can't awaken their psychic powers, it's useless to envy them. They can only be ordinary people all their lives. And now, as long as they have energy coins, their dreams of many years can come true immediately. How can they not be excited? But then again, how do you get these energy coins? In the exchange system, 1 energy coin can be exchanged for a lot of good things. Such a precious currency must be hard to obtain. Right? When they thought of this, they quickly turned to the task column to see how to earn energy coins. Sure enough, in the task column, there are various tasks that can earn energy coins. Some of them are private tasks issued by the residents of the Mechanical City. The tasks are not difficult. There are even non-combat tasks such as working as a chef in a restaurant. But the rewards are very small, even 0.01 energy coins or something like that. Seeing such a small reward, everyone simply ignored it and looked at the tasks officially released by the Mechanical City. Sure enough, the rewards for these official tasks are extremely high, starting with 1 energy coin. There are even tasks that cost tens of thousands of energy coins. However, seeing the specific content of these tasks, everyone's eyes suddenly went dark. Because, the most conspicuous task among them, that is, emergency mission, all residents of the Mechanical City, go to human settlements all over the planet, bring back as many people as possible. Reward: bring back 1 energy coin for ordinary people. 1-star extraordinary people get 2 coins, 2-star people get 4 coins, 3-star people get 10 coins, 4-star people get 30 coins, 5-star people get 100 coins, 6-star people get 500 coins, 7-star people get 100,000 coins. This mission can be completed collaboratively, rewards are distributed according to contribution, no conflicts are allowed, otherwise all rewards will be taken back, and there are severe punishments. These settlement residents found that these tasks, actually, were to capture them. And the rewards were so generous. These settlement residents who had just joined the Mechanical City could not help but look up, looking behind Suyu. Behind Suyu stood the old residents of the Mechanical City. At this time, These guys all smiled. Because the rewards promised by Suyu had just arrived. They brought back so many people, everyone got at least a few energy coins. Some even got hundreds or thousands. Some even got tens of thousands of energy coins because they captured 2 7-star city lords. This is a great harvest. They naturally laughed from ear to ear. And the new members they captured were naturally not in a good mood. So we are so valuable? I want to sell myself. Oh my god. The 2 city lords are worth 100,000 coins, which can be directly exchanged for permanent 7-star armor. If I had joined the mechanical city earlier, I could have made this much money. Everyone was talking about it. And their eyes were almost shining when they looked at the 2 7-star city lords. These 2 7-star city lords were really worth a lot of money. Even the 2 7-star city lords themselves were dazzled by the huge reward. Bringing back a 7-star warrior, a reward of 100,000 energy coins, can be exchanged for a permanent 7-star battle armor. You know, they have lived for hundreds of years, and they don't have a 7-star battle armor. After all, they are not mechanics. Nor do they know any mechanics of 7 stars. So where can they get this level of armor? If they have a 7-star armor, their combat power and survivability will be greatly increased. Even if they are 7-star strongmen. If they don't have armor and only rely on their physical bodies, they will still have many inconveniences and will be easily injured. Over the years, they have wanted to get a 7-star armor countless times. But they can only think about it. And now, this armor is already in front of them, but they don't have the money to buy it. The 2 7-star city lords looked at each other and saw regret in each other's eyes. They all regretted that if they had joined the mechanical city earlier, then they would have taken action and captured the other person. Now they would have been wearing the 7-star battle armor. Unfortunately, they could only think about it. Now they were all members of the mechanical city. Even if they captured the other person, there would be no energy coins to take. For a moment, everyone had the urge to sigh to the sky. There are so many good things in the exchange system. But I can't afford any of them. I really can't bear to see it. But there are evil gods on the clouds. And they dare not look up at all. And can only bear it. At this time, a window suddenly popped up in everyone's information terminal. It was their account. And 10 energy coins were actually credited. 1 energy coin can be exchanged for a 4-star temporary armor. After using it for a month, 10 can be directly exchanged for a permanent armor. These 10 energy coins, it can make an ordinary person have 4-star strength. In the notification of the arrival of the account, there is also a line of text explaining it. Everyone was surprised and happy, and hurriedly looked over. Is this the gift Mr. Suyu gave us for entering the city? Mr. Suyu is generous. Everyone cheered immediately. Even the 2 7-star city lords smiled. Although these 10 energy coins are not very useful to them, they are better than being poor. Suyu looked at the excited people. He laughed secretly in his heart. These guys, they had just joined the mechanical city. They had already been assimilated. Their minds were full of energy coins. This was Suyu's deliberate guidance. These people were forcibly captured by his men. They must have been nostalgic for their original homeland, or even resentful. Suyu wanted to use all kinds of stimulation, shock, surprise, as a welcome ceremony to fill their minds, so that they had no time to think about other things. When they calmed down, they had truly integrated into the mechanical city and became one of them. At this time, some of the people who had just obtained the energy coins immediately tried to use them. Some of them followed the prompts and withdrew them. They turned the virtual currency into physical coins. In an instant, round energy coins appeared in their hands, which were crystal clear and flashing with energy. Seeing that they could actually withdraw energy coins, it immediately caused a cry of surprise. Virtual currency actually turned into real matter. Although the information terminal has some introduction to the 3-state conversion of energy coins, energy, information, but people were still a little skeptical before. Is there really such a magical thing? Is it true? But now that the experiment is successful, they finally confirmed that it is true. There is such a magical currency. And the extracted energy coins, the pure spiritual energy they emit, the eyes of the extraordinary people in the crowd all lit up. They tried to absorb the pure spiritual energy in the energy coins for cultivation. As a result, in an instant, the spiritual energy of a large number of extraordinary people surged. And they actually broke through. These people, where had they ever absorbed such pure spiritual energy before? They have to practice meditation hard to absorb a little spiritual energy from the subspace to supply their own consumption. The spiritual energy in the energy coins is extremely pure, almost the same as the spiritual energy quality of the 7-star strong. Once they absorbed it, it was like a hungry man who had been hungry for many years finally had a sumptuous meal. His body and mind were satisfied, and he naturally broke through one after another. In a short period of time, tens of thousands of extraordinary people broke through, and they were still breaking through. After a long time, the breakthrough was finally completed, and the strength of these extraordinary people increased greatly. Among these people, the proportion of extraordinary people was about 3%. In total, there were about 100,000 people, most of whom were 1-star extraordinary people. Now, basically 1 star becomes 2 stars, 2 stars becomes 3 stars, and everyone is smiling. None of them thought that the spiritual energy breakthrough, which was originally extremely difficult, would be so easy. It only takes 1 energy coin, or even less than 1, because except for a few extraordinary people above 4 stars, others can't consume all the energy in an energy coin. There are also many ordinary people who, in this process, have come into contact with pure spiritual energy and awakened their spiritual energy, stepping into the ranks of the extraordinary. After a major breakthrough, everyone thanked Suyu again. They were so excited that they truly understood what Suyu said before. As long as there are energy coins, everyone can become a strong person. After thanking, they happily tried to buy items in the exchange system. This bodybuilding meditation method, suitable for the physical body system, can actually be cultivated to the peak of 6 stars, and there is even a subsequent ceremony to promote to 7 stars? Only 8 energy coins? Buy 10 energy coins, you can buy a permanent 4-star armor, which is much more practical than a temporary armor. Buy this weapon. Everyone has money, and has upgraded, so naturally they will make a big purchase. Although they can only afford some cheap goods, they are also very happy. Some of them bought meditation methods, and started practicing immediately. After feeling the powerful effect, they all sighed. However, some who bought mechanical armor and other real things, but they were a little curious. How should these physical objects be delivered? However, soon they had no more doubts, only endless shock and ecstasy. Because the items you purchased have been received. They have been saved in your personal space. The prompt on the information terminal popped up, and then they saw that, in their information terminal, there was an additional option of personal space. Clicking on the personal space, they found that the items they just bought were stored in it. Their breathing suddenly became rapid, and they hurriedly tried to withdraw the purchased items just like they had just withdrawn cash. The next moment, various armors, weapons, materials, appeared in their hands out of thin air. Is it really possible? They tried to store the armors and weapons in, and it worked. They even tried to store their own belongings in, and it worked. This. Everyone was so excited that they didn't even know what to say. The legendary storage space. There really is such a thing. And Mr. Suyu gave it to them for free? Living in this world with psychic power, these people naturally fantasized about that kind of convenient and magical storage space. But no one had ever seen it. Now, coming to the mechanical city, everyone has one of this legendary thing? Mr. Suyu is really generous. But everyone soon discovered that. I was too happy to be happy. Personal space. Trial. Each person can try out a 24-hour personal space. The space capacity is 10 cubic meters, and any items can be stored freely. The information terminal popped up a prompt. This is the new function Suyu created, personal space. After Suyu worked as a materialization mechanic, he already had the ability to materialize space, and could create something like a space pocket. So he added this function to the information terminals of these people. In fact, it is not that Suyu materialized millions of independent spaces, but that Suyu connected the information terminals of these people with his own large materialized space. He installed millions of more doors in the materialized space, and each data terminal is an exit. In this way, the items in the materialized space can be taken out from these doors and delivered to everyone in an instant. A long time ago, Suyu saw Xiao Shengyin use the ability of Navigator to achieve subspace transmission of matter. Now Suyu can finally achieve a similar effect. And the effect is better. Chapter 369. The transformation is complete. The sun is shining in the sky. Xiao Shengyin's subspace transmission is actually very troublesome, and is far less convenient than Suyu's method. Subspace transmission requires transit through the subspace, and requires opening the channel between reality and subspace. In this way, it is not only a problem of trouble, but also may be unpredictable. But Suyu's material space is not real. Nor is it a subspace. Transmission through the material space is. It is much safer and more efficient. And this kind of magical personal space, when have people seen it before? Even the 2 7-star masters are shocked. This kind of super large-scale space ability, they have never heard of it. Not only them, the old residents of the mechanical city behind Suyu, hearing the words, also hurriedly open the information terminal to check. Sure enough, at this time, they also have 10 cubic meters of personal space. These old residents of the mechanical city, who think they are knowledgeable, previously. I wanted to see the residents of the settlement laugh at me. But now, seeing the personal space that Suyu had just created, these old residents of the mechanical city, they all felt that they were not experienced enough, and their brains were not enough. Previously, only semi-energy items such as energy coins could be stored in the terminal. Now, even armor and weapons can be stored. How did they do that? Could it be that these armor and weapons are actually virtual data manifestations? How is it possible that Mr. Suyu would use this method to fool us? I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted Mr. Suyu. But this is too amazing. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Although some people suspected that the items in the personal space might also be the result of data materialization. If Suyu really used data materialization to fake it, extraordinary people would find it difficult to tell for a while. But soon, they ruled out this possibility. Who is Mr. Suyu? How could they do such a trick? Since Mr. Suyu dared to take out his personal space, it must be true. But why is it a trial? These people looked at the 24-hour trial countdown on the personal space, and they all looked regretful. Suyu heard their discussion and laughed in his heart. The reason why it is a trial is that Suyu's data materialization ability has a limit, and he cannot maintain so many doors for a long time. After all, his materialization mechanic, it is still at the 3rd level, and has not been promoted to the 4th level. Moreover, if these guys run around the world in the future, they will be too far away from Suyu. And without the signal, the door will probably disappear directly. That's why Suyu made a trial version. Anyway, it only lasts for 24 hours. And it will disappear directly after the time is up. So there is no need to worry about maintenance. Suyu will naturally not fake it. The personal space is real. But Suyu will not tell them the tricks. As for what to do after the 24-hour trial, everyone also wants to know. Are you stupid? Such a magical technology must be very expensive, and you can use it for free? That's right. I wonder if there is a permanent version. Let's see. Everyone is also experienced. Seeing the word trial, they quickly thought that there might be a permanent version. So they quickly looked through the redemption catalog. Sure enough, someone soon found the personal space in the redemption catalog. Exchange options. What? It's free, but after purchasing the exchange items, you get a free trial time? A 1-year trial for the temporary 7-star battle armor. And there's a full 1,000 cubic meters of space? Even if the personal space expires, the items inside will not disappear, but they can't be taken out temporarily. When the time is up, you can use it again? Everyone was already prepared. This permanent version of the personal space, it must be very expensive. But when they saw it, you don't even need an energy coin, it's all free. However, although you don't need to spend money to buy it, you need to buy exchange items. To get the free personal space, spend 10 energy coins, and you get 24 hours of free space. The more you spend, the more you get, and you can get a temporary 7-star armor for a year. This is good, you don't need to spend more money to buy space. But why doesn't Mr. Suyu open it for direct purchase? This must be a benefit given to us by Mr. Suyu, otherwise we might not be able to afford it. Yes, this thing doesn't seem to have a permanent version, it must be extremely precious. Everyone was discussing excitedly. They all thought that this was a benefit given to them by Suyu. And after the space expires, the things inside will not disappear, so they can use it with confidence. Anyway, when they need it, they can get a day's worth of time by spending a little energy coins, which is enough for use. Suyu listened to everyone's discussion, and chuckled without saying anything. In fact, Suyu had no choice. This personal space is not easy to price now. If it is priced too low, everyone will buy it. What will he do? He can't afford it at all. Price it at 10,000? Most people can't afford it. So it's meaningless. Even if a few fools buy it. When Suyu lowers the price later, he will be suspected of backstabbing. So Suyu just gives it away for free. The more you buy, the more you get. This will not only stimulate consumption, but also because everyone has limited financial resources. The length of personal space that can be obtained is limited. Actually, it is not much. So you can still afford it. As for those guys with temporary 7-star armor, Suyu just needs to spend a little more energy to reinforce their space. These people are a minority. Even if they are given a personal space for a year, it is nothing to Suyu. However, this is only temporary. When Suyu is strong enough in the future and can maintain the materialized space for a long time, this personal space will naturally be released in a permanent version and open for purchase. Suyu's arrangement. Naturally, won unanimous praise from everyone. After all, who doesn't like something that doesn't cost money? Although they need to spend money to get the free time, they already know how to spend money. And now this personal space is really free. Mr. Suyu is really generous. Buy it. Buy it quickly. You can get personal space time just by spending money. Where can you find such a good thing? I want to buy it too. Everyone praised Suyu and felt that Suyu was kind and generous. Joining the mechanical city was the right choice. Then, they couldn't wait to start spending. Exchanging various items and resources in the exchange system. Originally, they had just received energy coins, and they were reluctant to give them up. But now that they have the promotion method of personal space, they have no scruples. Then, soon, they all became paupers. Suyu had just given away a large number of energy coins. Now they have all been taken back. And the resources that everyone bought are all dug up by people from all over the world in the mechanical city. So Suyu would not feel sorry for them. At this time, everyone realized that Suyu's arrangement does not seem so good, and this money is not worth spending at all. Fortunately, the personal space obtained can be opened at any time, and it will consume 1 hour after opening, and it can be saved if it is not opened. Otherwise, after a few days, when the personal space expires, they really wanted to cry, but had no tears. However, looking at the various resources obtained after spending all their money, they felt a sense of satisfaction. In the past, they might not be able to obtain these resources in their lifetime, and even if they did, they would have to go through a life-threatening situation. Now, they can get them by just clicking on the information terminal. This good thing that fell from the sky made them feel like they were in a dream. Suyu saw that they had almost spent all their money, and chuckled. Okay, don't stand here, let's go to the city, I will arrange your accommodation. Everyone heard this, and said yes immediately. They were full of expectations. They had not even entered the city, but they had already gained so many benefits. They didn't know how comfortable and beautiful the living conditions in the city would be. However, they did not move. After all, there was no one to lead the way, and they did not dare to rush in. They looked up at Suyu, waiting for Suyu to arrange someone to lead them. Suyu did not say anything, but turned his head and looked behind him. Seeing this, everyone followed Suyu's gaze, and saw that there was a giant in the distance. No, it was a giant mecha, 200 meters high. Very magnificent. And amazing. It was the new giant mecha that Suyu had just built. Originally, such a tall mecha, standing there, should have attracted everyone's attention. But the strange thing is that, the crowd has only now followed Suyu's gaze and discovered this mecha. This is because Suyu's presence is too strong. When everyone came to the mechanical city, the first thing they saw was Suyu's magnificent figure, and they completely ignored the giant god soldier mecha. Why is there a mechanical giant there? Strange, why didn't I notice it before? Me too, I was busy looking at Mr. Suyu before. Mr. Suyu is looking at this mechanical giant now. What are you going to do? Everyone was confused. On the one hand, they were confused about why they hadn't noticed the mecha before. And on the other hand, they were confused about why Suyu was looking at the mecha. After a while, the cockpit on the chest of the giant god soldier mecha suddenly opened. From inside, a dozen figures walked out. These figures seemed a little strange. Their body shapes were not like normal people at all. From a distance, they seemed to be 5 or 6 meters tall. So many giants were crowded in the cockpit. If the cockpit wasn't big enough, it wouldn't fit. Moreover, after these giants left the cockpit, they changed again. They were getting bigger, and they were glowing. In a short time, the figures of these people had expanded more than 10 times. And they were still expanding. A moment later, more than a dozen light-cast giants hundreds of meters high were suspended in the air, exuding a strong breath like the scorching sun. At this time, above the mechanical city, it seemed as if a myth had reappeared. 10 suns in the sky. Suyu saw the appearance of more than 10 light-cast giants, showed a satisfied smile, looked at the crowd and said, "Your guides are here, let them lead you to your residence." After that, the more than 10 Lightcast giants seemed to have received Suyu's call, moved, and flew over directly and quickly. These Lightcast giants seemed to have the ability to fly freely. They flew in front of Suyu, and saluted respectfully in the air. "Mr. Suyu, we have successfully transformed. These people are Iron Dragon, Xie Tian, Xiao Shangyin and others who entered the giant god soldier mech earlier. They are in the mech, resonating with the shining sun blueprint structure of the giant god soldier mech, and finally transforming all the cell tissues into shining sun cells, and transforming into shining sun giants. This transformation is extremely magical. Even the semi-mechanized Iron Dragon has completed the transformation. After the transformation, their strength is at least 7-star top. Tailong and others even directly reached the top level of 9 stars. You know, among them, originally, there was not even one 9-star, and even above 7 stars, only Tailong and a few others. As for Yang Lai, Feng Tian, Huang Ying and other old acquaintances of Su Yu, they were far from reaching 7 stars. Now this kind of change is simply a step to heaven. So they were all very excited, and some even had tears in their eyes. Especially Yang Lai, Feng Tian and others, who were the most excited at this time, since Su Yu was promoted to 7 stars. His strength has become stronger and stronger, and the enemies he faces are becoming more and more outrageous. These old acquaintances, who do not have 7 stars, feel that they are getting farther and farther away from Su Yu, and cannot keep up with Su Yu at all. If Su Yu had not been sentimental, and let them become the senior officials of the mechanical city to manage the residents, they would hardly be able to help Su Yu at all. This situation makes them extremely unwilling. But they are powerless. They can only think about slowly accumulating resources, save energy coins, and buy 7-star armor. Su Yu is fair. Even if they are high-level people, they can't get armor without hard work. In the previous global development, these people worked very hard, and got a lot of resources, and wanted Su Yu to help them build armor. But Su Yu melted all the resources of everyone into one, and made it into a giant god soldier armor. Fortunately, after the transformation of the giant god soldier armor, Yan Lai and his team finally got the power of 7 stars. And it's not relying on armor, but on their own strength. This makes them ecstatic. They are finally not the useless people they used to be, but 7-star strongmen. Compared with Yan Li Fengshan and others, Tailong and others are much calmer. After all, they were originally strong men above 7 stars, and now they have been promoted to the 9-star level. Although it is worth celebrating, it is still in the 3rd level after all, and they are a little distressed. Now their strength is strong, but their size is too big. Hundreds of meters high, this is a bit inconvenient. But looking at Su Yu, they were relieved again. Didn't you see that Mr. Su Yu himself had become a giant? So what was the big deal for them to change? Maybe the mechanical city will become a giant city in the future? This kind of power is temporary. You can only change for a period of time, and then you will change back to your original appearance. You need to accumulate enough power to change again. To change again, you don't need to spend a long time to transform. You just need to receive the resonance signal of the giant god soldier mecha, and then control it with your mind. The power of this transformation comes from your inner courage, perseverance, fighting spirit, and other positive emotions. As long as your will is strong enough, the stronger this transformation will be, and the longer it will last. So you looked up and down at their transformation results, and then reminded them. This kind of Yuri transformation is not permanent, but has a time limit. Chapter 370 The Awakened Galaxy Armor, Amazing Past Events 10,000 years ago. Su Yu's own transformation has time and frequency limits. How can these people's transformations be permanent? There must be a time limit. Yang Lai and his team didn't even reach the top 6 stars. After transformation, in a short time, they became Lightcast giants, with the power of the top 7 stars. If this is permanent, then this power comes too easily. Yang Lai and his team's level, in fact, it is still 6 stars, or even 5 stars. It is the transformation of the Yuri blueprint, which gives them temporary transformation power. Yuri cells are half virtual and half real, non-material, non-data. Although it gives everyone powerful power, after the energy is consumed, they will return to their original flesh and blood. Su Yu estimated that these people can only transform for 1 or 2 hours at most, and as short as 10 minutes, and then they will return to their original form. Although the time is short, it is enough to complete a battle. It's not a big problem. After all, the stronger the strength, The faster the speed, the faster the battle rhythm. When Suyu fights now, it has to be in units of 1/10,000th of a second or even shorter. Although these people are not as good as Suyu, 1 or 2 hours of transformation is enough, but they have to plan the timing of transformation, otherwise it will be a waste of strength. And because of the existence of the giant god soldier Mecha Glorious, although these people's transformation time is short, there is no limit on the number of times, unlike Suyu, who can only transform 2 or 3 times. Even if they transform back to their original state, as long as they accumulate enough willpower and spirit, and then receive the signal of the giant god soldier mecha to complete the resonance, they can activate the transformation state again. However, Suyu keenly discovered that, after transforming these people, the giant god soldier mecha Guangyao seemed to consume some invisible resources, and, within a short period of time, it could no longer transform. But after Suyu carefully investigated, he found that the giant god soldier mecha Guangyao consumed some energy. There was no other consumption. Why this mecha could not transform other people again, Suyu did not understand for a while, and could only wait for further research in the future. This transformation state, is it only temporary? Can we change back? Yan Lai, Feng Tian, Tai Long and others were surprised and happy when they heard this. Yan Lai and others felt sorry, because the power was only temporary. So, they are still on the same level as the real 7-star strongmen, a little short. But they were relieved soon. After all, in order to complete the inauguration ceremony of the Ghost Hidden Blade, Suyu fought with the tyrannical evil god for a whole month, and experienced such difficulties and dangers before he succeeded in the inauguration. And Yan Lai wanted to be promoted to the 7 stars permanently, but how could it be possible with just this short transformation? It's better not to be too greedy. Moreover, this transformation state is not permanent, and it actually has its benefits. After all, this giant state has various inconveniences. The original human body is more suitable for them, and being able to change back is also a good thing. Tai Long and the others are also very happy, because they can change back to their original bodies. But, if this transformation can upgrade us to the 4th level, then even if we can't change back, it doesn't matter if we stay as giants for the rest of our lives. Tai Long and the others couldn't help thinking in their hearts. They knew that it would be extremely difficult for them to break through the 4th level. If they could temporarily transform into a 4th level strongman, that's good. But they also know that this is a fantasy. Mr. Suyu himself has just broken through the 4th level, so they should stop daydreaming. One transformation, and want to be as strong as Mr. Suyu, what are they thinking? On the contrary, those fusion people seem to have some ideas. If they transform, and then start the fusion, what will happen? Although Tai Long and the others feel that their ideas are fantasy, in fact, the 4th level transformation, Suyu really has one. That is Suyu's own transformation, directly from the top level of the 3rd level, to the top level of the 4th level. Otherwise, how could he fight against King? And finally defeat King? However, Suyu's 4th level transformation was given by the 5th level Yuri Mecha, which is used less and less each time, and it is impossible to give it to others. Unless Suyu thoroughly studies the Yuri blueprint, it will be possible to make a 4th level transformation, but I don't know when that will be. Transformation? These people are. The conversation between Suyu and these people was heard by others. Those people were stunned. What does Mr. Suyu mean? These powerful 3rd level masters, it seems that they did not have such power originally, but through some kind of transformation, gained the ability of transformation, and became like-cast giants? What kind of magical technology is this? It can actually allow extraordinary people below 7 stars to directly transform into 7-star masters? This kind of transformation is not the armor, but the power of the body. No matter how powerful the armor is, if the body is not strong enough, there will be limitations. For example, the delay of operation, the accuracy of energy control, etc., will be worse than that of a real 7-star strongman. So the 7-star city lords of Rock Cave City and Tianai City, facing the residents of the mechanical city, wearing 7-star temporary armor, could fight alone. But in the end, they had to rely on a group of people to rush up and subdue them. If the 2 city lords were stronger, had some special means, could penetrate the armor's defense, and directly attack the body inside, then those guys would be in danger. And if the body is equally strong, and is wearing armor, then it would be like adding wings to a tiger, and there would no longer be such restrictions. Therefore, in everyone's mind, improving the strength of their own body is a priority far above the armor. If it really doesn't work, then find a way to merge with the armor and become a semi-mechanical life. In that case, it would be equivalent to his own body breaking through the 7 stars. But now, Su-Yu's transformation technology of the Yuri blueprint has allowed them to see another way. Everyone was immediately enthusiastic. Can they use this transformation technology? If so, what is the price? How many energy coins will it cost? Everyone quickly opened the information terminal and tried to find the redemption items related to the Yuri transformation. However, they were disappointed. There is no such item in the terminal. After all, the giant god soldier mech is shining, and it cannot be transformed in a short time. Su-Yu has not studied it clearly, so it is naturally not open for exchange at will. The crowd did not find it, so they could not help but look up, and looked at Su-Yu expectantly, hoping that Su-Yu could open this kind of transformation exchange. Su-Yu did not respond, but said to the more than 10 Lightforged giants, "You should transform back first, and then help these new residents arrange accommodation." After hearing this, everyone understood that Su-Yu was not going to open the exchange for transformation for the time being. They were inevitably disappointed. But not strongly. Mr. Su-Yu must have his reasons for not opening the exchange. Just wait. Maybe the technology is not mature yet, and needs to be studied. Everyone guessed and prepared to find an opportunity to ask Yan Lai and others about the creation. Yan Lai, Xie Tian, Tai Long and others, after hearing Su-Yu's order, hurriedly tried to retract the transformation. Although it was their first attempt, but the activation and cancellation of this transformation is an instinct engraved in the genes when the transformation was carried out. They sensed it a little bit, and soon found the trick. So the more than 10 Lightcast giants shrank rapidly, and soon turned back to their original human form. But there was still some white light in their eyes, which looked quite imposing. After cancelling the transformation, the flying ability also disappeared, and they all fell down. With their strength, they were not injured. They landed in front of the residents of the settlement and said, "Everyone, please follow us." Then, these millions of residents of the settlement were quickly led by them to the city and arranged accommodation for them. The mechanical city is very large, and there are a lot of empty houses. They are not built by any engineering team, but generated by the mechanical city itself. It can be said that there are as many as needed. Even if there are millions of descendants of mechanics, it is still far from full. With these millions of residents, it is barely enough. After these people moved in, the population of the entire mechanical city was close to 10 million. This population size, even 10,000 years ago, would not be a small city. It is even more of a miracle in this era. It is because Su-Yu gathered almost all the population in the world that he gathered so many people. With so many people, many things are convenient. Although Su-Yu is powerful, many trivial matters, it is still convenient to do it with manpower. And as long as these people are trained, there will definitely be some strong people who can provide help to Su-Yu. Of course, Su-Yu also bears the responsibility for this, to provide shelter for these people. If a big enemy attacks, Su-Yu is not strong enough, and cannot protect these people. In that battle, all the human beings in the city may be extinct, which is almost equivalent to the extinction of the human beings all over the world. Although Su-Yu will not be afraid or shrink, he cannot guarantee that. I can protect these people 100%. After all, according to the prophecy, in the future war, all these people except Su-Yu will die. But if Su-Yu does not gather these people together, when the tyrannical evil god awakens, these people will also be extinct. Coming to the mechanical city, there will be hope at least. Su-Yu looked at the backs of these people, and secretly thought about the future, and what the future war will be like, and whether it can be avoided. After a while, he suddenly flipped his hand, and on his huge palm, a figure appeared. It was a mechanical armor. It was the galaxy armor. This guy had been sleeping in Su-Yu's materialized space due to his injuries. Now he finally woke up. After Su-Yu sensed it, he immediately released it. The galaxy armor had just woken up, and its eyes were as confused as those of humans, as if it didn't know where it was. But after a moment, it woke up, and first glanced at Su-Yu fiercely. It was shocked. "You are Su-Yu? How come?" It recognized Su-Yu, but seemed a little afraid to recognize him. When Su-Yu and Wang thought, it was already trapped in hell. Under the intense pain, it almost lost its sense of the outside world, and even lost some of its memory. So it was unfamiliar with the giant image of Su-Yu. "It's me. This is just a transformation state. It was given to me when the Yuri mecha disappeared. You were injured before, but now you have recovered and are in good condition. There should be no hidden dangers left. Suyu nodded and admitted his identity. Then he released his spirit and carefully checked the galaxy armor. He found that its body was in surprisingly good condition, and its strength had increased dramatically. It was actually already a top 9 star. Previously, it was affected by the power of the king at the banquet and ate a lot of mechanical people. Now, after sleeping, it has completely digested those mechanical people. It was a blessing in disguise, and I got a lot of benefits. I have recovered the strength I had 10,000 years ago. The galaxy armor felt the powerful force in its body, but it was a little sad. It knew very well what it had gained with such power, and it couldn't be happy. Seeing this, Suyu also kept silent for a while. However, the galaxy armor quickly adjusted its mood, and then it looked up at Suyu with surprise and solemnity on its face. Seeing this, Suyu asked curiously, "How is it? Do you recognize my transformation state?" The galaxy armor is an antique from 10,000 years ago. It seems that it may recognize the transformation of the Shining Sun blueprint, and may even know some inside information that Suyu doesn't know. After hearing this, the galaxy armor looked up and down carefully again, and then turned around, looking at Yang Lai, Xiao Shengyin, and the others who were going away. Its eyes flickered, as if it was switching between various visual modes, scanning the residual energy fluctuations in the air. After a while, it slowly said, "This is the Imperial Guards of Glory." Suyu heard this and became interested. Galaxy Armor looked at Suyu and explained, "It is said that the great Emperor Glory has a group of warriors called the Imperial Guards of Glory around him. They have all undergone some powerful transformation, and can use the light of the Emperor Glory, and have powerful combat power. They are the Guards of the Emperor Glory, the most powerful group of warriors in the Empire. Each of the Imperial Guards of Glory, all are incredibly powerful." At this time, Galaxy Armor had completely acknowledged Suyu's status and position, so he no longer concealed anything, and directly told him about the past of the Empire 10,000 years ago. It was also the first time that Suyu knew that the Emperor of the Human Empire 10,000 years ago was named Emperor Guangyu. Hearing this title, Suyu instantly thought of a lot of things. In the past, in the Extraordinary Union, there was a sister Guangyao. That sister, and this Emperor Guangyao, what is the relationship? Does he worship the Emperor of Glory as a god? Then what is the Glory Imperial Guard? It sounds powerful. How strong are they? How many are there? And Zhang Qinfeng's sun-shining mecha. Just as Suyu was thinking quickly, the next sentence from the Galaxy Armor made him widen his eyes. The Supreme Commander of the Azure Star Giant God Army, the Commander of the Army, Zhang Qinfeng, was once a Glory Imperial Guard. He too? Hearing this, Suyu was really surprised. Just now, he was still thinking about the relationship between Zhang Qinfeng and Guangyao Imperial Guards. After all, Guangyao Imperial Guards also seem to use the power of the sun, and Zhang Qinfeng has a sun-shining mecha, so it would be strange if there is no relationship. However, Suyu never thought that Zhang Qinfeng was actually a Guangyao Imperial Guard. From this point of view, Suyu has a definite understanding of the strength of Guangyao Imperial Guards. Zhang Qinfeng is a 5th-level planetary strongman, and he is also a Guangyao Imperial Guard. Chapter 371: The Past of Galaxy Armor. A 5th-level Glory Imperial Guard? How many members are there in this army? Suyu couldn't help asking. According to common sense, since it is called an army, the number of people in this Glory Imperial Guard should not be small. A dozen or 20 people, at most a squad, even a few hundred people, cannot be called an army. At least tens of thousands of people, to be worthy of this title. But an army composed of tens of thousands of 5th-level strongmen? Suyu couldn't believe it. This was too outrageous. If it was true, how strong was the human empire at that time? Or was it that the Guangyao Imperial Army was just a name, and there weren't that many people? Facing Suyu's question, Galaxy Armor shook his head. How could I know about this? Everything about the Guangyao Imperial Army is confidential. It was he who said that Commander Zhang Qinfeng was a member of the Guangyao Imperial Army. When he established the Azure Second Empire, he revealed this identity and produced evidence to suppress his opponents. Because of this identity, there are fewer opponents. Suyu was a little disappointed when he heard this, but he could understand it. Although the Galaxy Armor was a powerful 9-star armor 10,000 years ago, it was actually just an elite soldier in the regiment, not even a captain. So it didn't know the secrets of the Empire's top leaders. That's normal. In that case, I won't ask any more questions. Suyu understood that he still had to investigate this matter by himself, but it was not urgent. After all, no matter how strong the Guangyao Imperial Army was, it had nothing to do with Suyu now. At most, it would satisfy his curiosity. Suyu didn't ask any more questions, but the Galaxy Armor spoke up. Suyu, what happened just now? It was also curious now. It was curious. How could Suyu create the Guanyu Imperial Army? That's it. Suyu heard this and explained to Galaxy Armor about the Shining Sun blueprint and the transformation technology. Galaxy Armor was in awe of these words. Suyu actually received a gift from the Shining Sun mech and obtained the precious Shining Sun blueprint. In the eyes of Galaxy Armor, this was of great significance. At this time, Suyu, in theory, was the highest official of the human empire on this planet, and was personally authorized by the Shining Sun mech. Galaxy Armor immediately wanted to stand at attention. It saluted Suyu. But just as it was about to move, it remembered that it had been freed from the restrictions on its thinking, and was no longer in the Empire camp. It was just a wild mechanical armor. If the Empire was still there, it would not pass the inspection of the Legion, and it would probably be regarded as a rebel, and be killed and recast. Thinking of this, the Galaxy Armor suddenly felt lost, and did not perform the Imperial salute. After being an Imperial armor for tens of thousands of years, now that the restrictions have been suddenly lifted, it has become a wild mechanical armor. It will take some time for Galaxy Armor to adapt. Suyu saw its disappointment and changed the subject. Can you tell me more about the Empire? Galaxy Armor could not answer the secrets of the Empire's top leaders, but it should know the non-confidential information. Right. Suyu was busy preparing for the battle with Wang earlier, and did not have time to ask Galaxy Armor about the past of the Empire. Now that he has some free time, naturally, he would not let it go. It just happened to satisfy his curiosity. Galaxy Armor did not disappoint Suyu. He nodded and said, "Of course." Then, Galaxy Armor told Suyu about the past of the Empire in detail. Of course, it was only the part it knew. 12,000 years ago, Galaxy Armor was born on a casting planet 40,000 light-years away. That planet was transformed by the mechanics of the Empire, and was completely mechanized. It is an automatic factory, which continuously casts various mechanical equipment for the Empire. The Galaxy Armor was produced in a mechanical cultivation chamber on the planet, and then debugged for decades, then implanted the power of betrayal into its core, and finally activated its consciousness, and it was truly shipped out of the factory. Its performance is very good. Just out of the factory, it is at the 9-star level. The mechanic in charge of quality inspection said that it is a good product. It only needs to fight for another 1 or 2,000 years by mastering the power. It can reach the top level of 9 stars, and then recast it again and again. It can be promoted to the 4th level and become a captain-level armor. Its thinking consciousness, from the beginning, was implanted with the restriction of absolute loyalty to the Empire. For it, the meaning of life is to serve the Empire, and by being promoted to the 4th level, its strength will be improved, and it will be able to serve the Empire better. So it is very eager for this. In the next 1,000 years, the Galaxy Armor has been working hard for promotion. Along with the companions of the Betrayal Regiment, they went to fight in the depths of the starry sky. The galaxy is vast and endless. In addition to humans, there are also various alien races in the universe, which are allies or enemies of humans. These alien races are not primitive natives, but have strange and powerful abilities or technologies. Otherwise, they would not be taken seriously by Ditu. Even the powerful army of the Empire often loses when facing some strange alien races. Even suffered heavy casualties. Of course, the Empire will win in the end. It is nothing more than sending more combat forces. The Galaxy Armor has good luck, although it is sometimes seriously injured, but it is not completely scrapped after all, and can be repaired. In more than 1,000 years of fighting, the Galaxy Armor has become familiar with its own power, and its strength has also improved, and has reached the top of the 9 stars. However, its owner is not so lucky. In more than 1,000 years 2 or 3 have died. For the death of its master, Galaxy Armor was not sad. At this moment, it was not bored. It was natural for a soldier to die on the battlefield. It was normal for the armor to be fine even though its master died. It was not that Galaxy Armor was pitting its master, because Galaxy Armor was a good product with 9-star strength. But its master did not have such strength. They were basically all 7-star recruits. These recruits were not very strong. But because of the armor, it can often participate in 9-star level battles. In such a battle, facing some powerful attacks, the Galaxy armor itself may only be seriously injured, but the owner inside, when the armor is broken, will be killed with a little damage. It is normal to participate in high-level battles with external forces. Of course, there are also benefits. If its owner can survive, under the stimulation of the 9-star armor and fierce battles, the promotion speed will be much faster than that of ordinary 7-star recruits. Unfortunately, the masters of the Galaxy armor did not have such luck. After the death of another master, the regiment would soon choose another master for it to continue to fight. After a selection, a new master was born. This new master was also a recruit. He had just been recruited from a planet belonging to the Empire. Trained, transformed, debugged, adapted, etc., and successfully promoted to 7 stars, and was qualified to wear the armor. Of course, this is just the qualification. If you want to wear the Galaxy armor, there is another ceremony, which is a fight to the death. That's right. Just like the fight to the death between Suyu and the Galaxy armor. The new recruits of the regiment, if they want to wear the armor, they also have to fight to the death. However, the recruits are only 7 stars, while the armor is 9 stars. So they will definitely not win in a direct fight. Therefore, the strength of the Galaxy armor is limited, and it can only fight with the power of the 7-star level. That recruit is extremely outstanding. At the same level, it actually defeated the Galaxy armor with thousands of years of combat experience. Galaxy armor was not surprised by this result. After all, it was just a product of the assembly line. While the Galaxy warriors were carefully selected Imperial warriors, the real elites of the Empire. The Empire is the empire of humans, and it does not allow the existence of weak humans and strong armor, at least at the same level. Humans are stronger than mechanical armor. However, if humans are strong and armor is weak, the armor seems to be meaningless. Therefore, the new recruits of the regiment basically wear armor that is 1 or 2 stars higher than theirs. And because the Galaxy armor is a good product, it is 2 stars higher than its owner. After the new recruit put on the Galaxy armor, they worked together for decades, and both sides were very satisfied with each other. The Galaxy armor also silently calculated in his heart, hoping that this time its owner would not die so quickly. At this time, the regiment where the Galaxy armor was located received a mission, which was to investigate a remote planet 60,000 light-years away, the Blue Star. That planet has lost contact with the Empire, and no signal has been sent back for hundreds of years. The Empire suspected that there was a rebellion, so it sent the regiment where the Galaxy armor was to suppress the rebellion. The Empire has a vast territory, and there are millions of planets with life. Sometimes some people are short-sighted, thinking that the sky is high and the Emperor is far away, and want to betray the Empire and become kings, which is also common. However, these rebels cannot escape the suppression of the Empire. Rebellion? Suyu heard this, he frowned. There seemed to be something strange in the story told by Galaxy armor, which was somewhat different from what he had known before. However, Suyu did not interrupt, but continued to listen. Galaxy armor did not notice Suyu's strangeness, but continued to tell the story of its departure to quell the rebellion. When this mission is over, Galaxy armor should have accumulated enough merits, and can be recast and promoted. Although it is a battle armor, it also belongs to the Empire, and has some status. It enjoys various benefits and responsibilities, even holidays. But if it wants to be promoted, it also needs enough merits. And then it can apply. If it is promoted, its current owner will no longer be eligible to wear it. However, its owner supports it very much, and lets it do it. For this mission, Galaxy Warframe naturally attaches great importance to it, hoping to complete it smoothly, accumulate merits, and apply for promotion. However, it is not important whether it attaches importance to it or not. Because it is not the leader, it was the leader of the Betrayal Regiment. A 5th-level existence. Galaxy armor was just one of the soldiers. It was said that the Border Blue Star was commanded by a 5th-level big shot. That big shot was extremely powerful. If he betrayed, the General Imperial Army would not be able to suppress him. So this time it was the 7th Regiment of the Galaxy Warriors, the Betrayal Regiment, and the whole army attacked. There were even several regiments in the rear, ready to support at any time. Soon, Galaxy armor and his companions, taking the battleship, flying towards the border planet. The battleships of the Imperial Regiment are all sailing in the subspace, with extremely high speed, 60,000 light-years, only need a few months to arrive. But this time, something is strange. Because the battleship has been sailing for 5 years, and has not arrived yet. During the voyage, the Galaxy Battle Armor and its companions, in order to save energy, and also to avoid attracting the attention of the subspace creatures, are all in a semi-shutdown state. The masters in the armor also voluntarily went into hibernation. In theory, once they arrived at the destination, the warship would wake them up. But this time, they slept for 5 years and did not arrive, and finally woke up naturally. Their hibernation and deep sleep, if there is no danger, will also be awakened naturally after a period of time, so as not to sleep forever. After the Galaxy Armor woke up, it was shocked to find that there was only their team in the entire warship, including the 4th level captain. There were only 17 people, plus 17 sets of armor. Other than that, the entire battleship was empty, without any other figures. They quickly searched the entire battleship, but found no clues. The entire betrayal regiment, more than 3,000 Galaxy warriors, each of whom was at least a 7-star warrior, wearing at least 8-star armor, in addition to 100 4th level captains, a 5th level commander. What a powerful force. As a result, such a powerful force disappeared silently. At this time, the warship was still in the subspace, sailing forward, but without the existence of the navigator. No one knew which direction the warship was heading. The captain was an experienced veteran, and he immediately activated all the weapon systems of the warship and entered an emergency state of readiness. He suspected that some mysterious existence in the subspace had attacked the warship, leading to their disappearance. Or, it was the big man on Azure Star who betrayed the Empire, who discovered their existence and launched some conspiracy halfway. However, in the absence of evidence, everything is just speculation. The captain tried to contact the Empire through the battleship's emergency call system, but there was no response. In the entire channel, there was a dead silence, as if the Empire no longer existed. Faced with this situation, although the Galaxy Armor did not have a horrible emotion, but they also felt a little creepy. After discussing with other members, the captain decided to start the battleship's material engine, break out of the subspace, return to the material universe, and see where they are now. Soon, the material engine started, the subspace was broken, and the battleship returned to the material universe. A beautiful blue planet appeared in everyone's eyes. Blue Star. After they returned to the material universe, they actually appeared directly in the orbit of their destination. Blue Star. Could it be that they have been drifting in the subspace near the Azure Star for the past few years? Were all the members of the fleet attacked by the great man named Zhang Chenfeng? Facing this situation, this team of Galaxy warriors all looked solemn. However, before they could figure out what to do next, a communication signal came from the space station above the Azure Star. The source of the signal, the leader of the giant god army, Zhang Chenfeng. Chapter 372. In which year did you set out? Seeing Zhang Chenfeng's identification information on the communication signal, Galaxy Battle Armor, and the others immediately became nervous. Having just returned to the material universe, are they going to face this terrifying big man right away? However, the strongest war captain has disappeared. With just this team, how can they possibly defeat the big man of the 5th level? The members of this team looked at each other and saw the realization in each other's eyes. It seems that today is their last battle. The 4th level captain pondered for a moment and chose to connect. There was no rush to fight, but he wanted to see what this big shot wanted to say. The projection of the young big shot immediately appeared on the holographic screen of the battleship. After Zhang Chenfeng's projection appeared, he did not speak, but looked around the battleship first. It was obviously just a projection, but the Galaxy Battle Armor felt that Zhang Chenfeng's sight seemed to see through the entire battleship. Zhang Chenfeng looked at them for a while, his face solemn, and then he looked at the Galaxy Armor and the others, and said coldly, "Soldiers, why are you here? I have not received any documents from the Empire, nor have I received any navigation signals. You are breaking in illegally. According to the laws of the Empire, I can kill you directly. Also, are you the only ones in this battleship? Where are the other members? How did you bypass the defense system and appear in orbit? Speak." His tone was stern, and the Galaxy Armor soldiers looked at each other in bewilderment. From Zhang Chenfeng's tone, it seemed that the Galaxy Armor soldiers were the rebels, who sneaked into the Azure Star to cause trouble, but were discovered by this big shot, and then came to punish him. However, these Galaxy warriors were all determined, without a moment's confusion, nor were they fooled by Zhang Chenfeng's words, but took out the Imperial Military Order, and read it to Zhang Chenfeng. Although they could not defeat Zhang Chenfeng, but we must also uphold the empire's righteousness and die with dignity. When Zhang Chenfeng heard the military order they read out, his expression suddenly became very strange. He asked in an uncertain tone, "You mean? Azure Star has lost contact with the Empire for hundreds of years? Then your regiment set out on a warship to quell the rebellion? But when you arrived at the place, you found that everyone else had disappeared?" The captain of the Galaxy Warriors didn't understand what he meant, and thought that Zhang Chenfeng was just pretending. He shouted angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. Didn't you make the others disappear? The military order has been read out now, let's fight." After that, the captain released all his strength, prepared to fight to the death. Seeing this, the other Galaxy Warriors also burst out with all their strength. The Galaxy Warriors are all powerful warriors, who have undergone biochemical transformation. At this time, they all burned the core seed in their bodies, exploded the last strength, and served the Empire loyally. The Galaxy armor also burst out with all its strength. The core engine was running at full power. When Zhang Chenfeng saw this, he did not know what he did. The holographic projection actually became a physical entity and walked out of the communication device. As soon as Zhang Chenfeng's physical entity appeared, he immediately burst out with an extremely powerful momentum, like a planet, slowly rotating in front of everyone, emitting a gravitational force of trillions of tons, crushing everything. The power that everyone had just burst out was immediately suppressed, and they could not even use a little bit of power. They could only stand there, as if the soldiers were being inspected by their superiors. No wonder. The captain of the regiment disappeared without a trace. No wonder. Just to deal with him, there are at least 5 regiments on standby, ready to support at any time. Then everyone understood why Zhang Chenfeng was called a big shot, as both were at the 5th level. Zhang Chenfeng was much stronger than the captain of the Galaxy Warriors. There was also a gap between the planetary levels. Asteroids and giant planets, even stars, are they on the same level? Facing such a terrifying enemy, everyone knew that there was no chance at all. But they were all loyal and brave warriors, without despair, without fear, although they could not move, but still glared at Zhang Chenfeng. Zhang Chenfeng ignored their gazes, thought for a moment, and asked a strange question, "What year did you set out?" And as he asked, everyone felt that their mouths could move. It was Zhang Chenfeng who restrained his strength, allowing them to answer questions. But they didn't understand what the question meant, and naturally didn't know how to answer it. Besides, they were not obliged to answer this rebellious question. Only the 4th level captain seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed slightly, and he replied, "When we set out, it was the year 30427 in the Imperial Expedition calendar." Zhang Chenfeng heard this, nodding. "So that's how it is. You're here too early, now it's 29735. The 4th level captain heard this, with a look of disbelief. "What?" Others heard this, also with a look of surprise, and couldn't believe it. Zhang Chenfeng didn't argue, pointing outside the battleship window. "Your battleship, the system time is messed up. But it has a built-in time calibration function, and can calibrate the time based on the star map. If you don't believe it, you can try it." After saying that, Zhang Chenfeng gathered some strength again, allowing them to move. The 4th level captain rushed to the battleship's operating table and found that the system time, which had been working fine before, was indeed messed up, and only a bunch of garbled characters could be seen. The captain quickly activated the time correction. In an instant, the deep space telescope on the battleship pointed the lens at the starry sky and compared it with the star map in the database. The entire starry sky is constantly changing, so the Empire created a dynamic star map. It records the movement of all planets within 100,000 light years, so that the army on mission can confirm their location and compare the time. Of course, the complete star map is a secret of the Empire. The one on this battleship is only a small part, which only records the location information of some planets on the route. But this small part is enough to compare the time. After comparing the star map, the system time of the battleship changed quickly. Expedition calendar 29,735 years. Everyone looked at the numbers on the system screen, all with a look of shock. Zhang Chenfeng, however, looked as if it was a matter of course. "What's going on? Did you tamper with the system data?" Everyone was puzzled, and suspected that it was Zhang Chenfeng's doing. But Zhang Chenfeng shook his head and said, "If I really betrayed you, wanted to kill you, or even brainwashed and changed your consciousness, it would only take a thought. Why would it be so troublesome?" Everyone heard what he said, and knew that Zhang Chifeng was telling the truth. He was too powerful. In front of him, everyone had no power to resist. There was really no need to engage in these small conspiracies with such a big man. So what was going on? Did they really go back hundreds of years? Only the fourth-level captain had a vague guess. Zhang Chifeng was silent for a moment, and replied, "You should know that the nature of the subspace is very chaotic. This chaos is not only reflected in space, it is also reflected in time. The speed of time in the subspace varies greatly in different locations. If there is no navigation, it is very likely that you will mistakenly enter the high-speed time area, and spend tens of thousands of years in an instant, and directly age and die. Everyone is a warrior who has fought in the galaxy, and naturally knows these theories. Therefore, they also vaguely guessed what Zhang Chifeng meant by this. You mean we are the same?" Zhang Chifeng nodded and said, "That's right. Now in the subspace, this kind of time chaos has become stronger. Not only has the speed of time changed, but the entire timeline has become chaotic. This is why you set out from 30427, but arrived in 29735. You have achieved time travel." Although everyone had guessed what Zhang Chifeng wanted to say, but when they heard him say it himself, they still felt it was absurd. How could this be possible? Arriving was actually faster than leaving, hundreds of years earlier. They had never heard of such a thing. Even if he was as powerful as the Emperor of Glory, whose light shone across the sea of stars, he had never heard of being able to travel through time. What about these little galaxy warriors? Zhang Chifeng saw that they didn't believe it, and shook his head slightly. "Before I saw you, I didn't believe it either. I had been studying the power of time, trying to travel through time, but unfortunately I never succeeded. But now, I finally understand why it didn't work." Zhang Qinyu's eyes were deep, as if he was looking at something unknown. "The problem is not with me, but with the subspace itself. Some changes have occurred in the subspace, and the confusion of time has worsened." Everyone was silent for a long time after hearing this. Faced with this strange situation, they didn't know what to do. After a while, the fourth-level captain asked, "Did you betray us? What about our mission? And where are the captains?" Zhang Chifeng heard this and laughed. "Since it is a matter of the future, how can I know? Although I can see some of the future, I cannot know everything. I cannot see clearly the future that is hundreds of years away. Add to that the variables like you, and it becomes even more unclear. As for your mission, it is naturally invalid. You can report it to the Empire, and report it to the higher-ups. As for your regiment commander, he should still be fighting in the deep space, or resting on the base planet. As for where they were in 30427, I don't know." The galaxy warriors were even more shocked when they heard this. "What? Ask them to report to the Empire?" They were assigned the task in 30427, and now they are reporting to the Empire in 29735. Can they do that? Isn't that ridiculous? And the chapter leader, and the others are still fighting in the deep space? Yes, if it is 29,735 now. The chapter leader, and the others are naturally fine. They were the unlucky dozen who traveled back through time. Moreover, this also brought up another question. They came from the year 30427. So where are they in the year 29735 now? Do they have two cells at this moment? What is this? Zhang Chifeng saw their concerns and said, "Don't worry, just report it to the Empire. They must have anticipated and studied this kind of thing. Maybe this situation has happened many times. It's just that your level is not high enough, and you can't contact it. Even I had only guessed before, and didn't come into contact with any examples. Your worship has experienced time travel, and there is a problem with the time system. Come to the Azure Space Station, and use the equipment on it to contact the Empire." After saying that, Zhang Chifeng disappeared. As soon as Zhang Chifeng left, the terrifying pressure disappeared immediately, and everyone regained their normal ability to move. They looked at each other, still immersed in shock. Time travel? Can such a thing really happen? Although they are all strong men of the third or even fourth level, and have been exposed to relevant theories, they have always heard of successful cases. Now they suddenly travel through time. Even strong-willed warriors are a little confused. However, they have been through many battles after all. They quickly calmed down, and left the warship, and flew towards the Azure Space Station. They are all powerful, and wearing armor, and they can fly short distances in the vacuum of the universe. There was no need for any tools, and they flew out directly. Soon, they arrived at the Azure Space Station 100,000 kilometers away. In the space station, Zhang Qinfeng's projection appeared again, leading them to the ultra-long-distance communicator of the space station. And then, with the help of the ability of the spirit speaker, they broadcast the communication with the core of the Empire. The galaxy is vast, and communication is a big problem. Even if the Empire is technologically powerful, it still needs the extraordinary ability of the spirit speaker, plus special mechanical equipment, to achieve real-time communication. Every time it is started, it consumes a lot of energy. These galaxy warriors have all undergone a high degree of transformation, and their armor is also made by the Empire. The moment they broadcast, the chip implanted in their bodies passed the signal authentication. They immediately knew that this was real communication, not a fake one made by Zhang Qinfeng. Unless Zhang Qinfeng is as powerful as the Emperor of Glory, he cannot do anything with this authentication. Since the communication is real, then what Zhang Qinfeng just said is also true? After passing the authentication, these galaxy warriors, with a nervous mood, started directional communication. When they report to the top, they naturally give priority to their direct superiors. Soon, they saw their warband leader in the communication projection, the disappeared warband leader. The 5th level warband leader, as expected, is fine in this time and space. He seems to be resting on the base planet at this time. Both sides saw the other side. All of them were a little surprised. The galaxy warriors, because they saw the missing warband leader, again verified Zhang Qinfeng's theory. The warband leader discovered. The team in the communication was also resting on the base planet. How did it suddenly run to the blue planet tens of thousands of light years away? What happened? Although the warband leader was surprised, he remained calm on the surface and quietly listened to the report of his team. After a moment, he also showed a look of surprise. After a while, the war team leader suddenly disappeared from the communication screen. After a while, he appeared again and brought back a team of more than 10 people. That team was almost exactly the same as the team on Azure Star. Or in other words, the same group of people. It was just that the people on Azure Star were a little older, and there were 2 or 3 people who were different. That was because, after a few hundred years, some people in this team died and were replaced. But most of them were the same people. The 2 groups stared at each other across tens of thousands of light years, staring at each other, and remained silent for a long time. Zhang Qinfeng looked at all this with an interested look. Chapter 373 3 Alien Races. Both teams of galaxy warriors saw another version of themselves and immediately began to doubt their lives, wondering whether the other party was fake. However, after some questioning and comparison, the 2 sides finally confirmed that both groups of people were real. But just this alone, it still cannot confirm the authenticity of both sides. So the captain of the Galaxy Warriors immediately ordered to control both teams. Research and interrogation. Soon, the Galaxy Warriors investigation team came to the Azure Star and took away this group of Galaxy Warriors who traveled through time and space. In the next 100 years, these 2 teams of Galaxy Warriors have been conducting various research in the Empire's Research Institute. After a full 170 years of research, they were released. As for what they found out, they didn't know. When they were released, their relevant memories had been cleared. Moreover, the 2 teams of warriors were separated and prevented from meeting each other. Then, for some unknown reason, this team of Galaxy Warriors, who traveled through time and space, was sent back to the Azure Star and became warriors under Zhang Qinfeng. It was also a strange thing that Zhang Qinfeng, the leader of the giant god army, had a team of Galaxy Warriors under his command. This team of Galaxy Warriors guessed that the Empire asked them to return to the Azure Star, perhaps hoping that they could trigger the subspace channel near the Azure Star, open up the road to the future. As for Zhang Qinfeng, who might betray in the future, he was not dealt with by the Empire, and he still served as the commander of his army, sitting in the Azure Star. For matters related to such big shots, the soldiers of this galaxy troopers all knew not to ask too many questions, not to think too much, and just follow orders. So for the next few hundred years, this galaxy troopers team has been under Zhang Qinfeng's command, completing various tasks. It's strange to say, this Azure Star was originally a border planet, but there were surprisingly many missions. Every now and then, there were always various alien creatures coming to attack. This galaxy warrior team did not lack missions. They had been doing this for 100 or 200 years, and they had not triggered any time channel. But they were not impatient, but were looking forward to that day. The so-called day, which was the year 30427, was the day they received the mission. They wanted to know what would happen then. And what happened on Azure Star at that time? Did Zhang Chifeng really betray? After experiencing this, he was extremely eager to find out the truth. Even if he lost his life, he would not hesitate. However, they finally waited for that day, because in 30314, the subspace tide broke out. These people finally understood why Azure Star had lost contact with the Empire for 100 years. It was because of the subspace tide, which blocked the communication. Next, the tyrannical evil god appeared, and Zhang Chifeng fought with him. This galaxy warriors, naturally, also participated in the battle. In this battle, they suffered heavy losses. Then, the Second Azure Empire was established. The tyrannical evil god attacked again, and a great rebellion was set off. Zhang Chifeng sealed tyranny at the cost of his life. The galaxy warriors also died in this battle, leaving only a broken galaxy battle armor. This galaxy battle armor was preserved because of the full protection of that warriors team. They wanted to keep at least one until 30,427 to see what would happen in that year. Unfortunately, the galaxy armor waited until that year, but nothing happened. The sacrifice of teammates seemed meaningless. Disappointed, the galaxy armor entered a dormant state to save energy. Finally, this galaxy armor was picked up by a young man named Tai Long 10,000 years later. This is the story of the galaxy armor. After listening to this, Suyu remained silent for a long time. He was thinking. He did not expect that the origin of the galaxy armor was so bizarre, and that it actually traveled back from the future. So, 100 years after the subspace tidal eruption, the Empire was still normal, and even sent galaxy warriors to investigate. No, that's not right. The Empire at that time should not have been normal. Otherwise, it would not have started investigating 100 years later. Also, the Empire, where the galaxy armor is located, what is it? Is it a possibility in the future, or a real-world line? Does that future empire still exist now? What is the current galaxy warframe? Is it an illusory time projection, or is it real? Suyu had many questions in his mind. But unfortunately, Galaxy Warframe itself could not answer these questions for Suyu, and could only wait for Suyu to find the answers himself. Suyu was not disappointed. The information that the Galaxy Armor told him was extremely valuable in itself. What else was there to be dissatisfied with? The most important thing was that the Galaxy Armor proved one thing to Suyu. That is, traveling through time and space is possible. In this way, his time mechanic is also possible. Suyu's time mechanic is to create a time machine to achieve time and space travel. However, before, even he himself did not know whether this kind of thing could work. But now, with the example of the Galaxy Armor, Suyu's confidence naturally increased. In fact, Suyu looked at the Galaxy Armor and suddenly thought of a possibility. He wanted to build a time machine. Technical details aside, the materials used were also very particular. The best material would contain the power of time. Such a magical material was not easy to find, and Suyu had never even heard of it. But, if the Galaxy Armor was regarded as a material, it has traveled through time and space. Could it be that kind of material? Thinking of this, Suyu looked at the Galaxy Armor with a strange look. Of course, Suyu did not want to dismantle the Galaxy Armor to make iron, but wanted to study and transform it. However, in that case, it would not make any difference if it was dismantled. I just don't know if it is willing. By the way, if we can find the remains of the Galaxy Warrior team, it should be possible. Suyu thought of the companions of Galaxy Armor again. Although they have died or been scrapped, their remains should still be there. If they can be found, they are probably excellent materials. But in this case, it would be even more excessive. Would Galaxy Armor agree to let Suyu dig the graves of its companions? At this time, Galaxy Armor also noticed Suyu's strange eyes, so he asked, "Suyu, what's wrong with you? What did you think of?" Suyu heard this, came back to his senses, after a moment of silence. He said, "I have a plan." Next, Suyu told Galaxy Warframe about his plan to create a time-related profession, the time mechanic. Time mechanic? Time machine? After hearing what Suyu said, Galaxy Warframe was shocked. It didn't expect that Suyu actually had such a plan. Seeing this, Suyu said with some surprise, "Why? Didn't you try to study this kind of machine or profession at the beginning?" Galaxy Warframe shook his head. "No. We were just running around the Blue Star, doing missions, trying to find a path to the future. As for research, to be honest, no one has ever mentioned it." Suyu heard this, and his eyes were thoughtful. So you guessed that because Galaxy Warframe and the others were in the Imperial Research Institute, some kind of restriction was implanted in their minds, which prevented them from thinking of this research direction. As for why this restriction was implanted in them, so you didn't know. But now, Galaxy Armor has been branded with the king, and has normal emotions and desires, so there are probably no restrictions. So Suyu, are you going to use my body and the remains of my companions to study the time machine? Galaxy Armor asked. Suyu quickly said, yes, but I still need your consent if you don't agree. Forget it. Galaxy Armor is also his friend now. The two sides have a lifelong friendship, and they fought together against the great enemy Wang. 4 friends. Suyu always tries his best, and will not force friends to do things they don't like. Upon hearing this, the Galaxy Armor said without hesitation, it's okay. I agree. After saying this, it said with a bit of loneliness, my companions at the beginning, until they died, they always wanted to know the truth. Now there is this opportunity to fulfill their last wish. How could I not agree? The remains of my companions may still be in the place where they died. Human bones may have rotted, but the remains of the armor can be preserved for a long time. I can take you to find them now. Galaxy Armor agreed very straightforwardly. Suyu nodded with satisfaction. There is no rush for this matter. I haven't really started the specific research yet. Let's wait for a while. Then, he said to himself, speaking of which, there is actually another person who has truly traveled through time and space. And that is myself. Suyu had just prepared for the Galaxy Armor to disagree. If the Galaxy Armor disagreed, Suyu actually didn't care, because he had a better alternative. That is himself. Suyu, in fact, also traveled through time and space. If a time machine is built, then Suyu himself may also be a very good material. Suyu pondered, anyway. I am strong and have a strong recovery ability. It is not a big deal to get some bones and flesh and use them as machine materials. The final machine may look a little weird, but the effect may be better. However, since Galaxy War Armor has agreed, this matter has become an alternative, and we will talk about it later. Suyu, do you have anything else to ask? Galaxy War Armor saw that Suyu was not in a hurry to find the remains, and asked. Suyu heard this, said, of course, tell me more about the Empire 10,000 years ago. Next, Galaxy War Armor told Suyu in detail about the various past events of the Empire. In Galaxy War Armor's memory, the human empire had been on an expedition for a full 30,000 years, traveled across millions of light years, colonized millions of life planets, and had a population of trillions. Relying on a huge population, advanced technology, the human empire has cultivated countless strong men. Galaxy warriors, giant god army, star destroying apostles, glorious imperial guards. These names, once resounded through the starry sky, became the nightmare of countless alien races. However, there were also powerful alien races, who were not afraid of the power of the Empire, but launched a massive war against the Empire, becoming the enemy of mankind. This war lasted for tens of thousands of years, and the Empire even fell into a disadvantage. If it weren't for the friction between these alien races, who often fought, and were unable to unite, the human empire may have been exterminated by them. According to the Galaxy Warframe, there are at least 5 or 6 alien races that are regarded as the enemy by the human empire. Galaxy Warframe has only come into contact with 3 of them, namely, Deep Space Ghost, Inorganic Alliance, Star Beast. These 3 alien races are extremely terrifying. Deep Space Ghost is a group of space ghosts. They have no entity, but drift in the vacuum of the universe in the form of soul. They use the spiritual energy of life, thinking. They feed on life force. Once they encounter a planet with life, they will rush over and devour all the life on the planet. The planets devoured by them will only leave a large number of corpses. On the surface, those corpses still seem to be breathing and have heartbeats, but they are actually all dead. The lives killed by them will give birth to new deep space ghosts from their bodies, which will set off with them and continue to drift until they encounter another planet with life. After they left, the vitality of the entire planet seemed to be sucked dry, and even plants could not grow, becoming a dead planet. The state of this group of ghosts was extremely strange. Conventional weapons could not cause any harm to them at all, and ordinary psychic shields could not stop them. The human empire had tens of thousands of life planets that were attacked by these ghosts, and a population of hundreds of trillions was devoured by them. At the same time, hundreds of trillions of deep space ghosts were born. The Galaxy Armor once saw a lone deep space ghost on a planet. Just one of them almost wiped out the entire team it was in. Fortunately, the Deep Space Ghost was a bit unable to bite mechanical creatures, and was not very aggressive. In the end, the Galaxy Armor still destroyed the Deep Space Ghost. The Inorganic Alliance is an alliance composed of a group of inorganic life forms. They are completely different from human flesh and blood life forms. They are self-contained. To some extent, they are somewhat similar to the mechanical race like Wong. But they are not mechanical creations made by anyone. But inorganic life forms evolve naturally. Galaxy Warframe doesn't know much about the Inorganic Alliance, because it is said that these guys will invade the mechanical creations of the Empire and make them betray. All mechanical creations that have come into contact with the Inorganic Alliance will undergo data cleaning to ensure safety. Galaxy Warframe has naturally also undergone cleaning. And the relevant information, I have almost forgotten everything. As for the Star Beasts, they are even more terrifying. They are real predators, the overlords in the starry sky. They have no civilization at all, but are just wild beasts. But unlike ordinary beasts, they are too big. Each one is as big as a planet, or even bigger. They feed on planets, devouring them all the way. If the universe is an ocean, these star beasts are the fish swimming in the ocean, and the planets are their food. The Deep Space Ghosts only devour life, but these star beasts devour the entire planet. Chapter 374 Waking Up. While telling these stories, Galaxy Warframe also released some projection images for Suyu to watch. The first thing Suyu saw was a pale, translucent thing flying rapidly in the air. There were a large number of human warriors on the ground, firing wildly at that thing, but it had no effect. And that white shadow just pounced on the warrior's body, and the warrior would fall down immediately without a sound. At the same time, a pale mist also began to appear on the fallen warrior, and it seemed that another white shadow was about to be born from the corpse. Finally, more than 10 galaxy battle armors joined together and used powerful psychic energy to forcibly drag this space into the subspace, temporarily trapping the white shadow, and then bombarding it with psychic energy, and finally destroying it. These scenes were the scenes when the galaxy battle armor fought a Deep Space Ghost. It was the first time that Suyu really saw the battle scene of the Empire. He discovered that the Empire did not only have powerful warriors above the 7-star level, but also many ordinary soldiers. Of course, these ordinary soldiers actually had some spiritual abilities, but they were all ordinary people because they were below the 7-star level. These ordinary soldiers all wore power armor, held large caliber melt guns, chainsaw swords, and had strong firepower. Unfortunately, they were facing a cosmic disaster, the great enemy of mankind, the Deep Space Ghost. Although there was only one, but it was far from what they could resist. These warriors fell one after another, and on their fallen bodies, new Deep Space Ghosts were born. Fortunately, the newly born Deep Space Ghosts were not as strong as the previous ones, and these warriors were barely able to resist. But for the first one, they had no way to deal with it. And the 7-star Galaxy Warriors did not rush to attack, as if they were letting the ordinary warriors delay time while they collected data, preparation ceremony. Finally, under the planning of these Galaxy Warriors, the whole space was successfully dragged into the subspace, trapping the Deep Space Ghost. At the same time, a large number of ordinary soldiers were also dragged in, and these people were doomed. This cruel battle scene made Suyu's heart tremble. I didn't expect that when the human empire was strong 10,000 years ago, the battle was still so tragic and cruel. But it's no wonder. How can there be no deaths in war? No matter how powerful the empire is, it is not invincible in the universe. If you want to win, you have to pay with human lives. Then the galaxy armor changed to another picture. But this time, it was a bit strange. It was a void. Nothing. Galaxy armor explained to Suyu that the star region had been bombed by the Inorganic Alliance's star-destroying weapons, and had been completely annihilated. Even the planets were blown into thin cosmic dust. The number of atoms in each cubic meter was no more than 100. So it looks like there is nothing. Suyu looked at the void, and could not help but be silent. Inorganic Alliance, the technological level of these guys, is really scary. Then, Galaxy Warframe released the last picture. Previously it was the Deep Space Ghost, Inorganic Alliance. Now it is the Star Beast. In the dark void, a ferocious giant beast, circling next to a beautiful blue planet. In the picture, the size of the planet was marked. The diameter was 16,000 kilometers. However, such a large planet, next to the giant beast, seemed quite small. The size of the giant beast was extremely terrifying. far beyond imagination. Its appearance was very distorted, without any symmetry, and its body was covered with various twisted tentacles and limbs. Overall, it looked like a fish, and also like a strange insect. The giant beast hovered around the planet for a while, with its 10 eyes staring at the planet, and suddenly opened its huge mouth full of fangs. It swallowed the planet. In its huge mouth, there were spiral teeth, forming a ring of teeth, rotating and grinding non-stop, seeming to be able to crush everything, even a planet, which could not be stopped. Before this, that beautiful planet had already suffered earthquakes and tsunamis due to the gravity of this giant beast, causing countless deaths and injuries. And as it opened its mouth, it seemed that the gravity was stronger, and before it could bite, the planet was eaten by gravity. A great tear occurred. The entire planet was torn in half. This planet has advanced technology and civilization. At this time, a large number of warships flew out and attacked the giant beast. However, in front of the terrifying size of the giant beast, the attack of these warships was like a joke and could not cause any damage at all. Before they even approached the body of the giant beast, they were annihilated by an energy layer on its surface similar to the atmosphere. Faced with this situation, the humans on the planet were completely desperate. Many spaceships began to flee. But in the face of the giant beast's suction, the spaceships fell further and further, and finally fell into the giant beast's mouth. Finally, the giant beast bit the planet, biting off a large part of it, and the remaining half of the debris floated in the vacuum of the universe. It chewed for a while, opened its mouth again, and swallowed the remaining half, and was satisfied. Then it turned its head and looked into the distance. It seems to have set its sights on another planet. In the depths of the universe, there are other huge figures, which seem to be this kind of giant beast. At this moment, the giant beast's eyes turn, and it seems to have discovered the figure of the photographer. The picture ends here. After watching it, Suyu remained silent for a long time. After a long while, he sighed. This universe is really dangerous. Suyu thought that the evil god was already the most dangerous thing in the universe. But now he knows the various alien races in this universe are equally terrifying. And these alien races, there are more than one kind. The 3 kinds displayed by the galaxy armor are only a small part of them. So even if Suyu really breaks through the blockade and goes to the universe, he will still face endless unknown dangers. Maybe as soon as he goes out, he will encounter star beasts or deep space ghosts, and be eaten up. Not bad. Suyu suddenly smiled. Such a universe, only then is it worth exploring. The dangers of deep space did not scare Suyu, but aroused his endless fighting spirit. When the galaxy armor saw Suyu's smile, it nodded slightly in its heart. It has now been freed from the limitations of its thinking. No longer an Empire's armor, it was a little confused, not knowing where to go. Now, it has decided to be under Suyu's command in the future, fight for him, and explore the universe together in the future. It is also curious, and has a fighting spirit, following someone like Suyu. It should be able to fulfill its wish. Right? Next, I will concentrate on my research. You can just walk around the city. Suyu stopped smiling and said to the galaxy armor. Then, he closed his eyes again and focused on his body. He had not yet thoroughly studied this brilliant transformation, especially after learning that this was the power of the brilliant Imperial Guards. He was even more motivated and wanted to study the secret as soon as possible. Seeing this, the galaxy armor nodded, jumped off Suyu's palm, and walked towards the city. For the next 10 days, Suyu had been quietly studying the secret of the radiant transformation. His huge and magnificent figure had been deeply imprinted in the hearts of the people in the mechanical city during these days. In these 10 days, the residents of the settlement, who had just joined the mechanical city, had completely integrated into the city. In the first few days, they would miss home a little, but later they didn't miss it anymore. There is no way. The living conditions in the mechanical city are really too good. Compared to that, what kind of life did they live before? How could they live like human beings? Naturally, they will not miss the past. Although some people still feel nostalgic, this is also human nature. The descendants of the millions of mechanics brought back by Suyu are the same these days. These guys are like starving ghosts. In the past 10 days, they have been overeating and drinking every day, and they have gained a lot of weight per person. Those settlement residents, thinking that they had lived through a long period of hardship before, so they also ate and drank a lot in the first few days after entering the mechanical city, but compared with these descendants of mechanics, they were far inferior. These descendants of mechanics, their obsession with food, are just like crazy. When asked anything, they didn't answer, just kept eating and drinking, not afraid of being full to death. As the food was consumed in large quantities, others were more concerned about these descendants of mechanics. There were some complaints. I wonder what the use of Mr. Suyu bringing back these good-for-nothings was. Even Tai Long and the others were speechless. At first, Tai Long and the others wanted to find out the secrets of the fusion people. But these guys only talked but didn't talk. They only ate and didn't answer questions. There was nothing we could do. Fortunately, soon, everyone knew what the use of these guys was. Because on the 7th day, these guys finally stopped eating and drinking reluctantly. It's not that they have eaten enough, but that the food is a little insufficient. In fact, there is enough food in the city, which can sustain for a year or two. It's just that Tai Long and his friends disliked these guys who only ate and did nothing. So they reminded them implicitly that the food was limited. After all, according to their eating habits, one person can replace 10 people, and it may take 2 or 3 months to eat up a year's worth of food. Their worries are also reasonable. When the descendants of the mechanics heard that there was not enough food, they all felt embarrassed and offered to work for food. Tai Long and the others wanted to refuse at first, but soon found out that all of them were skilled and extraordinary mechanics. There were even 9-star veteran mechanics, who could build 9-star machines. Everyone was overjoyed at this discovery. Originally, in the entire city, there was only Suyu, a mechanic who could build 7-star or higher armor. Suyu was very busy every day, although Tai Long and his team wanted to ask Suyu to help them build the armor. Suyu was not free, so they had no other options. Now that so many mechanics suddenly appeared, they didn't need to bother Suyu, and could just ask them. Of course, Tai Long and his team didn't plan to ask these mechanics to build the armor, because Suyu obviously had a plan, and they were worried that if they built the armor, it would conflict with Suyu's plan. They asked these mechanics to help them make it according to their needs. Build weapons and other equipment. These weapons and equipment can also significantly improve their strength. Tai Long and his men immediately took out their treasured materials and asked these mechanics to help build them. Tai Long even asked them to help transform his own machine. Those mechanics accepted everyone who came, and they were very skilled at their work. They didn't even ask for compensation, as long as they had food. Of course, they didn't want it, and Tai Long and his men wouldn't, so they gave them enough energy coins. Soon, the reputation of these mechanics, the news spread. A full million mechanics immediately made the entire mechanical city boil. They understood the importance of mechanics too well. In the settlements and cities where they lived in the past, any mechanic was a precious talent and had a very high status. I really don't know where Mr. Suyu found so many talents. What about now? A full million. Soon, orders came in like a stream. These days, these mechanics are busy building various mechanical equipment every day, or make a transformation. This is much cheaper than the one in the exchange system. Of course, the effect is not as good as that in the exchange system. After all, it was Suyu's work. At the same time, these descendants of mechanics did not forget to eat and drink, and even ate more because they worked hard. And now, Tai Long and the others have no complaints at all. These talents are so useful, eating and drinking. What does it matter? However, under the big eating and drinking of these guys, the food in the city was consumed in large quantities. 1 million gluttons were fully utilized every day. Who could bear this? So, on this day, Tai Long and his men led some descendants of mechanics to Suyu, and wanted to ask for permission to leave the city and go to the ground to collect food. In addition to grains, the food in the city was mostly meat produced by radiation beasts after purification. There was a lot of reserves, but after this feast, a lot of it had been consumed. Urgently need to replenish. However, because of the Ghost Emperor's incident, Suyu had already sealed the mechanical city, and now no one can enter or leave, so they need to ask Suyu for permission. Suyu, since their arrival, woke up from his research and opened his eyes. So many days have passed. Suyu had just woken up and immediately judged the time and found that he had been immersed in research this time, and it had actually been more than 10 days. And his transformation still had not been lifted. This transformation lasted for a particularly long time, probably because he only studied without fighting or consuming, so he could maintain it for a long time. However, after such a long time, he was close to his limit. So, boom! Suyu's figure shrank rapidly and instantly returned to his original shape. At the same time, his giant god soldier mecha also retracted the materialization space. He cancelled the transformation. In the past 10 days, he and the mechanical god worked together to reveal the secret of Guangya's transformation. The research is almost done. In fact, there are still some things that have not been studied clearly. That is the secret of the 5th level, which is beyond Suyu's current ability, and he will not force it. At least the current research results can carry out continuous Yuri transformation, which is enough for Suyu to use. However, that requires the giant god soldier Mecha Yao to be transformed and recast again, which requires some effort. Now let's see what Tai Long and others are here for. After Suyu untransformed, he looked at Tai Long and the mechanic descendants, who looked respectful, and was immediately laughed at. Where did this group of fat people come from? Just when Suyu was about to speak, his face suddenly became happy. Because? No, the mechanical spirits also woke up at this time, and advanced to the 4th level. Chapter 375 Reborn. 3 Mechanical Apostles. Originally, Suyu saw these descendants of mechanics, who had gained weight in a short period of time, and wanted to tease them, but now he was not in that mood. His 3 mechanical apostles had all woken up, and had been promoted to the 4th level. Checking the status of these mechanical apostles was the most important thing at the moment. How could he still be in the mood to tease others? At this moment, Suyu's mind moved, and in front of him, a sphere with dark green and pure white appeared. It was Nono. Nono's body color, this time changed again. This is... Suyu saw the pure white on Nono's body, and was delighted, and quickly opened the holographic perception, checking Nono's attribute panel. First Mechanical Apostle Glorious Nono. Creator, Suyu. Race, Mechanical Lifeform. Core ability, Mechanical Evolution, as a mechanical lifeform created by you. Nono has unlimited growth potential. Its strength is linked to your own psychic power. Skills. Mechanical Fusion. Nono has abilities beyond those of ordinary mechanical life forms, has a powerful energy core, a powerful energy field, can fuse all mechanical creations. After being promoted to 10 stars, you can split the body, and fuse multiple mechanical creations at the same time, greatly improving their strength. The current number of fusions is 30. Phantom Energy Field. As a mechanical life form. Nono, through the connection with the Master, mastered the use of psionic energy. Possessed a special psionic energy field. And mechanical creations in the psionic energy field, if in a damaged state, would be quickly repaired and greatly strengthened by psionic energy. Radiant Force Field. As a mechanical life form. Nono, through the connection with the Master, mastered the use of the power of the Sun. Possessed the Sun Force Field. And mechanical creations in the Sun Force field would be greatly strengthened by the Sun Force. Mechanical Simulation. Even if Nono does not have mechanical creations, it can also use its own body to directly simulate various bodies. The simulated body has a maximum strength of 9 stars. Due to volume restrictions, it cannot simulate bodies that are too large. Currently, 30 can be simulated. Mechanical Factory. Nono's body has undergone multiple evolutions and has become extremely complex, achieving microscopic evolution. It can rely on its own body to manufacture machinery. The highest level it can currently manufacture is 9-star top. Total number that can be manufactured, 107 star, 58 star, 39 star. Comprehensive strength evaluation, top 10 star. Looking at Nono's attributes, Suyu smiled with satisfaction. Too powerful. The function of Nono after evolution is too powerful. The original mechanical fusion function has evolved again. If nothing unexpected happens, it is estimated that the original 9-star top mechanical creation can be upgraded to the 4th level. 10 stars. As for the mechanical creation that was originally the 4th level, will become more powerful. For example, Suyu's Helm Mecha, after fusing with Nono, will definitely become stronger, and this kind of fusion, unlike the mechanical fusion technology of the mechanical god, has fatal flaws. Nono's fusion is its innate ability, although there is a limit on the number, but there is no such dangerous flaw, and there is even no time limit. And now Nono can fuse 30 mechanical creations at the same time. In other words, one Nono, it can greatly enhance Suyu's original strength, and create 29 more 4th level combat forces at the same time. When Suyu fought King before, it took many days to gather 10 4th level combat forces. Now one Nono is 3 times as powerful as it was back then. Of course, Nono's fusion enhancement also depends on the original level of the mechanical creation. At least it must be 9-star level to be fused by it, and promoted to 10-star strength. If in the past, Suyu wanted to get 29 9-star mechanical creations, it's really a bit difficult. But now, Suyu himself is a 4th level mechanic, and can build 4th level mechanical creations, let alone 9-star? Moreover, Nono now has the function of a mechanical factory. So you can sense that, now Nono, its body is no longer composed of ordinary mechanical parts, but a series of microscopic mechanical cells. These mechanical cells can be decomposed and reassembled at any time, like a group of workers. It can efficiently melt and recast various materials. With so many mechanical cells, Nono itself is a complex mechanical factory. A powerful extraordinary mechanic. It can produce various mechanical creations continuously and be self-sufficient. In other words, as long as Nono is given time, it can create a 4th level mechanical army. In addition, Nono actually mastered the power of the sun, and it seems to have absorbed some of the power of the sun blueprint. That's why the body has become a mechanical cell structure. This gives it a radiant force field, which can enhance mechanical creations with the sun. However, it does not have the ability to transform humans. After all, its main function is to target mechanical creations, not flesh and blood life like humans. As expected of Suyu's first and best helper after evolution, Nono is extremely powerful. If Suyu's strength was not also extremely powerful, comparable to the top level of the 4th rank, I'm afraid I can't beat this mechanical apostle. However, Nono's mechanical manufacturing function has a limit on quantity, 9-star level, no more than 30. Seeing this number, Suyu fell into deep thought. Suyu understood that this was Nono's limit, and also his limit. Mechanical creations above 7 stars, if they don't take shortcuts, actually, like humans, also need to hold a ceremony, obtain a powerful subspace mark, to be promoted to 7 stars. This is the case for 7 stars, not to mention 9 stars, or even the 4th level. In fact, Suyu has never held a proper ceremony for mechanical creations. He has relevant knowledge, but has never practiced it. Suyu obtained some mechanical blueprints from the descendants of mechanics, such as the blueprint of the giant god soldier mecha, which included complete rituals. However, those rituals were complicated and troublesome. Not simpler than the rituals when he was promoted. Or was it taking shortcuts? It is more convenient. As long as you think of a way, you can bypass the restrictions of this ritual. For example, Suyu's original tyrannical armor, although it has strong combat power, it is not a 3rd level armor in essence. At that time, Suyu had just been promoted to Ghost Hidden Blade. He was not a 7-star mechanic at all, and did not have the ability to manufacture a 3rd level armor. The real 3rd level tyrannical armor is actually the tyrannical core. In the tyrannical core, the essence of the tyrannical thought has reached the 3rd level. With the help of this core, Suyu made the battle armor reach the 3rd level. And the giant god soldier mecha that Suyu built using King, actually, is based on the same principle. The top 4th level King was sealed alive in the mecha, so this mecha is naturally 4th level. Mechanical creations built in this way do not need to hold a separate ceremony. The ceremony of the giant god soldier mechanic requires the use of the body of a 4th level enemy to build the mecha, which is actually a trick. Otherwise, if it is not promoted to the 4th level, how can a 4th level mecha be built in advance? In addition to this trick, there is another way, that is, Suyu shares his subspace mark with a mechanical creation. Nono, the mechanical apostle such as the mechanical spirit can be promoted with Suyu's promotion, without the need for a ceremony, because they can share Suyu's subspace mark. If Suyu is unwilling to share, their level will drop immediately. Of course, Suyu will not do that. This is similar to believing in evil gods. Evil gods can grant power to believers, and can also take it back at any time. However, this kind of sharing is obviously limited. Suyu cannot create mechanical apostles through this sharing infinitely. Otherwise he would be invincible. And Nuu. It seems that he now has the ability of sharing, and can share the subspace mark shared by Suyu to it again. Thus, he can create 9-star level mechanical creations. But the number is limited to 30. This is the limit of Nuu, and also the limit of Suyu. It seems that with my current strength, I can only make 39-star mechanical creations by trickery, Suyu said to himself. In this way, it is not so easy to make a 7-star or even 9-star army. Either take a trick, or find a way to hold a ceremony. However, Suyu was not too embarrassed. He was now powerful, and could always think of a way. Moreover, the human empire 10,000 years ago must have had relevant skills, which can be used as a reference. Moreover, it is not easy to make a real 7-star mechanical creation, But a 7-star combat power machine is not difficult for Suyu now. Pure combat power. For Suyu, only needs to accumulate energy and computing power, and it is difficult to advance to the extraordinary level. Suyu pondered for a while, and no longer thought about it, and opened the attribute panel of another mechanical apostle. Second mechanical apostle, mechanical spirit. Creator, Suyu. Race, data life form. Core ability, data evolution. As a data life form, the mechanical spirit has unlimited growth potential. Skills, high-level data materialization. After following the master to be promoted to the 4th level data life form, the computing power of the mechanical spirit has been greatly improved, and it has the ability to materialize high-level data. Through high-level data materialization, the mechanical spirit can materialize creatures with the highest 9-star strength. This materialization requires a lot of computing power and energy. The number of creatures that can be materialized in that year: 107-star, 58-star, and 39-star. Data survival. After the mechanical spirit is promoted to the 4th level, it has the ability to materialize high-level data, which makes it no longer dependent on the existence of hardware. It can achieve self-sustaining and long-term existence through the materialized hardware. This will consume a lot of computing power and reduce its performance. Please prepare suitable hardware for it as soon as possible. Data space. After the mechanical spirit is promoted to the 4th level, it can materialize space. But the space it materializes has the characteristics of datization. Matter and life that enter it will be digitized. Please do not store your life in the data space of the mechanical spirit at will, as it may lead to unpredictable consequences. Comprehensive strength assessment, 10-star advanced. The skills of the mechanical spirit are not many, but they are also extremely powerful. At this time, it also has Suyu's high-level data embodiment ability, but it seems to be more powerful than Suyu's. After all, Suyu's embodiment mechanic is still at the 3rd level, but the mechanical spirit has been promoted to the 4th level. And the 4th level mechanical spirit, not only can it materialize powerful mechanical creations, it can also maintain itself without hardware. And it can even create something like data space. This data space can transform real matter into invisible data. You know, no matter how strong Suyu was before, he could only freely transform things like energy coins between data, matter, and energy. Ordinary matter, that wouldn't work. But now, the mechanical spirit can transform even ordinary matter. All can be converted into data. Seeing this ability to convert matter and even life into data, Suyu was a little curious. Can he himself be converted into data? If he is converted into data, what will he become? Will he still be the same person? Of course, Suyu is just curious and will not try it rashly. After all, even the career panel has prompted it, and there will be unpredictable consequences. If the career panel can specifically prompt it, the consequences must be very serious. Suyu suspected that this kind of data conversion might be used as a powerful weapon. When encountering a powerful enemy, he could directly let the mechanical spirit collect the opponent into the data space, and then the powerful enemy would become a pile of data, allowing Suyu to control it. In this way, the offensiveness of the mechanical spirit has also been greatly improved. However, the specifics still need to be tested. After looking at the mechanical spirit, Suyu looked at the tyrannical armor on his body. At this time, the tyrannical armor was just a piece of clothing for Suyu. In this clothing, there is a mechanical apostle, fear intelligence. This guy was originally a replica of the mechanical spirit, but after coming into contact with the tyrannical thoughts, he was infected by the fear of the tyrannical thoughts and mutated, possessing the fear of the evil god. Later, in the illusion city, he devoured the city intelligence illusion and turned into a data ghost. Anyway, this guy is quite powerful and very lucky. He is just a little timid. Now, this little guy has evolved again, and it is a bit beyond Suyu's expectations. The 3rd mechanical apostle, hell intelligence. Creator, Suyu. Race, data lifeform. Core ability, data evolution. As a data lifeform, the mechanical spirit has unlimited growth. Skills, fear blessing, mechanical spirit, copy. For some unknown reason, it stole the core blessing of the tyrannical evil god. Fear, so some kind of mutation occurred, and it has a strong suppressive force on the data life that believes in the evil god. Digital hell, the owner of the fear intelligence, has a unique talent in the field of hell pain, and the fear intelligence has inherited some of the master's talents, and can condense the prototype of hell and create the power of hell pain. However, its hell pain power is at the data level, and has a strong corrosive force on any mechanical life, data life. Data ghost, mechanical spirit, copy, devoured a high-level data life that believes in the evil god, gained its ability, and became a data ghost. Using this ability, it can transform into a data ghost, and freely possess mechanical creations, and flesh and blood life. Data phantom energy mastery, mechanical spirit, copy, devouring a high-level data life that believes in the evil god, gained its ability, and can control data phantom energy. Data materialization, can materialize invisible data, turning it into tangible and substantial matter. Comprehensive strength assessment, 10-star primary. The name of the fear intelligence, changed, became the hell intelligence, and it also gained one more ability, data hell. It actually inherited Suyu's talent in the hell pain field. Chapter 376 Raising the Evil God. The promotion plan of the mechanical city. At this time, a terrifying breath came out from the tyrannical armor. This breath contained boundless fear and boundless pain. That was the breath emitted by the evolved hell intelligence. This breath was a mixture of the original fear emotion and the newly born hell pain power. These two forces merged into an extremely powerful and strange breath. This breath was very powerful, reaching the 4th level, extremely corrosive and polluting. The fear of the evil god, coupled with the pain of hell, seemed to have undergone some strange changes, making it more dangerous. Even Suyu felt a little dangerous. Suyu immediately blocked this breath, preventing it from overflowing. Because once this breath overflowed, Tai Long, Xie Tian, Xiao Xiangyin, and other 7-star and 8-star strongmen would die miserably immediately if they were slightly exposed to it. If it weren't for the close connection between the intelligence of hell and Suyu himself might be threatened. Little guy, how are you? After Suyu blocked the breath of hell intelligence, he sent a message to the tyrannical core and asked. With the help of the connection with hell intelligence, he could feel that hell intelligence was in good condition, but for safety, he still took the initiative to ask. Master, I'm fine, just a little scared. The timid voice of hell intelligence came from the tyrannical core. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. This little guy is still the same as before. Although he is powerful, he is very timid. Even this voice. He is almost crying. Suyu could also understand why this guy is afraid. Because the hell intelligence has awakened the power of hell's pain. This cruel power is indeed a bit exciting for the little guy hell intelligence. The most important thing is the violent thoughts. I actually put the violent thoughts into the prototype of hell. So you can sense that in the current violent core, in fact, the violent thoughts no longer exist. This evil god's thoughts have been sealed in the hell prototype of the hell intelligence. The hell intelligence inherited Suyu's hell talent, and naturally it can also condense its own hell prototype. However, the hell prototype of the hell intelligence is very strange. It is actually a digital space, which is somewhat similar to the data space of the mechanical spirit, but more strange and dark. So you can feel that, in that data hell prototype, just like the physical space of the mechanical spirit, all life forms that enter it will be digitized, and then suffer endless data pain. As for how data is painful, even Suyu can't understand it. After all, he is not a data life, and has never experienced it. But looking at the state of the tyrannical thoughts, it is obvious that this pain is not pleasant. At this time, in the data hell of the hell intelligence, the tyrannical thoughts that had originally lost consciousness once again awakened their self-awareness. This violent thought had long been brainwashed by Suyu with the power of nothingness, and had become an unconscious fool. However, it possessed the memory of the evil god, and sooner or later it would awaken consciousness again and become a new violent thought. But it was unknown when that would happen. However, at this moment, the power of pain in the data hell seemed to have the ability to awaken, forcibly awakening the unconscious violent thought again, and giving it self-awareness. This was not a good thing. Without consciousness, then you can't feel pain. Just a piece of stone. Only conscious life can endure boundless pain. This is the meaning of hell. And the violent thoughts just awakened consciousness, and were thrown into such a hell, under the stimulation of boundless pain. He suddenly became furious. This guy is worthy of being an evil god. He didn't beg for mercy and scream in the pain of hell, but cursed violently. He seemed to use his own violent emotions to fight against the pain of hell. The stronger the pain, the stronger his violent emotions. That's why the hell intelligence is afraid. After all, the furious violent thoughts are indeed a bit scary. So you discovered at this time that the violent thoughts became stronger and stronger under the torture of the pain of hell. In a short time, its power exceeded its original level. It soon reached the top of the 9 stars, and even leaped to the 4th level. This is not that its level has been upgraded, but that it has been forced to use the 3rd level. The power close to the 4th level burst out, which is equivalent to fighting for life. However, the evil god is immortal, so he fought for life, and it seems that there is no cost. Creak! Creak! The body of the tyrannical armor made a sound of being overwhelmed. The power was too strong, and the body could not bear it. In a moment, the entire armor would be destroyed by the powerful force. Suyu quickly released his spiritual energy to suppress the power of the tyrannical core. This abnormal movement was barely stopped. However, the power increase of the tyrannical armor also stopped, and it did not reach the 4th level. However, this was not difficult for Suyu. He only needed to recast the body of the armor with high-grade materials, so that it could withstand the power of the tyrannical core, and it could be truly promoted to the 4th level. In this way, the tyrannical armor would not only be used as a piece of clothing, but also be used in battle. So the tyrannical mind can be used in this way. Another 4th level armor can be obtained. Suyu was delighted, and at the same time, he felt his eyes were opened. He had been using the tyrannical armor for a long time, but he never thought that the tyrannical mind had such potential. However, Suyu in the past did not have the ability to torture the evil god in this way, and could not play this kind of operation. Moreover, the tyrannical armor can be promoted to the 4th level, which actually depends on the power of the hell intelligence. This little guy is now the 4th level, and with its power blessing, the tyrannical armor is promoted accordingly, which is not surprising. It seems that Tyranny is the most suitable guy to be imprisoned in hell. His pain, as well as his violent emotions, will generate endless energy. He is really the most suitable energy source. Suyu carefully sensed the power of the Tyranny armor again, and said to himself, Tyranny evil god, under the stimulation of pain, burst out with powerful violent emotions. In this way, one pain can burst out 2 times the energy, or even more. Compared with other lives, Tyranny is the best employee to be sealed in hell and provide energy for Suyu. Suyu even thought, if there is a chance in the future, he will seal the complete body of Tyranny evil god into the prototype of hell. How powerful will he be? But for now, he can only think about it. Master, Master, this guy will not escape, right? I'm so scared. Hell Intelligence asked with a trembling voice. It's okay. You are very strong now. He can't get out? Suyu comforted him. That's good. This guy suddenly woke up. The aura is too terrible. Fortunately, there is a master. With Suyu's comfort, the Hell Intelligence felt relieved, but it was still a little scared. Its fear emotion seemed to have evolved accordingly, becoming stronger and more aggressive. This fear emotion is also a major weapon of it. The tyrannical evil god cursed in pain in the prototype of hell. It seemed to be overbearing, but in fact, in his heart, still, he could not help but feel fear. This emotion was absorbed by the Hell Intelligence, which led to the evolution of the fear of the Hell Intelligence. This fear emotion was also considered as the output of the tyrannical thought. This guy was really very economical. One thought produced 3 energies at the same time. Because of this fear, the Hell Intelligence was always worried that the tyrannical thought would escape the seal. Fortunately, Suyu comforted him. Otherwise, for such a timid guy, it's really torture. Suyu didn't just comfort it casually, but told the truth, the tyrannical thought can't escape. The level of the tyrannical thought is actually only about 8 or 9 stars, and it will definitely not be able to turn the tables in front of the 4th level Hell Intelligence. However, under the stimulation of pain, the tyrannical emotion of the tyrannical thought is getting stronger and stronger, and its own level seems to be constantly upgrading. Suyu wondered, if this goes on, can he raise the evil god and make this tyrannical thought, will it become stronger and stronger, and finally stand shoulder to shoulder with the main body? Although it was a bit unrealistic, Suyu silently cheered for the violent submind in his heart, hoping that it would be more powerful. At this time, Suyu had already checked all 3 mechanical apostles. 3 4th level helpers greatly increased Suyu's strength. If Suyu had to leave the mechanical city again in the future, leaving 1 or 2 mechanical apostles in the city would be enough to stay at home. Even if the Ghost Emperor sneaked in again, it would be enough to meet the enemy. But speaking of it, there is still a mechanical apostle who has not been promoted. Suyu actually has 4 mechanical apostles, in addition to Nono, Mechanical Spirit, Hell Intelligence, and the last one, which is the main body of the mechanical city. The mechanical city that will never fall. The mechanical city itself is a powerful mechanical creation. It is alive and has its own consciousness. However, the mechanical city did not advance with Su-Yu's advancement. The size of the mechanical city is too large. It needs a huge amount of energy and materials to advance. This makes Su-Yu a little regretful. If the mechanical city is promoted to the 4th level, how powerful will it be? Mechanical city. How do you feel now? Su-Yu asked in his heart. I'm a little hungry. The consciousness of the mechanical city replied. Like a greedy child. It is actually on the verge of advancement. But it does not have enough energy and materials. So it cannot advance. It just feels hungry. Haha. Don't worry. I will find enough food for you soon. Su-Yu comforted. His eyes looked into the distance. The food that can make the mechanical city upgrade to the 4th level is not easy to find. Ordinary cities, materials, are swallowed by the mechanical city, and it is difficult to have an evolutionary effect. Fortunately, Su-Yu already has an option in his mind, which is the ruins of the giant god army. Although it has been destroyed, there are still a lot of buildings left. As the base of the human empire's army 10,000 years ago, the building materials there are all high-end goods, which are the most suitable for the mechanical city as food. If the food there is not enough, Su-Yu has another goal. That is, the lair of the Ghost Emperor. That's right. Su-Yu plans to let the mechanical city devour the lair of the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor had previously invaded and sneaked into Su-Yu's mechanical city. And Su-Yu would not let him go easily. Go to the ruins of the giant god army first, and then go to the radiation land to find the Ghost Emperor. Su-Yu ordered in his mind, and let the mechanical city start, heading towards the ruins of the giant god army. When the mechanical city heard that there was food to eat, it immediately got excited and started the engine. Soon, huge mechanical nozzles appeared everywhere on the edge of the city, each of which was 100 meters thick. After a short warm-up, a fiery red light burst out from the nozzle. Boom! The engine started. High temperature and high-speed spiritual energy gas permeated the sky. At this time, everyone in the entire mechanical city couldn't help but fall, because the entire mechanical city was accelerating violently. Fortunately, Su-Yu was prepared, and let the mechanical spirit release energy at the right time, and helped everyone, so that they didn't fall. Everyone was suddenly surprised and confused, wondering what the mechanical city was doing when it suddenly started. Su-Yu immediately let the mechanical spirit send a message to the information terminals of people in the city, tell them that the mechanical city is going to a certain place to eat, and prepare for the 4th level. What? This mechanical city is a mechanical creation. And it can move? Now it is going to be upgraded? So the mechanical city is still at the 3rd level? I wonder how powerful it will be after the upgrade. My god. The whole city is upgraded to the 4th level? Mr. Su-Yu is really generous. Eat? What do you mean? This city can actually eat? It's amazing. When everyone received the message from Su-Yu, they were even more shocked and started to discuss. Many people who had just joined the mechanical city knew for the first time that this magnificent mechanical city was actually a machine and had levels. Such a large mechanical city was only level 3. Mr. Su-Yu wanted to upgrade eating to level 4. Although many people did not understand what this operation was, but just the word 4th level was enough to make them excited. The 3rd level mechanical city was so magnificent and powerful. What about the 4th level one? Eat? I wonder which city Mr. Su-Yu has set his sights on. Some old residents of the mechanical city recalled some old things. These old residents had witnessed the scene of the mechanical city devouring the city with their own eyes. Now when they heard the word eat, they instinctively thought that Mr. Su-Yu might have set his sights on which city again. It's time to get the mechanical city started. They guessed right. Su-Yu really had his eyes on a certain powerful person's city, that is the Ghost Emperor. As the mechanical city started moving, the speed became faster and faster, soon surpassing the speed of sound. And it was still increasing. At this rate, it would soon reach the ruins of the giant god army's base. Mr. Su-Yu. At this time, beside Su-Yu, stood Tai Long, Xiaitian and others. They came to ask Su-Yu for instructions. They went out of the city to collect food. Otherwise, in a month or two, the food in the city would be eaten up by the descendants of the mechanics. But just as they came, Su-Yu made a series of strange moves. First, he made a ball. Then he pondered over his armor. And later, he directly started the mechanical city to eat. The series of changes made these people a little confused. Huh? Su-Yu looked up. looked at them, smiled slightly, and understood their intention. I already know this. You go back first. Don't leave the city for the time being. I'll take care of the food. Chapter 377 Food Synthesis Plan, Miniature Machinery. After hearing Suyu's words, everyone dared not ask more questions, and could only turn around and leave. Without Suyu's permission, they could not leave the mechanical city, and go out to look for food. But since Suyu could solve it, they were relieved. As for Suyu's method, it was simple, because when the galaxy armor was telling him the story of the past, it said one thing, that is, the former empire, how to make food. It is manufacturing, not planting, not breeding, not hunting. Now the food in the mechanical city is mainly obtained by hunting radioactive beasts, and then purifying them. Another part is planting. The mechanical city is so big that it is natural to grow crops. However, the entire mechanical city was built not long ago, and the crops planted have just sprouted, and it is far from harvest time. And 10,000 years ago, in the era of human empire, the way to obtain food is much simpler. It can be made by mechanical synthesis to produce a rich variety of food. After all, when humans were exploring the Starry Sea, they could not obtain food in the deep space by hunting, planting, and breeding. Convenient and fast food synthesis technology is a must. Now Suyu is preparing to use this method to obtain food for the entire city population. The main components of grains are starch and the like. The main components of meat are protein and fat. The synthesis of these substances is not difficult for Suyu now. Moreover, the raw materials are easy to obtain. They are nothing more than carbon dioxide, water and other substances, which can be basically obtained in the air. As long as there is energy, it is almost endless. Although Suyu has not done much research on chemical synthesis, with his current computing power and wisdom, it is easy to learn. Galaxy Warframe can also provide a complete synthesis route. This knowledge was not a secret in the Empire 10,000 years ago. The Galaxy Armor had lived for so many years, and had mastered some of it. Even the descendants of the mechanics had mastered the technology of food synthesis. In fact, the descendants of the mechanics had been eating synthetic food for 10,000 years. So you only needed to design a mechanical device according to the synthesis route. However, starch and protein alone could not be considered food, because those things had no taste. Without taste, it can only be regarded as a medicine to maintain life. Look at the descendants of the mechanics, who have been eating synthetic food for 10,000 years, and are so greedy that they are now like hungry ghosts. Therefore, the real difficulty of synthesizing food is to synthesize food that is as delicious as natural food and has a rich taste, which is considered a success. This aspect is a bit difficult and a small challenge. Then try microscopic machinery. Suyu flipped his hand, some dust-like things appeared in his hand. These dusts were almost undetectable. But if you had a microscope, you could see that they were some microscopic mechanical life. They were the mechanical race that Suyu had obtained when he was studying the Hell Furnace. These mechanical races were taken to the Hell Furnace by King, and suffered torture. Most of their bodies were digested by the Hell Furnace, leaving only a tiny amount of dust. However, they did not die. After all, only by being alive can one endure pain and provide energy for the Hell Furnace. Later, in order to defeat the king, Suyu studied the Hell Furnace and found that they were suffering. So he extracted them. For these guys, Suyu had never figured out how to deal with them. These mechanical clans, although they are bad, are not that bad. They are the more pure faction among the mechanical clans. So they were treated as abandoned and refined in the Hell Furnace. Well, it's not that good. They have also oppressed humans for thousands of years. But not so much. So Suyu did not put them into the Hell Engine to torture them. But he did not let them go either. He left them to sleep in the material space. Now, Suyu remembered them. The state of these guys is a bit strange. Completely like dust, and is somewhat similar to the mechanical cells of the Yuri blueprint, but also different. Mechanical cells, alone, do not have complete functions, nor consciousness. Only when they are combined can they become a complete mechanical creation. These miniature mechanical families, each of them is a complete machine, and cannot be combined. Their state interested Suyu a little. Previously, Suyu was planning to, through studying these guys, to create a microscopic giant god mecha, but after studying the Yuri blueprint, Suyu has temporarily given up this idea. But it does not mean that these miniature mechanical creatures are useless. These little things, if used, are good laborers. They can be used to synthesize food. Suyu wants to synthesize food and reproduce the taste and deliciousness of real food. He needs to go deep into the microscopic and cellular levels like real food. After all, real food is basically the body of plants and animals, composed of various cells. If Suyu wants to synthesize, he naturally needs to refer to the real cell structure to be perfect. But this would be too troublesome, requiring synthesis and construction at the microscopic level. Moreover, the amount of food required for synthesis is huge, for millions of people to eat. This would require a huge amount of computing power and resources. After all, it is not that simple to go deep into the microscopic level, and these miniature mechanical families are put to use. At the same time, it is also a research experiment on these miniature mechanical families. Mr. Suyu. When the galaxy armor saw the tiny dust in Suyu's hand, after a little identification, it suddenly showed excitement. It recognized that these dust particles were actually the mechanical companions at the previous king's banquet. Even its good friends G7 and his wife were among them. Originally, Galaxy Armor thought they were all dead, and was actually still sad in his heart. But he didn't expect that they were all fine. Although looking at their current state, they are not actually fine. But it is better than dead. These guys, I rescued them from the hell furnace. They became like this in the furnace. I want them to help me now. Do you have any objection? Suyu saw this and explained to Galaxy Armor. Galaxy Armor said quickly, no objection. No objection. Seeing that the old friend was not dead, it was enough to be relieved. What other objection could there be? I plan to make them employees of the food synthesis factory, and synthesize food for humans forever in the future, in order to make up for their crime of oppressing and enslaving humans. What do you think? Suyu chuckled. Synthesize food? Galaxy Warframe was slightly stunned when he heard this, then said happily, good. This is a good idea. Galaxy Warframe was actually a little worried at first. Suyu is a human after all, and these mechanical tribes oppressed and enslaved humans before. Will Suyu take revenge on these mechanical tribes and throw them into hell to suffer? That would be too cruel. Now it's just to let them synthesize food, that's too lenient. Suyu nodded, and then sent out a signal, activating these sleeping mechanical clans. Now Suyu is a 4th level mechanic, and it is very simple to control these extremely weak mechanical clans. As soon as those mechanical clans woke up, they immediately understood Suyu's intentions, and understood the whole story. The signal that Suyu just sent out told them everything. These mechanical clans, they felt mixed emotions. They didn't expect in such a short time. Their identities had changed so dramatically. Not long ago, they were still in the materialized space city, dominating and enjoying banquets with millions of human mechanics serving them. But in the blink of an eye, they were betrayed by their most beloved king, and melted into the furnace of hell to suffer. Now they were saved by Suyu, a human, and they wanted to enslave them, and make them produce food for humans. That's right. In Suyu's signal just now, tell them clearly that they will be enslaved. And they will be enslaved for 10,000 years. Anyway, these mechanical people have enslaved humans for 10,000 years. And now they are just paying off their debts. As for what will happen after 10,000 years, who knows? Suyu is only in his 20s now. So we will talk about it then. The mechanical people's minds raced. And then, they all bowed to Suyu. Respectfully, Mr. Suyu. We, the mechanical people, pledge our loyalty to you. Be loyal to humans. They accepted this 10,000-year contract. They had no choice but to accept it. Although Suyu did not tell them the consequences of not accepting it, these mechanical people also had brains, and knew that the end would definitely not be good. Seeing this, Suyu nodded with satisfaction, then with a thought, the mechanic's ability was activated directly in the bodies and minds of these mechanical people, imprinted, making them unable to betray. As a 4th level mechanic, Suyu had a strong ability to control machinery, although he didn't have the ability of supreme command like Zhang Chenfeng. He could still control these weak mechanical clans easily. Moreover, as Suyu's strength grew, this control ability would continue to increase. Unless there were stronger mechanics fighting for control, there was basically no need to worry about the betrayal of these mechanical clans. In fact, Suyu could have directly erased the thoughts of these mechanical clans. But Suyu was not so cruel, and still spared their lives. After bringing these mechanical clans under control, Suyu's palms gushed out a large amount of pure spiritual energy, which was to replenish the energy of these mechanical clans. Their bodies had shrunk to the size of dust, and naturally all their energy was lost. Although they all still had their original levels, even G7 still retained the essence of the 4th level, but in terms of strength, they were not even comparable to ants. But now, as Suyu poured energy into them, their strength was recovering rapidly. Suyu looked at them with interest. He wanted to see if these little guys, if they had enough energy, could recover their full strength. A 7-star mechanical creation the size of a dust particle. That seemed quite powerful. Unfortunately, Suyu was disappointed. After these guys recovered some of their strength, they could no longer absorb energy, as if they were saturated. Their strength, the strongest one, was only at the level of a 1-star transcendent. Even AG7 with a 4th-order essence, the same is true. Although a 1-star superhuman the size of a dust particle is also powerful enough, before Suyu obtained the professional panel, he was not even a 1-star superhuman. But compared with a 7-star superhuman, it is far behind. Sure enough, the body is too small. Both the body and the energy have their limits. Suyu carefully observed these guys for a while, and shook his head slightly. It seems that it is unlikely to expect them to become a fighting force. Even if there are tens of thousands of these guys, Suyu was so proud of it. However, if there are tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of them, and they are fused together using the mechanical fusion technology, maybe there will be something to it. Suyu thought about it. However, Suyu did not experiment with these guys immediately. After all, Suyu did not trust these mechanical people, and the mechanical fusion technology would not be passed on to them. Next, your tasks are, one is to study the synthesis of food, and the other is to reproduce quickly. Your numbers are too small, and you can't meet the demand at all. I will provide you with enough energy and materials. Suyu once again gave orders to these mechanical people. If you want to rely on these mechanical people to synthesize and produce food, this amount is not enough. Yes, Mr. Suyu. After hearing this, these mechanical people were a little stunned, but they still said hurriedly. However, they still looked at each other in bewilderment. Let them reproduce. This bunch of mechanical people, they are not manufactured like ordinary machines. They give birth to offspring through the union of male and female like living things. Although it is a bit strange, this is how they reproduce. These mechanical people are quite particular. If they want to have children, they need to fall in love, get married, and other steps. After giving birth, they need to raise and educate their children. It is so troublesome. When will they be able to gather the number that Suyu needs? Moreover, they are all in Suyu's palm now. Should they give birth here right away? That would be so embarrassing. After hesitating for a moment, they made a request to Suyu, whether they could not give birth to children first, but let them make machines by themselves. In addition to giving birth to children, they actually have a common way to expand the team, which is to make machines like mechanics. They themselves are machines, and are proficient in mechanical structure. As long as they are willing, making machines is naturally no problem. But what they made in that way would only be tools, not the life of the mechanical race. This is just right. Now they just need enough tools. Otherwise, would they really give birth to a bunch of children to do hard labor? Okay. Suyu met the request. He actually wanted to see how these mechanical races gave birth to children. But they didn't want to. So forget it. Then Suyu directly put out some materials, and put these mechanical races on them. Those materials were all metal ingots. These tiny mechanical creatures were almost invisible when placed on them. But after a while, a change occurred. On those metal ingots, there were signs of corrosion, as if they were rusted. After a while, there were gaps. What a high efficiency, Suyu said to himself, a little surprised. These miniature mechanical creatures seemed to be stronger than expected. Chapter 378 The power of the miniature mechanical family exponentially increased. These miniature mechanical families, their bodies are so small that they are almost invisible to the naked eye, and their energy is extremely weak. Suyu originally thought that they would not be able to become a force to be reckoned with before they reached a sufficient number. But now it seems that, once they start, they are still quite powerful. The metal ingots that Suyu took out are high-grade materials obtained from the giant god army's base, and they are very hard. Suyu took out these materials on purpose. It is used to test these miniature mechanical clans. In theory, these guys, who are only 1 star in strength, cannot do anything with this high-end material. But in a short period of time, they have already begun to cut, recast, and copy the metal ingots with incredible efficiency. That's why the metal ingots are corroded. In fact, it's the miniature mechanical clans that are doing the work. This surprised Suyu. How did they do it? Suyu carefully observed the working process of these mechanical families, and was thoughtful. These miniature mechanical families, their body structure, seem to have quite a secret. Not just as simple as the body is reduced, but also have some powerful functions. They can exert very strong destructive power under limited energy, especially to destroy large objects. Under normal circumstances, to quickly destroy those metal ingots, at least 6-star energy is required. 7 stars would be best. However, these miniature mechanical clans, they used 1-star level energy to quickly destroy the metal ingot. The secret is related to their body structure. It is worth studying. Suyu concentrated his mind and carefully observed how these mechanical clans destroyed the material. Under Suyu's powerful mental power, the scene in front of him was quickly magnified. Even the flow of energy can be clearly seen. After observing for a while, Suyu discovered that these miniature mechanical families can extremely concentrate energy. These mechanical families are already small enough, and when they mobilize energy, they are already in a relatively concentrated state. But they can also condense thousands of times on this basis, and each energy is refined to the true microscopic level. Such extremely concentrated energy, like a thin needle, deeply penetrates the metal ingot, destroying its crystal structure. Dismantle it. So that's it. Suyu watched for a while, and secretly admired in his heart. The means of this group of mechanical people are really exquisite. Although the energy is weak, they rely on strong control to extremely concentrate the energy, and break the surface with a point, so as to obtain powerful destructive power. Although the area of destruction is small, it is enough for them. In fact, the means used by these mechanical people, Suyu can also do it. However, Suyu is a powerful extraordinary person of the 4th level. The control power is strong. This group of miniature mechanical clans, the highest of which is only 1 star, is able to do this, which is very difficult. When Suyu was at 1 star, he was far from having such ability. When Suyu was researching, the miniature mechanical clans quickly used the metal ingots as materials to replicate themselves and create a large number of machines. These machines are all copies of their bodies, but they have no self-awareness and are just tools that they can control. After these replicas were made, they immediately followed the predetermined procedure, continued to use the metal ingots as raw materials, and replicated themselves again. Soon, the number of these miniature machines began to increase exponentially. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. In a short period of time, their number increased by thousands of times. And it is still increasing. The materials of the metal ingots were consumed rapidly, and the place where the metal ingots disappeared, a cloud of black mist was left behind. It was a large number of miniature machines gathered together. This is... Suyu saw the scene and his face became serious. Stop! How did you get the technology to copy yourself? And how did you get the ability to cut and smelt materials? Suyu quickly stopped the miniature machine clan and asked. When these mechanical clans just made their own copies, very skilled and efficient. They can also quickly adjust the details of the replicas due to the different materials of different metal ingots. The entire replication process takes no more than 1 minute. Although their bodies are miniaturized, simple in structure, and weak in strength, it is much easier to replicate. But this replication speed is really amazing. It seems that they are very good at replicating themselves and have done this thousands of times. And the energy concentration technology is also very advanced. But Suyu had already captured all the mechanical people in the material space. Even the king. But he had never seen any mechanical people's clones. Where did these guys get such rich experience in replication? In the previous war, they had never used that kind of energy concentration technology. Moreover, Suyu had just used the ability of a mechanic to invade the consciousness of these mechanical people. But he did not find any relevant data. It seems that these mechanical people replicate themselves. There is also the technology of energy concentration, which does not rely on conscious control at all, but is purely instinctive, just like human breathing, which does not require learning, and is innate. This is a bit strange. We don't know. Facing Suyu's questioning, the mechanical clans looked at each other in bewilderment. They actually didn't know how they had accomplished what they had just done. In fact, under normal circumstances, if they wanted to copy themselves, manufacture, it would also take time and computing power. But as soon as they started copying, they entered a state of selflessness. Everything was done naturally, and they completed the work quickly. Suyu frowned slightly when he heard this. He relied on his ability as a mechanic to judge that these guys were not lying. They really didn't know how they did it, and it was all based on instinct. This was interesting. You guys continue. Suyu said after thinking for a moment. At the same time, he released more materials and energy. Supply these mechanical clans for use. The materials released this time, the quantity and variety are greater. He wanted to see whether these mechanical clans could still complete rapid replication when faced with more kinds of materials. Yes, Mr. Suyu. Upon hearing this, the mechanical clans did not dare to disobey and immediately started working again. The black mist quickly wrapped up the materials that Suyu had just released and swallowed them up at a rapid speed. At the speed of them replicating once a minute, 1 minute, their number will double. In 10 minutes, their number will double 1,000 times. In 100 minutes, that's 1,000,000 times. Although they were just a speck of dust at the beginning, and almost invisible to the naked eye, their replication speed is terrifying after they have grown to a certain size. The first time Suyu released materials, it was only about 1 ton, and it took them more than 2 hours to complete the swallowing. But this second time, Suyu released a full 1,000 tons of materials. As a result, it took only 10 minutes to completely devour them. Their size also expanded again, and they became a dark mass, suspended in the air. Mr. Suyu, is there something wrong with us? At this point, even the mechanical clan themselves found something wrong. Their speed of devouring and replicating seemed a bit too terrifying. In a short period of time, they expanded to this size. At this rate, if they were given time, wouldn't it not take long for them to devour the entire mechanical city and transform it all into their copies? They looked at Suyu worriedly, fearing that Suyu would be afraid of their power and wipe them out. Although they were now beginning to take shape, they were still powerless in front of Suyu. Fortunately, although Suyu looked solemn, he did not have murderous intent, but looked interested. Suyu observed their state for a while, then he said, "Okay, you just keep the current scale for now, and in the future. Without my order, you are not allowed to expand the scale again." The mechanical clans were relieved when they heard this, and quickly said, "Yes, Mr. Suyu." It seems that Suyu is not going to take action against them. Suyu nodded, and then passed them some blueprint information. Next, according to this blueprint, manufacture equipment and synthesize food. Now these mechanical clans have reached a certain scale, they can be used to synthesize food. The mechanical clan quickly received the information and began to synthesize. They studied the information blueprint said by Suyu and began to transform the replicas, turning them into machines for synthesizing food. And the division of labor is clear. Some are used to synthesize starch, some are used to synthesize protein, and some are used to synthesize fat. Suyu provides them with raw materials and energy. They are very efficient and quickly completed the transformation of the replicas, forming miniature production lines, preliminarily synthesizing starch, protein, and other substances. Among them, starch is relatively simple, protein is much more complicated, needing to synthesize various amino acids first, and then combine them into various different proteins. After the initial synthesis of these things, Suyu sent them some blueprint information. Let them use these starch, protein, fat and other substances, synthesize flour, rice, meat and other real food. This is a bit complicated. Flour and rice are easy to make, and they can be synthesized quickly. However, if you want to achieve the taste of real meat, you need to start with the subtle structure and adjust the type of protein. Proteins are all kinds of things, and a difference in structure will lead to completely different properties, and naturally different tastes. Especially these mechanical people. They don't eat meat at all, and they don't know what meat tastes like. Let them synthesize these things. It is really beyond their ability. It is not that they cannot synthesize it, but the synthesized meat looks like the real thing on the surface, but tastes weird. You don't need to eat it. Just smell it, and you know there is a problem. So you released a flame and roasted a piece of synthetic meat. Suddenly, a pungent smell of roasted rubber was emitted. It seems that we need to find a few assistants to taste it and give some suggestions for adjustment. Suyu looked at the strange meat he had synthesized and said to himself, "If you want to synthesize a satisfactory taste, it is better to try it." However, Suyu is not interested in eating these unfortunate things. After thinking for a while, Suyu sent a message to the descendants of the mechanics, saying that he was testing new food and looking for people to taste it. As soon as the news came out, the descendants of the mechanics were immediately excited. There is food to eat? In a short time, a large number of descendants of the mechanics rushed to sign up. Suyu was speechless about these foodies, and randomly picked a few dozen people. After a while, dozens of descendants of mechanics came to Suyu. Some of them were familiar, such as Zhou Qing, the little girl Suyu rescued first. This little girl had just been in the mechanical city for a few days, and she was already a lot rounder, almost turning into a little fat girl. Suyu looked at these guys, laughed in his heart, and then told them about the plan to synthesize food. When these guys heard that Suyu was so great plan, and they were so excited that they almost cried. They had been a little worried these past 2 days, because they ate too much, and there might not be enough food in the city. And now, Suyu took out this plan for synthesizing food. As long as it was completed, there would be no problem. Mr. Suyu, please rest assured, we will take care of it. These people immediately said excitedly, and they had no resistance to tasting food. They had previously eaten recycled synthetic food for 10,000 years in the materialized space. The raw materials of those synthetic foods are very disgusting, and they are not processed thoroughly. After synthesis, they are just basic starch amino acids and other raw materials. If you eat them directly, the taste is hard to describe, compared with those disgusting things. What are these strange meats now? At least they look like meat, and the raw materials must be clean. They immediately picked up the strange meats, tasted them, and gave their comments in a proper manner. And those mechanical people, after hearing their opinions, immediately, targeted adjustments were made. The research on food synthesis was quickly put on the right track. However, in a short period of time, it was still difficult to synthesize delicious meat. Soon, the descendants of the mechanics were all having difficulty eating. At first, they didn't take it seriously. No matter how bad the synthetic meat tasted, it couldn't be as bad as the synthetic food they had eaten before. Then they realized that they were careless. These days, they ate and drank a lot, and had become accustomed to normal food. Now, eating this strange meat again, I simply can't swallow it. For the sake of research, they have to keep trying it, and eat more and more. These people can only cheer themselves up in their hearts. For Mr. Suyu's great plan, they have to eat it no matter how bad it tastes. These guys, with a determined look on their faces, keep stuffing the synthetic strange meat into their mouths, so you can't bear to look at it. But they are willing to eat these things, so it's not Suyu's fault. And Suyu didn't have time to pay attention to them. Suyu had his own things to do, which was to study the secrets of the miniature mechanical clan. Those miniature mechanical clans, although they have stopped expanding, their terrifying replication ability still left a deep impression on Suyu. If these guys continue to replicate indefinitely, Suyu suspects that the entire planet can be swallowed by them. Chapter 379 Energy Concentration Technology, Interrogation of King. In Suyu's mind, a picture emerged, that is, a black fog enveloping the entire planet. In a short time, the entire planet was swallowed up by this black fog, assimilated, and also turned into a black fog planet. Then this black fog planet flew towards another planet in the depths of the starry sky, and continued its swallowing. This is Suyu's imagination, based on the performance of those miniature mechanical clans just now, reasonable imagination. Those miniature mechanical families, the speed of self-replication is too fast and fierce. If they are allowed to replicate infinitely, it is not impossible to devour the entire planet. But Suyu also knows that this matter is not that simple. The self-replication of those miniature mechanical families requires a lot of energy. It is impossible to achieve such a high-speed replication just by relying on their own energy. Previously, Suyu has been providing them with energy. If there is no energy supply, their self-replication speed will be greatly limited. Then, they also have requirements for the material level. If it is ordinary matter, it cannot be replicated, and most of the planet is ordinary rock soil, which obviously cannot meet their requirements. Then, after they have replicated enough copies, they need to consume a lot of computing power to complete the coordinated control. The more copies, the more they are controlled. The harder it is to control them. If there are too many of them, they may even lose control and devour themselves. In addition, the individual strength of each replica is too weak. If they really reach the planetary level, they will self-destruct just by the friction and gravity between themselves. Under these restrictions, it is very difficult for them to achieve the level of planet devouring that Suyu envisioned. Suyu could not solve this technical problem for a while. It is impossible to let these miniature machines devour the entire planet. Their level basically reached the 5th level. Suyu didn't have that ability yet. But Suyu knew these restrictions only under normal circumstances. And those miniature mechanical families acted entirely on inexplicable instincts. Maybe at some stage, they would awaken some instincts, break through all these technical difficulties, and become monsters that devour planets. Although the probability of this happening was very low, so you had to pay attention to it, and needed to study it carefully. Nono, what do you think of them? So you asked Nono next to him, asking Nono what he thought of the miniature mechanical family. After Nono evolved, he was actually very excited, but because Suyu was busy, he resisted the urge to speak. Now when he heard Suyu ask, he said excitedly, "These guys seem similar to my mechanical factory. But they seem to be a little worse, and they seem to be more powerful. How strange." Nono is now at the 4th level. His personality has not changed much, but his strength and vision are far better than before. He also saw the changes that happened to the miniature mechanical clans. It can see that these miniature mechanical clans are somewhat similar to its mechanical factory. Nono's mechanical factory ability is to absorb part of the power of the Shining Sun blueprint, which can transform into billions of mechanical cells to form a mechanical factory. Rapidly manufacture mechanical creations. And those miniature mechanical families, actually, are similar, also composed of countless replicas, forming miniature production lines, synthesizing food. But if you look deeper, the details are different, even huge. This makes Nono very confused. Not bad. Not bad, you are very accurate. So you casually praise Nono. Nono and those miniature mechanical families are indeed very different. Nono's ability can be traced, it is recorded in the Yuri blueprint. Those miniature mechanical clans, however, are inexplicable, all relying on the so-called original steam. Hearing Suyu's praise, the little guy Nuo immediately became happy, and threw his doubts behind his head. And Suyu looked at the miniature mechanical clan, who were studying dark cuisine, and fell into deep thought. After watching for a while, Suyu's mind moved, and mobilized a trace of energy. This trace of energy is only 1-star level. Even the energy of an energy coin, they are many times more than it. Suyu concentrated his mind, concentrating and compressing this trace of energy. With continuous compression, this trace of energy is no longer visible to the naked eye, but its energy density is constantly increasing. Finally, this trace of energy has become as fine as a macromolecule, which is the limit of Suyu's control. Concentrated to this extent, its energy level, in fact, has far exceeded its original level. It is also far beyond the limit that those miniature mechanical families can reach. Suyu took out a metal ingot, and then gently waved the energy wire towards the metal ingot. It seemed that nothing happened. However, Suyu knew that at that moment, the metal ingot had been cut into 2 halves by the energy wire. But the cut was too fine. It was a molecular level cut. So the 2 halves stuck together again after the cutting was completed. Suyu took the metal ingot, slightly bent it, and it was divided into 2 halves. TSK. I learned another trick. Suyu sighed in his heart. This move can also be used in battle. It is very concealed, and has strong lethality. A single energy filament is not very powerful, but Suyu can prepare thousands of them in advance, forming a net that can be released instantly to cut the enemy into countless pieces. Even if the enemy does not die, it will be seriously injured, giving Suyu an opportunity. This move is estimated to be very useful when Suyu and the Ghost Emperor start the battle. Suyu had never expected that he would learn such a powerful move from that inconspicuous miniature mechanical clan. The move that could make a 4th level strongman take the initiative to learn it showed its exquisiteness. This is another extreme of the extreme efficiency that Suyu had learned before, and they can be used at the same time. Extreme efficiency plus extreme concentration can use the least energy to achieve the greatest power. The technology that makes me feel exquisite is the instinct of those mechanical clans. It's really mysterious, Suyu thought to himself. The more sophisticated this extreme concentration technology is, the more bizarre it seems. How did those mechanical clans obtain this technology? It's because of Wang, Suyu said softly. Those mechanical clans became the concentrated form they are now because Wang melted them into the hell furnace. And the hell furnace is something Wang made, and any changes in it, naturally, it is related to King. It seems that King turned those mechanical people into what they are now, not only to torture them, but also for other reasons. Obviously, King still has many secrets, which are worth digging into. Thinking of this, Suyu sank his spirit into the prototype of hell, where King was still enduring the torture of hell and screaming. Beside it, there were also companions such as the Lord of Heavenly Punishment City and the mechanical guards, suffering together. Among them, Wang screamed the loudest. The others almost no longer had the strength to scream. It seemed that Wang was still very energetic, and it seemed that he had not been completely defeated by the pain of hell. Suyu had been waiting for Wang to be defeated by the power of hell's pain, and then he would torture him and ask him out of his secret. For a top-level, fourth-level warrior like Wang, Suyu could not forcibly invade his consciousness to get the memory. I can't use the power of nothingness to brainwash. I can only use this method. Suyu thought that Wang would soon be unable to bear it. But it seems that this guy is very resistant. After so long, it is still very energetic and has not collapsed. Maybe it is because it has practiced the way of hell's pain and has strong resistance? This is difficult. Unless Suyu really starts to practice the way of hell's pain and exerts it to the extreme, with his strong talent. He could easily control the king. But if that happened, Suyu would fall into the trap of the painful evil god, which Suyu did not want to do. But could he just wait like that? Suyu observed the king for a while, and suddenly exerted his strength. He tried to use the energy concentration technology he had just acquired to concentrate the hell pain power. The hell pain power was very special and different from ordinary spiritual energy. Suyu was not sure whether this technique would work. Fortunately, Suyu soon discovered that it worked. The originally somewhat loose power of hell pain, under Suyu's control, was constantly concentrated, and in a short time, it formed a molecular-level energy filament. Suyu controlled this pain filament and tried to poke Wang lightly. Ah! The earth-shattering scream almost broke out of the prototype of hell. Wang's scream before was actually more of a curse, a way to vent pain. But at this moment, its scream was a pure scream, an instinctive scream that was beyond the limit and unbearable pain. Suyu saw this, smiled slightly, pulled out the thread of pain, and then concentrated it again. This time, it was two. Half an hour later, the king, who was still strong and energetic, had a dull look on his face. Suyu's figure appeared in front of it. Tell me all your secrets, Suyu said coldly. In his hand, he held thousands of painful filaments. With just one move, they could all be inserted into Wang's body. Wang saw Suyu. Fear flashed in his eyes, and he nodded quickly. Under the concentrated power of pain created by Suyu, even as tough as Wang was, he finally succumbed. Then, it sent a message to Suyu. Suyu did not receive the messages directly, but took out an information terminal to receive them. Then used this terminal to interpret it. Suyu had interpreted the memory of the tyrannical evil god before, and he knew that for a being of Wang's level, even simple memory information would be extremely dangerous. Not to mention, Wang was quite strange, and he could actually create a 5th-level hell furnace. Its memory information must be more dangerous. So Suyu was very cautious. Facts have proved that his caution was right. Wang's information, very amazing. Moreover, it is highly contaminating. The information terminal that Suyu used to receive information was corroded in a short time and disappeared rapidly. However, before disappearing, it still decoded some fragments of information and transmitted them to Suyu. This information, after being translated by the terminal, has lost most of its danger and can be safely received by Suyu. After Suyu received the decoded information, his face suddenly changed. He looked at Wang and said coldly, "Try again." After that, Suyu took out another terminal, ready to receive Wang's information. The mechanical equipment just corroded too quickly. Suyu only got a little bit of information that was decoded. But it doesn't matter. Wang is still here. There are plenty of terminals, and if we try a few more times, we can always decode the information completely. Hearing this, Wang struggled. It seems that when this kind of confidential information is transmitted for it, it is a big burden. Seeing this, Suyu immediately inserted the painful thread in his hand into Wang's body, and the terrifying scream sounded again. After a while, when Wang calmed down, Suyu said coldly again, "Continue. Don't let me say it again." This time, Wang did not dare to delay at all, and quickly sent out the information again. And Suyu used the information terminal to receive and interpret it again. In an instant, the information terminal, it was corroded again. Suyu waved his hands and took out another information terminal. Continue. This torture lasted for a whole day. Finally, Suyu let Wang go after almost torturing him to death. After all, this guy is the energy core of the Hell Mecha. If he really dies, it will be difficult to deal with. And Suyu has already obtained enough information, so there is no need to torture him anymore. Suyu left the Hell prototype and fell into a long period of contemplation. He was thinking about the information he had just obtained. This information was very shocking, and he had to digest it carefully. There is such a thing. According to the information Suyu obtained, King's secret was really extraordinary. This matter started 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, King had his mind liberated by the mechanical god, and was influenced by the aura of the tyrannical evil god, and became tyrannical and cruel, and started a massacre of humans, and even wanted to exterminate all humans in the world. Later, the mechanical god could not stand it anymore, and trapped him in the materialized space. King was naturally unwilling to be trapped there. So in the first 100 years, he made many attempts. Most of them ended in failure. But there was one attempt that really succeeded. That attempt created the current king. The content of that attempt was quite bizarre. King, at that time, he wanted to try to obtain the power of time and travel through time and space. Going back to the time when he was not trapped. He would be able to escape. And he might even kill the mechanical god. This guy's thinking is similar to that of the enemy demon. And his starting point is much higher than that of the enemy demon. Because he was originally a 4th level strongman. Then, with his dedicated research, he quickly made progress and really designed a time ability, and tried to transform and recast himself to achieve this function. However, although he has strong combat power, he is not good at mechanical manufacturing. His transformation of himself ended in failure, and even destroyed most of his body. He only had half of his head left, which was also because of this. Chapter 380 Letter to the Future. Star Devourer. 10,000 years ago, King had just started the rebellion. Although he was injured in the battle, it was not as serious as this. Only half of his head was left, which was entirely due to the sequelae of his failed self-transformation experiment. That failure was a terrible time explosion. The so-called time explosion is King's way of guiding the chaotic time turbulence in the subspace. He forced it into his own body, trying to merge it, giving himself the power of time. In the end, he couldn't bear it and exploded. This explosion was not on the material level, but on the time level. In the explosion, chaotic time raged in King's body, causing most of it to disappear forever. This disappearance cannot be made up by normal means, even if it uses precious materials to cast new body parts after installing it. It will soon disappear again. This greatly reduced its strength. If it were not for the essence of the 4th level, it would hardly be able to suppress its mechanical guards. From a powerful king to a cripple with only half a head, King was extremely frustrated and angry. However, it soon discovered that this failure was not without any gains. It seemed that in that explosion, it seemed to have gained some special abilities and a little incomplete time power. It can actually feel the flow of the long river of time. The mechanical god constructed the long river of time in the materialized space. Originally, this long river could only be observed by the mechanical god himself, but after that explosion, Wang can also see it faintly. However, although Wang can see the long river of time, he cannot touch it, cannot interfere. The time power it obtained is too weak, too incomplete. But this still makes Wang extremely excited, which means that its theory is feasible. It was only because the technology was not up to standard that the transformation failed. If there were a 4th level mechanic to help him, he would definitely be able to realize his idea. But now, it was too late to say anything. Even the body was destroyed, and it was impossible to conduct a second experiment. Wang did not give up completely after all. He continued to study hard, and wanted to find out the reason for all this. After research, Wang had a bold guess. That is, the part of the body that disappeared, in fact, it was not truly annihilated, but was blown into the past or future, or into other timelines, by the explosion of time turbulence. Those bodies, in a sense, are still connected to it. The newly installed parts will also be attracted to the past or future for some reason and disappear in the current time. After understanding this, Wang was extremely excited. As long as he could find a way to get back the lost body, it would definitely be able to obtain the complete power of time, break this material space and escape. However, after a few hundred years, the excitement of King completely cooled down. In the past few hundred years, it tried various methods, but all failed. Not to mention finding a complete body. It couldn't even find a part. Moreover, in the past few hundred years, its body became weaker and weaker. If it continues like this, it will fall to the 4th level. At that time, Can it still be the lofty king? Those subordinates? I'm afraid they will rebel immediately. In this situation, the helpless king made one last attempt. This attempt was to write a letter to his future self, or anything else, to ask them to help him. King did this by separating a part of his spiritual consciousness. This part of spiritual consciousness contained some information for help. Then he used precious materials. A batch of parts for the machine were cast. In these parts, there are chips that store information. 1. Seal the spiritual consciousness that it separated into these parts. Then, it installed these newly cast parts on itself. As expected, these newly cast parts also disappeared soon, and were sent to a timeline in the past or future by the defective power of time. However, unlike the parts that disappeared in the past, this batch of new parts contains the spirits separated by Wang. These separated spirits have no ability to think. Their only use is to carry information and travel to the past and the future. These are letters. Letters of help that travel through time. In the materialized space, there is no way to contact the outside world. But Wang came up with this way to contact the future. Then all Wang has to do is wait quietly. This attempt by Wang, Suyu also knew. This is a way to verify time travel. Write a letter to your future self or someone else. Invite future time travelers. Come and communicate. If there is a time machine in the future, theoretically, as soon as this letter is written, there will be a future time traveler who will travel back. But this is just a theory. Even if there is a time traveler in the future, why would they care about you? Normally, writing such a letter, nothing will happen. However, the king, at that time, due to years of failure and weakness, had become somewhat insane, so he made such an attempt. However, on the day of making this attempt, King actually succeeded. However, King did not see the time traveler from the future. It was in its sleep, received some information. The original king does not sleep. On the day after writing this letter, it actually felt sleepy, and then fell asleep. In its dream, it seemed to see a ball of black light, which taught it a lot of knowledge. Among them was the knowledge of condensing the mechanical family's imprint, the knowledge of cultivating the power of pain, the knowledge of casting the hell furnace, and the knowledge of repairing the sunshine mecha. After waking up, Wang was very excited and immediately began to experiment with the knowledge he had gained in his dream. After reading this information, Suyu fell into deep thought. He had not expected that the experience of King was so bizarre. It wrote a letter to the future, and then something in the future responded to it, giving it knowledge and power. That's why there was the king, who had fought Suyu before. Even the repair of the Yuri mecha was taught to it by that thing in the future. When the Yuri mecha was destroyed, most of the body was completely annihilated. Only a few pieces of debris flew away. Among them, a core fragment pierced through the defense set by the mechanical god, and fell into the materialized space. King. According to the guidance of the dream knowledge, this fragment was excavated, and then, the technology of the hell furnace was used to repair and drive it. If Suyu had not carried the fragments of the giant god soldier's command, it would have really succeeded. Now, this knowledge has all been taken advantage of by Suyu. This knowledge from the future, it also has the time corrosion property. So the information terminals that Suyu used before will disappear. However, after being translated by the information terminal, these knowledge have lost their danger, allowing Suyu to master them safely. Theoretically, Suyu can use the fragments of the giant god soldier's command in his hand, and these knowledge from the future to repair the sunshine mecha and reproduce the scene when the king god descended to the world. According to the knowledge Suyu obtained, the sunshine mecha, a powerful creation of the 5th level, it has a characteristic that any fragment of it contains all its information. As long as the corresponding technical means are used, it can be completely repaired with a fragment. Of course, to achieve all this, it requires a huge amount of energy, time, and energy. Wang planned for 10,000 years, and finally managed to restore the Yuri mecha. As a result, just after a while, Suyu took control of it. It was also a tragedy. But Suyu didn't have that much time to waste. I can only look for another opportunity. Compared to repairing the giant god soldier mech, the most critical issue now is, what did Wang attract with that letter to the future? The painful evil god? This is the biggest possibility. This evil god, who has not yet come to the world, turns out to have such a great influence on the timeline. 10,000 years ago, he had already transmitted power to Wang. In his dream, This made Suyu's heart tighten. This painful evil god is really powerful. It can actually span 10,000 years and affect the past. Suyu even suspected that when Zhang Chifeng and the tyrannical evil god fought, this painful evil god might have just watched coldly and even attacked. The worst thing is that this evil god has set his sights on Suyu, and the attention Suyu receives is far greater than that of the king. Suyu is now worried that he will also be transmitted in a dream one day, and his temperament will change drastically after waking up. However, after thinking carefully, this possibility is actually not very high. If the painful evil god really had such ability, why would he let that rotten flesh eye recruit Suyu? He could just brainwash him. It is estimated that for this great evil god, traveling through time to influence the past also has its limits and is subject to many restrictions. After all, he has not yet been truly born. In a sense, the painful evil god does not exist at all. At some point in the future, this evil god will truly take shape and become a terrifying subspace god. An evil god that does not exist yet, they are so scary. I don't know when will this evil god be born. It may be 10,000 years later, or tomorrow. Suyu's heart was heavy. If the painful evil god is born tomorrow, it will be over. If it is born 10,000 years later, there is no need to worry. With the speed at which Suyu's strength is improving, after 10,000 years, he will have improved to an unknown degree. It is not Suyu who should be afraid. It was the painful evil god. Is it because of this reason that the future painful evil god tried to recruit the current Suyu? All of this is unknown, and we can only wait and verify it slowly in the future. The interrogation of King ended here, and Suyu got what he wanted. The various weird things on the miniature mechanical clan were also explained at this time. The various weird things on the miniature mechanical clan were not because of the technology sent back by the future painful evil god. The technology they used was actually obtained by Wang from the core database of the Sunlight Mech when he was repairing it. According to the information obtained by Suyu, the Empire at that time had a terrifying weapon called the Star Devourer. The Star Devourer is actually a terrifying number of nano-machines. These nano-machines can devour any matter, replicate themselves infinitely, devour planets, and destroy everything. In the Imperial Army, it is also a forbidden weapon. After all, the Empire conquered the starry sky for colonization, not destruction. But those nano-machines, they swallow everything. If they swallow everything, what will be left? Even after swallowing too much, these nano-machines will have program errors, and will swallow humans together. This kind of program error is inevitable, because these nano-machines use subspace technology. And with the chaotic nature of subspace, coupled with the number of nano-machines at the trillion level, this kind of chaos and error is bound to happen. These terrifying weapons, when reaching a certain number, will inevitably devour their masters. So this is an ultimate weapon of mutual destruction. Fortunately, this kind of nano-machine, after devouring and splitting to a sufficient number, will fall into self-devouring and killing each other. Otherwise, if they are allowed to grow infinitely, it is estimated that it will be a cosmic disaster no less than the Deep Space Ghost. 1. These miniature machines were transformed into this form, also to reproduce the Star Devourer, as a trump card. But it was not used in the end, which benefited Suyu. 1. These miniature machines were not used in the end, not because it had a change of heart, but because the technology it obtained was incomplete, and the nano-machines it made were simply copycats, and did not have the power of the original. After understanding all this, Suyu made up his mind, we must not allow those miniature mechanical clans to expand and replicate again. Although they are just knockoffs. If there are enough of them, who knows what will happen? This is a terrible weapon that was taboo in the human empire 10,000 years ago. If we study it carelessly, Suyu might kill himself or even swallow up the entire planet. Suyu thought of this and looked up. He found that those miniature mechanical clans were still synthesizing various strange pieces of meat honestly. Give it to the descendants of the mechanics to taste. With the guidance of those foodies, the pieces of meat they synthesized now look and smell like real meat, not as weird as before. As for how it tastes, looking at the distorted expressions of those foodies, you can tell that they are not very optimistic. Suyu smiled slightly. It seems that letting them synthesize food is a good choice. At this moment, the entire mechanical city shook slightly. Suyu's heart moved slightly. I know that this is the place. The mechanical city started earlier, heading to the base of the giant god army, preparing to devour the building materials there, and achieve evolution. The mechanical city is flying fast, and it has arrived at this time. However, to be precise, it has not really arrived yet. The base of the giant god army is surrounded by mountains. If you want to get in, you have to fly into the sky and cross the mountains. So you looked at the clouds in the sky. If you cross the mountains, with the size of the mechanical city, it is inevitable that it will come into contact with the clouds in the sky, and the body of the tyrannical evil god in the clouds. So, let's dig. So you gave an order in his mind. Suddenly, the mechanical city rumbled and vibrated. Under its chassis, a large number of drills were extended, aimed at the high mountains in front of them, and began to dig. Chapter 381 Requirements for the Fifth Order Ritual, Population Dispute. Boom! The mechanical city was like a giant beast, showing its terrifying fangs at the mountain. A large number of huge drills, with a diameter of hundreds of meters, formed an array, and were about to bite the mountain in front of them fiercely. However, just when the mechanical city was about to start, Suyu stopped it. Because Suyu had a sharp eye, he saw something moving on the surface of the mountain. Those things, some invisibility methods were used. But in front of Suyu, it didn't work very well. Suyu concentrated his mind, and the scene in front of him was rapidly enlarged. He immediately saw those squirming things clearly, but they were a group of humans. These humans were all wearing black armor, and black air was steaming on their bodies. Suyu looked at the black air on their bodies, and felt very familiar. It was the breath of high-level phantom energy. Are they the subordinates of the Phantom Emperor? Suyu said secretly in his heart. Apart from the Ghost Emperor, no one else can use high-level ghost energy. This Ghost Emperor actually sent people to the Giant God Army Corps' base, outskirts, wanting to cross the mountain and enter it. I don't know what he wants to do. There are quite a lot of people in this group, several thousand people. The strength of the armor on their bodies is very high. All of them are 6-star top. There are even a few who have the aura of 7 stars. Suyu was a little surprised. Where did the Ghost Emperor find so many subordinates? Could it be that the ministers of his empire were also revived with him? No. Those criminals are also among them. Suyu found some familiar faces among the Ghost Emperor's subordinates. But they were criminals among the residents of the settlement. They were driven out of the mechanical city by Suyu and fell to the ground. In this short period of time, some people actually hooked up with the Ghost Emperor's subordinates, and now even wore 6-star psionic armor. However, psionic energy has a strong corrosiveness. Although these people have greatly increased their strength, their faces are not particularly good. There were tens of thousands of criminals who were driven out of the mechanical city by Suyu. But there are only 1,000 or 2,000 here. I don't know where the rest are. It seems that the Ghost Emperor has a high demand for population. These criminals are not good people. But he is willing to take them. No wonder. The Ghost Emperor himself is not a good person. And taking in a group of criminals is nothing. He is just revived. I guess he wants to rebuild his empire. And now he is short of manpower. So he will take anyone. Just as Suyu was thinking, the residents in the city, sensing the movement, hurried out. They saw the huge drill exposed outside the mechanical city. And they were all amazed. Such a huge mechanical creation is a miracle. And the roar of the engine shows the beauty of industrial machinery. They first admired the huge drills, and then looked at the high mountains in front of them. They immediately understood what Suyu wanted to do, and they were all excited. I didn't expect that such a powerful machine would be hidden under the mechanical city. Mr. Suyu wants to dig through this mountain? Of course. It's really powerful. There is a mountain in front of him. But he just digs through it. This is the power of machinery. The power of mankind. These drills look so powerful. But why hasn't Mr. Suyu started yet? Everyone was talking about it. They all wanted to see it. With the scale of the mechanical city, once it was excavated, it would not be a tunnel at all, but the entire mountain would be cut off and dug down. The power to move mountains. This kind of miraculous engineering, in this era, no one had ever seen it, so they were naturally very excited. However, Suyu was reluctant to start excavation, which made them confused. At this time, Suyu came back to his senses from his thoughts, and with a thought, on the distant mountain, those hidden subordinates of the Ghost Emperor directly appeared. Then they flew up involuntarily, and in a blink of an eye, they flew to the mechanical city, and floated in front of Suyu. These people were immediately horrified. They had seen the mechanical city flying from afar before, and were shocked. They quickly hid their bodies, and prepared to dodge. In the end, they were still discovered by Suyu, and easily caught. These people were all wearing armor, and each of them was powerful, and there were even a few 7-star strongmen. But in front of Suyu, he is as weak as a child. Although Su Yu has just been promoted to the 4th level, he is only 10 stars, but because of various secrets, his strength cannot be measured by ordinary 10 stars at all. In front of him, ordinary 7-star strongmen, unless they reach a certain number, are not much different from ordinary people. This Su Yu seems to be as strong as the Emperor, or maybe even stronger. Is it that the Emperor has not fully recovered yet? Even the Emperor does not have such a sense of oppression. These subordinates of the Ghost Emperor, suspended in the air, unable to move, could not help but compare Su Yu with the Ghost Emperor. The result of the comparison was that Su Yu was no worse than the Ghost Emperor, and even stronger. You are the subordinates of the Ghost Emperor, right? Su Yu asked softly. We are all subjects of the Ghost Emperor. You are Mr. Su Yu? What do you want to do? The subordinates of the Ghost Emperor, led by a 7-star strongman, suppressed his fear. He asked. Su Yu heard them admit their identities, nodded, and said, What are you doing here? Hearing Su Yu's question, the man's eyes flickered, and he hesitated to speak. It seems that, although he is afraid of Su Yu's power, he dare not disobey the order of the Ghost Emperor, and dare not reveal the information. However, Su Yu did not need his answer. At the moment Su Yu asked the question, he had already used his data ability to forcibly invade the brains of these people, searching memories. After all, they are enemies, Su Yu will not be polite to them. Su Yu is now extremely powerful. His mental power is transformed into data information. Silently, these people did not find anything wrong. They had already been searched by Su Yu. But the Ghost Emperor is worthy of being a veteran strongman from 10,000 years ago. He is well prepared. In these people's brains, some kind of encryption program is set. If the key information is touched, their brains will be detonated immediately, destroy all the information. Even if it is non-critical information, there are some errors and misleading information, which makes it difficult for people to obtain real information even if they search their memories. Fortunately, Su Yu's research on memory and information is also very profound. He killed the enemy demon and obtained professional information related to memory. In addition, as a materialized mechanic, he is also strong in the field of data. In a short time, he has studied the brains of these people. He tried various methods of cracking and decryption. In a short period of time, Su Yu's mind calculated hundreds of millions of times, without triggering the detonation program, and obtained some key information in the brains of these people. Su Yu then realized that the mission of these people was to enter the site of the giant god army corps, and then transform and develop it into a new city, and become the new capital of the Ghost Empire. These people were just here to explore the way ahead. After investigating the situation here, the Ghost Emperor will come here in person. As for why the Ghost Emperor gave up his original nest, and wanted to come here to build a new capital, Su Yu didn't know. These people themselves may not know the real reason. Only the Ghost Emperor himself knows his own purpose. In addition to this information, Su Yu also obtained a key piece of information in the entire Ghost Empire. In addition to the Ghost Emperor himself, there are really other people who have revived together. Among them, there are 10 generals, 3,000 guards, and 1,000,000 troops. The people in front of Su Yu are all members of the 1,000,000 troops. These people were sealed and dormant by the Ghost Emperor before his death. Until now, the Ghost Emperor has revived and awakened them. Among these people, the stronger they are, the stronger the seal is, and it takes more time to unseal them. Even the Ghost Emperor himself has not fully recovered to his prime. They are really ancient strongmen who have revived. There are various difficulties in completely recovering. However, the 1,000,000-strong army, most of which are ordinary psychics, is not so troublesome. Now most of them have been unblocked. These thousands of people are one of the elite regiments. They came here to explore the way, but unfortunately ran into Su Yu, and were wiped out by Su Yu. The strength of the Ghost Emperor is really amazing. Su Yu digested this information and sighed in his heart. At this time, he knew the strength of the Ghost Emperor for the first time. How powerful is it? The exact strength of the Ghost Emperor himself is unknown, but his subordinates, the 10 generals, are all at the 4th level. 3,000 guards, all have 7-star strength or above. 1,000,000 troops, each with 6-star armor. This is the true strength of the Ghost Empire. The 7-star army that Su Yu has been thinking about has already been realized by the Ghost Empire 10,000 years ago. This information, the encryption level is not high. It seems that the Ghost Emperor deliberately wants to tell Su Yu. Maybe he wanted to scare him. But Su Yu was not too surprised that the Ghost Emperor had such strength. He was able to unify the planet, establish the Ghost Empire, and even trick the tyrannical evil god. How could he be weak? Suyu could not be frightened by such strength. You go. Suyu said again. Those people did not answer Suyu's question, but Suyu had already got the answer. Since that was the case, there was no need to keep them. Then Suyu moved his mind. And these people flew out again, far away from the mechanical city, and landed on the ground. When the Ghost Emperor sneaked into the mechanical city, although he had bad intentions, he did not kill anyone. Suyu captured his men, and returned the favor by letting them go back safely. As for those criminals, there will be a day of reckoning sooner or later, so there is no need to rush. Before the Ghost Emperor's men could react, they felt a powerful force. Then the scenery in front of them quickly receded. When everything calmed down, they were already hundreds of kilometers away from the mechanical city. Although the distance was so far, the miracle city suspended in the sky was still in sight. They looked at the mechanical city in the distance with a look of disbelief. We are not dead? That Suyu didn't kill us? And let us go! They all knew that the Ghost Emperor and Suyu were enemies. Before coming, the Ghost Emperor had given orders to be careful of the mechanical city and Suyu. When they were caught by Suyu, they thought they were dead, but they didn't expect that they could escape alive. This Mr. Suyu is also a person of the same level as the Great Emperor, and he seems very kind. After sighing for a moment, these people immediately set off and flew away quickly. They were worried that if they stayed here too long, they would attract Suyu's attention. Although Suyu was kind, but they had to know what was best for them. Otherwise they would be courting death. After sending them away, Suyu ordered the mechanical city to start digging. Boom! The mechanical city could not wait any longer. And now that it received the order, the huge drill array started immediately. In an instant, a large piece of the mountain was dug out, as if a gap had been gnawed out by a giant beast. The residents of the mechanical city, who had seen Suyu suddenly grab a group of people and said they were the subordinates of the Ghost Emperor, were all surprised. Then Suyu let them go again, which made them even more confused. But they did not dare to ask more questions, and they all focused their attention on the excavation project at this time. They saw a mountain thousands of meters high, in front of the mechanical city, and a large part of it was dug out in a blink of an eye. And they were immediately amazed. This is really the power of moving mountains and filling the sea. I don't know if it can fill the sea, but I have seen it moving mountains. At this rate, within a few hours, a mountain will be dug out. When have they ever seen such a grand scene? Naturally, they were amazed. Especially the huge man-made machinery, forcibly digging the natural mountains. This feeling of changing the world made everyone feel proud. But Suyu himself was a little indifferent. With his current strength, as long as he was willing to spend time, he could blow up the mountain with his bare hands, so he naturally wouldn't be excited. At this time, Suyu was still thinking about the Ghost Emperor. Why did the Ghost Emperor send people here? Still want to move the old nest here? Moreover, before his death, the Ghost Emperor actually left some means behind, sealing millions of his subordinates. Now with his resurrection, they are all unsealed, seemingly to rebuild the Ghost Empire. It must have taken a lot of energy and resources to seal millions of subordinates for 10,000 years. The Ghost Emperor must have some secrets behind this effort. It's not that the Ghost Emperor is addicted to power and wants to be the emperor. He wants to drive his subordinates to show his power and do good deeds. I guess it is related to the ceremony of promotion to the 5th level. Suyu knows very well that for a strong man like the Ghost Emperor, the things that he attaches so much importance to must be related to promotion. The Ghost Emperor is already a strong man among the 4th level. And if he is promoted again, he will be the 5th level. These 1 million subordinates are probably preparing for the ceremony of promotion to the 5th level. Does his ceremony require the establishment of an empire that unifies the planet? Or does it require a large number of people to be sacrificed? Suyu guessed in his heart. Suyu didn't know much about the 5th level ritual. He tortured Wang, but he didn't get anything out of it, because even Wang didn't know. Wang had been promoted to the 5th level briefly before, but that was by repairing the Yuri mecha, and then merging with it. This method is suitable for it, but not for Suyu. The Ghost Emperor is a human, and Suyu can refer to his methods. The 5th level strongman is called the planetary level. Does it mean that, at this level, the ritual has also reached the planetary level? Need to unify the world? Completely control the power and strength on the planet? Also, is this giant god army site also related to the ritual? Chapter 382 Level Up, Forge Armor, the day of the battle is coming. Level 5 is called Planetary Level. Its ceremony is also Planetary Level, This is a very reasonable inference. The ceremonies that Suyu had experienced before were not actually large in scale. But now, he suspected that the ceremony of level 5 would not be so simple, but a planetary level ceremony with the planet as the stage. Promoting level 5, this kind of thing is very important to Suyu. After all, the tyrannical evil god is at level 5, Zhang Chifeng is also at level 5, and the Shining Sun Mecha is also at level 5. If Suyu wants to achieve his long-cherished goal, to break through the blockade and head to the starry sky, he must also break through level 5. Although he has just been promoted to level 4, and is still far from level 5, and doesn't even know what the ritual is, he has already started to think and prepare in advance. I don't know, does all level 5 rituals have such requirements, or is it only the Ghost Emperor's ritual? While Suyu was thinking, the mechanical city had already started to work at full capacity, digging madly at the mountain. Soon, a huge gap was dug out of the mountain. Later, it was even broken in the middle, exposing the ruins of the giant god army inside. The mechanical city hurried to the ruins of the giant god army, where it had its feast. However, just as it flew over, the mountain that had just been dug behind it actually changed. The mountain actually began to wriggle, as if it was going to return to its original state. Suyu looked at the wriggling mountain and was shocked. The mountain actually wriggled very little, almost undetectable. But who was Suyu? He could not hide any movement, and he immediately discovered this slight change. Suyu quickly scanned his mind and carefully observed the wriggling. He found that the wriggling was not caused by any spiritual power. It is pure natural geological activity. According to Suyu's calculation, it will only take more than 2,000 years for the mountain that was cut off by the mechanical city to grow again. Normally, geological activity is measured in millions, or even billions of years. It only takes more than 2,000 years, which is already very fast. Sure enough, this place is not ordinary. No wonder the Ghost Emperor wants to move his nest here. Suyu looked at the wriggling broken mountain and said to himself, although he didn't understand why this geological activity was caused, but it is definitely not a bad thing. After all, this is where the giant god army chose to station. And the Ghost Emperor is also optimistic about this place. But now, this place belongs to Suyu. The mechanical city did not know that Suyu had thought so much. It directly pounced on the ruins of the giant god army and ate and drank at the remaining buildings. Eating, of course, was to devour the building materials in the ruins of the giant god army. The materials here are all high-quality goods. For the mechanical city, it is a great tonic. After swallowing these materials, the strength of the mechanical city will definitely take a big leap. The mechanical city not only swallows building materials, but also extends a long mechanical drill to go deep underground to collect magma from deep underground. The underground here is only 1,000 meters deep, but there is magma flowing. This place is like a crater, but there is no sign of eruption. These magmas, for the mechanical city, seem to be some kind of tonic, which makes it very eager. However, after drinking it, it did not transform the substances in it into its body. Instead, it stored the magmas and even maintained their temperature. The core of the current mechanical city is a magma lake, like the core of a planet. However, Suyu observed that the magmas seemed to be just ordinary substances. But the mechanical city was very eager, and no one knew what it was doing. Even it itself could not explain it clearly. It only knew that the magma had a special meaning to it. Suyu could not find the answer, and could only think that it was special here. The mechanical city's eating lasted for a full 10 days. During these 10 days, it devoured all the building materials of the entire giant god army ruins, and even drank a belly of magma. And then it was finally full. It actually fell into a deep sleep. It's going to evolve. Suyu was a little surprised. Originally, he was worried that there were not enough building materials here, and was thinking that after devouring the materials in the ruins of the giant god army, he would set off to the Ghost Emperor's lair, devour the building materials there, and resolve the battle between the two. But now, there is no need to be so troublesome. The mechanical city directly began to sleep and evolve. And in these 10 days, those miniature mechanical people, with the help of the descendants of the mechanics, successfully synthesized normal food. Although the variety is not rich enough for the time being, there is no problem with the taste and nutrition. This means that the mechanical city has entered a new era. A new era where there is no shortage of food. As long as there are basic raw materials and energy, there will be endless food. Everyone in the entire mechanical city no longer has to worry about food. This is a great feat for humans in any era, and it is a great event worth celebrating. When Suyu announced this, the whole city was excited, and everyone shouted Suyu's name. Living in this era, who doesn't understand the importance of food? They naturally know the significance of this achievement. Gain 10,000 professional experience. In this excited atmosphere of the whole city, Suyu once again gained a lot of professional experience. Millions of people, the enthusiastic emotions, and devout reverence of nearly 10 million people were transformed into professional experience, allowing Suyu's giant god soldier mechanic level to continue to improve. And the degree of improvement was far greater than before. In fact, Suyu had always gained experience from these residents. After experiencing so many things, they more or less worshipped Suyu as a god in their hearts. However, Suyu never preached publicly, and these people's beliefs, in fact, it is still at a very shallow level. At this level, it is better to say that it is admiration than belief. This level of belief does not allow them to be deeply bound to Suyu, and will not be affected by the belief in their emotions and independent thinking. This is what Suyu wants. He does not want to cultivate a group of charlatans who can only pray. However, the price of such a shallow belief is that Suyu's strength will improve very slowly. The giant god soldier mechanic has 100 levels, and the experience required for each level is. They are far better than before. Since he was promoted, he has only been promoted one level, and most of it is due to the experience provided by mechanical believers. In the giant god soldier mechanic, Suyu can regard mechanical creations as believers and gain experience from them. Nono, Hell Mecha, Mechanical God, etc. are constantly providing experience for Suyu. However, their number is too small, and the experience is naturally small. And those residents, the experience they provide, it can be almost ignored and is useless. But now, after coming to the ruins of the giant god army, the experience provided by these residents has increased by more than 10 times, allowing Suyu's level to increase rapidly. This is really a treasure land. Suyu felt his level increase, and couldn't help but sigh. All these changes are the result of the ruins of the giant god army. The environment here seems to accelerate his cultivation. The experience he gained from the residents increased 10-fold and 100-fold. At this time, he had a metal disc in his hand, which was the navigator for the new recruits of the giant god army. At this time, the navigator showed a complete map of tens of thousands of kilometers around. And at the location of the giant god army's ruins, a big red dot was marked, which kept flashing, and no one knew what it meant. Suyu asked Galaxy War Armor, but Galaxy War Armor couldn't explain it clearly. Is it someone from the royal family? Suyu looked at the man's navigator and fell into deep thought. This navigator had a great origin. Suyu had heard about it from Galaxy Armor. This navigator belonged to a new recruit with a special origin. This new recruit's navigator could actually connect to the Empire Star Tower to provide navigation. You know, every time the Star Tower is activated, it will burn planet-level energy, but it provides navigation services for a new recruit. Even now, this navigator can still receive navigation signals. It is unknown where the new recruit came from, and why the navigator recognized Suyu as its master and provided services to him. Even now, the navigator is still working. It seems to be displaying some signals, but Suyu cannot understand what it wants to express. And the Galaxy Armor cannot explain it either. It has only heard of things like star towers, and has never come into contact with them. The signals displayed on the navigator also indicate the special nature of the ruins of the giant god army. Forget it. Let's concentrate on training and prepare for the battle with the Ghost Emperor. Suyu put away the navigation device, and then began to concentrate on training. He and the Ghost Emperor agreed to fight in 3 months. Now almost half a month has passed, and there are more than 70 days left. In these more than 70 days, Suyu is ready to improve his strength as much as possible to prepare for the battle. Facing an old and powerful man like the Ghost Emperor, Suyu did not dare to neglect it. Suyu's training is naturally not an ordinary training. He asked the mechanical god to help, adjust his fate, put him in a state of enlightenment, and quickly upgrade his level. This was the method Suyu used before the battle with King. At that time, Suyu made a rapid breakthrough in a short time. Now, Suyu used this method again, but the effect was not as good as before. Because Suyu has now been promoted to the 4th level, the difficulty of upgrading has increased greatly. At the same time, the strength of the mechanical god has declined. After all, he changed his body, and now he is only at the 4th level. But it is better than nothing. With the devout admiration of nearly 10 million residents, and the help of the mechanical god to adjust his fate. Suyu's level is improving every day. Probably one level a day. Suyu calculated the speed of improvement. In the past 70 days, he could only improve more than 70 levels, which is not far from the maximum level of 100. Unfortunately, Suyu originally wanted to upgrade the giant god soldier mechanic to the maximum level before the decisive battle. However, being over 70 levels is not bad. Enough for Suyu to be completely familiar with the power of this level, and to facilitate the decisive battle with the Ghost Emperor. Moreover, in these 70 days, Suyu did not do nothing except practice. While practicing, he distracted himself by making mechanical armor for others. He had long wanted to build a 7-star armor army. Now that the conditions are in place and he has some free time, he can naturally start. In fact, Suyu did not need to do this personally. Instead, Suyu handed it over to Nono, who did it for him. Nono's mechanical factory was already able to automatically produce 7-star mechanical armor. In the city, if someone had accumulated enough energy coins and materials, they could find Suyu and start forging armor. However, there was a limit on the number of 7-star armors Nono could forge, because these 7-star armors relied on sharing Suyu's subspace field to have the power of 7 stars. And this sharing, there is a limit on the number. But because the demand is not large, it is far from reaching the upper limit for the time being. Moreover, even if Nono reaches the upper limit, as Suyu's strength increases, the number he can share will also increase, so there is no need to worry too much. To be honest, Suyu was a little surprised at first, but now, because the evil god is about to wake up, and the threat of the Ghost Emperor, the mechanical city is in a state of lockdown, so people are not allowed to go out at will. How did these people accumulate so many energy coins? Loans? That would require a down payment. After a little understanding, Suyu realized that these guys started trading, financial and other economic activities in the city, some of them with good brains. Made a lot of money from it, and that's how they earned the money for the down payment. After all, in the previous global mining, many people earned a lot of energy coins, although on average, it was far from enough for everyone to build a 7-star battle armor. But if it is concentrated on a few people, it will be more than enough. As long as the energy coins are concentrated through transactions and finance, it can supply some people. Some strong people do not understand finance and business, so they openly bid for funds and let others sponsor them. When they get the 7-star armor, they will return the favor and double the sponsorship. Nearly 10 million people are trapped in a city and cannot go out. In order to improve their strength, they dared to think of any idea. Suyu had a lot of fun watching them. Suyu also knew that these people had a sense of urgency and wanted to improve their strength as much as possible. In this way, time passed day by day, Suyu's level improved day by day, and the number of 7-star battle armors also increased. Finally, more than 70 days passed. In these 70 days, Nono had already limited the number of 7-star 100, 8-star 50, 9-star 30 that it could produce. Consumed completely. The 39-star places are especially precious, so everyone in the mechanical city scrambled for them. In the end, the ones who got them were basically the senior executives like Tai Long. This was because Suyu secretly gave them the green light, otherwise they really couldn't get them. Of course, giving the green light is giving the green light, but the money still needs to be paid. The 9-star mechanical armor is many times more precious than the 7-star one. These senior executives, at this time, each of them has lost everything. They still have a lot of debts, which may take 100 or 200 years to pay off. However, they are all in high spirits, wearing 9-star armor. And even if they are fused with Nono, they can be temporarily upgraded to the 4th level. With such power, who wouldn't be happy? The mechanical city has also gained more than 100 3rd-level combat forces, and even 30 temporary 4th-level combat forces. I thought the Ghost Emperor's men were strong before, but now it seems that I am not bad either. Suyu is very satisfied with the improvement of his men's strength. He moved, left the mechanical city, and flew quickly towards the distant radiation land. Today is the day he and the Ghost Emperor have an appointment to fight. Chapter 383 Return to the Land of Radiation. The real radiation city. In the past 2 months, the Ghost Emperor actually sent people to the mechanical city and brought a communication device. Then Suyu used the communication device to talk to the Ghost Emperor and determine the location of the battle. The location is in the Ghost Emperor's lair, Radiation City. Suyu was a little surprised about this result, but he also agreed happily. Going to the opponent's lair to fight, it must be a huge risk, after all. The other party has the advantage of terrain. But Suyu will not be afraid. Moreover, the Ghost Emperor will also risk his lair being destroyed by Suyu. This is mutual. If two 4th level strongmen fight fiercely enough, they may destroy the ecology of a continent, or even destroy the entire land gang directly if the fight lasts longer. If they meet in the Mechanical City, Suyu will not be happy, but if they meet in the Radiation Ghost City, Suyu just wants to see the scenery there. The last time Suyu went to the Radiation City, he just took a look and was discovered by the Ghost Emperor, and then ran away. This time he must get back at him. Suyu's departure was not a big deal, and he only notified a few people. He was very relieved to leave the Mechanical City at this time, because the Mechanical City had begun to upgrade to the 4th level. Although the upgrade had not been completed, the defense power had been greatly enhanced by many times. In addition, Suyu left the mechanical god in the city, and he could use psychic scanning at any time. Even if the Ghost Emperor and the Rotten Flesh Eye invaded at the same time, they could quickly discover it and resist it for a while. Enough to wait for Suyu to return. The rear was safe, so Suyu could go to fight with peace of mind. Flying in the air, Suyu thought about what the meaning of this challenge was. When the Ghost Emperor challenged Suyu to a fight, Suyu agreed casually, because he had just broken through the 4th level. His self-confidence was soaring, and he was worried that he had no strong enemy to test his skills. The Ghost Emperor challenged him to a duel, which was exactly what he wanted, so he didn't think much about it. Now, after such a long time, Suyu had already sensed something was wrong. The Ghost Emperor's challenge must have a deep meaning, and it was very important. Suyu estimated that it must be related to the ceremony of the Ghost Emperor's promotion to the 5th level. As for whether there was any other deep meaning, it was unknown. Suyu was alert and decided to wait until he got there. If there was anything wrong, if he discovered any conspiracy, immediately go all out, use all your strength. In the past 2 months, in addition to normal training, he actually prepared some powerful trump cards. However, those trump cards are still kept in the Mechanical City to guard against external enemies. But if Suyu needs them, he can summon them at any time. Because Suyu's materialized space, in the past 2 months, has been improved. The Radiation Land and the Mechanical City are tens of thousands of kilometers away, but they are still within the signal range of Suyu's materialized space. In other words, as long as Suyu is willing, he can summon all kinds of forces in the Mechanical City to his side at any time through the materialized space. Although he is fighting alone, he actually carries a large army with him. The entire Mechanical City, tens of millions of people, are his backup. The power of this materialized mechanic is really convenient. When the giant god soldier mechanic reaches the maximum level, I must upgrade it to the 4th level first, Suyu said secretly in his heart. The signal range of the materialized mechanic, there is still a limit. If it can be promoted to the 4th level, it is estimated that it can cover the entire world at will, and even spread to outer space. Just as Suyu was thinking, suddenly black fog rose in front of him. It was the Radiation Land. Suyu was very fast. After flying for a while, he crossed the distance of more than 10,000 kilometers. He looked at this long-lost Radiation Land. His eyes condensed and rushed in. In the Radiation Land, it was still the same as before, with black fog everywhere. However, Suyu found that these black fogs, now it is completely different from before. These black mists are actually high-level psionic energy. With the ability of the Ghost Hidden Blade, Suyu can sense that the concentration and intensity of these psionic energies have increased many times. Moreover, when he was flying in these black mists, he felt that there were countless eyes staring at him. These eyes contained powerful spiritual power, which made Suyu alert. He knew that this was the will of the Ghost Emperor. These psionic mists, it is no longer a dead thing without knowledge or consciousness, but has life and thinking. It turns out that all the phantom mist in the entire Radiation Land is controlled by the Ghost Emperor. This phantom mist covering a radius of thousands of kilometers is actually equivalent to another body of the Ghost Emperor. Suyu was secretly shocked. This phantom mist covering a radius of thousands of kilometers. I don't know how much high-level phantom energy it contains, but it is all controlled by the will of the Ghost Emperor. The strength of this Emperor, it is indeed powerful enough. In this Radiation Land, the energy of the Ghost Emperor is almost endless, and he has an absolute advantage in the terrain. If Suyu fights the Ghost Emperor here, he will suffer a great loss. Suyu paused slightly, as if he was hesitating. In the depths of the Radiation Land, in a dark golden palace, the Ghost Emperor sat on the throne, and suddenly smiled slightly. Just now, he discovered Suyu's intrusion, so he extended his will over. Staring at Suyu, he gave Suyu a warning. Seeing Suyu hesitate now, he immediately showed satisfaction. It seems that this young strongman is still too young after all, the Ghost Emperor said to himself. But at this moment, his face suddenly changed. Because he found through his ghost energy that although Suyu's body slowed down, there was no hesitation or fear on his face. Instead, he showed a faint smile. What is he smiling at? A question flashed through the Ghost Emperor's mind. The next moment, he understood what Suyu was laughing at. Because Suyu disappeared from his perception. The Ghost Emperor was slightly shocked. In this radiation land, he was an absolute god, and everything was under his control. But Suyu, a living person, actually disappeared from his perception. This was incredible. With his rich experience, the Ghost Emperor immediately determined what happened. The first possibility was that Suyu relied on his powerful strength, forcefully blocked the Phantom Emperor's phantom energy sensing. But to reach that level, Suyu must have reached the 5th level, at least the top level of the 4th level, just a little short of the 5th level, to be able to do it. The second possibility is that Suyu relied on his strong control over phantom energy to block the Phantom Emperor's sensing. This does not require too much hard power, but requires absolute control in the phantom energy field. Phantom Hidden Blade. It is worthy of being the experimental result of the Empire 10,000 years ago. It is indeed powerful enough. The Ghost Emperor whispered the name, with a gleam in his eyes. At this moment, Suyu was turning into a ball of black fog, traveling at high speed in the same phantom black fog. At this moment, he was like a drop of water merging into the sea, and no one could distinguish it from the others. Even the Ghost Emperor, it was the same. Even if the Ghost Emperor had managed this place for tens of thousands of years, all the phantom black fog, which was equivalent to his body, was useless. Suyu cannot be found? Suyu's Ghost Hidden Blade, when it was just promoted, had no evil god origin, and no power of nothingness. The main ability was only mastered by high-level psionic energy, and the word hidden. This profession is best at hiding, concealing, especially in a high-concentration psionic environment. When he first entered the subspace, Suyu was almost discovered by the will of the tyrannical evil god, but he relied on the ability of the Ghost Hidden Blade to escape. Even the 5th-order tyrannical evil god couldn't find Suyu, let alone the Ghost Emperor. Although Suyu's Ghost Hidden Blade was still at the 3rd order, it was enough to exert the power of the 4th order in such a high-concentration ghost energy environment. The Ghost Emperor wanted to use the geographical advantage here to scare Suyu. But he was wrong. Suyu, who activated the Ghost Hidden Blade ability, also had the geographical advantage here. He won once. In the Dark Gold Palace, the Ghost Emperor shook his head slightly. He had just fought with Suyu for the first time. Suyu won. He lost Suyu's location, which meant that Suyu could come and go freely in his lair, so he naturally lost. Of course, it doesn't mean that the Ghost Emperor has no way to deal with Suyu. As long as he wants, there is still a way to forcefully find the hidden Suyu. For example, directly collect all the psionic black fog in the radiation land, then Suyu will naturally have no place to hide. But if that happens, it will be too ugly, and the Ghost Emperor will naturally not do that. So he could only sit quietly on the throne helplessly, waiting for Suyu to come. There was no other way. He didn't even know where Suyu was now. He could only wait. Fortunately, Suyu didn't let him wait too long. Soon, Suyu came to the outside of the palace and showed up. Suyu looked at the palace in front of him, slightly surprised. The last time he came to the radiation land, he didn't see this palace. He only saw a giant palace that was thousands of meters high and hundreds of kilometers in radius, located in the center of the radiation land. The main color of the palace is dark gold, which matches this dark radiation land very well, but it does not look dark, but has a sense of nobility. The palace is composed of countless halls, high-rise buildings, temples. Various buildings are stacked in a complicated manner, but not messy at all, but well-arranged, magnificent, and majestic. Suyu is used to seeing high-rise buildings, and does not understand any classical architectural design, but at a glance, he feels that the design here is exquisite. It was obviously designed by a master. Such a huge palace, in terms of scale, is not inferior to Suyu's mechanical city. It is called a palace, but in fact, it can accommodate tens of millions of people. The difference between it and the mechanical city is that it does not fly to the sky. I don't know if this palace has the function of flying to the sky. It seems that this is the real radiation ghost city, the palace of the Ghost Emperor. I didn't see it before, because it was buried underground? So you looked at the palace and thought. The last time he came here, he saw a big pit. Now it seems that the pit is buried with the palace. Now the Ghost Emperor Su Fu has dug the palace out from the ground. Just as Su Yu was thinking, the gate of the palace opened. The main gate of the palace was hundreds of meters high. When it was opened, a thunderous sound sounded, and light shone from behind the door, which looked like the entrance to the kingdom of God. After the door opened, a series of black jade-like steps were revealed behind it. There were tens of thousands of steps, which seemed to reach the sky. At the top of the steps, there was a hall. It was estimated that there was the location of the Ghost Emperor. Then, two teams of warriors wearing black armor lined up from behind the door, and stood on both sides of the door. Su Yu looked at the two teams of warriors and felt a chill in his heart. Each of the two teams of warriors had 100 soldiers. Each of them was a top-level 9-star warrior. These warriors, reticent, nodded slightly to Su Yu, seemingly inviting him to climb the steps and head to the main hall. This is probably the so-called Imperial Guards, as expected, so powerful. As expected of a great emperor, it's really impressive. Su Yu looked at the scene and said to himself. Then he strode forward, walked up the steps, and headed towards the main hall. He walked forward without any hurry and looked around at the same time, as if he was on a tour. The two sides of the steps were not closed, and the scenery in the distance could be seen. Su Yu saw that in some palaces in the distance, there were many curious and vigilant eyes staring at this side. There were many people living in this palace, and it seemed that there were far more than the so-called million-strong army. There seemed to be many civilians. They might also be some technicians, or relatives of the soldiers. In terms of number, there were actually millions, which was not even less than the population of the mechanical city. Before his death, the Ghost Emperor was well prepared, and he actually sealed so many people. In this palace, there lives a country. Su Yu said to himself. It seems that the Ghost Emperor has already told his subjects about the battle between them. So now these people are looking at Su Yu from afar, looking at this lunatic who dared to challenge their emperor. These people, who have been sealed by the Ghost Emperor until now, are all absolutely loyal and confidants. Their reverence for the Ghost Emperor is probably similar to the reverence that everyone in the mechanical city has for Su Yu. No, it should be stronger. After all, Su Yu is not an emperor, nor does he use any brainwashing methods. And the Ghost Emperor's subjects have long been trained by him to be extremely loyal, without any second thoughts. Su Yu can sense strong emotions in the eyes of those people, which are hostility, vigilance, and disgust. Moreover, as Su Yu climbed the stairs step by step, this emotion became more and more intense, and even brought pressure to Su Yu. As the saying goes, if you are pointed at by thousands of people, you will die without any disease. Being hated by a large number of people of the same kind, the psychological pressure on people is very huge. What's more, Su Yu is now not only pointed at by thousands of people, but also pointed at by tens of millions of people. That kind of pressure is no longer just psychological, but also real pressure, and even becomes something like psychic energy, which makes Su Yu feel more pressure every step he takes. Interesting. Su Yu felt very fresh about this kind of pressure. All along, he was a savior when facing his peers, enjoying respect and trust. But now he is being treated hostilely by so many people, which is an unprecedented experience. Moreover, this step also has some tricks, which can turn invisible emotions into real pressure. Chapter 384 The Secret of the Fifth Stage. Su Yu's Choice. Su Yu keenly sensed that the pressure was not only due to the emotions of the crowd, but also due to the factors of this step. This step could transform invisible emotions into some special power. This transformation reminded Su Yu of when Wang merged with the sunlight mecha. In a moment, his emotions could change gravity and air pressure. Although this step had not reached that level, but there was also a hint of that flavor. It seems that I really came for the right thing this time. Su Yu slowed down his pace, carefully sensed the emotional pressure and the energy changes in the steps, and began to calculate the principle in his mind. In the hall, the Ghost Emperor sensed that Su Yu was walking slowly on the steps, like taking a walk, and was somewhat speechless. His step was also a show of force, and he thought that Su Yu would have some reaction, but Su Yu did react, but they actually studied it. In fact, the steps have accumulated the imperial majesty of the Ghost Empire 10,000 years ago, and have already had a hint of the fifth order pressure. After being activated by the emotions of millions of people in the palace, they can faintly change the physical rules of reality. Even a fourth-order strongman, facing this step for the first time, will feel a huge pressure, and even have difficulty in taking a step. But Tsuyu has even faced a real fifth-order Yuri mecha. Although the pressure of this step is strong, but for Tsuyu, it just felt a bit new. Finally, Tsuyu walked up the stairs slowly, and finally came to the door of the hall. Then, he saw the Ghost Emperor sitting on the throne in the hall. Boom! The two people's eyes met. The invisible sights collided in the air, and lightning and fire were collided out of thin air. It was the powerful mental power of the two people colliding in the air, causing energy fluctuations. Is this the real body of the Ghost Emperor? Tsuyu looked directly at the Ghost Emperor, and found that he was not much different from the clone he had seen before, except that he was more majestic and had a stronger aura. From the Ghost Emperor's sight, Tsuyu sensed a terrifying power. The battle between the two had already begun. For a strong man of the 4th level, just by making eye contact, he could use more than 50% of his strength. If the opponent was too weak, he could be killed by just the sight. This eye contact, it's not just about psychic power, mental strength, but also about will, thinking, calculation power, and other deeper things. This is really a look that can kill. And Tsuyu faced the murderous gaze of the Ghost Emperor and walked forward step by step. In the whole hall, in addition to the Ghost Emperor, there are many people, all of whom have a strong aura. They are probably the civil and military officials in the Ghost Dynasty. These people are at least 3rd-level strongmen, and there are even a few 4th-level ones. They saw Tsuyu and the Ghost Emperor exchanged glances, and neither of them lost. They were all shocked, in their minds, on this planet, except for the long-dead Zhang Chenfeng. No one could be compared with the Ghost Emperor. Then suddenly Tsuyu appeared, and he seemed to be on par with the Ghost Emperor. How could they not be shocked? Even the Ghost Emperor was slightly shocked. His spiritual will, which had accumulated for 10,000 years, could not suppress Tsuyu. How could he know that Tsuyu's mind and spirit, after many expansions, had far surpassed the original level, and were not inferior to what he had accumulated for 10,000 years, and even surpassed it? Tsuyu walked to the center of the hall, looked around at the civil and military officials around him, and then looked up at the Ghost Emperor and said, "Okay, stop staring. It's useless." Tsuyu was a little uncomfortable with the Ghost Emperor's behavior. This guy seemed to be a bit pretentious. This method of killing by glaring can actually only be used to bully weaklings. It is useless for strong people of the same level. When Tsuyu and Wang fought a life-and-death battle, they never used this method. The Ghost Emperor just glared at Tsuyu, either because he looked down on Tsuyu, or he was used to using this method of bullying weaklings, and wanted to show off in front of the civil and military officials. Tsuyu cooperated with him for a while, but he got addicted and kept glaring. So the impatient Tsuyu ruthlessly exposed him. The Ghost Emperor seemed a little embarrassed when he heard this, but his expression was still majestic, and he said nothing. He said nothing, but his subordinates couldn't help but said, "How dare you? You dare to disrespect your majesty." Tsuyu heard this and turned his head to see that it was a 4th-level strongman. The strongman was tall, more than 5 meters tall, like a giant. The Ghost Emperor had 10 4th-level generals under him. This giant, it is probably one of them. At this time, he was staring at Tsuyu fiercely, exuding a violent murderous aura. Tsuyu stared back without any hesitation. Boom! Tsuyu's mental power, and the general's eyes collided. Bang! 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 The general retreated several steps, leaving deep footprints with each step. His face turned pale, as if he was injured. Even his legs were weak, and he was a little unstable. This kind of mental power confrontation, once you fall into a disadvantage, will be completely suppressed, and it will be very difficult to turn the tables. Tsuyu secretly laughed in his heart when he saw this. This method of bullying is really useful when facing a real rookie. Although this general is powerful, he is really a rookie in front of Tsuyu. Seeing this general suffer a loss, the other 4-level strongmen all changed their faces, and their spiritual energy seemed to burst out. The other civil and military officials also activated their abilities. But Tsuyu retracted his eyes, looking at the Ghost Emperor. "What do you mean? Are we going to have a decisive battle here? If so, all your men will probably die." Tsuyu didn't bother to care about the Ghost Emperor's men. He came to have a decisive battle with the Ghost Emperor today. Those civil and military officials, although powerful, Tsuyu didn't take them seriously at all. And hearing Tsuyu's arrogance, those people became even angrier. What made them even angrier was that Su Yu was telling the truth. Su Yu did have the qualifications to ignore them. At this time, the Ghost Emperor finally spoke, "Retreat." Upon hearing this, the civil and military officials quickly withdrew their momentum and retreated to the depths of the hall. The Ghost Emperor continued, "Su Yu, what do you think of my palace?" Su Yu didn't know what he wanted to say, so he answered honestly, "Very good." The Ghost Emperor asked again, "What about these subjects?" Su Yu thought for a moment and said, "Not bad either." Su Yu originally thought that the subjects of the Ghost Empire were all crazy people corrupted by ghost energy. But today, it seems that they are similar to ordinary people, with reason, wisdom, and emotions. So Su Yu gave a good evaluation. The Ghost Emperor nodded, then, "If I give all these to you, would you be willing to accept them?" As soon as he said this, Su Yu was shocked. Even the civil and military officials, who retreated to the depths of the hall, were shocked. Their respected majesty actually wanted to give them to Su Yu. What was he doing? Su Yu did not take up the topic, but asked in confusion, "What do you want to say?" In Su Yu's opinion, the Ghost Emperor's various actions today were really incomprehensible. Su Yu originally came to fight today, but the Ghost Emperor had no intention of fighting except to show his power. He even asked now to give his palace and his men to Su Yu. Hearing this, the Ghost Emperor chuckled and said, "Su Yu, do you know how to become a 5th level warrior?" Su Yu's heart trembled, and after a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, "I don't know yet, but I have some guesses." The Ghost Emperor looked at Su Yu deeply and said, "I don't know yet, but I will know in the future? You are really not simple. Since you will know sooner or later, then I will tell you in advance." Then, he continued, "If you want to become a 5th level warrior, it's actually very simple, that is, completely control all the energy on a planet. No matter what profession you are, this ritual is actually the same. Level 5 experts are called planetary experts, because they are truly planetary experts. They can truly fully control a planet." The words of the Ghost Emperor were like a bolt from the blue, removing all the doubts Su Yu had about level 5 experts, making Su Yu suddenly enlightened. In the past 2 months, Su Yu had calculated the secrets of the level 5 countless times. At the same time, he had many exchanges with the Mechanical God. The Mechanical God was originally at least a 6th level strongman, and could give Su Yu a lot of inspiration. However, his 6th level was not a psychic system at all, and it was not very useful for Su Yu. Now, the words of the Ghost Emperor have finally resolved all of Su Yu's doubts. No wonder the Ghost Emperor wanted to create a radiation land, and such a vast psionic fog. It turned out that he was trying to control more energy and prepare for the promotion to the 5th level. If the Ghost Emperor can spread the radiation land to the entire planet, covering the entire planet, then he will be a true 5th level. The Ghost Emperor wanted to move his nest to the base of the giant god army corps. Probably for this reason. That base should be an important energy node on the planet. Building the nest there will be of great benefit to controlling the energy of the planet. So you even guessed more secrets in an instant? Which is, if a planet, there are 2 strong men who want to be promoted to the 5th level at the same time. What should we do? So you asked a key question. To be promoted to the 5th level, one must completely control all the energy on a planet. If 2 people want to be promoted to the 5th level, wouldn't there be a big conflict? The Ghost Emperor looked at Su Yu with appreciation and shook his head. Of course, only one can survive. Then, he continued, only one 5th level strongman can be born on a planet. And then, it will use up all its resources. This kind of resource is not ordinary energy or minerals, but a more precious resource. There is only one. No more. And it can never be regenerated after consumption. Maybe it can be regenerated, but it will take billions of years. And Zhang Chifeng did not advance to the 5th level on this planet. So the resources on this planet are still there. Su Yu, you and I both have the qualifications to compete for the 5th level. If you are willing to withdraw from the competition, I am willing to give you this palace and these subordinates. How about it? When I advance to the 5th level, defeat the strong enemy, break through the blockade, then you can go to the starry sky, find new planets, and seek promotion. The tone of the Ghost Emperor was very gentle. It was a negotiating tone, even a little pleading. It was probably because of the various tests before, that the Ghost Emperor was deeply convinced that Su Yu was really qualified to compete with him for the 5th level, and could really be on an equal footing with him. Su Yu's chances are even greater, because Su Yu was still at the 3rd level not long ago, and just recently broke through to the 4th level. As a result, he immediately became equal to the Ghost Emperor. and his future is obviously bright. That's why the Ghost Emperor was so humble, and his tone was so gentle. But Suyu heard a deep chill in it. This emperor, in such a humble manner, discussed with Suyu, which actually meant that there was no room for negotiation. Suyu either agrees or dies. Suyu heard this, chuckled twice, and then said, "I'm sorry. Suyu, always like to rely on myself. And I don't have the habit of relying on others. How about this? Give me this opportunity. Let me be promoted to the 5th level. And then I will break through the blockade. Then you can go to the starry sky and find a planet to break through." Suyu basically returned the original words of the Ghost Emperor. His choice was naturally to refuse. The Ruins planet is blocked. And basically, you can't get out unless you advance to the 5th level. And if you want to advance to the 5th level, there is only one chance. If this opportunity is given to the Ghost Emperor, then in the final battle, Suyu could only face the tyrannical evil god's body and Zhang Qinfeng's creation with the strength of the 4th level. At that time, life or death depends entirely on the ability of the Ghost Emperor, and Suyu could only leave it to fate. In fact, if the Ghost Emperor is a good friend of Suyu, the two sides have a lifelong friendship and can trust each other absolutely. So Suyu can still consider this proposal. However, the reputation of the Ghost Emperor is not very good. Suyu suspects that if he is promoted to the 5th level, he will probably turn against him immediately. The tyrannical evil god was deceived by the Ghost Emperor. Let alone Suyu. It is not Suyu's style to hand over his life and death to such a person. His refusal is natural. Alas, the Ghost Emperor heard this. He sighed deeply, seemingly with some regret. Then black gas began to rise from his body, and the terrifying pressure was overwhelming. Suyu even sensed that the entire radiation land, all the phantom energy within a radius of thousands of kilometers, was gathering towards the Ghost Emperor, infinitely gathering. So much phantom energy, gathering on one person, the energy intensity, was simply against the sky. Suyu was extremely solemn in his heart. It seemed that the Ghost Emperor had failed in the negotiation, and was ready for a hard battle. The Ghost Emperor actually didn't plan to change the venue, but fought in this Ghost Palace. He wasn't afraid of damaging it. It is estimated that for the Ghost Emperor, neither the palace nor his subordinates are as important as the promotion to the 5th level. The Ghost Emperor fought here, and he could gain some advantages, so he would not leave. Since the Ghost Emperor didn't care, Suyu would not care either. So let's fight. That's the right way. Suyu also had a terrifying pressure rising from him. The power that could move mountains and fill the sea began to gather. He was extremely excited. After being promoted to the 4th level, he finally had an opponent. He could fight to his heart's content. Both of them were peerless masters. It only took a millionth of a second to gather their power. Then, boom! The Phantom Emperor's phantom energy burst out, and he suddenly attacked. But strangely, he did not attack Suyu, but the void in front of him. Chapter 385. Suyu's new move, the Phantom Emperor's conspiracy. The Phantom Emperor's attack doesn't seem to use much energy. He absorbed the high-level phantom energy gathered in a radius of 1,000 miles, but did not use it. After the attack, there was no movement, as if he just waved his hand casually. But this attack is not without effect. With this attack, Suyu keenly sensed that the rules in the entire hall space seemed to have changed. Suyu is very familiar with this kind of rule change. Previously, when Suyu faced the king, who had integrated the Yuri mecha, the other party's emotions moved, and the gravity, air pressure, and other parameters around Suyu changed drastically. Also, when Suyu was on the steps, he was hostile to millions of residents in the palace and felt strong pressure, which was also a change of this kind of rule. In fact, some physical parameters, such as gravity, pressure, temperature, magnetic field, were affected, modified. This seems to be a powerful ability that only the 5th level has, which can affect some physical rules around at will. The original king was able to use this powerful method through the Yuri mecha. The current Ghost Emperor, I don't know how he did it, but he released this trick as soon as he made a move. Maybe it was due to the special features of this palace. Moreover, the parameters modified by the Ghost Emperor did not seem to be physical parameters, but were related to psychic energy, parameters related to the subspace. Suyu could sense that, with the attack of the Ghost Emperor, the subspace environment and the psychic environment around him had undergone unknown changes. The Ghost Emperor could even modify these parameters. even before King had not shown such ability with the help of the Sunlight Mecha. This surprised Suyu. It was not known whether the Ghost Emperor was too strong, or whether the king was too useless, and could not exert such ability. In a millionth of a second, Suyu had already thought countless times, analyzing the attack of the Ghost Emperor, and thinking about how to respond. Then, Suyu found that there was no need to respond at all, because the attack of the Ghost Emperor was not aimed at Suyu. Boom! The next moment, the Ghost Emperor blasted a figure out of the air. This figure was twisted and evil, with a diameter of 10 meters, and was suspended in the air. Suyu looked familiar. It was actually the Rotten Flesh Eye. This guy hid here at some point. Even Suyu didn't find it. After all, Suyu didn't bring the mechanical god. However, it was discovered by the Ghost Emperor, who forced it out with a blow that changed the rules. After the Ghost Emperor blasted the rotten meat eye out of the void, he immediately glanced at Suyu. Suyu immediately understood what he meant. On this planet, there is actually a third person who is qualified to compete for the 5th level position. That is this rotten meat eye. It is also a 4th level strongman, and its level is very high. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hide it from Suyu. This guy is hiding in the dark. Maybe he wants to let Suyu and the Ghost Emperor fight, and then he will reap the benefits. But now he has been discovered. His wishful thinking, naturally, can't be carried out. And the Ghost Emperor looked at Suyu. The meaning is very clear. First join forces, get rid of this rotten flesh eye, and then the two will fight again, to compete for the 5th level qualification. Suyu did not hesitate. No matter how much he and the Ghost Emperor fight, both sides are human beings. Although the Ghost Emperor has a bad reputation, looking at the millions of residents in this palace, he has protected so many people until now. And what the hell is this rotten flesh eye? If it is promoted to the 5th level, the human beings on the entire planet will be extinct, or all fall into hell. So Suyu agreed to the Ghost Emperor's proposal. The two of them joined forces, and killed this ghost thing first. At this time, the rotten flesh eye, it seemed to sense something was wrong. Its figure flickered, and it tried to hide and escape again. But it failed. It was the Ghost Emperor. His previous attack had modified the spiritual energy environment in the hall, making the rotten flesh eye's ability to hide ineffective. Good opportunity. Suyu saw that the rotten flesh eye's ability had failed, and he secretly praised it in his heart. This rotten flesh eye, which came and went without a trace, was very difficult to deal with. Now that the Ghost Emperor had broken its ability, it was a good opportunity. Suyu immediately raised his hand, his 5 fingers formed into claws, and he grasped the empty space at the rotten flesh eyes. As Suyu grasped, powerful black and white energy crushed, collided, annihilated, fused in Suyu's palm. In a short time, an unknown violent reaction occurred in Suyu's palm, like a small nova explosion. The next moment, a beam of energy intertwined with black and white shot out from Suyu's palm. This energy beam was not thick, but it was extremely strange that the black and white energy, as it flew out, was still entangled, reacting, and devouring each other. This reaction made them, even though they had already left Suyu's palm and had no subsequent energy supply, their energy intensity was still constantly increasing out of thin air, never ending. When they just shot out from Suyu's palm, they were only as thick as an arm. When they hit the rotten flesh eye, they were already the same diameter as the rotten flesh eye. 10 meters thick. Obviously Suyu had calculated it accurately. The next moment, this energy beam had already hit the flashing rotten flesh eye, completely enveloping it. There was no earth-shattering energy explosion. After hitting the enemy, this black and white beam split into countless black and white filaments, drilling in and out of the rotten flesh eye's body, destroying its body. While these filaments were destroying the rotten flesh eye's body, they were still colliding with each other, annihilation, reaction, getting stronger and stronger. This is one of the trump cards that Suyu has researched for more than 2 months. The two powerful and opposite energies, the power of pain and the power of the sun, are combined into one, and fired at the same time, thus achieving incredible power. Suyu's Hell Mech, which originally combines the power of Hell Pain and the power of the Sun blueprint. In the past 2 months, he has been constantly researching the energy cycle of this mech, and only then did he develop this move. These two energies both have some characteristics similar to perpetual motion machines, not relying on subspace. As long as the corresponding emotions, they are endless. But this endlessness also has limits, requires a will, provides them with emotions, provides a source of energy. For example, The power of pain requires intense pain, and the power of the sun requires a firm will and belief. But now, Suyu merged the two energies, letting the two energies collide with each other. Reaction, they actually use each other as a source of energy, and it seems to be endlessly enhanced. They don't need Suyu to provide emotions and energy, they can amplify themselves. This move, Suyu named Yin Yang, these two energies, just perfectly fit the definition of Yin Yang. Ah! The rotten flesh eye, when hit by Suyu's new move, immediately let out a scream. God knows what kind of feeling it would cause if the power of the sun, and the power of pain, hit the body at the same time. Anyway, this rotten flesh eye looked extremely painful. Logically, this rotten flesh eye is a subordinate of the painful evil god, and has a strong resistance to pain. But in front of Suyu's new move, it seemed extremely fragile, as if it had encountered a natural enemy, and was directly trembling all over, and seemed to have lost the ability to move. No, it burst out with powerful energy, trying to resist the power of Yin Yang. But it was useless. In a short time, its body had been corroded by Yin Yang for the most part. Suyu, you are really good enough. The great god is watching you. The rotten flesh eye suddenly squeezed out such a sentence, and then it seemed to give up resistance, allowing Suyu's Yin and Yang power to devour it. This mysterious rotten flesh eye was actually killed by Suyu in one move. However, Suyu noticed that the rotten flesh eye was not completely killed by his power. When its body was corroded by Suyu's power to the last bit left, it seems to have dissipated on its own initiative. It really disappeared, not hidden. In this hall, it can't hide. But this guy has a mysterious origin, it may not be really dead. The Ghost Emperor said. He also noticed the problem. The rotten flesh eyes are suicide. Suyu heard this and nodded. This thing is related to a certain evil god in the future. It may have dissipated on its own initiative and returned to the future. Suyu made his guess, told the Ghost Emperor. This rotten flesh eye called a great god all the time, and tried to recruit Suyu for the painful evil god. It might have traveled back from the future just like the galaxy armor. However, unlike the passive travel of the galaxy armor, this rotten flesh eye might have traveled back actively, and it should be able to go back actively. It was probably hit by Suyu's powerful attack just now, and had to end the travel early and return to the future. I went to report to the painful evil god. However, Suyu's explanation was very vague, and he did not tell the Ghost Emperor in detail about the materialized space and the painful evil god. After all, the two were still in a hostile state. Suyu told the Ghost Emperor a little information about the rotten meat eye, because the two had just joined forces. Speaking of which, this rotten meat eye, it seems that except for the ability to hide, it has no attack power, and was actually killed by Suyu in one move. Maybe it traveled through time and space, there are great limitations. Or it may be that Suyu's move is too strong, and it can't resist. After the rotten flesh eyes disappeared, Suyu's attack did not disappear. They formed black and white light balls in the air, rotating, gathering, annihilating, reacting, getting bigger and bigger, and the breath it exuded became more and more terrifying. In a short time, its diameter doubled again, and as the size increased, the breath it exuded became more and more terrifying. It seemed that it would explode at any time, blowing the entire palace to pieces. However, Suyu moved his mind, interfering with the slightest balance inside the black and white light ball, and it immediately disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the Ghost Emperor shrank deeply. The ability to modify the rules that the Ghost Emperor had just revealed was extremely powerful, but Suyu's move was not weak either, and even more destructive. And the Ghost Emperor had no idea where Suyu's move came from. What is the principle? The white light seemed to be Zhang Qinfeng's shining sun power, but what was the black light? Although he was confused, the Ghost Emperor did not ask more questions, but whispered, "It returned to the future?" No wonder, such a strange creature appeared on this planet. Then he looked at Suyu, and said in a deep voice, "Since the troublemakers have been eliminated, next, it's our turn. If I lose, the millions of subjects in this palace will be handed over to you." The Ghost Emperor's speech was quite open and above board. Suyu heard it, and said solemnly, "Of course. If I lose, the people of the mechanical city." Suyu was about to say something polite, but suddenly he felt something was wrong. He felt that the Ghost Emperor seemed to be using his words as a cover to activate some power. Not good. Suyu was shocked, and his whole body suddenly became larger. Just now, Suyu activated the Yin-Yang move, but he only relied on the power of his body. Now, he sensed the danger, and decisively used all his strength. Yao retransformation. Deus Ex Machina. After the transformation, he put on the giant god soldier mech, which was his strongest state. But it was too late. As soon as Suyu completed the transformation, he felt the void surging, the space was distorted, and the time was chaotic. The hall in front of him, the Ghost Emperor, had disappeared. Only endless strange energy bombarded Suyu, and was about to crush him into elementary particles. That strange energy, unable to block, unable to dodge, ignoring defense, directly penetrating every cell of Suyu. He could only resist. Every bit of that strange energy was enough to kill an ordinary third-level strongman. And the number was almost endless. And no one knew how many there were. Fortunately, Suyu, who was at full strength, was extremely powerful. Under the bombardment of this strange energy, he withstood it, although he was almost killed several times. And most of his body was destroyed, but he still recovered by force. After an unknown amount of time, everything finally calmed down. Where is this place? Suyu found that. He was no longer in the palace of the Ghost Emperor, but had come to an unknown place. This place was very desolate, to be precise, it was more than just desolate. Suyu found that. There was no air around him, only a vacuum, and the temperature was extremely low, at least minus 200 degrees. And there was no light, the light from Suyu illuminated the ground. And he could see only dark rocks covered with various craters. Suyu raised his head suddenly, and looked upward. If his sight was not blocked, he could see an ant on the orbit of the planet. But at this time, he saw nothing on the orbit. Only a void. Is this still the ruins planet? Where did the old bastard Ghost Emperor give me? Suyu was a little confused. And he said to himself with a bit of anger and amusement. All signs indicate that Suyu is no longer on the ruins planet. This seems to be a desolate planet, there is no air, and there are no Zhang Chifeng's creations in the sky. The Ghost Emperor made it look like a life and death battle, and said that if he failed, he would entrust millions of subjects to Suyu. But in the end, he secretly launched a conspiracy, and transferred Suyu to this inexplicable place. That old guy is indeed the one who tricked the tyrannical evil god once. He is very sinister, and you cannot trust a word he says. It is estimated that the Ghost Emperor saw that Suyu was powerful, and was not sure of winning. So he launched this conspiracy. However, Suyu was not very angry, but looked around with interest. He was curious now. Where did the Ghost Emperor send him? The Ghost Emperor actually had the means to leave the ruined star? Chapter 386 Suyu's amazing backup plan, Mechanical City and Giant God Soldier Mecha. Suyu moved, flying rapidly on this desolate planet. His figure turned into a stream of light, and quickly circled the surface of the planet. On the surface of this planet, there is no air resistance. Suyu's flying speed can be increased almost infinitely, and in a short time it increased to more than 2,000 times the speed of sound. At this speed, Suyu only took 1 minute to circle the planet, with a diameter of 11,000 kilometers. It's not a ruined planet. Suyu made a complete circle and confirmed that this was an alien planet. Although he had sensed that the gravity was completely different from that of the ruined planet, he still confirmed it with his own eyes to be on the safe side. Ghost Emperor, you actually sent me to an alien planet. Interesting. Or is this some kind of illusion? Suyu had experienced many illusions, and had reason to doubt whether he had entered an illusion now. He lowered his head, and looked at the rocky ground under his feet. But even if he exerted his full strength and stimulated his spiritual will to the limit, he could not see any falsehood. The rock under his feet was real matter, not some illusion or fake data. With Suyu's current strength, it was not so easy to create a perfect illusion that could deceive him. It was estimated that the Ghost Emperor did not have such ability. It seems to be true. Suyu said to himself, his voice could not be transmitted in the vacuum, but could only resonate in his own body. Then, he sat down on the surface of the planet, and fell into deep thought. His body was nearly 600 meters high, emitting a faint white light. Sitting on this dark and desolate land, it was like a god descending to hell, to purify this evil land. It was a pity that there were no wrong souls, or evil ghosts for him to purify, and there was not even a sign of life. This was a dead land. Suyu was thinking, and at the same time sensing. Thinking was thinking about what was going on. Sensing was sensing the subspace. Sensing his various mechanical apostles. As a 4th level strongman, Suyu had a powerful domain in the subspace. At the same time, he also had several mechanical apostles, which were highly bound to him. In theory, these two things were like parts of Suyu's body. Suyu only needed a thought to sense their positions, status and other information. But now, Suyu's perception of them is very vague. It's not that he can't sense them, but it's like they are at a very long distance. He can't sense the exact location, nor can he sense their status. He can only confirm that they still exist. So Suyu concentrated and strengthened his perception. But that vague feeling still didn't get any better, even that sense of distance became stronger. Suyu carefully distinguished this sense of distance. Gradually, he figured out a little bit of the trick. No way. Suyu looked up, looked around, and in his eyes, there was some surprise and some gloom. If he guessed correctly, the Ghost Emperor really sent him to an extraordinary place. Suyu stood up, flew up suddenly, and flew straight up. In a short time, he rushed into space and came to the orbit of the planet. Looking down at the dark planet, Suyu looked around. He found that the surroundings were even darker. Even he couldn't see what was in the darkness. There were no stars here, nor the starry sky. It seemed that in the entire universe, there was only this dead planet left. And only Suyu was the only life. Suyu looked at the planet below, using himself as a reference, and quickly calculated in his mind. The rotation period, 20 hours. The revolution period should be about 27 months. Suyu quickly calculated the orbital data of this planet. In fact, it is not accurate. After all, there is no other reference, so it can only be estimated. Although it is an estimated data, it is enough for Suyu to figure out some things. As far as I know, there are several other planets in the star system where the ruined star is located. This should be another planet in the star system. All the data match. Suyu confirmed that this should still be in the star system where the ruined star is located. But it is on another planet in the star system. Although Suyu had never been out of the ruined star before, he still had some understanding of the situation in the star system. When the radiation cloud layer was occasionally thin, he could see the starry sky from the ground. With Suyu's computing power, he could calculate the number of planets in the star system and their related orbital data with just one glance. There were 4 planets in the entire ruined star system. 3 of them were about the same size as the ruined star. There was another one. It is a giant gas planet, with a diameter 15 times larger than that of the ruins planet, and an even greater mass. Because of the data comparison, Suyu was able to confirm that it is still in the original star system. It is called a star system, but there are no stars here, nor can we sense the strong gravity of the stars. There is no star gravity, but this planet, still due to some unknown principle, is moving in an orbit, which makes Suyu even more confused. Gravity. Suyu closed his eyes and sensed. Soon, he could sense that there were several giant gravity sources in the depths of darkness. With that kind of gravity, it didn't look like a star, but probably other planets. How sharp was Suyu's sense? He immediately used this weak sense to distinguish the exact positions of those planets. Only 3. 4 planets. But now only 3 gravity sources can be sensed. Suyu was silent for a while, then flew towards one of the gravity sources. He wanted to go to the other planet to have a look. This flight, it takes a long time. The distance between the 2 planets, hundreds of millions of kilometers. At Suyu's speed, it would take a lot of time. Fortunately, Suyu has almost unlimited energy. In fact, at this time, Suyu's perception of the subspace field is very vague, and it is almost impossible to get energy from the subspace. However, he has many means. Just a Hell Mecha, the pain engine in its chest, it is equivalent to a perpetual motion machine. In a vacuum, Suyu can accelerate infinitely. Before reaching sublight speed and triggering the relativistic effect, he does not have to worry about insufficient energy. Suyu's speed kept increasing and soon reached a new high, reaching 10,000 times the speed of sound, which is almost 1% of the speed of light. At this time, Suyu stopped accelerating and was ready to go to the next planet at this speed. In fact, his speed was far from reaching his limit. But the speed is too fast. If something happens, it will be difficult to react. At 1,000 times the speed of sound, Suyu can still change flexibly. But at his current speed, any turn will be a huge burden. If he speeds up further, he really can't control it. So forget it. At the current speed, it will take at least 10 hours to cross hundreds of millions of kilometers and reach another planet. This kind of space travel is the first time for Suyu to experience it. But he doesn't feel bored. It even feels a bit fresh. In fact, he can enter the subspace and perform subspace teleportation. However, Suyu does not have the relevant professional ability, he is not a navigator, and is not good at this aspect. For short distances, he can rely on his strong strength, and try to force teleport, but now it is hundreds of millions of kilometers. If it is slightly off, he doesn't know where it is, so forget it. Moreover, the situation is weird now. Suyu can't even sense the position of his own subspace field. It is not a good idea to rush into the subspace. It is better to fly slowly by yourself. Just as Suyu began his space travel, on the ruined star, deep in the radiation land, the Ghost Emperor laughed heartily. Suyu, don't blame me. Your origin is mysterious and your strength is strong. I am really unsure. I can only use tricks to send you to that place. Your mechanical city will be taken over by me. Don't worry. I will treat your subjects well. The Ghost Emperor used conspiracy to solve his rival Suyu, and he was obviously in a very good mood. After saying that, the Ghost Emperor moved and disappeared directly on the spot. Not long after, a Dark King descended on the mechanical city. Without Suyu, the Ghost Emperor was the only person on this planet who was qualified to be promoted to the 5th level. The location of the Giant God Army Corps was the energy node of the planet. Occupying this place would help him complete the ritual. He would not let it go. And since Suyu had disappeared, this miracle city naturally belonged to him. However, when the Ghost Emperor came to the mechanical city, his expression changed drastically. Because he saw that the mechanical city was no longer a city. Because this city, in the eyes of the Ghost Emperor, was actually a curled-up mechanical giant. Giant God Soldier. Mecha. The Ghost Emperor said these 5 words coldly. That's right, in the past 2 months, Suyu, they actually transformed the mechanical city into a giant god mech. What a pipe dream. How can this be accomplished? The Ghost Emperor said with some disdain and anger. The level and size of the giant god mech are closely related. Generally speaking, the larger the size of the giant god mech, the stronger it is. The 5th level sun mech is actually only a kilometer tall. Of course, it can become even bigger, but under normal circumstances, the sun mech is a kilometer in size. 1,000-meter high mecha is already a mythical size. However, compared with the mechanical city, it is nothing. The mechanical city is a large city, and its scale is measured in hundreds of kilometers. If such a huge city is transformed into a giant god soldier mecha, how powerful will it be? That's why the Ghost Emperor said that it was wishful thinking and impossible to accomplish. In fact, it was not accomplished. At this time, the mechanical city only had its internal structure slightly adjusted. It vaguely looks like a giant god mecha. If it wants to really complete it, it must be at least level 5. So at this time, the mechanical city has extended countless mechanical tentacles deep into the ground, and is actually trying to control the energy of the planet. It is performing a level 5 ritual. Originally, it had just been promoted to level 4, and it was almost impossible to accomplish such a thing. But the size of the mechanical city is too large, and its location is also very special. It is the node of the planet's energy. So, it actually controlled the planetary energy within a radius of thousands of kilometers. From this perspective, the mechanical city and the Ghost Emperor at this time were on the same level. Is this Suyu's trump card? The Ghost Emperor looked at the curled-up giant and said to himself. He knew that this must be Suyu's advance arrangement. Suyu left, but it did not mean that on this planet, only the Ghost Emperor was qualified to be promoted to the 5th level. Suyu's mechanical city qualified too. The Ghost Emperor watched for a while, but did not make a move, but turned and left. Although the mechanical city had not really taken shape, it occupied a favorable terrain. If a fight really broke out, even though the Ghost Emperor thought he was strong, he might not be able to quickly defeat the mechanical city. Although the mechanical city alone could not defeat the Ghost Emperor, after all, the mechanical city was just a mechanical creation, and it had just been promoted to the 4th level not long ago. But the mechanical city was closely connected to Suyu. If they fight, the noise will be too loud, and Suyu might sense the exact location and run back, which will be a big problem. So, I don't believe that I can't win over a machine. The Ghost Emperor decided to ignore the mechanical city for now. It's wishful thinking for the mechanical city to be promoted to the 5th level. The Ghost Emperor just needs to ignore it. Practice with peace of mind, and control the energy of the planet. Could it be that after planning for thousands of years, he still can't win over a new machine? However, the important planetary nodes occupied by the mechanical city made the Ghost Emperor feel a little unhappy. At this time, an alarm sounded in the mechanical city. At the same time, Tai Long and other people who had a close relationship with Su Yu all sensed that Mr. Su Yu had disappeared again. Why did they say again? Because Su Yu often disappeared. They were a little used to it. But this time, it was obviously different. Because the entire mechanical city, alarms were sounded. And red lights representing danger echoed over the mechanical city. The entire mechanical city seemed to be slightly deformed, turning into a giant, standing up. However, the transformation only started, and could not continue. Something big has happened. What happened? I heard that Mr. Su Yu disappeared. There is a new task on the terminal. Mr. Su Yu asked us to increase our strength as much as possible, and at the same time help the mechanical city to advance to the 5th level. When everyone was at a loss, a new message popped up on the information terminal. It was a new mission. After reading it, everyone looked at each other in shock and confusion. At this time, in the unknown space, Su Yu, who was flying in the vacuum of the universe, faintly sensed the changes in the mechanical city. He smiled slightly, and then said to himself, "It seems that my previous arrangement has worked." The insidious guy, the Ghost Emperor, tricked Su Yu. But Su Yu was not completely unprepared. In the first 2 months, Su Yu had been transforming the mechanical city, trying to transform it into a giant god soldier mecha. This was a big project and progress was very slow. It was not until he met the Ghost Emperor and learned the secret of the 5th level that Su Yu realized where the problem was. If the mechanical city wanted to become a giant god soldier mecha, it must break through the 5th level and master the energy of the entire planet. At that time, Su Yu immediately sent a message to the mechanical city and arranged a backup plan. If he defeated the Ghost Emperor, then this backup plan would not be activated. If Su Yu encountered any accident, then let the mechanical city launch a backup plan to compete for the 5th level quota. Now, this backup plan has been activated. Chapter 387, Exploring the Planet's Underground, a familiar figure. It's going very smoothly. In Su Yu's perception, although the location and status of the mechanical city are still very vague, it is obvious that the energy intensity is increasing rapidly. This means that Su Yu's plan has been launched. The mechanical city is using the energy nodes of the giant god army's base to control the planet's energy and try to upgrade to the 5th level. In fact, if the mechanical city wants to upgrade to the 5th level, there is basically no possibility of success. After all, it had just been promoted to the 4th level. How could it be promoted to the 5th level so quickly? Moreover, Su Yu only had a partial understanding of the 5th level promotion ceremony, let alone the mechanical city. But with the help of the planetary energy, the energy of the mechanical city can be temporarily increased, improving its defense and combat power. In this way, before Su Yu returns, it can resist the attack of the Ghost Emperor, which is enough. Moreover, the fact that it is basically impossible to be promoted to the 5th level does not mean that it is completely impossible. You know, in the mechanical city, Su Yu left the mechanical god in it. This mechanical god has the ability to control fate, and is best at turning the impossible into the possible. Although the mechanical god's strength is only at the 4th level now, its essence is still there, and even Su Yu is not sure what kind of power it can exert. With the mechanical god, there is a slight possibility that the mechanical city will be promoted to the 5th level. To be honest, Su Yu is a little curious now. If the mechanical city is promoted to the 5th level before its master, what will happen? If Su Yu himself is promoted to the 4th level, he can lead the mechanical apostle to be promoted together. If the mechanical apostle is promoted first, what will happen? It is hard to say. Maybe it can be the other way around, and take Su Yu with it. It may also break away from my control and rebel. Su Yu thought to himself. He has seen the data life created by Xia Etian backfire on the master. So for this kind of thing, not too optimistic. So we must go back as soon as possible, or get promoted to level 5 before the mechanical city. Of course, this possibility is not great. Su Yu is only 10 stars now, and there is still a long way to go before the top level of level 4. It is too far to think about being promoted to level 5. At this moment, a planet appeared in Su Yu's field of vision, and was slowly rotating. At this moment, after 10 hours and 16 minutes of space flight, Su Yu had crossed a distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers. Came to another source of gravity. Here, there is indeed another planet. This planet is completely different from the previous one, which is desolate and dark. Its surface is covered with ice crystals. Su Yu observed the planet for a while in orbit, and then he moved and landed on an ice field on the surface of the planet. While landing, Suyu felt resistance. There is air on this planet. However, because it is too cold, most of the gas, all have condensed into solids. So the air is very thin. There is water, there is oxygen. And life. With Suyu's strength, he does not need any analytical equipment. He can immediately sense the general composition of the air, and the composition of the ice field under his feet. Even, Suyu sensed the breath of life. The so-called breath of life is actually emotions, thoughts, desires, and spiritual energy. As a fourth-level strongman, Suyu has no idea about these abstract things. Very sensitive. Suyu did not sense these on the previous planet, so he did not explore too much and left without hesitation. Now, sensing these things, Suyu could not help but feel happy. It seems that the environment here is not really dead, but there are living things. Even, Suyu can sense that the source of these life breaths, among them are humans. This strange place, in the dark planet, there are actually humans, which is really bizarre. Underground, very deep. Suyu lowered his head, looking at his feet, he could sense that the breath of life was buried deep underground, and very deep. It seems that all life on this planet lives underground. Suyu was not surprised by this. The surface environment is obviously not suitable for ordinary life to survive. Let's go down and take a look. Suyu thought, the magnificent and tall figure. He sank directly. His figure disappeared from the surface, sinking rapidly. For safety, Suyu did not cancel the transformation, nor did he take off the giant god armor, but went deep into the ground with a body nearly 600 meters tall. With such a large body, the resistance was naturally extremely huge, but Suyu's speed was very fast, even exceeding the speed of sound. This ice field was extremely hard in the extreme cold of more than 200 degrees below zero. But in front of Suyu, it was as soft as gas. He used powerful energy to vaporize the ice and rocks under his feet directly, so that he could achieve the effect of sinking at the speed of sound. Of course, Suyu's speed of sound was the speed of sound in the atmosphere on the ruined star, which was about 350 meters per second. In solids, there is also a speed of sound, which is much faster than the speed of sound in air. If you want to exceed the speed of sound directly in solids, the noise will be too loud, and it may cause a terrible geological disaster. This was Suyu's first time going deep underground, and he actually wanted to try it. Can I surpass the speed of sound in solid matter? But now we are exploring, not destroying. So let's forget about it. After Suyu sank, the ice and rocks that he had vaporized quickly froze again, and the top was frozen. With Suyu's speed, he soon went more than 1,000 kilometers deep underground. Here, it is no longer as cold as the surface, but has some temperature. Originally, on a normal planet, it would take thousands of kilometers to go deep underground. It is already a hot magma world. But here, it is still completely solid. Suyu estimated that, because there is no sunlight, the planet has lost its energy source, and the magma underground has also cooled down. But the temperature is much higher than the surface, about minus 30 or 40 degrees. The pressure here is extremely high, but fortunately for Suyu, it is nothing. Suyu slowed down, descended slowly, and carefully sensed at the same time. Soon he sensed, diving 100 kilometers deeper. There is a huge hole. The hole is hundreds of kilometers in radius, and there is a lot of life in it. It is a miracle that there is such a big hole in the deep ground without collapse. Suyu knew that he had found the target. He did not rush in. With his current body size, if he went in directly, it would definitely cause great damage to the structure of the hole, and it might collapse directly. As soon as he thought about it, a stream of data gushed out and drilled into the ground. Invisible data would not be hindered by the rocks underground. It was extremely fast and almost instantly crossed a distance of hundreds of kilometers and arrived at the large hole below. After entering the hole, this stream of data immediately condensed and turned into a figure, which was Suyu. He used the ability of data materialization to create a clone for himself. This clone only costs Suyu a little energy, but it also has the strength of 7 stars, which is enough to deal with many situations. Suyu's consciousness is connected to this clone, observing the surrounding situation. It's quite bright. This large underground cavity, according to Suyu's visual observation, is a flat circle with a diameter of 700 kilometers and a height of only 50 kilometers. It is not dark, but quite bright. Countless huge mushrooms grow on the rock wall, emitting a faint white light. Suyu is suspended in the air. Looking far away, you can see that all around the hole, everywhere, there are mushrooms of this kind. Those mushrooms are at least several meters high, and some are even tens of meters high. So you reached out and poked one of the mushrooms, and found that it was very hard, comparable to alloy. The mycelium of these mushrooms penetrated deep into the rock wall, and completely covered the entire large hole. It seems that these mushrooms stabilized the structure of the hole, and prevented it from collapsing. Suyu studied it with interest for a while. The conclusion was reached. It is obviously abnormal to have such a large underground cavity at such a deep depth and under such great pressure. The stability of this large cavity depends entirely on these strange mushrooms. Moreover, Suyu found the breath of spiritual energy on these mushrooms. Is it someone's ability? Suyu said to himself, looking at the empty ground. His eyesight is very good, and he can see the 50-kilometer sky. You can see the ground of the big hole clearly. It is a large plain with a diameter of 700 kilometers. There are a lot of glowing mushrooms on the plain. And there are all kinds of dark plants. Suyu has never seen those plants before. Among these plants, there are some small animals, which are also strange in shape. But they are not radioactive beasts, but normal natural creatures. There is an ecosystem here, which is interesting. Suyu thought to himself. He just watched quietly, without any other action. He was waiting for someone to show up. Suyu could sense that there was a lot of life breath 200 kilometers away. At such a close distance, Suyu could even sense that there were millions of life breaths there, and many of them were human breaths. However, Suyu could not sense more detailed information. With his naked eyes, he could only see a large area of mushrooms. It seemed that there was some powerful interference. Unless Suyu's real body comes, there is no way to break the interference. It seems that there is a human settlement there, or even a city. Suyu is waiting for the people in the settlement to appear. His clone does not hide his aura. The people in the settlement should have discovered him. Sure enough, within a few seconds, Suyu sensed 10 powerful auras approaching rapidly. Suyu's expression changed slightly. The strength of this aura is actually at the 9-star level. Moreover, why does this breath seem familiar? After a moment, 10 figures appeared in front of Suyu. These 10 figures were more than 2 meters tall, wearing heavy mechanical armor, shining with cold light, strong and sturdy, and looked difficult to deal with. Suyu looked a little strange when he saw this, because he knew the shape of these mechanical armors. That was galaxy armor. It was not the galaxy armor that had been in love in the mechanical city. It was other armors of the same model. How could there be a galaxy armor here? To be precise, it should be a galaxy warrior. These armors are not empty, but worn by human warriors. This is a galaxy warrior team. And it is an elite team. Each member has a 9-star top. Logically, such a team should have a 4th-level captain, but Suyu did not see him, and wondered if he was lurking in the dark. Who are you? Just as Suyu was thinking, the 10 galaxy warriors had surrounded Suyu, and asked him coldly. At the same time, Suyu could sense that various scanning devices and spiritual power were analyzing and scanning him. Moreover, Suyu could also feel the tension of the 10 galaxy warriors. As long as Suyu made a slight move, he would be struck by thunder from the 10 warriors. Suyu could understand the tension of the galaxy warriors. In this underground cave, it would be strange if we were not alert to the sudden appearance of an outsider like Suyu. Although Suyu's clone, on the surface, only appeared to be at the 7-star level, these 10 galaxy warriors were experienced, and did not dare to be careless at all. Who knows what Suyu was disguised as? So Suyu smiled gently and said, I am Suyu. I fell into a trap and accidentally entered this place. You are galaxy warriors, right? Why are you here? After hearing Suyu's answer, the 10 galaxy warriors looked at each other, without answering, but their vigilance and tension became stronger. Suyu knew that these warriors did not believe him, and were unwilling to reveal any information. So Suyu had an idea and took out a navigation disc, which was the navigator for the new recruits of the giant god army. Suyu always carried this navigator with him. What he took out at this time was not a fake data materialization, but a materialization space, which he took from the original body. His clone is only 100 kilometers away from his original body, so it is easy to get things. As soon as this navigation device appeared, it immediately made a beeping sound. Warning! Warning! You have left the Empire. Lost the Star Tower signal. Lost the Star Tower signal. In fact, this thing has been making such a sound in Suyu's materialized space. Otherwise, Suyu would have tried to use this thing to navigate. In this strange space, even the star tower signal, none, this navigation device has lost its function. Suyu took it out now, just to gain the trust of these galaxy warriors. Sure enough, the 10 galaxy warriors, when they saw Suyu's navigation disc, were all shocked. They obviously recognized the origin of this navigation device. Of course, it was definitely not based on appearance and sound, but some energy signal emitted by the navigation device. This navigation device has been emitting some energy fluctuations, trying to search for Star Tower. The navigation signal. These 10 galaxy warriors, looking at the navigation device in Suyu's hand, were silent for a moment, and suddenly knelt on one knee in front of Suyu in the air. Sir, we are the 27th Squadron of the Betrayal Regiment. We did not know your identity before, please forgive me. These 10 powerful warriors actually knelt directly to Suyu. It's really useful. Why didn't the galaxy armor kneel before? That idiot is really dishonest. Suyu was slightly surprised when he saw this. He had long known from the galaxy armor that this recruit navigation device was of great importance. After all, being able to use the Star Tower navigation represented a very noble status. However, he still did not expect that just by taking it out, he could make 10 powerful warriors kneel down. Although it was unexpected, it was also a good thing, saving Suyu the trouble of proving his identity. He nodded slightly. It's okay. You guys get up. Tell me, why are you here? What happened here? Chapter 388 Past Events in the Dark. The Origin of the Galaxy Warriors. In the minds of these galaxy warriors, Suyu has gone from being a suspicious outsider to being a respected Sir. Suyu naturally would not be polite and asked directly. He was in the dark now and needed information the most. The 10 galaxy warriors looked at each other, and then looked at the navigation disc in Suyu's hand, as if they were confirming something, and then the warrior with the strongest aura said, reporting to the Sir, we are. Next, these galaxy warriors detailed their experiences to Suyu, and the truth of this dark space. After a while, Suyu finished listening, and said to himself, so that's it. These galaxy warriors are actually galaxy armor's old colleagues and comrades. No wonder Suyu felt familiar with their armor. Suyu's old friend Galaxy Armor traveled from the future to this time and space. At that time, the traitorous regiment to which Galaxy Warframe belonged received intelligence that Azure Star had lost contact with the Empire and was suspected of rebellion. So the Empire sent them to investigate. As a result, when they arrived at the place on the warship, they found that they were the only team left in the entire warship. The others on the warship, including the 5th level regiment leader, had disappeared. After investigation, Galaxy Warframe and his team learned that they had traveled through time and space and returned to hundreds of years ago. But only their team had traveled through time. Over the years, Galaxy Armor has actually been trying to figure out what happened to the comrades who were on the battleship with them, and why did they disappear? Did those comrades not travel through time at all, or did something unexpected happen? Now, Suyu has figured out some things. The Galaxy Warriors in front of Suyu are members of a team in that battle group. They also traveled through time, but they did not travel to Suyu's time and space. But they came to this strange space. According to the description of these Galaxy Warriors, a great disaster broke out in this strange space. It was a terrible war, and all the stars in the galaxy disappeared in that war. In the galaxy of this space, there was also a blue star, but in that war, the entire blue star was also smashed to pieces and disappeared without a trace. When the planet was smashed, all the humans on it naturally died. After the war, only a few humans living in space stations, spaceships, and alien bases survived. Although these survivors survived, they were completely unaware of the cause and result of the war. The scale and level of that war were too high, and the fighting speed was too fast. At Suyu's level, he could fight in units of 1/1,000,000th of a second. What's more, it was a terrifying war that could shatter planets and make stars disappear. So these survivors, I don't know anything at all. The stars and planets were destroyed. The highest commander on the planet also disappeared without leaving any information. The stars had disappeared at that time. Although the gravity was still there, maintaining the orbit of the planets, there was no light and heat from them, and the whole galaxy fell into a dead silence. So the humans on the planet immediately tried to save themselves. They first went to the place where the stars were, but there was nothing there, and they didn't know where the gravity came from. After their research failed, they tried to escape by spaceship. But the whole starry sky was dark. It seemed that not only the stars disappeared, but the entire universe. After leaving the planet, there was an infinite dark vacuum, and no other planets existed. These people took the spaceship and made a subspace jump, flying hundreds of light years, but finally had no choice but to return and land on another planet in the galaxy. This planet had water and atmosphere. A base was also built, which could provide survival for millions of people. But without the light of the stars, the surface of the planet would soon freeze. In fact, for these people, the extreme cold is not a big threat. After all, with their technology, they can survive in the vacuum of the universe. The real threat is some terrifying power in the darkness. After these people lived in the base for a while, some strange things happened slowly. As long as someone is completely trapped in the darkness, it is easy to disappear. Even for the 7-star supernatural. Turn off the lights at night, and the person will be gone the next day. If the lights are on, they will not disappear. It is just that when these people sleep with the lights on, they will dream about those who disappeared in the darkness. Those people are covered in blood, in some terrible place, wailing in pain. That kind of wailing has some kind of terrible mental pollution. Being disturbed by this nightmare, many people become mentally ill. He took the initiative to walk into the darkness outside the base and never came back. Among the survivors, there were also powerful, extraordinary people who quickly found out that the source of these changes was the dark vacuum outside the planet. And that kind of power would be blocked by the planet's energy. So they began to dig underground. Sure enough, after going hundreds of kilometers underground, the changes weakened a lot. To be safe, they continued to dig down until they went thousands of kilometers underground. Then they used the ability of a 9-star extraordinary person and some biotechnology to build an underground shelter. That kind of biotechnology is the glowing mushroom that Suyu saw. With such a shelter, these people are safe. At this time, there are more than 100,000 people left, most of whom are extraordinary people, and even dozens of 7-star strong people. After these people came to safety, they were not willing to hide underground like this. They wanted to understand what happened. Why did such a disaster happen? Even if the planet was destroyed and the star disappeared, why couldn't the Empire contact them? So they started to study. Among these people, there are powerful, extraordinary people, and advanced mechanical equipment, and many means to observe what happened at the time. Soon, some people found out some of the truth. However, these people who found out the truth, for some reason, without exception, they all committed suicide soon. The research records they left behind, only garbled characters, and some bloody warnings. Before they died, they left a warning, for those who were still alive, not to try to study the truth. Otherwise, everyone would die. However, how could the survivors be willing? They continued their research, and so, died in batches. Until the last person who had the ability and courage to study also died. The remaining people were in fear, all relevant equipment and data were destroyed. Then these people lived in this underground shelter. After thousands of years, the descendants of these people gradually forgot what happened. Some of the new generation even thought that the entire universe was just a big hole with a diameter of several hundred kilometers. They even split into several forces and fought against each other. Fortunately, the 7-star strongmen had already done some research before. All of them died. For some reason, these 7-star masters did not even leave behind any related professional heritage. Even some powerful technological weapons were destroyed. The remaining people fought each other, but they were not strong enough, and did not destroy the shelter, and the population even increased. However, during the long battle, there was a psychic genius, who actually created his own profession, held a ceremony, and broke through the 7 stars. He quickly unified the entire shelter, he carried out a high-pressure rule, and abused his power. Then he found the information from 1,000 years ago, and figured out the origin of this shelter. So he wanted to leave the shelter, and see the legendary planet, and the universe. The profession created by this genius was quite bloody, and required a lot of lives to practice. He planned to kill half of the people in the shelter, increase his strength by 1 star, and then set off to the outside world. As a result, the genius's plan, before it even started, 10 tough men in mechanical armor fell from the sky. They were the 10 galaxy warriors in front of Suyu. These 10 galaxy warriors were originally on a galaxy battleship, heading to the Azure planet for an investigation. As a result, when they woke up, they found themselves suspended in a large underground hole full of glowing mushrooms, falling down. Moreover, on the ground, Many humans were tied up and bled, and a large amount of blood from living people accumulated into a blood pool. A 7-star warrior was meditating and practicing in front of the blood pool. The 10 galaxy warriors reacted quickly and realized that he was an evil superhuman. So they took action and caught him in an instant. The genius was arrogant and thought he was invincible. The records of 1,000 years ago, such as Star Wars and Galaxy Empire, were all boasting. As a result, he had no power to resist in front of the 10 galaxy warriors, who fell from the sky and was caught. 10 galaxy warriors interrogated the genius. Facing such powerful people, and there were 10 of them, the genius naturally did not dare to hide anything and directly told all the truth. Facing such a truth, the 10 galaxy warriors were confused. What a mess! These galaxy armors did not believe the genius' words easily, and immediately launched an investigation. They even went to the surface, and flew into the vacuum of the universe to verify the genius' words. Even because of the darkness in the universe, these galaxy warriors almost disappeared. It was only because of their loyalty that they took the initiative to emit golden light at the critical moment and escaped. They did not dare to neglect it, and hurried back to the shelter. Thinking hard, they were clearly on a mission. So why did they come to such a strange place? Could it be that Zhang Chifeng from the Azure Star really betrayed them, and fought with their betrayed war leader, destroying the entire galaxy? A 5th-level strongman, is it really that powerful? And even if the galaxy was destroyed, why did other planets in the universe disappear? Even the Empire couldn't be contacted? These galaxy warriors were puzzled. They interrogated the genius more carefully, and also interrogated and investigated other people in the shelter. They also carefully studied all the information in the shelter, trying to find out the truth. They soon discovered many strange things. For example, the galaxy they were in also had a blue star. However, the highest officer on the blue star did not seem to be called Zhang Chifeng, but Su Yu. When Su Yu heard this, he almost cried out in surprise. What the hell? When did he become the highest officer here? No wonder the 10 galaxy warriors reacted strangely when they heard him call Su Yu. After seeing his navigator, the attitudes of these galaxy warriors changed drastically. It turned out that their attitude changed drastically, not only because Su Yu had a navigator. It was also because Su Yu was the highest commander here. The navigator confirmed his identity. Although Su Yu himself did not know how he came to be the highest commander. Although Su Yu was surprised, he did not show it on the surface, and continued to listen to the story of the galaxy warrior. Those galaxy warriors, in addition to researching the name Su Yu, also researched many unusual things. In addition to the change of the highest commander from Zhang Chifeng to Su Yu, there are various other details in the records, which are different from their memories. Finally, they came to the conclusion that they had traveled through time. This is not the time and space they are familiar with, nor is it the empire they are familiar with. These galaxy warriors are the elite among the elites. Not only powerful, but also profound wisdom and profound knowledge. They actually found out the fact that they traveled through various clues. After studying this fact, they found it hard to accept. But they had no choice but to accept it. They quickly adjusted their mindsets and began new research. That is, how to travel back. In this time and space, no one knew what strange things had happened. And it seemed that the entire universe had disappeared. They stayed here, and could only wait to die. In the next 100 years, they tried every possible way, and conducted various research. They even took the initiative to enter the darkness. They wanted to analyze that strange power. But it was too dangerous, and they almost lost the whole army. Just when they were thinking about how to adjust the research direction, they suddenly sensed a strange breath. They were excited and alert, and they did not dare to neglect it. They went out immediately. So, there was the previous scene. After the talk, these galaxy warriors looked at Su Yu eagerly, and the navigator in his hand, and asked carefully, "Sir, please tell me, are you the highest commander of the Azure Star in this time and space?" Su Yu heard this, glanced at them, and shook his head. "I don't know either." Su Yu did not deny it directly. After all, the situation was strange, and no one knew what was going on. He continued, "You must want to know my origins. Now I will tell you." Next, Su Yu roughly told these people about his experience. Of course, Su Yu only mentioned things involving his own secrets. I won't go into details. After all, he doesn't trust these galaxy warriors that much now. After saying this, Su Yu looked at these galaxy warriors and asked, "Now, what do you think is the truth?" Those galaxy warriors, at this time, already knew that Suyu came from another time and space, and even knew their comrades, another galaxy battle armor. They knew that Suyu came from 10,000 years, knew about the tyrannical evil god, knew about Zhang Qinfeng's supreme order. In short, what Suyu said far exceeded their expectations. Chapter 389 The Truth of the Strange Time and Space, The Way to Go Back. These 10 galaxy warriors, because they were shocked, did not answer Suyu's question for a long time. Because Suyu asked them what they thought the truth was. But this truth contains too many things, such as where is this space? Why did they travel through time? Why did Suyu become the highest commander of the Azure Star? Even what Suyu said, is it true or false? They had no way to confirm it. How to answer this? Although the galaxy warriors are all elite, they think quickly, and have wisdom far beyond that of ordinary people, they still find it difficult to answer Suyu's question for a while. Suyu smiled slightly, and said, "It seems that you don't have an answer for the time being, so why not listen to my guess?" The galaxy warriors were immediately refreshed when they heard this. They have been trapped here for a long time, and have always wanted to find the truth, but it has been difficult to achieve results. Now there is Suyu. Master. It will definitely solve their doubts. And they will naturally be happy. Although Suyu said it was a guess. These galaxy warriors were very much looking forward to what kind of guess this sir would make. So Suyu said, "I suspect that this is actually a fragment of time and space. A certain possibility." In fact, Suyu had already guessed it. He had been unable to sense the exact location of the mechanical city before. And even his own subspace field. He could not sense it. This is extremely unusual. Just like a normal person, he can't find his hands and feet. He can still sense his hands and feet, but he just can't find them. It's very strange. At that time, Suyu guessed that he and the mechanical city should no longer be in the same time and space. It's time and space, not just the distance in space. Before defeating the enemy demon, Suyu had gained the ability to quantize, and then foresee the future. After he went to the materialized space, with the help of the power of the mechanical god, this ability has evolved again, directly observing the long river of time in the materialized space, and being able to influence them in a targeted manner. The long river of time in the materialized space includes the past history, the present reality, and the future possibility. According to Suyu's observation, and the knowledge imparted to him by the mechanical god, the past is unchanging, while the future is uncertain, with infinite possibilities. But no matter how uncertain the future is, it will eventually collapse into a certain reality. The current reality is unique. There is no parallel space. No multiverse. Under normal circumstances, there is only one reality. And there is only one Suyu. Before collapsing into reality, the infinite future possibilities are actually false. With the help of the power of the mechanical god, Suyu can specifically turn the desired future into the only reality, thus achieving the effect of making your wish come true and changing the fate of reality. However, that can only be limited to the materialized space. And the effect has a limit. It is not omnipotent. Once out of the materialized space, Suyu will not have that kind of power. He cannot see the long river of time in the real universe, let alone influence it. Even the mechanical god cannot do it. However, in the real universe, is there a long river of time? Is there a past and future? Is there a possible branch of future space-time? Of course there is. Moreover, the future possibilities of the real universe, it seems not so false, but true to some extent. The travel of the galaxy armor can prove this. It is just traveling back from a possible future. But it is not false, but really exists. Not to mention the god of pain, who has not yet been born. The god of pain, who has not yet been born, can actually affect the current reality, proving that although he has not been born, he also exists. Now, Suyu suspects he was sent by the Ghost Emperor to a future possibility. In the real universe, the reason why Suyu thought it was the future was because according to the knowledge Suyu had, the past and present were both unique. Only the future had infinite possibilities and could explain the situation Suyu was facing now. Of course, it was also possible that the knowledge Suyu had was wrong, but before there was new evidence, Suyu still believed that his speculation was correct. In the future possibility where Suyu is, the Azure Star is destroyed by the war, and the entire galaxy and even the universe are trapped in darkness and silence because of some kind of disaster. Because Suyu is in the future, the mechanical city and the subspace domain belong to the present, separated by the distance of time and space. It is no wonder that he cannot sense the location of the mechanical city. The Ghost Emperor did not know what means he used to send Suyu here, and it was obvious that he wanted to trap Suyu to death here. This is very effective. If Suyu had not been strong enough, and had not studied the mysteries of time and space deeply enough, I am afraid that he would not know what happened until he died. Even because of the distance in time and space, they have lost contact with the mechanical city. In that case, Suyu is not sure what the consequences will be. So that's how it is. It turns out that we have traveled to the future. And those galaxy warriors, after listening to Suyu's story, are all shocked. After they heard about the experience of the galaxy armor, I wondered if I and the others had also traveled to the past time and space like the galaxy armor. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. These galaxy warriors have come to another future. These galaxy warriors originally came from a certain future. They traveled to this time and space, which is equivalent to jumping from one possibility to another possibility. It is different from the situation of the galaxy armor. Lord Suyu, so are we real now? Or are we fake? The leading galaxy warrior, after thinking for a moment, suddenly asked a key question. Suyu looked at him with appreciation. This is a good question. The biggest threat we are facing now is, are we real? Or are we fake? According to Suyu's knowledge of time and space, the infinite possibilities of the future are basically fake before they collapse into the present. For example, someone died at the age of 20 for some reason. The possibility that this person lived to be 100 years old is naturally false and does not exist. Now Suyu and his friends are facing this situation. The time and space they are in is essentially a possibility, which should also be false and does not exist. In reality, the entire blue star has not been destroyed, and the entire universe exists well. So they live here. They are real, or is it fake? What is this space-time? Is it real or fake? Suyu continued, this space-time is essentially fake, and should disappear naturally under a certain space-time principle. You will disappear strangely in the dark, and this space-time principle is at work, hiding inside the planet. You should have relied on the planet's existence to temporarily avoid the fate of disappearance. After all, the planet is much more powerful than you. Facing that kind of space-time principle, resistance is stronger. But this is only temporary. If we don't find a way out, sooner or later, the entire space-time will disappear completely, and then we will all cease to exist. After listening to Suyu's words, the galaxy warriors took a deep breath and said respectfully, Lord Suyu, what should we do? Suyu chuckled and said, no hurry, let's wait and see. Although this space-time is destined to disappear, there should still be time left for us. Don't be too impatient. Faced with such a desperate situation, Suyu didn't seem to be too worried. His relaxed attitude infected these galaxy warriors, making them feel relieved. They secretly sighed in their hearts, as if he was a big shot with the authority of the Star Tower. He was indeed extraordinary, and there was a world of difference between him and ordinary warriors like them. Although Suyu had said before that he was not the highest commander of the Azure Star, these galaxy warriors still did not dare to neglect him, and kept calling him Sir. Because Suyu was still holding the navigation disc, that thing is not something that ordinary people can have, and the one who can use it must be a big shot. Take me to visit here first, Suyu said again. The galaxy warriors heard this, and came back to their senses, and hurriedly said, yes, sir. Please follow us. These galaxy warriors respectfully led Suyu and flew away. Soon, Suyu followed them through an invisible barrier. A city appeared in front of him. This city, which was completely different from the mushroom style next to it, was an advanced modern steel jungle. In the city, residents drove various mechanical equipment, walked around, and even flew around. The mechanization level of the entire city was not worse than Suyu's mechanical city, and might even be higher. Previously, with Suyu's strength, he was unable to sense the details of this city. It can be seen that in this city, there must be extremely advanced shielding equipment. Lord Suyu, this is the city we built after we came here, unifying all the population. Before we came, the civilization here had almost degenerated to the tribal era. The galaxy warriors pointed at the city and introduced it to Suyu. Before the galaxy warriors came, the people in this underground cave had almost forgotten the glory of the empire. With so few people, there were many forces fighting back and forth. Later, when the genius ruled, many people were slaughtered again, causing the civilization here to almost turn into a primitive society. After these galaxy warriors came, they naturally couldn't stand it. While investigating and studying the truth of this time and space, they helped these humans build civilization. Now it seems that the results are very significant. Each of these galaxy warriors is powerful and knowledgeable. Any one of them can lead an advanced technological civilization if thrown into a primitive planet. It is not surprising that they can build such a city. If it were not for the strange environment on this planet, the scale of this civilization would definitely be even larger. Suyu carefully observed the city and thought to himself that these are the elite warriors of the Empire. They are not only good at fighting, but also the seeds of civilization. After observing it, Suyu seemed to be thinking about something, then nodded with satisfaction and praised, "You did a good job." These galaxy warriors heard this. He said solemnly, "Everything is for the glory of the Empire." After that, they seemed to be relieved, and completely regarded Suyu as a leader who came to inspect the work. Now that they have been recognized by the leader, they are naturally relieved. Next, the galaxy warriors led Suyu and landed in the tallest building in the center of the city. This building has a strange shape. It doesn't look like a residential building, but rather some kind of drilling equipment. And, as soon as Suyu entered, he felt a strange energy. At this time, the galaxy warrior introduced, "Master Suyu. This is the shielding tower we built based on the technical data left here. It can extract some energy from the underground and form a shielding shield. In recent years, the strange power in the darkness has a tendency to penetrate underground. Every year, a few people disappear in the darkness. So we have been studying shielding methods. The survivors here, although their civilization has degenerated, still retain some past technical data. We found the technical data of this energy tower in the data and built it. Since the construction of this shielding tower, no one has disappeared in the darkness. It seems that the device that previously shielded Suyu's induction was this tower. Hearing that this tower can extract some energy from the ground to achieve the shielding effect, Suyu's heart moved. Is this planetary energy? He thought for a moment. Then said, "Let me see the technical data." The galaxy warriors heard this and quickly handed Suyu a chip. Suyu took the chip and quickly read the information in it. Sure enough, just as he thought, this tower extracts planetary energy. In other words, the planetary energy that needs to be mastered to advance to the 5th level. Not long ago, Suyu just learned the concept of planetary energy from the Ghost Emperor. He knew that only by fully mastering all the energy of a planet to be promoted to the 5th level. A planet naturally has energy, such as geothermal, wind energy, water energy, and so on. However, the planetary energy required for promotion to the 5th level is actually different from these natural energies. The affairs of the extraordinary are naturally related to psychic energy. Controlling the energy of the planet naturally means controlling the psychic energy of the planet. Does the planet itself have psychic energy? Of course it does. The entire planet also has a projection in the subspace, and it is very huge. When Suyu fought the Lord of Tianfa City before, he had seen the subspace projection of the ruined star. However, the planet itself has no consciousness, and the psychic energy brought by its subspace projection is very thin and hidden. Just like air. People cannot see the air when they are in the air, and can only see its existence when they come out of the atmosphere. Previously, Suyu was in the gap between the subspaces, and he could see the subspace projection of the ruined star. But after leaving the gap, I never saw it again. To control the energy of the planet, you must first be able to sense it, which is a huge difficulty in itself. The location of the Giant God Army Corps is an energy node, where the planetary energy is particularly rich, so the Ghost Emperor wants to fight for it. In fact, if it weren't for the Giant God Army Corps, with Suyu's current realm, it would be difficult to sense and control the planetary energy. But now, this shielding tower can actually extract the planetary energy and form a shield? Suyu had thought about it before, how to travel back when he was trapped in this strange time and space. One of the ways is to master the planetary energy and to advance to the 5th level. Chapter 390 Planetary Energy. New plan. Suyu had seen the power of the 5th level, and knew that at that level, even if one was not a time-related profession, one would have a strong control over one's own destiny. Although it does not mean that one can travel through time and space at any time and change one's destiny at the 5th level. There must be great limitations. But at least, if Suyu really advances to the 5th level, with the help of his connection with the mechanical city, returning to the original time and space will definitely not be a problem. After all, the Ghost Emperor, who is only at the 4th level, was able to send Suyu here. If Suyu breaks through the 5th level and cannot go back, then his promotion is in vain. However, Suyu also knows that it is extremely difficult to break through the 5th level, and it can even be said to be wishful thinking. He only knows that to break through the 5th level, he must control all the energy of the entire planet. As for more details, he basically knows nothing. It is too unrealistic to want to be promoted with just this little knowledge. So before, Suyu was just thinking about it casually. But now, Suyu saw this energy tower, and the related technical information, but he couldn't help but think about it again. The technology used by this tower can actually extract the energy of the planet. Suyu doesn't have such ability. If this technology is used, can he realize his idea, advance to the 5th level, and return to the original time and space? Thinking of this, Suyu hurriedly read and studied those technical information carefully. After a long time, he sighed slightly in his heart. It's not that the technical data is not detailed enough. In fact, the technical data gives a detailed introduction to planetary energy. According to the data, not every planet has planetary energy. Just like there are ordinary people and extraordinary people among humans. Planets with planetary energy are like extraordinary people among humans, which are actually quite rare. This kind of planet is suitable for human survival and reproduction. Humans born on this kind of planet, the probability of giving birth to extraordinary people is also greater. And different planets, the energy intensity, actually also varies. Like this desolate planet, the planetary energy is very weak. According to the classification in the data, the energy intensity of this planet is only equivalent to the top level of the 4th level. This 4th level is the level of the planet, which is different from the 4th level of humans. This 4th level means that this planet can only breed 4th level extraordinary people at most, and cannot produce 5th level strong people. Suyu wants to rely on it to advance to the 5th level. That's hopeless. However, it's not completely hopeless. Planetary energy is not static, but can be cultivated and strengthened, just like human superhumans, who can become stronger through meditation and practice, and improve their superhuman level. Planets can do the same. However, the planets themselves do not know how to meditate and practice. For a planet to be promoted, it needs a large number of lives, a large number of superhumans, to reproduce, survive, and evolve on the planet. These lives will draw energy from the subspace. Some of them will accumulate and settle down, and be absorbed by the planet, which is equivalent to the planet's meditation. The transformation of the planet by life is not only about the natural environment, but also effective for their subspace projection and planetary energy. However, this process is very slow. If the planet where Suyu is now has a population of tens of millions or hundreds of millions, and it reproduces and develops for thousands or tens of thousands of years, it will be promoted to a 5th level planet and can breed 5th level extraordinary people. For a planet, geological changes can take millions or even hundreds of millions of years. A few thousand years is enough to make a planet advance to the 5th level, which is actually quite fast. But that kind of thing is also far away for Suyu now. Where can he get hundreds of millions of people to reproduce for thousands or tens of thousands of years? Can't give up. Maybe there are other ways. Suyu was not too disappointed. If it was so easy to advance to the 5th level, there would be people at the 5th level everywhere. This setback is nothing. Moreover, in this space, there is another source of gravity, which is also a planet. Suyu has not seen that planet yet. Maybe it has enough planetary energy? Besides, Suyu does not put all his hopes on the promotion to the 5th level. He has other plans. That is, time mechanic. Suyu has been studying the mysteries of time and space, and has long wanted to create the time-related profession of time mechanic. Suyu's idea for this profession is to create a time machine and realize time travel. If he can complete the development of this profession, successfully take up the job, and create a time machine, then he can return to the original time and space without being promoted to the 5th level. Time mechanics are originally doing this. And developing time mechanics is obviously much simpler than being promoted to the 5th level. Suyu previously obtained the memory of the enemy demon, which contains a lot of detailed information about the 3rd level profession, and the records of the research on the power of time by the enemy demon. Later, Suyu obtained the information of the subspace analyzer and the technical inheritance of the mechanical god. Later, he obtained the blueprint of the sun. With so much extraordinary and technological knowledge, Suyu's knowledge is far beyond that of an ordinary 4th level strongman. Even an ordinary 5th level strongman may not be able to compare with him. This allows him to accumulate enough knowledge to create his own profession. Time mechanic. For this profession, it is best to use planetary energy. Suyu thought to himself. Time mechanic is not just a time profession, but also a mechanic. As a mechanic, what he is best at is using various external forces, various external energies. To be honest, directly creating a time machine is not necessarily much easier than advancing to the 5th level. But if we use planetary energy, it should be much simpler. Planetary energy and human spiritual energy are fundamentally different. So Suyu took the technical information about planetary energy, keep it firmly in mind. Prepare to digest and absorb it, and integrate it into the design of the time mechanic. After writing down the information, Suyu continued to ask the Galaxy Warriors for information. The Galaxy Warriors sorted out the information and handed it to Suyu. The information not only contained information about the tower, but also various mechanical technologies, and some other records, which were the history of this time and space. Suyu saw that in the records. The planetary governor of the Azure Star, Lord Suyu. I actually became the governor. Suyu looked at the records, somewhat speechless. Although there are only text records, no video materials, the Suyu in the records may not be the Suyu. But now the situation is strange, and it is hard to say. Could it be that in a certain future, Suyu successfully promoted to the 5th level, broke through the blockade, and contacted the Empire again, was recognized by the Empire, let him lead the Ruins planet, and became the governor of the planet. Afterwards, the enemy attacked, the planet was shattered. I don't know where the planetary governor Suyu is now, and what happened to him. Thinking about these things, Suyu looked up and looked at the Galaxy Warriors. In this time and space, there is another planet. Have you gone to see it? The Galaxy Warriors hurriedly said. It should be a gas planet 300 million kilometers away. We tried to investigate it before, but halfway, we almost disappeared in the darkness, so we had no choice but to return. Suyu nodded. With a few Galaxy Warriors, there is no Suyu's ability to safely cross the dark vacuum of hundreds of millions of kilometers. However, Suyu did not disappear after crossing the darkness before, maybe not only because of his strong strength, but because of his Yaoyang transformation. The whole body glows, there is no darkness around him at all. In that case, then I will go and take a look. Do you want to come with me? Suyu said. The Galaxy Warriors heard this, looked at each other. 5 of them said, Sir, we are willing to go. The remaining 5 said, Let's stay behind. This was a matter of life and death, so they naturally wanted to follow and see. However, they were cautious and left half of their men behind to prevent any accidents. Suyu nodded and agreed to their arrangement. Then follow me. Then Suyu moved and flew upwards. Although Suyu had said before that he wanted to visit this place and communicate with the residents in the city, let's see the local customs and practices here. But now there are more important things. Let's talk about it later. The 5 Galaxy Warriors hurriedly followed. They soon came to the top of the underground cave. Those Galaxy Warriors were about to ask whether to start digging. After all, this underground cave has been completely blocked by those mushrooms. Even if they want to get out, it will take some effort. But Suyu moved and directly turned into a translucent data body. Seeing this, the Galaxy Warriors were all shocked. They realized at this moment that Suyu was not the real body at all, but just a data clone. And they didn't see it at all. Master Suyu is really a big shot. A data incarnation is so powerful. I don't know what the real body will be like. Fortunately, we didn't treat him rudely before. These Galaxy Warriors couldn't help thinking. After Suyu turned back into a data body, he looked at these Galaxy Warriors and said, You can enter my materialized space. I'll take you out. The Galaxy Warriors said, Yes. Master Suyu. Suyu nodded slightly, and then the power spread over, taking these people into the materialized space. Those Galaxy Warriors did not resist at all. Suyu sighed slightly in his heart. These Galaxy Warriors are not as cunning as the Galaxy Armor, and they trust Suyu so much after just meeting him. Suyu knew that they actually trusted not Suyu, but the recruit navigator, a navigator with Star Tower authority. These Galaxy Warriors are extremely loyal to the Empire. They firmly believe that Suyu as this navigator, he must be a big shot in the Empire, their superior, and just obey orders. Faced with this trust, Suyu is somewhat helpless. This recruit navigator was picked up by Suyu. Who knows why they recognized his identity, and allowed him to use such a high-end Star Tower navigation function. Maybe this navigator is broken? However, the data in this time and space recorded that Suyu was the governor of the planet. Could this be the reason? What happened to this recruit navigation device, and the recruit back then? Suyu thought about this, and his figure merged into the rock wall covered with mushrooms. His body was a data body, and it was extremely fast. In a short time, he had returned to his original body. The planet he requested this time was too far away, so he didn't need to take back this clone. But at a distance of 300 million kilometers, it was far beyond the range of Suyu's signal. Once Suyu's body left too far, the clone would naturally dissipate, so he could only recover it first. After recovering the clone, Suyu's body moved, vaporized the rocks around him, and began to rise. Just like when he came down, his huge and magnificent figure rose rapidly, and soon passed through thousands of kilometers of earth and rocks, and returned to the ground. Then, Suyu activated his ability to materialize the 5 galaxy warriors in the space. Released. As soon as these 5 galaxy warriors came out, they instinctively looked up, looking at the magnificent giant hundreds of meters tall beside them. They couldn't help but show surprise on their faces. Giant God Soldier Mecha. And this is the power of the legendary Guangyo Imperial Guards. As Imperial warriors, they have naturally heard of some high-end forces in the Empire, so they instantly recognize the source of Suyu's power. Giant God Soldier Mecha is fine, but this Guangyo Imperial Guards, they are too powerful. The Imperial Guards of Glory represent the will of the Emperor of Glory. For these extremely loyal galaxy warriors, seeing the power of the sun is like a believer seeing a god. You can imagine how excited they are. If they hadn't known that they had a mission, they would have paid homage to Suyu immediately. It is said that the Imperial Guards of Glory will not easily leave the Emperor of Glory. The only Imperial Guards Lord walking in the outside world is said to be Commander Zhang Chenfeng. Could it be that Lord Suyu, is he another Guangyao Imperial Guard? Or, is he Lord Zhang Chenfeng from another time and space? These galaxy warriors couldn't help but think wildly in their hearts. Suyu also roughly guessed their thoughts. Suyu even had some doubts, whether he had any relationship with Zhang Chenfeng? Of course, he believed that he was definitely not the reincarnation of Zhang Chenfeng. Let's go! Suyu ignored the excited eyes of those galaxy warriors, and stretched out his hand to hold these galaxy warriors in his palms. Then he activated the power of the mecha and flew upwards. In a short time, he accelerated to 1,000 times the speed of sound, escaped the gravity of the planet, and entered space. Then he continued to accelerate, until he reached 10,000 times the speed of sound, and flew towards another gravity source in the dark deep space, in the vacuum of the universe. It was extremely dark, but Suyu was still in the state of Yaoyang transformation at this time, and his whole body was glowing, so he would not disappear because he was in the darkness. Speaking of which, this would disappear if it was hidden in the darkness. Suyu was a little confused about the principle, and could only guess that it was some kind of space-time mechanism. Light represents existence, and darkness represents illusion. This space-time is not real enough. If it falls into darkness again, it will completely lose its sense of existence and be erased by the space-time mechanism. All of this is just Suyu's guess. The various details and principles are beyond Suyu's cognition, so he can only guess. Did it really disappear? Suyu couldn't help but have such a thought in his mind. Hiding in the darkness, being erased by the space-time mechanism. Was he really gone? Dead? Or heading to some unknown new place? Suyu even had the urge to cancel the sunburst transformation and try to put himself in darkness. What would happen?